through some of those things. This weekend, Sunday, is not the end game. We acquired these guys to be with us for the remainder of this journey, and so that's just my general mindset.
So not brought in to help beat the Commanders. Now, they could, but brought in for the long term. I think you're going to see both guys on Sunday. I mean, we've talked about this a bunch. No reason why you can't throw Mike Williams out there for 10, 15 plays. And Preston Smith, hey, man, go set the edge for 12 snaps. Go rush the quarterback for 5 snaps. I feel like it should be pretty easy for him to pick up. I'd expect both guys to play.
Me too.
Yeah.
Not significant, not like a huge part of the game plans, but they'll rotate in for sure. They'll create the depth that we expected them to create initially, and then as the season does go on, we'll see them get rolled into the fold a little bit more and more and more, and hopefully be very effective in the game plans on each side of the ball.
Mm-hmm. I think they've got the depth now necessary to navigate this 9-game stretch.
Yes.
That to me, okay, however you want to package it. Oh, the Steelers are going for it. Okay, yeah, they're going for it. Doug Whaley said that yesterday. Like, these moves signify that they think they've got a shot here. I also think they understand exactly what they're in for. And even this next 2-game stretch, there's a bizarre scheduling disadvantage. The Ravens play tonight, the Steelers play on Sunday, and then they're both going to play next Sunday.
Yep.
So the Ravens get that mini bye, if you will. Someone texted in, can you guys explain to me, and this is a good question for you, Doran, why these new guys coming in like Williams can be brought up to speed and play right away, but for some reason Roman Wilson, who's been around all season, can't be brought up to the same speed and get on the field?
Because he's a rookie.
Yeah.
And it's NFL football. It's totally different than college football. There's a lot of things you have to learn. You have to get adjusted to the speed of the game. You have to get adjusted even to meetings and the speed of meetings and, just processing. It's hard to process at a young age. For some guys it isn't hard. Some guys that their athletic ability can just take over. Roman Wilson wasn't, he isn't a 6'3", 215-pound, 4'3" wide receiver that went in the first round. He's a third-round pick, and it takes a long time to process everything that is going on. And a guy like Mike Williams was a top 10 pick 10 years ago, basically, 7 years ago. He's had 1,000-yard seasons. He knows what you hit the ground running when you become in Pittsburgh. It's just the same deal. The structure is the same everywhere you go. The meetings are the same. The time's usually the same. I mean, the offensive terminology just changes a little bit. You know what to expect. Roman Wilson has no clue what to expect. Even today, he doesn't know what to expect because it's a different Thursday compared to last year in Michigan.
Right. And I feel like it's important to point this out. I mean, he's on IR, so he couldn't play right now anyhow. You miss all of training camp. That's when you're going to get spoon-fed the most information all season long. And he missed all of it. I mean, he missed all of it. Then they try to work him back, gave him a hat. He plays 5 plays. They were going to slowly ramp that up. He gets hurt again. So I don't think this is a negative on Mike Tomlin that a lot of people seemingly want to make it out to be. Oh, God, he doesn't want to play the rookie. No. They played Martavis Bryant, but not until 6 games had already passed. They've played rookie receivers in the past, but you got to be on the field.
Yeah, I mean, what did we say to Charlie in the early pre-show? It's about reps. You got to have reps. I compared it to football. You have to have the reps, or you're not going to be able to get on the field. You just won't be able to be productive.
If you were a radio producer and you worked at another place and you came over here, you're going to pick it up faster than if you are an intern and it's your first job out of college.
Yes.
It's just a reality. 412-928-9370. Oh, yeah, by the way, Marshawn Lattimore, cornerback from the Saints, who winds up now with the Commanders, just in time to play the Steelers. Well, it doesn't look like he's going to play. He was on the injury report yesterday, hamstring. And you brought this up prior to the show. How do you pass a physical?
Right.
I mean, I guess if it's a hamstring pull and everything else looks good.
But when did he pull it?
Great question.
He probably pulled it before he got here, right?
Coming off the plane.
Right.
It's the reverse Devontae Adams. Devontae Adams walked off his plane, bang, magically hamstring healed. Lattimore walks off the plane, bang, magically hamstring ouchie.
Yep. And then what? So then you pass the physical whenever your hamstring's hurt?
Maybe he hurt his hamstring after the physical. Maybe it was a very intense physical. Maybe when they lifted his leg up over his shoulder, because I'm sure they do a lot of that. Bang, little pulley of the hamstring.
Yeah, maybe.
By the way, pulling the hamstring should be a euphemism like choking the chicken, if you think about it.
How?
String of ham.
That's how my friend tore his ACL in high school. Quick
Choking
story.
the chicken?
No, he was playing football, opening kickoff of the season senior year. He felt a tweak in his knee, and at that point he partially tore some ligaments in his knee. And the trainer's like, "Oh, we'll just stretch it out," and completely lifted his leg, and everything just went, and he was done for the year.
I don't know how you stretch out a knee.
He was just moving it all around.
One of those deals.
Yeah, that's not good.
Grab him by the ankle,
Yeah.
spin it around.
Mm.
I'm a doctor.
Yep.
Yeah, so I don't think Lattimore's going to play because he missed the first practice. You only got 2 practices left. One of them is a glorified walkthrough before the game. And your hamstring's bothering you, I don't think we're going to see him on Sunday.
No, you're not going to want to test it. You just got the guy.
Yeah. I mean, it's dangerous. We saw what happened with Evans for Tampa.
Yep.
Okay, let's get him back on the field. You need to make sure you're 100%.
Look what they did with Justin Fields.
I was just going to say. And with Russell Wilson, it's not the hamstring, but the calf. Give it an extra 2 weeks because you need these guys to help you out over the course of the season. Texter, I thought Pony was the prince of pandering. Crowley is the king. Explain, please. What do you mean? Because think the Steelers are a good football team? Or because I'm saying it's not Mike Tomlin's fault that Roman Wilson isn't up to speed? Just let me know what you mean by that. 412-928-9370. I don't have my dictionary. I know what pandering means, but I'm trying to apply it to this. I don't understand.
I'm confused too.
Or does it have something to do with choking the chicken? Please explain.
Don't know.
Nor I. 412-928-9370. Perhaps you can call and tell us what you mean by that. Let's hear from Preston Smith when we come back. Preston Smith got his wish. Asked out from Green Bay. Is he happy to be a Steeler? But first, it's a Charlie Borges headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt football, the Virginia Cavaliers on Saturday. Kickoff scheduled for 8 o'clock. We'll have pregame coverage on The Fan beginning at 5 o'clock. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Darn!
Want a satisfying meal for $6? Try the new $6 meal from Dunkin'. It's a medium hot or iced coffee and a bacon, egg, and cheese sandwich and a side of hash browns for only $6. You know Dunkin' coffee. It's always made just how you like it.
And the bacon, egg, and cheese is toasty and delicious. And how about those crispy golden hash browns? They're a must, and they're in the new $6 meal deal, too. Take advantage of this offer while it lasts. Price participation may vary. America runs on Dunkin'.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Interesting situations in the Thursday morning rush. This report brought to you by Wet Go Unlimited. Crews still on the scene repairing a Jersey barrier that was damaged in an earlier accident on the inbound parkway east at the Bates interchange. Traffic getting by on the shoulder of the roadway past the scene, and it's stacking back through the Squirrel Hill tunnels as far back as Wilkinsburg. Parkway West, you are heavy at the top of Green Tree Hill down to the Fort Pitt tunnels, while the Parkway North, that is up to speed. Route 28 heavy between the 31st Street Bridge and East Ohio Street. And a couple of earlier accidents being cleared. One on the Mansfield Bridge in Glassport near West Monongahela Avenue. The other one in Penn Hills, Frankstown Road at Robinson Boulevard. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunk Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on 2 wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1. WebNow 1.
The text line
Is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Let go. Go unlimited. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited today. Wash your car as much as you want at the 45-plus convenient Wetco locations. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited. For an even faster, higher quality wash, find a Wetco Pro location and enjoy free, high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan video stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan video stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Nicholas Harry Callis here from the Fan Morning Show. Week 1 on Awaken 180, lost 21 pounds. Then through week 2, I got a little compulsive, got really stressed about continuing to drop weight. I started weighing myself every day. Turns out I didn't lose a single pound in my second week. Didn't gain anything either, but didn't lose any weight. Here's where the Awaken 180 difference comes in. Because I spoke with my coach, Natalie, and she helped me focus on some things. 1, don't get so stressed. Stress is bad. My body's clearly adjusting to the program, and she made sure that I knew that. Secondly, I actually wasn't eating enough. I got so stressed and so busy that I forgot to fit in extra veggies and healthy fats that I should have been eating. What kind of program encourages you to eat more often? Yeah, Awaken 180. What program has supportive and knowledgeable coaches? Awaken 180. Do what I'm doing now. Do what Chris Smaller, Donnie Football, Paul Alexander, and what 23,000 others have done. Choose the solution for weight loss. Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Go online for a consultation at awaken180weightloss.com. That's awaken180weightloss.com.
O'Reilly. You've got questions? O'Reilly Auto Parts has answers. Need a pro you can trust? We've got that too. No matter what you need, our professional parts people have the training and expertise to help you do things right. Deep automotive knowledge. Just one part that makes O'Reilly stand apart. The professional parts people.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
All right, gentlemen, this is Emmett Smith on behalf of Depend, and I've got the perfect play. Run straight to your doctor's office for a life-changing catch. Because when prostate cancer is caught early, it's up to 99% treatable, and one blood test might be all it takes. And now through November, Depend is donating to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for select purchases. Talk about a great play.
From September 1st to November 30th, Depend is donating 40 cents to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for Depend Shield Guards Real Fit products purchased in the U.S. up to a maximum of $300,000 void in Mississippi.
Welcome to our special show. Let's go get it.
This is the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
Yeah.
Presented by Guardian Protection. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. Preston Smith coming over from Green Bay.
I was excited. A few weeks ago, I requested a trade. I didn't feel like I was being useful in the system, and it wasn't catering to my play style. Moving forward, like I wasn't surprised when I got the call. It's like, I got what I asked for, and I'm at a great place with some great teammates. And, I'm excited for a new start, and I'm excited for the rest of this journey for this season.
When I heard him talk the first time, Doran, I thought, he wants to be used more. And that ain't going to happen here. But upon further listening, it's not that he wanted to be used more. I don't think he considers himself a 4-3 end. I think he wants to rush off the edge as an outside backer.
Yes.
So that's a perfect fit.
Mm-hmm. And it is different.
Yeah, it's different. And guys get hurt, so you are going to get opportunities, and guys pull themselves off the field because Highsmith and Watt give it 100% every time they're out there, and they do need their blows. I think, ideally, I've pointed to this play too many times probably, but at the end of the game, Beanie Bishop picks it off, and you don't have Highsmith, you don't have Watt out there. I don't think it's about, in that circumstance, you're going to have Herbig and Smith out there. I think you fold those guys in over the course of the game.
To have TJ and Smith out there at the end.
Yes.
Yeah, that's good.
Big dogs at the end.
That's good, yeah.
As the closers, so that, you don't have to play 85. You're going to play 85% of the snaps. You just want it to be the most important 85% of the snaps.
And it worked out very well last year with Golden.
Very well.
They clearly, we talked about this yesterday, that they clearly wanted that to repeat this year. Then Golden, he has 4 days of practice, and he's like, all right, I'm done. I'm retiring, maybe even less than that. So This is a really good – this is a better move, in my opinion, than Mike Williams at receiver. Like, I think that this guy down the stretch, whenever you get in the thick of things, is going to be a huge component to this defense.
I think arguably the three most important players are obviously Russell Wilson, T.J. Watt, and because they don't have anybody else like him, George Pickens. And they now have significant insurance behind all three of those guys.
Yep.
It's massive.
Yep.
Texter, Adam is a panda bear. So panda bears I find very cute.
Me too.
They're mean.
Are they?
Oh, yeah.
How do you know? Yeah, you looked at me.
My 5-year-old told me.
Oh, I believe her, though.
She does. She listens to this podcast kind of deal every morning when she wakes up, and it's very educational. And she's always throwing animal factoids my way, and she told me pandas are mean. Now I'm going to Google it. Not that I don't trust you, Nora. They certainly have a dangerous side when they feel threatened, it says.
Well, doesn't everybody?
Not me, man. I'll fold like a cheap suit. You come after me, you're going to win. Are pandas friendly or aggressive? Considered a Chinese national treasure, the giant panda is regarded as having a gentle temperament. Huh.
These podcasts you're listening to. Jeez.
It was Pony and Muller.
Yeah, I was just about to say that.
Here's another one. I love when you type in Google and it finishes it for you. Is it okay to touch a panda? I mean, I would suggest not.
They look like it's enticing.
They're very inviting to touch.
Oh, man, I would love to pet a panda.
Yeah, but don't.
Don't?
They are solitary creatures, like to avoid confrontation, just like me. But they have sharp claws and teeth and may attack to protect themselves or their cubs if provoked. Yeah, it doesn't sound different than much other animals.
Right.
Yeah.
Like, they're nice. Like a koala bear. Is a koala bear? Are they?
I might be thinking of koalas.
They might be mean.
I put those right in the panda family.
Yes.
Are koalas mean?
I think they might be.
I think it's koalas.
Yeah.
Be aware of the drop bears.
Say it again.
Be aware of the drop bears. They just drop out of trees and attack you.
Koalas?
Drop bears.
The drop bears. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah.
You know what falls on your head a lot in South Florida?
Coconuts.
Perhaps. Iguanas. When it gets cold, because they're cold-blooded, they'll just, like, chill at, and they'll be in trees, and bang, they'll, like, crush the front of your car because they're humongo. All right, here's what AI Overview has to say about the koalas. No, koalas are generally docile, but they can become aggressive when threatened or stressed. Oh, my God.
An animal.
But they are wild animals with sharp claws and teeth. It's like looking in a mirror, the koala and the panda bear.
Mm-hmm.
It says don't approach, never touch or approach a wild koala. We were at the zoo last Friday, and we went to the gorilla encampment.
Mm-hmm.
And they had the baby ones.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, my God.
Mm-hmm.
Doran, I want to take one home.
Yeah.
And the one was breastfeeding. It was like laying there, and my baby was watching it going, ah! I'll show you the video if you're interested. It's very cute. Texter. Over 70% of koala bears in Australia suffer from chlamydia.
What? They're out there getting it like that?
They're getting it.
Wow. All up in the trees?
Mm-hmm. Wow. First, you start typing do koalas, and it pops up, have chlamydia.
That's a shame.
Major threat to their population. We got, you know
How
what?
does that even happen?
Doran, I think we've been looking for a cause, right? We want to champion some sort of cause. We want to make a difference in the community or in the world.
Don't do it.
I want to start condoms for koalas. I think we could do a lot of good. Condoms for koalas.
Save the koalas.
Mm-hmm. From themselves. Because I don't want to stop the koalas from getting frisky. I just don't want them to die of chlamydia.
Yeah.
Condoms for koalas. Who's on board? Someone print the shirts, and all proceeds donated to our, we got to start an LLC?
Yes.
Condoms for koalas.
Not we, you.
You're not in on this?
No. Don't care.
It's a real crappy thing for you to not want to be in on.
I don't care about the koalas getting it.
Wow. I've never thought lower of you. All right, Pat Bostic going to join us for either the next 2 hours or 3 hours. We're not quite sure, but he'll be with us until at least 9 o'clock. We'll talk quarterbacks. We'll talk Mike Williams. Much to get to. Pitt's big game coming up on Saturday night. But first, fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. It's here, the Chevy Red Tag event now through December 2nd. 0% APR for well-qualified buyers. Full terms at sunchevy.com. Partly cloudy, high 64.
Eagle, we know nothing saves you more money than free. So we're giving away free turkeys for your Thanksgiving feast. When you shop your neighborhood Giant Eagle October 17th through November 9th, you'll be earning your way to a free turkey to bake, roast, fry, smoke, grill, carve, and serve. Just spend $300 or more to earn your free turkey. Must scan Giant Eagle loyalty card. Redeem November 10th through 30th. Restrictions apply. Visit gianteagle.com/free turkey for details.
Loose and cracked mortar, crumbling chimney, the cap was broken, bricks were all messed up. My house had all of those problems, and much like you, I'm a fan listener and picked up the phone and called Precision Pointing after hearing their ads. Glad I did. They came to my house, assessed the problem, clearly communicated a plan of action. Precision Pointing was in control from start to finish, and my 75-year-old home is good for at least another 75 years. The best part, no down payment required. So if you have an older home in need of brick repair or restoration, get it done by Precision Pointing.
Want more? Sure you do. More friends, a little more time, a few more laughs. More is a good thing, unless you're talking about risk of serious illness from a respiratory virus. But as we get older, we're more at risk for severe flu, COVID-19, and RSV. Worst birthday presents ever, right? But vaccines lower your risk, so you can keep doing more of all life's good stuff. Get started at vaccines.gov. Risk less, do more. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
To understand what makes Diamonds Direct different, you have to understand our history. It goes back 60 years to a renowned diamond cutter overseas. From there came years of diamond cutting, manufacturing and wholesaling, supplying exquisite fine diamonds only to high-end jewelers. Then eventually the wholesalers started selling direct to the public, and that started a revolution. Today, we are a global diamond powerhouse with hundreds of thousands of customers and an impeccable reputation. But our core values are the same as always. Our diamonds are the highest quality cut by the best craftsmen. Our prices are the most compelling. Our selection is staggering. Our warranties and guarantees are rock solid. And our people are laser focused on helping you find the diamond of your dreams. So as the story unfolds, as the revolution continues, we invite you to experience a jewelry shopping experience unlike any other. Born in excellence, rooted in determination, and thriving in passion. Diamonds Direct. Showroom hours, directions, and more online at diamondsdirect.com. Proud to call the Steel City home. Diamonds Direct. Your love, our passion.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
For today, expect mostly cloudy skies this morning, gradually becoming mostly sunny in the afternoon with a high of 65, northwest winds around 10 miles per hour. Overnight, expect mostly clear skies and a low of 40, west winds around 5 miles per hour. And on Friday, mostly sunny and breezy with a high of 64. I'm KDKA First Alert meteorologist Trey Fulbright with your forecast.
A gain scent bead story. Jim was at the laundromat when he heard his ear said Maraca, senor, but his nose said, hey, freshest scent ever. Following his nose, Jim found a man pouring a bottle of Gain scent beads into the washer. The scent, the freshness. Jim blurted, sir, your scent Maraca smell amazing. Actually, Jim, most noses call them Gain scent beads. Try Gain scent beads. Way fresher than detergent alone.
Want a game changer for any tailgate party? Saloni's Italian bread. The key to any great sandwich, burger, or dog is the bread, and Saloni's is the bread to use. Family owned in Pittsburgh for over 100 years, Saloni's bread is the game changer for any Pittsburgh tailgate party.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Parkway East situation now affecting the rest of the morning rush. This report brought to you by family-owned Saloni's Italian Bread, Pittsburgh. Crews still repairing a Jersey barrier damaged in an overnight accident on the inbound Parkway East at the Bates interchange. Traffic still gets by on the right shoulder, stacking back through the Squirrel Hill tunnels all the way back to Wilkinsburg. Lots of folks scrambling for alternates, and one of them is Route 28. That is jammed at the Route 8 at the bypass down past Shaler Waterworks. Heavy from the 40th Street Bridge to the north side. Parkway West, you are stacked between Carnegie and Greentree to the Fort Pitt tunnels. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
KDKA HD1 Pittsburgh.
An Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Back to more of the Fan Morning Show.
In the morning, y'all.
With Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
So let's get rolling.
Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, Hometown Home and Business Security Company. We are joined for the next 2 hours by Pat Bostic. He's in studio with us right now, and you can get in touch on the Edgar Snyder & Associates fan text line. That's brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And here's one of these texts that's come in. Now I'm picturing Crowley telling a couple of pandas getting busy, hey, stop it, and putting a condom on the mail. No, part of the proceeds of the Condoms for Koalas program will go into actual experts being the ones that do that.
Not you.
Yeah, I'm not fitting.
You're going to build a team.
Yes, I'm going to put together a team. I'm going to hire a crack staff, and they're gonna fit these koalas with condoms. It's a big issue, the chlamydia.
You seem real.
Did you just stumble on this because of like AI and Google?
No clue really how we got there.
I know exactly how we got there.
Do tell.
You're talking about pandas.
Yeah, we're talking about pandas, and
oh, someone called me a pander bear.
And then you said that pandas are mean.
Mm-hmm. And
They're
then
not.
And then here we are.
Yeah, and koalas. And
very good.
Yeah.
If there's any other animals that have significant STD problems, we'd love to hear about it at 412-928-9370.
Honestly, no. Just don't even. Just disregard the number. We don't want to hear about that.
This show has become a animal STD advocacy group.
Well, someone's got to do it.
Yeah, I applaud you, really. I mean, you've taken up a noble cause.
I agree.
You've done so without fear or any sort of self-esteem. And
why are you pumping his head up right now to keep this going?
Because I think it's absolutely hilarious, and I love every second of it. I was dying driving in here listening to this.
We can't just sit here and talk about for the umpteenth time, are the Steelers a Super Bowl contender?
Hey, they got a wideout.
They did.
And they got an end.
They sure did.
I tell you what.
Do we utilize that as the transition to get into football?
I think so. Doran would not be displeased.
All right, Mike Williams. Thoughts?
I have vivid memories of Mike Williams at Clemson.
Yep.
Hawking down Salim Brightwell down the sideline.
Oh, my God.
I remember it vividly. It was one of Deshaun Watson's, I think, 4 picks in that game. It's at least 3. Salim picked him off, took it down the sideline. All of a sudden, this thing started running down the sideline really fast. And, like, strides were like 6.5 yards long and just hawked him from behind. Oh, it would have been a pick 6. Freak athlete. I did notice in the video yesterday of them warming up, he's a little bit shorter than Pickens. Just a little bit. But, I mean, they've got some big dudes out there now. I mean, he gives you another one-on-one threat that teams have to think about when they go single high safety, like who's the jump ball guy? You know, where do we cheat the safety?
Yeah.
And it's a little bit of a different approach than I thought they'd take. I thought they'd go a guy that could play anywhere. I'm not saying he can't, but he's not Cooper Kupp. He's not even Adam Thielen in that regard. But maybe it signals that they're going to try to do more with George. Going to try to move him around a little bit more. If he's going to be a real one, he's got to be able to do that. And that gives them a true split end out there that can take advantage of one-on-one coverage.
I mean, think about it, and Doug brought this up yesterday. Think about 12 personnel with the Steelers now, and you're going to a bunch set, and you got, say, Darnell Washington at the point. You got Pat Freiermuth inside, and you got Mike Williams outside, and George on the backside. Like, I mean, that's a lot of size to have to cover, or you could just run the football. Like, in with those guys, I mean, they've built the size up on their offense, and then you have Naji in the backfield. Like that after a while, that wears on you.
I think the way we talked about the Niners going into last year, where when they would play a team, the next week that team would lose. And I don't know that the Steelers are quite there, but you play the Steelers after you play them. They've been working on building that identity for a couple of years. And to that point, I mean, Preston Smith and Mike Williams are big dudes. Big, strong, physical dudes. And I think, when you play the Pittsburgh Steelers. I think that's why the Steelers are as good as they've been in the second half of football games, too.
Yeah.
Like, you're tired of playing the Steelers. Real quick, memory lane, 2016, Pitt 43, Clemson 42. Mike Williams, 15 catches for 202 yards.
Yeah, and
I didn't realize he had that big of a game.
He did. I mean, he's a specimen.
52 of 70 was Deshaun Watson. His ass.
3 picks or 4 picks?
3 picks. He threw it 70 times.
Yep. Well, they tried to run it on a 4th and 1.
70.
Tried to run it on a 4th and 1. It didn't get it.
Was that Blewett who hit the field goal?
It was Chris Blewett.
It was Chris Blewett.
He did not blow it.
Nope. Honorary captain over here.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
Doran. Yeah, Doran was the reason we won that game.
Yes.
They won the national championship that year.
They did. I'd never been around a fan base that was more kind after a game. It was almost like they were grateful that we beat them, ended the home streak, and incidentally, Louisville just beat them on a night game for the first time. They lost a night game since 2013.
Mm-hmm.
That game was at 3:30. But I do vividly remember that play with Mike Williams coming down the sideline. And I as a quarterback, even looking at Pitt's team right now, there's something about having a guy that's 6'3" or 6'4" out there. Just the catch radius, the margin for error, especially with a guy like Russ that likes to float it up there and throw, those moon balls. I mean, there's something about that I know Arthur Smith likes, and I think it was a conscious effort. I mean, on both sides of the ball to get big athletes.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think Tomlin even said something about it a couple weeks ago about Cam Hayward's longevity. He's a big athlete. He's not a big plugger.
Mm-hmm.
Guys that can move but are big, they last longer. Both these guys are 30-plus now, so they got value. They got value. I think they were strategic in that regard. So I agree with what you guys said. I think the Preston Smith pickup's probably a little bit better than the Williams pickup, but Preston Smith is more like immediate help depth. Mike Williams is more insurance policy. I think from, to your point, what you're saying coming in, I think they both check different boxes, but are positive.
Can you look at this as a positive because of even knowing the situation with the Jets and how it didn't work out with Aaron Rodgers? Can he revitalize his career or even his season this year underneath Russell Wilson?
Yeah, I mean, you're looking at a bunch of guys like that. I mean, Van Jefferson's the same way. I mean, you look at all these Van Jefferson, Scotty Miller, and now Mike Williams. All three of them had their best years 2.5 years ago, right? So, but they haven't really played with a quarterback that could throw it consistently until now. And I'm not taking Aaron Rodgers. Mike Williams has played 7 games with Aaron Rodgers in totality, so it hasn't been enough of a sample size. And they have Garrett Wilson and picked up Devontae Adams. So it's he just got buried up there. And then Preston Smith the same way. I mean, they go from a 3-4 to a 4-3. And I was curious, too, because I think he's a big dude.
Mm-hmm. Big guy.
Listening to you guys, is he going to play outside? He could play the 5 technique, too.
Oh, yeah.
He could line up on the tackle and play 5 technique. So he gives you position flexibility, which adds value to it. Because he's every bit of 270. He could play the 5 technique and they had some depth issues at nose tackle. I mean, I'm not an expert on that, but could you throw Cam down there? Does he provide some explosion inside? I mean, I think he gives you some different poker chips to use.
Someone yesterday, and I wish I remember, but I'm too focused on my advocacy for koalas, said that the Steelers with Highsmith, Herbig, Watt, and Preston Smith, it reminds them of what the Giants could do back in 2007 against Tom Brady. We're you're probably not going to have all those guys on the field at the same time, but you can start mixing and matching, and you really think about how you can rush the passer in pure passing situations.
Talking about Strahan, Tuck.
Yeah, Tuck and human Europe.
Well, here's the other thing, too, that came to my mind when they picked him up. They're coming off of a game against the Giants where they ran the football on them. And if you look at their outside linebackers generally, and I'm not saying T.J. Watt's not a great run defender, but they're a little light in the rear end. Herbig's a smaller guy. Watt's not the thickest guy in the world. I mean, whatever his weight is, I would say he is under it on a game day. Highsmith's not the biggest guy in the world. Now you got a thing out there that can really set the edge. I mean, seriously, a guy that can really set the edge, establish a point of attack and then allow guys to contain it, as opposed to explosive, fast guys that beat you with speed moves. He's a different guy. And that plus the position flexibility plus the value, I would that's in the A category for me, that pick.
Mm-hmm.
That's in the A category.
He
I'm not sure Williams gets up there. We'll find out. But I don't think they need him to right now. I think he's got some more. I think Preston Smith helps him now.
Yeah.
Is it enough for Williams, Doran, if, okay, you throw him 2 deep balls a game and he winds up catching 4 or 5 balls? I mean, I don't know that you need more than that from Mike Williams.
You would like to get more.
Yeah.
I mean, he could be effective in many ways, but I think that even on Sunday that'll probably be incorporated. Like you said it yesterday, maybe even the first play of the game, play action, take a shot, him on the post, and then I was like, hey, have George underneath on a crossing route. So you have, your high level, your low level, and you can pick or choose whatever one is open or not, and you can feed it. And if you complete it to Mike Williams, you're feeling good. You're getting his feet on the ground running, and then if you complete it to George, you keep him pretty happy. So I think the deep balls, like that is the main component to Mike Williams, but I think as the season goes on, he'll be more effective in the whole entire route pass game.
Mm-hmm.
I tell you where it makes a difference, again, from a quarterback standpoint, is in the red zone. When you have the windows get smaller in the red zone, unless you have size. Now you could be theoretically looking at in 11 personnel, in 12 personnel. 6'4", 6'7", 6'5", 6'3", in the red zone. You throw Calvin Austin out there in 11 personnel. You throw Van Jefferson 6'1.5", 6'2". For a guy like Russ, when the windows get smaller, the catch radius gets bigger, who are you going to leave one-on-one? And then if you zone up and cloud up, then you got Austin working up in the slot. So I think it gives them an added value in the red zone, and ultimately, that's the most important section of the field. Your performance in the red zone will ultimately dictate how good of a football team you are. And if you've got size down there, man, generally speaking, you're not playing a bunch of 6'2" corners. You're just not. Not a whole lot of Antonio Cromarties out there that are 6'3". These guys are 6 foot, 5'11". Size beats speed down there at times, especially as you get closer to the goal line.
There's not a lot of Antonio Cromarties out there. There are, however, a lot of Cromarties.
Yes.
Don't take up a
condoms for Cromarties.
I knew your head would go there.
That's probably not right. Commanders' offense, by the way, just as we're talking about red zone, we were talking about this yesterday. This is insane to me, Pat. 49% of the Commanders' drives reach the red zone. 49%. Best since at least the year 2000. And when someone writes at least, that means they probably just got tired of looking it up.
Well, run defense could be really important this week. I think they lead the league in rushing touchdowns, the Commanders. They can run the football. And when you've got a guy back there that can move too, it adds to it. So they're playing really good. I think they're really confident. I'm a little bit surprised, to be honest, at Jaden Daniels and how quickly he's taken a hold of this thing. But I guess I shouldn't be because of just the body of work and his talent level and what they've built down there.
Don't forget Cliff Kingsbury too.
Yeah, Cliff's done a great job. He's experienced working with guys like this,
right?
Exactly. Manziel, Kyler Murray. he's experienced, and this guy's clearly better than both of them, and seems to be. He's of the franchise quarterback variety that you can build around. The thing that always concerned me about him is just the injury history.
Mm-hmm.
He is a toothpick back there.
String bean.
He is. It's hard to get your hands on him.
I want to talk about him a little bit more when we come back. It's perfect to do that with Pat, our quarterback guru, our quarterback expert. And you can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net, where people will tweet such things like, nothing like the Fan Morning Show. We've got an NFL vet, a college All-American, teamed up with an animal STD activist. That's right. Darn right. Right now it's a Charlie Borges fan headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Pittsburgh Penguins in action tonight against the Carolina Hurricanes. Puck drop scheduled for 7 o'clock, and then they're back at it tomorrow against Alex Ovechkin, who is chasing Wayne Gretzky's all-time scoring record, only 33 goals away. For more headlines, go to 937thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Dorn!
Nearly everyone will need a lawyer at some point in life, but how do you find the right lawyer for your specific situation? The Allegheny County Bar Association's Lawyer Referral Service is your trusted source for finding the right attorney for your specific case. Can it be an employment situation, a tax issue, a real estate dispute, a DUI, you name it. The Bar Association will help you find the right lawyer. There's no fee to use the service, and you get a free 30-minute consultation with your lawyer. Check out their website, getaPittsburghlawyer.com, or give them a call, 412-261-5555, and explain your situation. That's 412-261-5555, or getaPittsburghlawyer.com.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
Every day you'll save money at Chuba Heating and Air, your authorized Rheem dealer. This month, get a complete winter furnace checkup for only $89.50 and get 0% interest on select Rheem HVAC system replacements. Plus, get a free 10-year parts warranty. Call Chuba Heating and Air now at 412-271-6246 or visit them online at chubainc.com. That's chubainc.com. And of course, Rheem, the new degree of comfort.
Would you believe that giraffes are 30 times more likely to get hit by lightning than people? Or that a single cloud can weigh 550 tons or more? Sounds fake, right? How about an insurance company that actually treats you right? Sounds unbelievable, but it's true. NJM Insurance is proud to put policyholders first. And they don't use jingles or mascots either. Don't believe me? Well, guess what? Everything in this commercial is true and approved by the legal department. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Visit njm.com for a quote.
Hey, what are you doing up on the step stool?
About to clean these light fixtures. The whole family's coming over, and if there's even a speck of dust in the house, my abuela will find it.
Here, I got a Swiffer duster to help with that.
A Swiffer what?
A Swiffer duster. It has this cool extendable handle that reaches 6 feet to get high and low, with fluffy dusters that easily trap and lock dust.
So, no more step stool?
No more step stool.
Easily trap and lock dust from hard-to-reach places with the Swiffer duster. Love it or your money back.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. So at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited talk, text, and data for $30 a line when you buy 2. That's just $60 a month for 2 unlimited lines. So if you're 50 and up, make the switch and save. Come on, you've earned this. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today. Requires 2 lines of service, age validation, and credit approval, subject to system and area limits, taxes, and other fees apply.
Your coworkers might annoy you, but we promise we won't. Download the free Odyssey app and you can listen to us at work while you tackle your inbox or get ready for another meeting that probably could have been an email. Tune in late? You can rewind your favorite live shows to catch what you missed. And with Chapters, easily jump to the topics that you care about most, like the latest updates from your team. Your sports talk, your way. The Odyssey app. Download it today.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet365 because they get $150 in bonus.
It's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. Terms and conditions apply.
Pittsburgh's longest-running financial services radio show started at Heffron Tillotson and continued at Baird is now a new podcast. Baird's Your Wealth and You has launched just in time to kick off the year. Hosted by the same advisors you've grown to know and trust, Baird's Your Wealth and You offers timely financial information and advice weekly wherever you get your podcasts. So now listen anytime on any device or simply visit yourwealthandyou.com and discover the Baird difference. Robert W. Baird and Company Incorporated, member FINRA and SIPC.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Finally, some relief in the morning rush. This report brought to you by Train. Cordell and Cordell traffic cam confirming that earlier accident finally cleared, reopening all lanes of the inbound Parkway east at the Bates interchange. Leftover delays there, however, from Wilkinsburg down to the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Parkway West, you're jammed over the top of Green Tree Hill. Route 28 heavy at the Route 8 at the bypass, then again past the 40th Street Bridge toward the north side, and the Parkway North jamming around the bend at Bellevue Westview. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Gutter Helmet. Protect your home now and avoid costly damage with Gutter Helmet. Call 888-5HELMET.
This is Former Science with an Odyssey Sports Minute. And today's birthday shout-out goes to Hall of Famer Jim Cott. The 86-year-old southpaw is the subject of a soon-to-be-released documentary, Kitty to Cooperstown. He's also an accomplished ambidextrous golfer. Golf Digest claimed Cott was the first golfer to shoot his age from both sides after he shot 70, 74, and 75 from the left side and another 75 righty. Now, that's what I call impressive. I'm Boomer Esiason.
It's football season, and now you can get anything you need for game day delivered with Uber Eats. Well, almost anything. You can't get a running back, but baby back ribs? Yes. Uber Eats, official on-demand food delivery partner of the NFL.
Retired or retiring soon? How much money do you need to live comfortably? Retirement Planners of America is here for you. Would you like to have financial peace of mind? Here's how. Step 1. Find out the amount of money you'll need to retire. Step 2. Have a plan to get there. Step 3. Make sure that plan can take advantage of market gains but protect you from market losses. Discover how to do all three with a free consultation at 800-508-6108. That's 800-508-6108.
All investments involve risk, including losses. Past performance does not guarantee future results.
When I wake up
the best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I put on my jeans and I feel all right.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Someone texted this in, and we appreciate anybody who listens and anybody who texts seriously, so this is not a personal attack, but here's the text. The combined winning percentage of the opponents Washington has beaten is .339. Almost all their wins were by narrow margins. They're complete pretenders. The Steelers should roll them, and it will tell us nothing. Well, then just don't watch sports. I guess it is personal. I mean, seriously, I don't care. They're 7-2 with a rookie quarterback. That's a good football team. And they're doing it in impressive fashion, both offensively and defensively. And so what? The Steelers would roll them, let's just say, this person's own hypothetical. And you would really come out of that going, oh, who cares? We didn't learn anything about the Steelers. I don't know how people enjoy and watch sports.
I don't either. I mean, an away game, Russ's first away game, you're having a hot head coach who has won before, has made it to a Super Bowl before. You have an offensive coordinator who was a head coach before and knows, and as we talked about before, knows how to work with young quarterbacks. You have a big-time young presence at quarterback that's probably going to be your franchise guy, and you have a lot of weapons on offense. If they win and they win significantly, I don't understand how you can't take away anything from that game.
Daniels is completing 71% of his passes in the NFL. He's good. And so they're good. I don't get it sometimes. Mumble. 412-928-9370. Let's get into Jaden Daniels in a minute, but we have to take this phone call, Doran. Adrian on the line.
No way.
Adrian, how was your procedure, man? You doing okay? Did you have to go under?
No, I didn't have to go under.
Good.
And I want to thank you also for the well wishes for both of you guys. I really do. That was heartfelt from y'all.
Yeah, we're all good.
You still hate Crowley?
Yeah, good question.
No, I don't hate him. He just acts like he's Tomlin, and it's just when he's speaking, give his opinions. I know you're paid to give your opinions, right? But he'd be so wrong, and it's like, and I just expect you, Double D, to just teach them football more.
I'm getting better.
Because look, to be honest, you have all the energy in the world to be fantastic, Crowley. It's just like you just think the Steelers, like, you're the coach, the owner, the GM. You don't understand why things happen on a football field. Like, every host on this whole station thought that Najee Harris sucked. It was never Najee Harris. And nobody's perfect. Najee Harris does make mistakes, drops passes, doesn't hit the right hole. But when the whole world knows somebody's getting the ball, they're going to get 3 yards of carry. And it's gonna look like,
no doubt. And the offensive line's better, Adrian. But my whole point with Najee, not to get caught up in the sauce here, is, okay, if he's better when the line's better, well, then
he's better
pay the
when
line.
we have but he's better when we actually have an NFL OC.
But what did Jaylen Warren do, though? He seemed like he was pretty good.
He was pretty good, Double D, because he was getting the ball on 3rd and 7. And we're hitting them with runs when they're not expecting it. What I'm saying,
who's being the coach now, Adrian?
No, I'm just saying, Crowley. It's just the way you bring it. I didn't like, and I wouldn't beat you up over your sports opinion.
Thank you.
I mean,
I appreciate that, because you could, and I'm happy you won't. Yeah, it says here that on the phone line that Charlie typed in that you wanted to bury the hatchet, and then you proceeded to continue to kill me, which is fine. I'm just happy that you're okay. Seriously, most important thing, Adrian, is that you're alive, and we could talk ball with you. So it's good to catch up. Hopefully you keep listening, and we'd love to talk to you more, buddy. Seriously.
Yeah, I'll be a regular, because I actually, when it was all 4 of you, when you first started, there was all 4 of you. Now, I didn't like Dunlap, and you overtopped him by 10 times whenever you and Dorn just got it by yourselves. But when it was all 4 of you and you didn't talk as much, I actually liked you. I actually liked you the best out of all of them.
Adrian, here's where I am right now, because I enjoy talking to you. And I think you're making people laugh. I also would like to get on with the show and hang up on you, but I'm afraid if I hang up on you, then we're going to go back to square one. So am I allowed to hang up on you now?
No, we are definitely good, my man. Just learn more from Dorn, and you could be the best because you definitely have the energy for it. Like Pony, he has all the energy too. And he says wrong things all the time too.
Thank you, Adrian.
Thanks, Adrian.
We'll talk to you soon, buddy.
Glad you're feeling better.
Thank you, guys.
See you.
I think you're good there.
We're good.
Good.
It's great.
You get concerned about stuff like that?
All right.
Seems like you were very uncomfortable.
Do we pull the full curtain back here?
Yes.
Okay. So Adrian called in a couple weeks, month ago, something like that, and said basically that he would kick my ass or something and hated my opinions, yada yada. And then someone came in the door.
Oh, you thought it was him?
I had never seen the person before. And Doran said, I didn't know who that is. I asked their name, and I think they said Adrian. So the rest of the show.
He's unbelievable.
He's unbelievable. There's 2 hours left, and this person's walking around, and they kind of looked, frankly, like they didn't know what the hell they were doing. I'm like, I can't go to the bathroom. I can't go to the Xerox machine.
There's a puddle on the floor. Just a puddle.
Yes.
Just a puddle of excretion.
And then the second the show's over, Doran hightailed it out of here. And I went to the bathroom, and he's standing right there at the urinal. And I walked in, went, "Oh, good morning," and bounced out.
Adrian.
I'm happy he's okay. He was.
Does he call a lot of shows?
Yes.
I think I've heard him before. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. He's a smart guy.
He's a smart guy. And listen, I'll own too. I didn't think Naji was this good. I didn't. He's been terrific the last few weeks.
I still think they did the right thing by not picking up the option.
Totally
I think that's
agree.
fueled him.
I totally agree.
Okay, but like your eyes told you and told a lot of us that he wasn't performing well. I think that was the concept of the discussion with Adrian. And were people wrong? Was he performing well? No, he wasn't. Now he is? Okay. All right. Like,
he was a durable compiler who would be there for you every Sunday and would get the yards that were blocked for him, and there's value in that. He's never looked this good.
No.
I'm happy he does.
Yeah, same.
People like to do that, too, like on Twitter, play the gotcha game. Like, oh, Crowley, you thought the Steelers would lose, and now they're winning. Don't you feel like an ass? No.
Not Nostradamus.
I'm not. I'm also wearing a Steelers hat watching the game. I want to see them win.
Right.
Like,
but you're trying to objectively analyze
yeah,
what could go wrong, what could go right. My biggest problem with Naji has always been the antics at times. But things are going well right now. And And I'm happy about that. I don't agree about the Jalen Warren thing on 3rd and 7. Yeah, he's a good third down back. I think he's a really good player.
Mm-hmm.
And he hasn't been 100% yet this year. He has not been – and while that's happened, Naji's gotten going.
Mm-hmm.
And that hasn't helped his touches. But coming off a bye week, hopefully we see more of what he can bring to the table because I think he's a darn good player. I think he factored into why they didn't pay Naji.
Yes, no doubt.
Because they have 3 with Cordero Patterson. I mean, they've got 3 good backs, and you're going to need that. It's a long year. It's a really long season.
The only guy that might not play this weekend that we were hoping the Steelers to get back after the bye is Herbig, I believe.
Yeah, and I saw a video of him, they were doing sprints in practice, and he was beating everybody and
bouncing around,
cheering. So I would anticipate him playing.
That guy.
He looked like he was.
We're going to find a lot out about this football team these next 2 games.
Oh, sure are.
We're going to find a lot about this football team.
Well, let's get into that next. I don't mean to cut you off, but we went very long with Adrian.
Yo, Adrian.
Yo, Adrian.
Yo, Adrian.
I can't do it without sounding bad. You can do it.
It's okay. Just go back to advocating for animal STDs.
Let's get those condoms on koalas. All right, we'll talk about these next couple of games. We'll talk about Jaden Daniels when we come back. Bill Hillgrove at 7:50. We'll get into Pitt a little bit as well. A lot of it, actually. But first, it's a Charlie Borges fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt basketball in Murray State tomorrow night at the Pete. Tip-off is scheduled for 7 o'clock. We'll have pregame coverage beginning here on The Fan at 6:30. 4 more headlines. Go to 937thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like to check your sunroof is closed first before driving through the car wash.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, no. Wait, whoa.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Terms apply. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
What if I told you that there was a single management software that could handle your CRM, accounting, manufacturing, marketing, inventory, sales, and everything in between for a fraction of the cost of the dozens of disconnected platforms most companies rely on to manage their business? Sounds pretty good, right? Well, that's Odoo. Odoo is the end-all, be-all for any business of any size, and it's ready to help your company reach the next level and beyond. Learn more at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
The Pilgrim is back at Gecko Cafe and Market. Gecko's famous Thanksgiving-themed sub is a feast of turkey, tangy cranberry sauce and gravy, stacked on secret recipe stuffing bread. It's the stuffing of legends. Order it in the Gecko app. Gecko Cafe and Market. Better believe it.
Drinks with a view? I have the place for you. The Steel Mill Saloon in Mount Washington. Delicious premium cocktails and that beautiful Pittsburgh skyline. Meet me there. The Steel Mill Saloon across from the Duquesne Incline in Mount Washington.
Calling all premium cigar smokers. Don't miss the Verona News Cigars AJ Fernandez Smoker on Allegheny River Boulevard, Friday, November 8th from 7 to 10 p.m. Enjoy a great evening of cigar smoking, pig roast, the Heineken Beer Wagon, and Lawrenceville Distilling. Meet John Shabachi, AJ Representee. Save 25% on AJ Fernandez box cigars. Buy 5, get 2 free, plus raffles for great prizes. It's the Verona News AJ Fernandez Cigar Smoker. Friday, November 8th from 7 to 10 p.m. Call 412-828-9119 for details.
If you were injured while riding in a Lyft or an Uber, you might be entitled to compensation. These big corporations are responsible for keeping you safe while you're riding. We are Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, and we are ready to fight to get you more. With more than 800 lawyers, 100 offices, and more than $20 billion recovered, Morgan fights to get you more. So if you've been injured in a Lyft or an Uber, contact Morgan & Morgan right now. Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
This traffic report brought to you by traininfo.com. Train heating and cooling systems are tested, retested, engineered, and re-engineered to keep up with you. We run together. Visit traininfo.com to find your local independent train dealer. Traininfo.com. It's hard to stop a train.
It's football season, and now you can get anything you need for game day delivered with Uber Eats. Well, almost anything. You can't get a running back, but baby back ribs? Yes. Uber Eats, official on-demand food delivery partner of the NFL.
At the Home Depot, the holidays have arrived.
And so is all my family. So I'm working on keeping up with the laundry.
The Home Depot is here to help with Black Friday savings up to 40% off select appliances. Spend less time doing laundry with smart, efficient appliances from Samsung. Ranked #1 in customer satisfaction.
Perfect. Less laundry time means more family time.
Get Black Friday savings now with free delivery and financing on select appliances at the Home Depot. Visit jdpower.com/awards for more details. Offer valid November 6th through December 4th. U.S. only. See store or online for details.
When I wake up
The best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Mommy, want to play a game with me and Dad?
Mommy's not feeling good.
You need to vaporize that cold.
Vaporize?
Yeah, with DayQuil VapoCool. It's DayQuil plus a rush of Vicks vapors.
Whoa.
Come on, honey. Let's let Mommy rest.
You guys are amazing. And so is DayQuil VapoCool.
DayQuil VapoCool, the vaporizing daytime coughing, aching, fever, power through your day medicine. And to vaporize sore throat pain, try Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
This is the Fan Morning Show.
Did you hear that?
Yeah. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Texter, because I'm just going to keep it going. Aren't koalas endangered? Condoms might be a bad idea. I mean, it's 50-50.
You have...
Just real quick. Just real fast.
No, you started a movement.
Right.
This is a movement.
It's great.
I tried to end it, and it's just not.
No, it's
chlamydia will.
It's not great.
Do you either want them to die of chlamydia or not be born in the first place? 412-928-9370.
The fact that what's this beat? Is this D12 or
yes.
Is this Cypress Hill?
Yep.
The fact that STDs are being discussed during this is perfect because I can hear like Eminem talking about
all
STDs during this that beat, like acapella on 8 Mile.
You can get in touch with us on the phone line, the Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. This Jaden Daniels, quite impressive.
Good football player.
9 tutties, 2 picks, a 71.5% completion percentage is just absurd. Oh, yeah, and by the by, he has 459 rushing yards, 4 touchdowns, and that is 51 yards a game. And we saw, and Doran, you theorized about this. I think it's a really good theory, if not just the fact of the matter. They didn't want what the hell's his name, from the Giants quarterback running all over him.
Yeah, Daniel Jones.
This is a totally different animal.
Right.
If this guy starts running on you, you're in big-time trouble.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he can take it to house. I think they're going to kill him, though. Like, I think they're going to do the Lamar Jackson thing, that at the read the mesh point every time,
hit him.
They're going to hit him.
Yes.
So let the running back, clean up for him on the backside, but they're going to hit him every chance they get, and I'm sure the ribs aren't feeling exactly 100% right now.
Did you ever see that highlight film of him just getting absolutely demolished in college?
Did he flip over on his head or something?
There's a thing out there on X that it is like 15 plays of him just getting demolished. That would be my game plan. Not like Greg Williams bounty hunting or anything.
Right.
But
Come on, Doran.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, you got to hit him on every play. That's option defense. Smack him.
Yeah.
But I would be putting bounties on people's head, Doran. Come on.
He didn't say that.
I didn't say that.
I'm just kidding.
I said it's not like that.
I'm just trying to throw a joke on him. He's always getting you.
I'm such an
so
easy
now
target.
Everybody's going to think that I'm Greg Williams bounty hunting.
Put it on a Canva.
I'm Dog the
Charlie,
bounty
put
hunter.
it up on a graphic there.
Dog the bounty hunter.
The bounty hunter.
Doran himself is going to pay players if they take out Jaden Daniels.
I'm going to dress up. I'm going to drive to Washington, and I'm going to do it myself. I'm going to put on a Steelers like that fake Troy guy.
You continue. I apologize.
Well, they've done this. They do this every time with Lamar. And they did it with Cam Newton back in the day, too. Like, they kind of ended Cam Newton's MVP-level career. I don't remember if it was a Thursday, but it was a night game. And every time he handed the ball off, they annihilated. Vince Williams was in his kitchen all day long. I love that, and I think that's how you wear that guy down. I mean, 70% of his passes, bang, bang, boom, bang. He's hitting deep shots down the field. He's very impressive. Make him feel it. Make him feel it. And that's how second half of the game, pull away, bang.
You got it.
There's the game plan.
Yeah, Adrian.
I think this
How you
guy's
like that, Adrian?
I'm going to put this out there right now. He's a better passer than Cam Newton and Lamar Jackson. You have to be concerned about him as a passer. I mean, you don't fluke completing 71% of your passes. You just don't.
No.
I mean, I know he's only thrown 9 touchdowns and 2 picks, but this isn't Robert Griffin III. Like, this guy can throw it. And I think you have to be careful over committing because they'll log you and then roll them outside. Like, Cliff Kingsbury knows how to work with quarterbacks like this. They have to be anticipating that coming into this game. So I think that's the cat and mouse game that's going to be played. But there's no question. I mean, the Steelers have owned Lamar Jackson, and you would think that template would apply. I just think this he's really impressed me. He's in the positive side of my mind right now, so I have to believe he's going to continue to get better. But this is no question the best defense he'll have played. No question.
Steelers 25-6 against rookie quarterbacks. Now, last year they got by the other really good rookie quarterback, C.J. Stroud, but that's a feather in Tomlin's cap. And then I looked this up yesterday. 14-3 Tomlin coming off a bye. 14-3.
Yep.
Now, some of that's guys come back. You're going to be obviously healthier. Some of that's they've never been a bad football team, but a lot of that I think is adjustments and tendencies.
Self-scout, yes.
Yes, they're gonna throw at the very least different looks at Daniels than he's expecting based on the tendencies. But I think they might throw through a few wrinkles in there as well to get him off his game a little bit.
Well, that also that does kind of make a lot of sense because of the way he was talking about Cam Sutton too, and I think Cam Sutton does bring a different element than Beanie Bishop, especially in the run game and being a nickel.
Yep.
He can blitz, he can drop, he can play safety. You can ask Minka to slide down in the box and do some of the things he did before and be more of an impact around the ball type safety with Cam Sutton folded into the lineup. And Cam Sutton wasn't practicing up until last week.
Yeah.
But I'm sure that he had access to the film. I'm sure he had iPads. I'm sure he was still mentally engaged. If he's in shape, I think that Cam Sutton will play a fair amount of snaps on Sunday.
Yeah.
We talk about Pittsburgh learning a lot about itself these next 2. How about Washington's run? Sunday against the Steelers, Thursday at Philly.
Oh.
So here's my question. Daniels coming off ribs, playing a defense like the Steelers. How much do they really want to run him? Going into a Thursday night game, division game.
Good call.
Division game.
Great call.
Division game.
Great call.
So, how much do they really want to run him in this game and risk him not being available for a critical division game against Philadelphia, who's getting a lot better?
It's a really good point.
Mm-hmm.
I need to see what he did against the Giants last week. We've got the great Bill Hillgrove.
Billy Hilly.
He'll be joining us next. Billy Hilly. Pat Bostic brought to you by Gatorade, available at Giant Eagle stores. A big one for Pitt coming up against Virginia this weekend. And we'll talk to Billy Hilly a little bit about the Pitt basketball team off to a 1-0 start. Backyard Brawl a week. Oh, my God, from tomorrow, guys. That's insane. I'm trying to find this Giants thing. He ran the ball 8 times?
8 times for 35 yards.
Why were you able to find that so much faster than
Because I'm on ESPN on their stat page right now. I've been on it for the last 20 minutes.
Just waiting for this moment.
Just prepared because you teased the segment.
Mm-hmm. And then talked about other weird stuff, and Adrian came into play.
So between Animal STD advocacy, right. I was focusing on football.
Very good.
And the bounty thing came up, and I was like, whoa.
I know.
Got confused.
We're killing quarterbacks and saving koalas here on the Fan Morning Show. Bill Hillgrove joins us next, but first a Charlie Borges headline.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Penguins in action tonight at 7 o'clock against the Carolina Hurricanes on the road. The road trip continues tomorrow night when they go to Washington, D.C., and face the Washington Capitals and Alex Ovechkin. For more headlines, go to 937thefan.com. Fan Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Now the situation on Route 28. This report brought to you by Gutter Helmet. Save 50% on installation of Gutter Helmet during their fall sale. This month only, 888-5 Helmet. Crews have just left the scene of an accident on the inbound side of Route 28. It was at the on-ramp from the 40th Street Bridge. It's causing delays just about back to the Highland Park Bridge as all traffic lanes are now back open. Parkway East still suffering the effects of the earlier accident near Bates Street. You have leftover delays back before the Wilkinsburg off-ramp. Parkway West are jammed between Carnegie and Greentree. Outbound delays at Parkway Center. Parkway North slowing before Mount Nebo Road all the way down past Bellevue Westview. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Located next to PNC Park, Acroshore Stadium and Stage AE, McFadden's on the North Shore is Pittsburgh's premier destination to catch all the college football games this fall. Enjoy $4 Icy Light 16-ounce cans all day Saturday.
Folds of Honor has been meeting Sacrifice with Hope since 2019 in Western PA. It's their honor to empower people through education and the opportunities it creates. 41% of Folds of Honor scholarships are awarded to minorities, making recipient families as diverse as the country we call home. Folds of Honor has earned the Gold Star Platinum Seal, as well as 4 out of 4-star rankings on Charity Navigator. You can join their squadron today at westernpa.foldsofhonor.org. Please donate today. Spitzer Toyota of Monroeville is a proud supporter of Folds of Honor.
By the time you're finished listening to this Pepsi Zero Sugar, you'll be 15 seconds closer to kickoff. Stock up now. Steelers game day is so close, you can almost taste it. Steelers watching. Better with Pepsi.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
I'm approaching the age where I'm going to start getting my clothes the same place I get my groceries.
Angela Johnson-Reyes, the family reunion tour.
Can't keep shopping at the same stores I used to shop at. Like Forever 21. No, you're not. Turns out that was a lie.
See Angela Johnson-Reyes live on stage in Pittsburgh. The Event Center at Rivers Casino, Friday, April 25th. Get tickets now at riverscasino.com.
Losing sleep over your business? Get advanced surveillance cameras that detect illegal activity, recognize license plates and faces, and measure traffic inside your business. Leading-edge technology from Guardian Protection Security experts. For more than 70 years, Guardian has given businesses peace of mind, so get more sleep, get advanced surveillance cameras from Guardian. Visit guardianprotection.com/fanbiz. That's guardianprotection.com/FANBIZ.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
All sorts on his face.
The
Donnie,
scowl.
make a scowl face for us. Let me hear what. Let me
Scowl
see your,
at me.
Let me see that scowl.
Donnie,
in there.
here, just imagine you thought you'd be the starting quarterback. The other guy played when you felt you were healthy. He won the game, and now the reporters have just looked at you in the locker room. That looks more like a constipated frown.
What, you have a good scowl? That's your regular face, Halsey.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's. The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Almost heaven. All right, what are we doing?
It's automatic.
All right, hey, so
no, this was on purpose.
I don't think Charlie would do that. If Callis pulled it, I would think.
Hot take.
It's part of the rotation.
Hot take. Not so hot take. This is not about the state of West Virginia.
Oh, get out of here.
Hotter take.
It's about a punting for home.
Hotter take. It's actually a good tune.
It's a great tune. So is Sweet Caroline. It's a great song.
It's a great tune, but it is about the Shenandoah River and the western part of the state of Virginia.
I'd rather talk about koalas having sex.
How about we talk to our man?
Protected sex.
How about we talk to our man, our partner, not your partner, Crowley, but Doran and my partner, Mr. Hillgrove.
Yeah, you guys just take it. You just take it from here, because that was not my fault. I'm going to get blamed for it.
Pard, that's a nice shirt you got on.
Well, thank you very much.
And you too.
Billy.
What's up, guys?
How you doing?
I'm a John Denver fan, but, there is a time and a place for everything.
No doubt about
Seriously.
that. This Pitt conversation with Bill Hillgrove is brought to you by Gatorade, available at Giant Eagle stores. All right, Bill, before we do get into basketball, because I'd like to get into basketball with you, not how the Panthers drew it up, obviously, last week, but 18th in the college football playoff rankings, your expectation taking on Virginia at home under the lights?
I think you just have to put it in the rearview mirror, erase it if you can, and just move forward. And I know some fans were disappointed, and, I kind of pick up the drift on social media. But the season's not over. You still have a lot to accomplish. And the next up is Virginia. They've had their moments this year, but defensively, they're ranked in all but 2 categories in double digits. So that's probably where the Panthers should be able to control the game. But, you still have to go out and play. You can't throw that helmet out there and say, okay, there's a W. You have to go out and back it up. And I think that's what Pat Narduzzi has to have them do.
Billy, it's easy for us to talk about and to look forward, but do you have any worry that this team might look forward to next week whenever they take on Clemson at home and knowing how big that game is?
I don't know that this team does that. I don't think they look ahead because, well, then you can obviously say, well, the last week's performance was based on the fact that they were looking ahead to Virginia. I just don't buy that. I think every chapter is its own, and I think Pat Narduzzi has the right attitude. Go 1-0 every week, and it's time to go 1-0.
Go 1-0 and control what you can control. And Billy, the team's got to make adjustments, but so do you. We had a malfunction in the booth on Saturday. We had a chart.
Oh my goodness! The wind picked up my sheets and magnets for Pitt on offense and blew them right out the window. And we were hoping to be able to retrieve it from a fan down below, but that never happened. So, Pat, thanks to your extra chart, we got by. Lesson learned. And in all these years, I'm still learning lessons. Bring 2 sheets. Bring a backup sheet just in case.
Are you going to use any tape to reinforce this week?
I think maybe tape also helps because we're getting to that part of the year. And, this not only affects us, Pat, but it affects the players. November weather is a little different than what you've experienced in September and October. So you got to get ready for that part of the year too. And any kicker will tell you that ball gets a little harder and a little slipperier, when the end of the season approaches.
Bill Hillgrove with us here on the Fan Morning Show in the 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. Man, Jalen Lowe was good the other night, but it's not just Jalen Lowe, Bill. I mean, Pitt's got guards for days, and seems like they've got length for days, too. Your thoughts on the first game and kind of your thoughts on where this Pitt team will wind up this season?
Well, I think they're going to be good and probably finish higher than they're picked. But, that's still pretty good to be picked 5th in that conference. The guards are outstanding, and the more I watched Lowe, the more I think we're lucky to have him. And I think next year, maybe after this year, he might be gone. Who knows? But we had Cummings on the air after the game, and what a mature young man he is. Now, because of Lowe, he's not going to get that much playing time as he might in the future. But you're right; they are stacked with guards. Friday night when we were in Fort Worth to watch Jamie Dixon's TCU Horned Frogs take on the Razorbacks of Arkansas, one of our illustrious donors was in the audience. I won't name, but he said, we're better than both those teams. And Arkansas came into the season ranked. So I have high expectations for Jeff Capel and this squad.
Bill, appreciate your time. As always, you are the best. And just tape that thing down this time, all right?
All right. I will.
I got you, partner.
Duct tape.
Sorry about the intro music. Bill Hillgrove, the great Bill Hillgrove. Thanks again. We'll talk to you next week.
Thanks, Billy.
Not my fault.
I honestly think you did that on purpose.
I would not have done that to Bill.
Or just did it?
No, Charlie didn't do that.
It's a rotational thing, and I don't think it has the title of the song even in there.
I've been coming on this show with you guys for
over a year.
I've not once heard that played.
Callis just changed all the music beds, so we're doing different.
And then he takes the week off.
The timing was bad on that. I'm not even going to lie about that.
The timing of it played the other day, and I was like, "What is this?"
Last time I checked, this is the flagship station of Pitt Athletics.
This is a great song.
Not West Virginia.
It didn't play at this time. The last time it played on Tuesday.
Well, it's not going to work that way.
We're going to have to. Maybe we should get Adrian in here.
In the studio. What, to beat up Callis? It's his fault.
I would like to apologize to.
See,
I didn't. I only see it because in the log it comes up as the sausage is made. It comes up as K
Adam's
morning
favorite song.
It says K morning bed, and then it only in very very small letters in the top left hand corner will say like it just said.
You don't have to take up.
It just said mountain.
You don't have to
Charlie,
take up for him.
You have literally nothing to do with this.
Right.
This is all the dude in the West Virginia sweatshirt, and we've got issues.
Yes.
So yeah, we could talk nice about animal STDs, but now we've got a problem.
Yeah,
Shall we talk
in the face?
Should we talk more about the Pitt Panthers football game this weekend when we come back?
Mm-hmm.
That sounds delicious.
I think we shall. But first, Fan Weather is brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. It's here. The Chevy Red Tag event now through December 2nd. 0% APR for well-qualified buyers. Full terms at sunchevy.com. Doesn't tell me what the weather's going to be, however. Right now it's 55 degrees and cloudy.
Someone who has been injured in an accident if you have a relationship with them. Hi, I'm Joe George.
I'm Larry Kelly. That's what we do at the injury firm of LGKG. Clients quickly become friends and some become family.
It's part of the home team advantage with LGKG.
Visit lgkg.com. LGKG, your home team.
By the time you're finished listening to this Pepsi Zero Sugar, you'll be 15 seconds closer to kickoff. Stock up now. Steelers game day is so close, you can almost taste it. Steelers watching. Better with Pepsi.
Cedarbrook Golf Course is the area's finest and affordable public facility. Conveniently located at the intersection of I-70 and State Route 51 in Rostraver, this season, Cedarbrook has heavily invested in new course equipment and continues on-course construction improvements. Book your tee time today at cedarbrookgolfcourse.com or call 724-929-8300. Cedarbrook is the leader in affordable quality golf.
You hear that? That's the sound of another year counting down. Another year missing your revenue goal. Another year wondering why your marketing isn't more effective. Another year worried about next year. The clock is ticking, but you still have time. Time to contact the experts at Scale Marketing. Scale Marketing is a full-service marketing agency who is expert in lead generation and revenue growth. How expert? Our clients see an average of 20% growth in the first year alone, with sustained growth from there. It's all part of our process. From your traditional marketing to social media to paid search, we'll take a forensic approach, digging deep to find the root problems in your marketing strategy. Then we'll fix them fast. At Scale Marketing, we can't stop the clock, but we can change your company's future. Find out how you can make your marketing budget work harder and drive more revenue. Contact us at scalemarketing.com. That's scalemarketing.com.
Fall into savings with Gutter Helmets. Save 50% off installation and enjoy 0 down, 0 payments for 1 year. Don't risk costly water damages. Gutter Helmet guarantees clog-free gutters for life. Call 888-5HELMET or visit gutterhelmet.com for your no-cost free estimate today.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Want a satisfying meal for just $6? Try the new $6 meal deal from Dunkin'. It's a medium hot or iced coffee and a bacon, egg, and cheese sandwich and a side of hash browns for $6. America runs on Dunkin'.
From profit boost to same-game parlays, ESPN Bet is ready to hit the gridiron this season. And as the official sportsbook of ESPN, it's the only place to find exclusive football offers from ESPN personalities like Mike Greenberg and Stephen A. Smith. New players can get their first bet insured up to $1,000 in bonus bets by downloading the ESPN Bet app and signing up for the promo code RADIO. Download today. Must be 21 plus and present in select states. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Tune in this week to kick off with Boomer and Valenti to hear the Sims Spotlight featuring Super Bowl winning quarterback Phil Simms. Brought to you by Balance of Nature. Balance of Nature supplements. Changing the world one life at a time.
We all want more. More laughs, more hangouts, more This is the best takeout ever. Excuse me.
But if you're 75 or older or 60 or older with certain health conditions, you've also got more risk of getting seriously sick from RSV. But an RSV vaccine lowers your risk, so you can keep doing more of the stuff you love.
Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. Risk less, do more. Get started at vaccines.gov.
Andrew Filipponi for Weather Seal Home Services. Is your roof winter ready? Call Weather Seal today and get your roof problems fixed fast during Weather Seal's November roofing sale. Get a brand new Weather Seal roofing system in just a week with no interest for up to 2 years. Plus, get a free gutter upgrade with your purchase. But you can't wait. This offer isn't going to last. I've trusted them, and you should too. Call 877-351-SEAL today. That's 877-351-SEAL. Or go to WeatherSealHomeservices.com. It's Weather Seal Home Services.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel Rodden, and Breslin attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
Now everybody want to be your friend. Like, where were y'all when I got into my accident and I needed help? Remember when my electric got cut off? Remember when I ain't have money to pay the rent? When I asked y'all for help? What y'all say? I ain't got it. Now you know that top dollar coming. You know I called Top Dog. The check is on the way. And ain't none of y'all getting nothing. You know what I went through. When I asked y'all for help, where were y'all? Not there. By myself. I did that. It was a medical malpractice and a car accident. I was hurt really bad. Now I got the money back. Any accident. Top Dog Law.
Accidents don't happen on a schedule. They don't check to make sure it's between the hours of 9 and 5, and neither does Edgar Snyder and Associates. They're available if you're hurt at 10 p.m., 1 a.m., or on a Sunday. That's right, they're there for you 24/7. So if you've been injured and have legal questions, don't do late-night searching and scrolling looking for answers. Just call Edgar Snyder and Associates at 1-800-94-EDGAR or head to www.edgarsnyder.com to chat online. The consultation is free, and as they always say, there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
Can't wait for Black Friday? Same. Luckily, Kohl's savings start early. Shop Friday through Sunday and score so many deals. At the top of my list, 50% off toys, up to 60% off coats, 50% off kitchen appliances, and with an extra 15% off, women's and junior sweaters are under $13. Plus, you'll get extra Kohl's cash with $15 earned for every $50 spent on Friday at Kohl's. Select styles, 15% offer valid November 8th through 10th. Coupons do not apply to toys. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
You want the best. UPMC Health Plan is ranked #1 in member satisfaction among commercial plans in Pennsylvania by J.D. Power. With UPMC Health Plan, you get access to UPMC doctors and hospitals, local community care, and a national network for travel outside the UPMC service area. Plus 24/7 access to virtual urgent care services through UPMC Anywhere Care. When you're given a choice for health insurance, choose the best. Choose UPMC Health Plan. For J.D. Power 2024 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Would you believe that giraffes are 30 times more likely to get hit by lightning than people? Or that a single cloud can weigh 550 tons or more? Sounds fake, right? How about an insurance company that actually treats you right? Sounds unbelievable, but it's true. NJM Insurance is proud to put policyholders first. And they don't use jingles or mascots either. Don't believe me? Well, guess what? Everything in this commercial is true and approved by the legal department. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Visit njm.com for a quote.
You know 84 Lumber for their lumber yards, but did you know they have an in-house kitchen and bath design studio at their Bridgeville and Mars locations? At 84 Lumber's design studio, the goal is to bring your vision to life by crafting a design that integrates your home with your lifestyle. 84 Lumber is passionate about quality materials and outstanding customer service. Whether you're remodeling or starting fresh, trust 84 Lumber for expert guidance every step of the way for your project. Visit the Bridgeville or Mars locations to meet with an expert designer today or visit 84designstudios.com. Visit 84designstudios.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Morning rush still hitting the heights. This report brought to you by Giant Eagle. Inbound 28, we had an earlier accident cleared from the on-ramp at the 40th Street Bridge. Leftover delays now just about back to the Highland Park Bridge as you head toward the north side. Parkway North especially heavier delays now between Mount Nebo and Camp Horn Roads. all the way down toward Bellevue Westview. Parkway West, you are jammed just over the top of Green Tree Hill. Outbound delays between Banksville and Parkway Center to Carnegie. A second delay just past I-79. Also delays on the Parkway East at Wilkinsburg. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Giant Eagle is making it easy to surround yourself with savings on hundreds of items every time you shop, with new low prices, deals for days, weekly sales, and My Perks at your neighborhood Giant Eagle. Visit gianteagle.com for details.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 The Fan. The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Taking you back to the Fan Morning Show. Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Come on now, wake up. Presented by Guardian Protection. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Sorry for being a little late here. We always like to go a little bit longer with Billy Hilly, the great Bill Hillgrove, voice of the Pitt Panthers. Pat Bostic in with us until 9 o'clock. He's brought to you by Gatorade, available at Giant Eagle stores. And the Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. All right, guys, before we get back into the Steelers, and we will, and tonight's game between the Ravens and the Bengals, how do we feel about Pitt's chances? They're a 7.5-point favorite last I checked against Virginia on Saturday.
Yeah, I mean, I'll go first. I mean, they clearly need to respond. They got beaten every facet of the game on Saturday. I think everybody is very aware of that. But, you know, sometimes you do have those games. And as Narduzzi said in his post-game press conference, and I talked to him, you know, directly too, and it was like, you're absolutely right. And not to, you know, kisses you-know-what, but it's hard to win every single week. I mean, it's college football, NFL football, high-level football. It is hard to win every single week. And sometimes you're going to get caught. And they got caught, and they got beat by a good team, and they didn't play well at all. So what good teams usually do, they have one loss on the season, and everybody's freaking out. Like, oh, should Holstein be beaten? Like, get the hell out of here. Seriously, the kid is just playing. I mean, he's played so well up until this point. Like, we're not even having that conversation. But good teams, if you are really good, you respond from bad losses, and I expect them to do that.
Yeah, I expect them to do it too. I think this is a really good week for the defense. Virginia's getting some offensive linemen back. They've been banged up. They've given up 17 sacks in the last 3 games, 10 against North Carolina. They do not have the team speed that SMU has, but they've got some size. Malachi Fields, their receiver's a dude. Like, he looks like Mike Williams, that type of 6'4", 220. Then offensively, I mean, they're 7 to 35 on third down. The Panthers are the last 3 games. They have got to get better in that area. And I think to do that, they have got to commit to running the ball. I expect to see a good amount of Desmond Reed, but, you know, the one component that we haven't seen in the last couple of weeks has been Daniel Carter. I'd like to see Daniel Carter get the ball a little bit more. I think he gives them something in the kind of the sustained drive area, 5-6 yards a clip. And that'll help Holstein out in terms of the play action game and otherwise. But I expect him to respond in a big way on Saturday night.
Doran, you asked Bill Hillgrove about looking ahead to Clemson, and obviously you guys played college football at Pitt at a high level on some really good teams. Like, is that a thing? Like, the look ahead, the trap game. You were going to play a ranked team, and you got a ranked team in 2 weeks, and sandwiched in between is a team that you're a substantial favorite over. Is that a real deal?
I think it might be, yeah. Pat, tell me if I'm wrong. I believe that when we played West Virginia in 2009, that we were looking ahead to Cincinnati and maybe closing the season up that week, you know, to win the Big East. I felt like there was a little bit of that going on. There for sure is. I mean, you're dealing with young players. You get anxious. You know that there's a big opponent on your schedule. You get to play them at home, and you know how important that game is going to be. So maybe a little bit, but I think Narduzzi does a great job of keeping those guys focused on today and focused on tomorrow, Friday, and then focused on game day and what's really in front of them in that moment.
I would say it can be a problem, but not when you get your rear end kicked
right
before. I think when you get embarrassed, like they got embarrassed, and let's call it what it is, right? That was embarrassing for everyone involved. You come back with a vengeance and a focus and a determination on that game alone, and then you take care of it. So I'm not worried about it one iota coming off a game like last Saturday.
We are allowed to look ahead, however, because we are not playing. And if I were playing, even if they were focused, Pitt would lose. Anyway, Texter, great sports weekend next weekend. Backyard basketball Friday. Clemson v. Pitt on Saturday. Steelers-Ravens on Sunday.
Huge weekend.
I ain't getting off my damn couch.
No, huge weekend.
Oh, my God. That's incrinculant, Ron.
I'm going to all three.
Are you really?
I'm going all three. I am going to Steeler game. I got invited to go. So I'm going to go to the Steeler game.
Who are you going with? Someone cool?
My boys from over at Chartiers. Chris Branville, Rick Platt, Bruce Berman. We're going to go to the game. I've never been to a Steeler-Raven game, so I'm excited.
Yes.
Every Steeler game I've gone to, I've had a blast, man. You know, and like, I'm a kid. I grew up an Eagle fan.
Right.
And I'm a full convert. Crazy. This doesn't happen every day.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm fired up.
That's awesome.
And I actually grew up going to Ravens games because, like, where I grew up was pretty close to Baltimore. I remember
How far away?
Like an hour and 15 minutes.
Oh, really? Wow.
We used to fly out of Baltimore more than we flew out of Philly as a kid in Lancaster. But, no, I watched Jeff Blake and the Cincinnati Bengals play Randall Cunningham and the Baltimore Ravens. Little did I know, Matt Cavanaugh was the coordinator for the Ravens. And he would be the guy that recruited me to Pitt.
Unreal.
Right. I didn't realize. I forgot Randall Cunningham played for the Ravens.
Yeah.
And I guess I didn't realize how close that Lancaster is to Baltimore.
Well, it's
you probably knew Ravens fans growing up and Eagles fans.
Absolutely. It was a lot more Eagle fans. And there were a lot of Cowboy fans in that area, too. And then there would be the Steeler country.
Mm-hmm.
You know, back when the yard sign was a big deal, like you're in Steeler country. They're still smattering around the area, but they were big for the Steeler fans in the area. But I was total Eagles fan. And Randall Cunningham was an Eagle, obviously. Rodney Peete.
Did you envision yourself being like Donovan McNabb or Randall Cunningham growing up? You know, black quarterbacks? Or
Well, I had a Randall Cunningham like Halloween outfit. Yeah, I guess I did. Doran.
It was an honest question.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Did you envision yourself being Jeremy Shockey?
No.
Or you know, like
Mike Allstott.
Michael.
I had a Mike Allstott jersey.
Yeah, so yeah,
I was the honest question.
Yeah, no, I mean, I knew I wasn't going to be a black quarterback, but I wanted to be a quarterback, and I thought Donovan McNabb was pretty damn good. Yeah, so wow, that took a turn. I mean, I was going down memory lane, and now
Well, let's do it again. This is insane. I saw this yesterday, made my head explode. So SMU last weekend, Matt Leinert's son has accepted an offer from SMU.
Yeah.
Matt Leinert's kid.
Yep.
Yeah, that makes you feel old, huh?
What?
I wonder how much he's getting paid.
A
lot.
Would guess a lot.
They are incredibly well funded.
Mm-hmm.
As a football program.
Yeah.
You got to think about this. I mean, we were talking about this during the game. Like, people say, it's SMU. They came from the AAC. Watch out. Watch out for this team and this program. I'm telling you right now. They bankrolled going into the ACC. They're not taking $1 in revenue from the conference for 7 years. And they raised $150 million in 1 day.
Not to do this thing, but then West Virginia can't fire their terrible coach because they owe him $15 million. It makes me sick.
But it's seriously, I mean, like, watch out for SMU. Like, the Pony Express they've been in the stable for 40 years.
How much of that is NIL? Wasn't it like
none of it? That's all separate. I think they have. I would venture to say they've got between $8 to $12 million in NIL on that field.
No, they have to.
You
went over the 2 deep last week, and it's
right.
I mean, Miami. I mean, it's just
33 transfers. Yeah.
Yeah, they're really good.
They understood the assignment.
Yeah.
Like, we're going up. We better put a damn team on the field.
And I've met Rhett Lashley, know him a little bit. Like, he's the perfect coach. Like, he's been at Miami, he's been at Auburn. He's learned in those environments. Malzahn, or at Miami he was with Manny Diaz. They're a sleeping giant, and they're not sleeping anymore. They're awake. But they're going to be really good. Not saying that I would love to play them in the ACC championship game. I think that could happen. I think Pitt could run the table and get back in the championship game and play them, and that'd be freaking sweet.
Pitt's got a shot.
We do. I mean, we're 18th in the college football playoff. We got our teeth kicked in last week. We woke up on Sunday, ranked. Tuesday, you get ranked in the college football playoff. If you're 18th, that means if we win, if we beat SMU, we're probably in the top 12.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, everything you want as a football team is in front of you. And you get to do it coming off of a tough game. So you use that as motivation. And, like, for the fans out there, they're like, oh, I never thought that. Get to the game Saturday night. Be there, man. Like, this team is doing something that a team hasn't done since our team in 2009. Been 7-1. You know, you got a chance to go 8-1 for the first time since 2009 and be right in the thick of it with a noon ESPN game against Clemson next weekend, who's beatable. So, like, not all is lost. And you got a freshman quarterback and a young offensive coordinator that have to adjust to what they're getting from the opposition. They're getting the same coverage every week from teams that don't traditionally play that coverage. They're dropping 8. They're flooding the underneath zones, and Pitt's got to adjust. So I'm looking forward to seeing what that looks like.
I'll be there.
I know you're going to be there.
Does that make you feel
fired
good?
up? The last time you were at a Pitt game, we beat you. So
and
you helped us.
Go to hell. You can follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. You can text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm. But they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Ravens, Bengals tonight. We'll get into that a little bit more Pitt talk as well. But first, it's a Charlie Borges fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt basketball tomorrow night. Murray State at the Pete. Tip-off scheduled for 7 o'clock. We'll have pregame coverage beginning here on The Fan at 6:30. For more headlines, go to 937thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Dorn!
The leaves are falling, and it's time to call P.J. Fitzpatrick for the perfect new roof. I trust P.J. Fitzpatrick, and the reason comes down to one word: quality. Quality product, quality craftsmanship, and a quality customer experience. I saw for myself when they completed wonderful work in my home. A knowledgeable home improvement professional from P.J. Fitzpatrick will expertly assess your home's needs and happily answer all of your questions. Their communication is excellent. You'll never be left wondering where your job stands, and dealing with P.J. Fitzpatrick equals peace of mind. All their installers are industry-leading professionals, and they back everything with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. Visit trustpj.com and check out thousands of 5-star reviews. In addition to roofing, P.J. Fitzpatrick installs windows, doors, gutters, showers, and more. Visit trustpj.com today. Tell them Doran sent you. That's trustpj.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Wet Go Car Wash, urging you to go unlimited. That means you can wash your car as much as you want at the 45-plus convenient Wet Go locations when you sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited. You're getting a pass that gives you access to all those car washes for one low monthly price. You're getting an undercarriage wash, underbody protectant, sealer, wax. Your car is going to look so good. So what are you waiting for? Sign up now. And for an even faster, higher quality wash, find a Wet Go Pro location and enjoy free high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels.
Football season is in full swing, and the deals at Tri-State Office Furniture are just heating up. Whether you're refreshing your workspace before the holidays or preparing for the new year, we've got the inventory and expertise to inspire your best work. Enjoy free design services and up to 45 days of storage, so your furniture is ready when you are. Our project management team will handle every detail from delivery to installation for a hassle-free experience. Visit our showroom, check us out online at tristateofficefurniture.com, or give us a call, 412-771-0760. Tri-State Office Furniture, the best in the business.
Are you handy with tools? Consider becoming a maintenance technician at Presbyterian Senior Care Network. Here's Stefan Braxton, a longtime team member, on why he loves the job.
Our residents are so appreciative. If you change their light bulbs, they adore you. That's what I love about this job. It's like having 100 grandparents, and they treat me just like I'm their grandson.
Get a hands-on career at their beautiful independent living apartments in the Pittsburgh area. Presbyterian Senior Care Network, making aging easier. Apply at srcare.org today.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet365 because they get 100.
Never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. Terms and conditions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Getting ready for more rain and longer nights? We've got you. Right now, you can earn up to $25 in bonus rewards when you buy 2 Sylvania Silver Star Ultra bulbs and 2 Rain-X Quantum Elite wiper blades. More rewards and better visibility at America's #1 lighting destination, AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Offer valid for AutoZone Rewards members. Restrictions apply.
This holiday season, Straight Talk Wireless is letting you say yes a lot more with real unlimited data. Yes to sharing pics of the ugliest holiday sweaters. Yes to checking weather on the go for surprise sledding trips. And with a free phone at sign up, let the yes-tivities begin.
No way!
Yes way. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart or straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 1/5/25 while supplies last at participating stores. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store activation on select single line plans. Limit of 2 phones per customer. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
You know your bad disc is causing your pain. Epidurals, physical therapy, chiropractic, or laser therapy only gave you temporary relief. This is Dr. Rafferty, DC of the Disc Institute. If you want the answer to true disc healing, getting back to normal, and avoiding spinal surgery, call the Disc Institute. Our trademark method heals your disc and gives you lasting relief. It's proven, it's different, it corrects both your bad disc and your pain. Call the Disc Institute, 412-906-9600 or PittsburghDiscInstitute.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
More problems on Route 28. This report brought to you by Pellman Electric. Accident on inbound Route 28 near the bridge over Powers Run Road in O'Hara Township. Crews on the scene. It's stacking back toward the Harmer interchange traffic-wise. And once you do get by it, you're in line again just before the Route 8 at the bypass. Parkway West stacked between Carnegie and Greentree. Outbound heavy approaching Parkway Center, and then again at I-79 out past Campbell's Run Road. Parkway North heavy as you approach the interchange for Camp Horn Road down toward Bellevue Westview. Then jammed coming across the Veterans Bridge and on the crosstown past 6th and 7th Avenues. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Gutter Helmet. Protect your home now and avoid costly damage with Gutter Helmet. Call 888-5-HELMET.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The Kansas City Chiefs will rule my power rankings until someone stops their now 14-game winning streak. 7-1 Detroit is the next best thing, while Baltimore and Buffalo also appear to be firing on all cylinders, especially offensively. And Philly, when healthy, is a tough out, folks. Pittsburgh, Washington, where Jaden Daniels is the biggest bipartisan story these days. Green Bay, the Chargers, and Atlanta complete my top 10. I'm Boomer Esiason.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
Lowe's knows that to win the job, pros need the best prices. That's why only at Lowe's, MVP's Pro Rewards members can get a volume discount on eligible orders as low as $1,500 at the Pro Desk. That means you get the prices you need to start any job, small or large. Because Lowe's knows pros. Valid in-store only. More terms and restrictions apply. Visit Lowe's.com/terms or Pro Desk for details.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Fan Morning Show Twitter poll is brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Trust, PJ.com. We got Ravens and we got Bengals tonight. And I think most people say, hey, weirdly, tonight, go Bengals. And in fact, that's been the result of the poll so far. Bengals, 83.3%. Who should Steelers fans be rooting for? Bengals, 83%. I'm rooting for the Ravens. I want to see the Ravens just get the Bengals up out the club. Let's get them out of here. I see the argument on the other side. Like, I'm not going to sit here and have this long, protracted debate with anybody about this, because if either way, the result's not terrible for the Steelers. Either way, the result can be massaged and you can think it's good. I think what you're rooting for, first and foremost, as a Steelers fan, is like if you're a Pitt fan when that weather delay happened to West Virginia and Penn State. Like, you want one of those tonight. You want the Bengals fans to be all mad with Ravens fans, or you root for a tie. But I just want to see the Bengals get knocked out of the race. That's what I'm thinking about tonight, because the Steelers have their chance against the Ravens in 2 weeks.
Yeah, I'm totally opposite.
Yeah.
I mean, that this would give the Ravens 2 losses in the division, and the Steelers have yet to play a game in the division. Their next game in the division is the Ravens, so you figure the Ravens lose, and I feel like it's a 2-horse race. If you can knock that horse back just a peg a little bit, you can get that lead, and you can keep that lead as long as possible, especially if you win next week against them. Like, think about where they'd be at. So how many losses do the Bengals have in the division?
In the division?
Yeah, that's the
Bengals are 1-1.
1-1.
It's kind of a win. I mean,
yeah,
it is a win-win.
It comes down to who concerns you more, head-to-head. This is, I think, a very, very, like, we could protractively debate this.
I think head-to-head it has to be Cincinnati.
I would agree. I didn't feel that way until having a conversation with Doug Whaley, and he changed my opinion. They've had Lamar's number.
Yes.
Right? I mean, they haven't had Derrick Henry's number. And the run defense has concerned me a little bit, but Burrow's starting to get his thing going now. I mean, they started poorly this year, and now they're rolling. And, man,
if they make the playoffs, the Bengals, he might win the MVP. I mean, he's been that good.
If they make the playoffs, they're going to the AFC Championship game.
Cincinnati?
I'm gonna call it right now, yes.
Because they'll have been hot.
They're just
okay, so
we
want Baltimore to win the night then. As Steeler fans then.
Stop them from getting on that roll.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's in Baltimore. I think a Steelers fan should be rooting for Baltimore, as hard as that is.
Huh.
That's what I'm saying.
It is
it's antithetical, but
now, let's say the Ravens lose to Cincinnati, and Cincinnati's sitting there at 5-5, and now they're feeling like, okay, we found our level, we're okay here. Then they do got to go to Los Angeles, play the Chargers, good football team, and then they play the Steelers. So I would love to see Baltimore beat Cincy. Cincy's 4-6, and then if Cincy splits the next 2 against the Chargers and Pittsburgh, they're done. They're done. You got to be perfect the rest of the way, and they've got enough warts and deficiencies. Look, Joe Burrow's played as well as he's played, and here they are sitting at 4-5. They have significant holes on defense. One thing I know for certain-ish, bet the over tonight. Yeah. It's the highest total of any game in the NFL this weekend. Baltimore's pass defense sucks. And Tre'Davious White ain't fixing it. And I don't think that the Bengals' defense is as bad as Baltimore's, but it's still not very good. And both offenses are elite. I think there's going to be a ton of points tonight.
It'll be a fun game to watch.
Mm-hmm.
It's a fun watch on a Thursday night.
Definitely betting the under.
What?
Because Crowley said it?
Yeah, because he said it, and I feel like everybody's thinking that way. Well, there's going to be a low-scoring game. Ugly.
Well, I mean, there have been a lot of those this year. There have been a lot of them.
What? The low, ugly games?
Yeah, I mean, including from the undefeated Kansas City Chiefs. I mean, they've won a myriad of different ways this year.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the other night, Monday night was probably the first time they looked.
Yeah.
And that's without some of their key pieces. Man, I would go the over tonight. I'd go the over.
What is it at again? 52? 53? 52?
52.5. Yeah. Baltimore favored by 5.5 at home, which makes sense.
Does.
Either way, you're not crying about the result tonight. I don't love the prospect of the Ravens having a couple extra days to heal up and lick their wounds before they play Pittsburgh. I also think if Baltimore were to lose, I'd have to look it up. I imagine John Harbaugh's pretty good after a loss.
I think he's right around where Tomlin is, too.
Yeah. He's a good coach. He does like to crap his pants a little bit against Tomlin. I think there's a weird psychological kind of deal going on there. But coming off a loss with a team that's as good as Baltimore, like Cincinnati were to win the game, I'm kind of stepping on my own argument there. But, Baltimore coming off a loss would be tough.
Do you think Deontay Johnson gets involved a lot more and has a big game tonight? Because he was in there maybe 4 or 5 plays because he was just got acquired by them. But I feel like he is going to have a big game for some reason. They're going to focus on Zay Flowers. They're going to focus on Andrews. They're going to focus on Henry. And I think that this is that game where Deontay Johnson breaks out. And, of course, it's going to be that momentum, push for him to have a big game against the Steelers, too.
Yeah, right before you play Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
Man.
Get his feet wet. Because he didn't have any targets, any catches, anything last time.
Okay, so we talked about Pitt and looking over a game. Any chance the Steelers overlook the Commanders and lay an egg down there?
I don't think so because of the bye. I think the bye helps.
Do you think that helps?
I do. Tomlin 14-3 coming off a bye. I don't know how many times they came off a bye, played a team, then play the Ravens.
But this Ravens game is like
massive.
As big a home game. I mean, since when?
Mm-hmm. It should be a playoff atmosphere.
Oh my God, it's going to be bonkers.
It's going to be crazy.
I continue to say that I will take this. I think the Steelers are a very good football team. I will take them serious as a Super Bowl contender if they win these next two. If they win these next two, they're going to win the division. I mean, almost regardless of what happens tonight with Baltimore. Because, I mean, you'll be at 8 wins. I guess not regardless because Baltimore will then have 7. I mean, you win these next two, though, I'm feeling good about how good you are. And you'll have beat your principal threat to win the division. You're dancing in the streets if you win these next two. So I don't think you can underscore just how important the Commanders game is. Because if you lose the Commanders and beat Baltimore, you're still in a good spot. You are in a great spot if you win these next two.
But then there's a trap game in there right after.
Cleveland.
Yes, on a Thursday night.
Yeah.
Short week after the Ravens.
Yeah.
That's like they could go out
in Cleveland.
Yep.
Yes, they could go out and win these two, and everybody's feeling really good, and then they could drop one that bad loss to the Ravens. To the Browns. You could just feel it.
Now I kind of feel like that's what's going to happen. Great. Texter, Crowley is the ultimate public bettor. I am, dude. I've had a lot of people tell me that. Like, yeah. The total's 52.5. Hey, you know what? I think there could be a lot of points in this one. I am taking the over. Damn it. All right, coming up next. Since we're in this realm anyhow, haven't talked to Pat about this in a couple of weeks, but where the Steelers stack up among AFC contenders will go around the NFL coming up at 8:50, but right now it is a Charlie Borges fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins tonight against the Carolina Hurricanes in Carolina. Puck drop scheduled for 7 o'clock tomorrow night. Back-to-back for the Penguins against Alex Ovechkin in Washington, D.C. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Darn.
Nearly everyone will need a lawyer at some point in life, but how do you find the right lawyer for your specific situation? The Allegheny County Bar Association Lawyer Referral Service is your trusted source for finding the right attorney for your specific case. It can be an employment situation, a tax issue, a real estate dispute, a DUI, you name it. The Bar Association will help you find the right lawyer. There's no fee to use the service, and you get a free 30-minute consultation with your lawyer. Check out their website, getapittsburghlawyer.com, or give them a call, 412-261-5555, and explain your situation. That's 412-261-5555, or getapittsburghlawyer.com.
Holidays are right around the corner. I don't care what you're celebrating. You're going to have family and friends over, and you know the judgy ones. Yeah, that one aunt, she looks at your sofa and your floor. And why is it not cleaner than that? Well, 'cause Aunt Linda, I screwed up and didn't call Zero Res last time. Not true. I did call Zero Res. It's what we do to get our home ready for the holidays. You should too. Don't try one of those deal-of-the-day carpet cleaners to save a few bucks. Don't try to do it yourself either. You know that's going to end up being a mess and more trouble than it's worth. Call Zero Res today. They got their Gotta Love It guarantee, which is going to make it easy to get what you pay for, a clean home. And they'll stand behind every single cleaning. And don't miss this deal. Call Zero Res today for the 93.7 The Fan special and get 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at just $129. Plus, you could take $75 off your air duct cleaning as well. 412-701-1188 or online anytime at ZeroResPGH.com. Spell it backward or forward. It spells the same. Zero Res.
Feel the energy. Hellman Electrical Associates. Highly trained staff that specializes in cutting-edge, high-end electrical services. From residential, commercial, industrial, to design-build needs. Hellman Electric does it all.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
Lowe's knows that to win the job, pros need the best prices. That's why only at Lowe's, MVP's Pro Rewards members can get a volume discount on eligible orders as low as $1,500 at the Pro Desk. That means you get the prices you need to start any job, small or large. Because Lowe's knows pros. Valid in-store only. More terms and restrictions apply. Visit Lowe's.com/terms or Pro Desk for details.
Hey, it's Crowley here for Twin Peaks, and no one does happy hour quite like Twin Peaks. Whatever your preference, we have everything from tequila cocktails in an extensive bourbon category to top-shelf spirits and cocktails served over ice balls. Local craft beers and handcrafted whiskey cocktails round out an adventurous drink menu second to none. And don't forget about our 29-degree drafts. Head to Robinson on Monday for Veterans Day specials. Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar, the best in the game with wall-to-wall sports and scenic views.
Every day you'll save money at Chuba Heating and Air, your authorized Rheem dealer. This month, get a complete winter furnace checkup for only $89.50 and get 0% interest on select Rheem HVAC system replacements. Plus, get a free 10-year parts warranty. Call Chuba Heating and Air now at 412-271-6246 or visit them online at chubainc.com. That's chubainc.com. And of course, Rheem, the new degree of comfort.
By the time you're finished listening to this Pepsi Zero Sugar, you'll be 15 seconds closer to kickoff. Stock up now. Steelers game day is so close, you can almost taste it. Steelers watching. Better with Pepsi.
I'm approaching the age where I'm going to start getting my clothes the same place I get my groceries.
Angela Johnson-Reyes, the family reunion tour.
Can't keep shopping at the same stores I used to shop at. Like Forever 21. No, you're not. Turns out that was a lie.
See Angela Johnson-Reyes
live on stage in Pittsburgh. The Event Center at Rivers Casino, Friday, April 25th. Get tickets now at riverscasino.com.
Tune in this week to Kickoff with Boomer and Valenti, where they break down all the headlines in the NFL, presented by T-Mobile. Head to T-Mobile.com and get a great deal on the iPhone 16 Pro.
Here's another great reason to use the United States Postal Service this season. Your boxes are wrapped and the gifts are in. Our employees are ready. Let the holiday ride begin. Let's start with the price. It's easy to manage when you ship with the reliable USPS Ground Advantage. In just a few days, it's sure to arrive. We're working nonstop to keep the spirit alive. USPS Ground Advantage, the affordable and reliable shipping solution for the holidays. Visit USPS.com/advantage.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Don't touch that dial.
It's the Fan Morning Show, presented by Guardian Protection. Let's do this. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
We're bouncing all over the place, so why not just do this right now? Going around the NFL, brought to you by Champ Tires, Pittsburgh trusted tire source since 2009. I know it is the Commanders this weekend, but you brought up Deontay Johnson in the last segment, Doran, and I wonder how much blood will be out for Deontay Johnson whenever the Ravens come to town. Like, people hate the Ravens. I don't think Deontay Johnson's super popular around these parts, but I don't know that there's a hatred of that guy.
I don't think so.
Now, Minkah Fitzpatrick might argue that point. I'm sure Mitch Trubisky, were he here, would argue that point. I don't know. He'll probably get booed. I don't know that there's going to necessarily be, like, venom out for Deontay Johnson.
It'll be more fans than players.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And it's the Ravens.
Yeah.
The one thing he was playing for the Browns.
You're just excited because you're going to be waving a terrible towel.
I'll be waving something else. I'll be waving a nice beverage, too.
What does Pat Bostic wear to a Steelers game? Like, do you go full jersey or?
Not a jersey.
You have like a Steelers pullover?
Yeah.
Maybe ask Hillgrove for some of his stuff?
No, I'll get something.
Do you have Steelers gear?
Well, I'm going to try to pick up some pick up some of that Veterans Day stuff, like the Veterans Day, like military grade stuff. This is going to be probably at what time's kickoff? Is it 4:25?
And it's 1.
It's not going to get flexed.
No, it's already been not flexed.
So it's 1 o'clock.
Which is I don't need another night game in my life.
Perfect. Yeah, it'll be crisp out there.
Mm-hmm.
I'll have some nice Stiller gear on.
Yeah, just go next door.
Don't you worry about it. Don't you worry about it.
That's right. He can just knock on the Steelers facility.
Yeah, my man Bert will take care of me.
Yeah, Bert's a great guy.
Mm-hmm.
He will hook you up. All right, where do the Steelers rank among AFC contenders? Take the Chiefs out. No, just take them out. Chiefs are flawed. Chiefs haven't played great football. They're playing winning football. When you think about the Bills, the Ravens, the Texans, and the Steelers, how would you tier those teams? Because I definitely have the Steelers ahead of Houston the way they're playing right now. And they're banged up, and they just lost Diggs for the season.
I put the Steelers fourth, behind Buffalo. Second is the Ravens. So they're in the second tier, and clearly the Chiefs are in the first tier. But I think it's very close, second, third, and fourth.
Yes.
It's very close. It's almost neck and neck, and we'll find out how that does really unravel next week after Pat has his pullover at the Ravens game.
We did our own version of Are the Steelers a Super Bowl contender earlier on in the show, and if I were having that conversation about the Ravens, they may well win more games in the regular season than the Steelers. I mean, their offense is special and better than it's ever been. But I can't take a team seriously to win a Super Bowl if their defense is as bad as Baltimore. You never see that. You don't have to be as good on defense, maybe as you used to have to be to win a championship. You can't be flat out bad. I think they're flat out abysmal on that side of the ball.
You'll get exposed, right, Pat? I mean, by a competent coordinator or offense.
They've given up 219 points, which is 100 more than the Steelers have given up.
Oh, my God.
This season. I mean, point differential-wise, it's crazy. They scored 283. They're the best scoring offense in the AFC by 23 points. But in terms of defense, they're towards the bottom. In fact, they've given up the second most points to Las Vegas in the AFC, which is bad. I would put the Steelers third. I go Kansas City 1, Buffalo 2, Pittsburgh 3. And I say that because of the defense. The defense and the run game. I think offensively they're probably fourth. If you just looked at their offense.
Sure.
Mm-hmm. Defensively, I think it puts them a peg up on Baltimore.
Here's the thing about the offensive side. Like, there is a gap between the Ravens offense, Buffalo's offense, and the Steelers offense. No doubt about it. But the Steelers, I think, can score points on that Ravens defense. I think the Steelers can score points on that Cincinnati defense. Point being, the Steelers are good enough offensively where I think that because their defense has so many playmakers, the Steelers, you can score in the mid-20s and hope that your defense holds teams that score into the 30s in the mid-20s.
Yeah.
Like, I have a lot of faith
Evens
in that.
out.
Yeah. And if you get into a shootout, and you're not going to love to see it, the Steelers defense giving up yards, giving up points. If you're in a shootout, I'm going to bet on T.J. Watt making a game-changing, difference-making player. Cam Hayward doing something like that. And with Baltimore right now, I'm not sure in a shootout. You might think they could score more. Like, you might have more faith in them philosophically in a shootout. But who on their defense is going to make the one stop when you need them to make it?
Mm-hmm.
So I'll take the Steelers over the Ravens right now. I'll take the Steelers over Houston. I will not take the Steelers over Buffalo. I think Josh Allen's playing some of the best football of his career.
They're also playing pretty good defense. I mean, all things considered, their point differential's plus 87. They've won 4 in a row. I mean, the Steelers have scored over 30 points in 2 of the last 3 games. Now, they've played 2 of the worst defenses in those 2 games. The Jets and, obviously, Vegas. So, man, we're going to find out a lot these next 2 weeks.
Do you want to see them, win a shootout against Washington? Do you want to see them put in that element and have to win a game like that? Because I kind of do. That'd be fascinating. Yeah. Oh, boy, Jaden Daniels, they're putting up points. They're moving the ball. You're going to have to score 35 to win. I kind of want to see how the Steelers would operate if that's the way that it goes.
The perfect scenario? This is going to drive people nuts. They go down 14 to Washington, and Russ throws for 350 and 3 touchdowns, and they come back and win. Because I don't think they've done that since number 7 was there. They almost did it against Indy.
Yep.
They may well have done it if they had Russ.
Right. But that would be a perfect scenario. You want to bolster your chances of being a Super Bowl contender, you've got to be able to do that. Because if you play Buffalo and you play Kansas City, there's a good chance you're down at some point in that game. And you've got to throw your way back into it. And they have not had – that's not been in their DNA the last 3 seasons. It's just not. And that, to me, is the deciding factor of this team's how high they can go. What's their ceiling? The difference between where they're at now and their ceiling is, can Russ throw them back into a game?
That's really interesting. And the Steelers, in the second half of games this year, have been the best team in football. They did come up short, as you mentioned, against Indianapolis, and that's the one time that they trailed. Well, they've been playing a lot of close games. I mean, with the exception of the Jets, although they were down. So what I guess I'm saying is they've still been able to stick with their game script into the second half of these games.
Yeah.
You wonder what it looks like if they don't. All right, that was a good segment. I got one for you guys next. Animal-themed.
Oh, boy. Here we go again.
It's a big news story out there right now. You guys are going to be shocked. Shocked. We can do football, too, but just wait until you hear this. I think you're going to be titillated by this, Doran.
It's not that Peanut guy, is it?
Who's Peanut?
The squirrel.
What happened to a squirrel?
Something happened to a squirrel.
Do you brake for squirrels?
What?
Like if a squirrel runs in front of you while you're driving?
No, he hits the gas.
No.
No, you have to brake. It's reflex, man.
Some people...
What do you think? There's someone out there who's like, oh, my God, it's a squirrel. Go faster.
They tell you in driver school, driver's ed, hit the thing. Because if you stop, you get hit from behind.
I hit a squirrel with my learner's permit.
It was much better than hitting it with your car.
No. I had my learner's permit. My dad was in the car with me. Literally left the house for like 5 minutes. Ran this poor thing over. And I'm like, this is not a good sign for my driving.
Real bad.
For my driving future. And there was no braking involved.
So now that scarred you enough that you are going to brake for squirrels?
Yeah, even to put myself at risk. Yeah, of course.
Me too.
A little fella needs.
I never hit.
To live too.
I swerve
That's
and brake.
Worse.
I know it's not good. I swerve and brake. Poor little squirrely. All right.
What if the squirrel had chlamydia? What would you do then?
Stop the spread.
He'd pull over, pull out his little condom kit, walk over, pet the little guy on the back, and say, "This'll only take a second."
My wife, never mind. Charlie Borges fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Weirdest lead up to a headline ever. The Pirates, what am I saying? The Penguins in action tonight against the Carolina Hurricanes. This animal talk has got my brain screwed up. They're against the Carolina Hurricanes tonight at 7 o'clock. Tomorrow night they're playing Alex Ovechkin at 7:30. For more headlines, go to 937thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis Monroeville. Darn!
If you're having plumbing and heating issues, stop what you're doing and call my good friend Jake from Southside Plumbing and Heating. I've been working with Jake for over a year now, and I can confidently say Jake and his team have been nothing but exceptional. They've been family-owned and operated for over 70 years here in Pittsburgh, and Jake has come through every single time I have an issue. Call Jake today and make Southside Plumbing and Heating your go-to plumber. 412-431-7455. I promise you won't be disappointed. That's 412-431-7455. Southside Plumbing and Heating.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
More delays on the roadways due to accidents. This report brought to you by GetGo. We had an earlier accident on the inbound side of Route 28 near Powers Run Road. Just some leftover slowdowns there. Once you are past it, you're jammed again at the Route 8 at the bypass heading down toward the north side. Moon Township, crews checking reports of an accident now 1700 block of Hassom Road near Coriopolis Heights Road. Parkway West, you're jammed over the top of Green Tree Hill. Outbound delays from 79 out past Campbell's Run Road. Parkway East is jammed at Wilkinsburg. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Xfinity here. How can we help?
Hi, my entire family's obsessed with all things Wicked, but my kids can't stop watching the trailer, and now they're having a Wicked-themed sleepover. Do you think our internet can handle all of the streaming and memeing going on?
Well, we've engineered our Xfinity gateways to handle hundreds of devices at once, so they can all stay magically connected.
Wow. Are you a wizard?
I wish. No, just someone that won't let a bad connection burst your internet bubble.
Now through November 12th, get thrillifyingly fast 300 megabit Xfinity internet with unlimited data included for just $30 a month for 12 months with no annual contract. Go to Xfinity.com to learn more. Keep the magic going from your screen to the big screen. And see Wicked, only in theaters November 22nd. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless plan to auto-post direct bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Currently $90 a month. Actual speeds vary.
Welcome to Staples.
Help! My family's in for the holidays and I need gift ideas.
That's why we're here. Staples has amazing deals on everything you need. Photo gifts, laptops, and gaming systems. Even custom holiday cards and shipping solutions to send gifts to the family that can't make it.
Perfect! Have anything for Uncle Frank? I love him, but the guy is never quiet.
Noise-canceling headphones. For you.
You get it.
Unwrap huge holiday savings at Staples. And right now at Staples, save up to $350 on select computers. Ends 11/16, in-store only.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Want a satisfying meal for just $6? Try the new $6 meal deal from Dunkin'. It's a medium hot or iced coffee and a bacon, egg, and cheese sandwich and a side of hash browns for $6. America runs on Dunkin'.
We got a real good show for you. This is the Fan Morning Show. Listen, please. Presented by Guardian Protection. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
$50-minute mark brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. I tend to get sad when it's the final Bostic segment of the week.
Why is that?
Because we enjoy your company. The football knowledge, the hijinks. Doran, agree or disagree, the show goes off the rails maybe more on Bostic Thursdays than at any other time.
Yes.
I don't know why that is.
I think it's just a camaraderie and a flow thing, quite frankly. We get into a flow state when I'm here.
All three of us Pitt guys, we tend
don't do that.
I think we just have a good time. I think there's little to no like stepping on each other. I think it's meant to be, man.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's meant to be.
Mm-hmm.
What say you? 412-9289.
So you could just take my job. I shouldn't say that into a microphone. There were 40 monkeys that got out of a zoo in South Carolina, and they can't find them.
Do they have the clap? That's the first thing you're going to think from here on out.
40?
40 monkeys. And my question to you guys is, if one of the – and they're chimpanzees, so I want to make sure that
– man,
they're mean, aren't they?
I don't think so.
You've got me thinking childhood here. We talked about my learner's permit. We talked about me wanting to be a quarterback.
Uh-huh.
You know what my biggest fear was as a kid? I used to have these recurring dreams.
I'm going to guess it's chimpanzees.
No, it's that a lion would get out of the zoo and come chase me and ultimately kill me.
And then you played quarterback in college.
Yes. I think that's
kind of similar.
I think that kind of built the fight or flight, I was able to suppress those fears, and it allowed me to hang in a pocket and deal.
Yeah, because like a defensive lineman bearing down on you,
George
Mufasa.
George Selvey or Jason Pierre-Paul.
Yes.
Nothing on Scar.
Do you go to the zoo now?
I've gone, yeah.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
It's a great place. Took my kids there last Friday. It's wonderful.
It is a great place.
If you came across one of them chimps, though, would you guys keep it?
No.
I think I would take a chimp.
No.
Have you ever seen that?
They're mean.
You ever seen a kangaroo box?
Yes.
Scary.
Mm-hmm.
Scary.
Stop avoiding my monkey question.
No, I'm not going to keep a monkey.
I don't know if you're legally allowed to keep a monkey in Pennsylvania.
I think you can if you're a certified animal advocacy expert.
That's
that
true.
Provides remedies for sexually transmitted diseases.
Condoms for at-risk youth koalas is what we're going for here.
Prophylactics for prepubescent koalas.
What are you guys talking about?
We have this thing. You know, in fact, I have a proposition. I will join you in this effort.
Let's go!
Not me.
Next step is...
Doran's too busy organizing bounties on quarterbacks.
That's right. Think about this.
Michael Vick over here.
You've got...
Don't make me go there.
Dante Culpepper.
Don't make me go there.
No,
I was going to go there and go, Hernandez over here.
Let's end this segment.
We're gonna end it. On the bus. Yeah, we're gonna end it here. Someone texting in saying you can't just hit deer; you have to drive around them. Yeah, we're talking about squirrels. I'm not saying drive right into a deer. We good?
We're great. Love you guys.
He hit you with Aaron Hernandez.
Wow.
Have you seen?
I mean, he called me Vic, killing dogs.
No, that's not why.
It was a joke.
This Borges is on it.
It was a joke.
Hey, can you put no yelling on again?
Now you're putting him on the spot.
Chris Farley.
Show has been dragged into the mud.
Oh my God.
No yelling on the bus.
There you go.
I needed that.
For the love of God.
See you, Pat. He's golfing today, this guy, Pat. Enjoy yourself.
Somebody bring me a Diet Coke.
All right, coming up next, ESPN today, they did a thing like 2 weeks behind us, but they did a good job with it. Or did they? Terrible tease. First, though, fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. It's here, the Chevy Red Tag event now through December 2nd. 0% APR for well-qualified buyers. Full terms at sunchevy.com. Partly cloudy today, high of 64.
The door-busting sales event is happening now at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville. We're rolling out the red carpet and unleashing huge Black Friday savings all month long. Plus, available low financing rates, 0 down leases, top dollar trade allowances. And with any new Toyota, get a no-charge lifetime warranty, complimentary maintenance, and so much more. Hurry, come see one of the largest new Tacoma selections in Western PA.
Whack more, spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
Our world revolves around you.
See dealer for details.
Shop early, save big, all month long during Black Friday build-up at Lowe's. Right now, get select pre-lit artificial Christmas trees starting at just $59.98. Don't wait to save. Shop these deals today, in-store or online, because Lowe's knows deals. Discount taken at time of purchase while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
15 packs of Pepsi products, 2 for $14. Save $1 on 2 gallons of milk, just for Par Mar Rewards card holders. Dan's angrily inviting you to download the Par Mar Rewards app today. And remember, if there's not a Par Mar store near you now, there will be soon.
Get more of the get-go food you love for less with $5 value meals. Pair a chicken wrap or classic burger with fries or tots and cleanse your palate with an ice-cold drink, all for just $5 and only at Get-Go Cafe and Market. Better believe it.
My 75-year-old Cape Cod-style all-brick home was in a serious need of a facelift. Loose and worn mortar joints. Old brick, cracked and worn and crooked. It wasn't good. After hearing ads right here on The Fan, I gave Precision Pointing a call. Completely blown away by their professionalism, communication, plan, and action, I could not be more satisfied with the expert craftsmanship I watched unfold as my home was transformed. Plus, no down payment was required. So thanks to Precision Pointing. Visit brickpointingpittsburgh.net today.
The heat will soon be turning into cold winter weather, and now is the time to make sure your roof will be prepared for the snow, sleet, and freezing temperatures. You know what to do. Call the Pickle, 724-515-5551. Gherkin Roofing is taking appointments right now for their fall roof replacements. Gherkin also does small roof repairs. Protect your biggest investment by calling the Pickle today at 724-515-5551 or visit them at callthepickle.com. Gherkin Roofing and Contracting.
This is Pat Bostic for PGT Trucking. PGT, Pittsburgh's leader in the flatbed industry, is known for their focus on safety. Established in 1981, PGT Trucking offers innovative and quality transportation service driven by the proud professionals. Ask about their dedicated fleet solutions to handle all of your cargo needs. Visit pgttrucking.com. That's pgttrucking.com.
Calling all premium cigar smokers. Don't miss the Verona News Cigars AJ Fernandez Smoker on Allegheny River Boulevard, Friday, November 8th from 7 to 10 p.m. Enjoy a great evening of cigar smoking, pig roast, the Heineken Beer Wagon, and Lawrenceville Distilling. Meet John Shabachi, AJ Representee. Save 25% on AJ Fernandez box cigars. Buy 5, get 2 free, plus raffles for great prizes. It's the Verona News AJ Fernandez Cigar Smoker. Friday, November 8th from 7 to 10 p.m. Call 412-828-9119 for details. The following is a test of the emergency alert system. This station is testing its emergency alert system equipment. The EAS will provide timely emergency warnings. This station serves the Pittsburgh Extended Operational Area. This concludes this emergency alert system test.
Hey, let's talk about hair. Whether you're losing it or trying to keep what you have, we all worry about our hair. Now, have you tried curing your hair loss with pills and lotions? Do you worry about how your hair is going to look in the wind and rain? Well, worry no more. Here's Cookie Harris, president of New Image Hair Clinic.
Men and women now have options like the new Hair RX restoration procedure. Hair RX combines the best of human hair duplication and artistry to recreate the hair you once had. Call 1-800-942-8302 or go to newimagehairclinic.com for a free hair and scalp health checkup and get the answers you need about hair loss and thinning hair.
Let's face it, we spend time and money on preserving our teeth, car, and home. Why not our hair? Call 1-800-942-8302. Mention Hair RX to receive $250 off your procedure. That's 1-800-942-8302 or newimagehairclinic.com. Don't waste your time and money. Call New Image first.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Getting cold, getting into that season. Oh, yeah, you need that four-wheel drive. You do. All-wheel drive, four-wheel drive, get it. Schultz Ford. They got a bunch of locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin. Always online, schultzford.com. Schultz Ford in Wheeling, too. They're doing a booming business down there. So check it out. Gigantic selection of inventory. Get in that Explorer. Get in that Expedition. F-150, great in the snow. Grab that. So much out there. Like I said, that selection of inventory can't be beaten. Do yourself a favor. Go online and check out all you want. Look at the selection, look and see what you want, or drive out to one of those dealers and see what you like. Custom orders, too. Inquire about that if you're looking for something there. A Raptor, perhaps? I have a couple of friends who got a few of those trucks, and man, are they sharp. So again, Schultz Ford, everything you want. The service can't be beat. The people are just incredible. Check it all out and everything at schultzford.com.
Fall into savings with Gutter Helmets. Save 50% off installation and enjoy 0 down, 0 payments for 1 year. Don't risk costly water damages. Gutter Helmet guarantees clog-free gutters for life. Call 888-5HELMET or visit gutterhelmet.com for your no-cost free estimate today.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
More trouble with accidents. This report brought to you by Gutter Helmet. Make clogged gutters a thing of the past with Gutter Helmet. Call 888-5HELMET. We have an accident in Squirrel Hill. Crews on the scene, the intersection of Shady and Wilkins Avenues. Meanwhile, delays on the Parkway West, jamming over the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Outbound heavy from 79 past Campbell's Run Road. Parkway East jams at Wilkinsburg. Route 28 heavy at the Route 8 at the bypass toward the north side. And delays coming off the Veterans Bridge and onto the Crosstown. That's jammed over past 6th and 7th Avenues. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7 The Fan.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Welcome to our special show. Let's go get him.
This is the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
Yeah.
Presented by Guardian Protection. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Show brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. You can text us 412-928-9370. Brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And this will put an end to the animal conversation. This will be a nice bookend for it right here, Doran. PA has no laws against exotic pets. And then parenthetically, they write, I have 2 small gators, but many townships and cities do. Did not know you could just have a gator.
Yeah, you can. There are all those people that get caught, they raid their house, and there's all kinds of snakes and gators. And
yeah, but I thought they were raiding their house because you're not allowed to have snakes and
no, I
gators.
think it's for other things.
Man. Oh, drugs, weapons, things of that nature.
And they find out it's like Amazon.
Dang.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder what has to happen early in life to make you go, you know what? I want to live in Western Pennsylvania and basically have a forest in my house.
Right. I think it's maybe playing in the woods whenever you're younger.
Yeah.
And, you know.
We don't have a lot of poisonous or exotic animals around here.
There's enough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, there is enough.
I mean, there are a lot of poisonous spiders.
Copperheads will get you.
Yes.
Got to worry about them.
Yes.
Yeah. You have to worry about this Commanders offense too, Doran.
Mm-hmm.
And before the Bengals, who are going to play tonight, played the Washington Commanders earlier on in the year, what I would consider the Jaden Daniels coming out party, Bengals cornerback Cam Taylor-Britt broke down the Commanders and said they don't make Daniels do a lot. They keep it really simple for him. Nice college offense. Cliff Kingsbury's the OC. And then Cam Hayward came out on his podcast yesterday and said, I ain't going to say stupid bleep like calling the Commanders a college offense. You respect that offense, man. You respect what they're doing.
Yeah.
So Cam Hayward not falling for that one. Cliff Kingsbury is doing a good job. He's doing a really good job. He was always miscast as a head coach. He had Patrick Mahomes in college and just perennially went 6-6. And then with Arizona, they would come out like gangbusters. And you go, oh, man, Kyler Murray's an MVP candidate. They're playing really good football. And then they totally collapse in the second half. I think he's in the right spot right now as an offensive coordinator.
Yeah, he absolutely is. I mean, I think he was Johnny Manziel's offensive coordinator at Texas A&M as well. Some guys are head coaches, some guys are OCs, and he was. I thought that he would at least. I can't remember whenever he did actually sign on to be the offensive coordinator for the Commanders, but he was at Steelers practice a couple times whenever he was laid off, last year, right? I believe. I think.
Just poking around a little bit?
I think he was, and I was like, that would be a perfect situation for the Steelers to have a young, fresh, not young, but a fresh kind of outlook on offense and really could revamp this offense. And, he's landed in a situation where he has a head coach who has been there before.
Yes.
He's been to a Super Bowl. He's a defensive-minded head coach, and, he has a young quarterback and Jaden Daniels. This is a great situation for Cliff Kingsbury, and I honestly think, we were talking about this, maybe like last week, I think you're going to see more and more of this because of the decline of quarterback play in the NFL, that there's only really one route to go, and that's to get the college mentality, I think. And I think that you're going to see a lot more college, and especially with NIL, especially with transfer portal and how much you have to recruit your own players and go out and recruit. That's a crazy job compared to the NFL. You're going to see a lot of college offensive coordinators become coordinators in the NFL, and it's going to look like more and more like college whenever they do draft those young quarterbacks.
Yeah, I mean, you even saw it on the defensive side with Hafley going from Boston College being their head coach to Green Bay to be their defensive coordinator. That wouldn't shock me at all. You mentioned Dan Quinn, and that's where I wanted to go with the conversation. He's done an unbelievable job. I mean, you have a lot of respect for Dan Quinn.
Mm-hmm.
We've talked about him on and off the air. So ESPN wrote their story naming all of the award winners through this point in the season. When I say ESPN, I should say Bill Barnwell. And they had Mike Tomlin as the coach of the year through the midway point. And I think that's arguable. I think you can make a legitimate argument that Mike Tomlin is the coach of the year. The more I've thought about it, I think it is Dan Quinn. Like, Dan Quinn hired Cliff Kingsbury. That's a good staff. They have a rookie quarterback at 7-2. They weren't picked to do jack you-know-what. And they have right now a historic offensive pace, as we've talked about. 9% of all their drives are ending in the red zone. That hasn't happened in the NFL since the year 2000. 61% of their drives, they're scoring. They're somehow getting a rookie quarterback to play within himself while at the same time making a whole bunch of plays. if I had to, at the midway point of the season, give out the Coach of the Year award, I think I would probably give it to Dan Quinn.
Well, outside of the football stuff, let's just think about where the Commanders organization was 5 years ago, but let's actually directly think about where they were last year. You had a dip you-know-what as an owner. You got new ownership. It was a dying kind of brand, and they didn't know what even the name was going to be half the time, and they had 3 names in the last 5-6 years. The whole entire organization was a failure. And to go in there and to revitalize and not just bring them back to a competent level, but to be, into some of the best categories in the NFL, playing-wise and just structurally around them, the whole organization has done a fantastic job with new ownership. Harris and Magic Johnson, I believe, are the owners. So that is a tough job to do. Ron Rivera, he was there for a while, and he was just a guy, a head coach that was just bouncing around the league at head coaching, but you knew that you weren't going to get anywhere really with him. You come in there, you take over an organization with new ownership, new GM, and you do this. I think that definitely garners Coach of the Year and GM of the Year, warranting.
It's about culture, and he did get to have a blank slate coming in and create his own culture. Usually it doesn't happen.
It doesn't happen that quick.
No. So he's done a great job. There's a lot of similarities, I think, between these staffs. I mean, Tomlin, defensive guy, Dan Quinn, defensive guy, and they both hired good offensive coordinators. I think we can say that about Arthur Smith now. Like, there was a time in the offseason where that was almost taboo to say. He's done a really good job. So I do think an argument can be made for Tomlin, too. And why did Stefanski win it last year for Cleveland? He won with all those quarterbacks, most notably Joe Flacco. Tomlin went 4-2 with his backup quarterback. Like, that's what got Stefanski the award last season. And so if you're going by that criteria, Kevin O'Connell, who they've got listed as third, also belongs in the conversation because they didn't want to be playing with Sam Darnold.
No.
Now, you're probably going to be better with him than you would have been with the Michigan kid as he's trying to figure it out. Maybe not. I think Kevin O'Connell's a hell of a coach.
Yes.
And that's a tough damn division.
Yep. Now. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, almost overnight. Like, Packers have always been there, but Chicago competitive. Detroit probably the best team in the NFL. Green Bay's really good. And then you've got them. That's a gauntlet, and they've been doing a good job. Do you think that do you agree with ESPN that Mike Tomlin, through the halfway point, should be the NFL's Coach of the Year, 412-928-9370? I'm excited to watch these two coaches match wits on Sunday. Like, I can't remember the last time I was this excited for a Steelers game either, Doran. Because I think it's a team you don't see a lot. It's a quarterback that now we get to keep our eyes on in Jaden Daniels for a full 3.5, 4 hours on Sunday. But I think it's a massive measuring stick game. I'm super jacked about it.
There's no doubt. And as the week does go on, or as the days do go on, I get more excited because you got a little taste, and then the taste got taken away because of the bye week. It's like, oh, man, we want to see more. We want to see more of Russ. We want to see what he can be like in another game and another week of practice and, what this team's going to be like whenever they do have healthy players. So we haven't really gotten that fix for Steelers football in a little while now because of the bye week. So, it makes you more anxious to know that coming out of the bye week and this Sunday, it's going to be against a team that is legit too. Mm-hmm. So it's a huge test. It's a huge test. And then here on out, really, I think we should all be excited for Steelers football and what this fate could be for them this year.
As frankly unfair and bizarre as the second half of the season schedule is, you do have a marquee matchup every week.
Every week.
It's easy to get geeked up for that.
Yep.
If the Steelers lose, I wonder how much of all the feel-good that we've had now through 9 weeks, including the bye, I wonder if that goes away if you lose. I think we should spend a lot of time on that tomorrow. But that kind of just hit me. If you lose, like, oh, man, the Steelers are good. ESPN's talking about them being Super Bowl contenders. Florio said it yesterday. La Canfora is taking the Steelers seriously when we talked to him on Tuesday. You lose to the Commanders. Does it just all go splat? I don't know. We'll talk about it more tomorrow. But coming up next, your thoughts on whether you agree or disagree with ESPN saying Mike Tomlin is the NFL's Coach of the Year. 412-928-9370. Jeff Hathorn, he's going to be joining us at 9:35 on Thursdays moving forward. Now, I wanted to space him out a little bit. We had Bostic, we have Hillgrove, so he'll join us at 9:35. Right now, though, it is a Charlie Borges headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt basketball and Murray State tomorrow night, 7 o'clock tip-off. We'll have pregame coverage beginning here on the Fan at 6:30. 4 more headlines. Go to 937thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Adam.
Thank you, Charlie. Bet Parks online casino and sportsbook apps got you covered for pro football tonight. Cincinnati and Baltimore. Pens hockey tomorrow. Pitt on Saturday. Black and gold on Sunday. It's a sports bonanza. Even if your team doesn't score, there's always another way to win on the Bet Parks app. Playing all your favorite casino games like blackjack, craps, and roulette, and hot online slots. Plus, you can bet on all your favorite teams and all your favorite sports. I like Pitt to blow out Virginia. I'm taking the black and gold plus the points on Sunday. And new users, download the Bet Parks online casino and sportsbook app. Get up to $1,000 casino bonus back if you're down in the first 24 hours. Casino bonus must be wagered. See betparks.com for details. Must be 21 and in PA, New Jersey, Michigan, Maryland, or Ohio. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Window Nation customers have been singing our praises for years. With fast local service and a 96% customer satisfaction rating, the highest in the industry, it's no wonder. Here are real stories, real results from satisfied Window Nation customers.
I researched window companies for the last year to see what the average prices were and the quality of work. Window Nation nailed both. The professionalism from beginning to end is unbelievable.
Our Window Nation consultant, Daniel Hall, was a 10 out of 10. They truly would not give up until they designed their windows with safe, pure, and efficient material. They're amazing, legit, and affordable.
Window Nation's highly durable, energy-efficient windows are built to last a lifetime. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free with 0 down and no interest or payments for 24 months. Schedule an estimate now. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. That's 866-90-NATION. 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
Is your home ready for the holidays? Beat the holiday rush and call our cleaning heroes at Zero Res. 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at just $129 and take $75 off air duct cleaning. Book online anytime at ZeroResPGH.com.
When life deals you your worst moments, that's when we're at our best. I'm Larry Kelly, personal injury attorney for LGKG. I'm a Western Pennsylvania guy that knows our people. That's a big part of our success. At LGKG, our clients become our friends and then our family. LGKG, your home team.
Come join me, Andrew Filippone.
And me, Patrick Peterson, 3-time NFL All-Pro cornerback on First and Pod for premier NFL coverage and conversations.
Our motto on the podcast is every team, every week, and we don't play favorites. Every episode, you get a glimpse of the entire National Football League with First and Pod. Follow and listen to First and Pod on Mondays and Fridays on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. He is obviously the biggest voice in Pittsburgh sports, and we break down his comments after every presser.
I saw a couple of y'all blinking though, for real. No. I'll talk to you about it.
It's the Tomlin Rewind, every Tuesday at 12:30 with Joe. The Tomlin Rewind is brought to you by Twin Peaks, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, Verizon, the official 5G network of the Pittsburgh Steelers, and LGKG Injury Attorneys. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Whether you're ordering wings for the game, whipping up a 7-layer dip, or ordering pizza, there's something about football that makes you want to eat. And this football season, Uber Eats has the best deals on game day food. No matter what you're craving, from 2-for-1 pizza to buy one, get one wings, Uber Eats will be dropping new deals each week, all season long. Uber Eats, official on-demand delivery partner of the NFL. Order now. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Protect your vehicle's engine with Mobil 1 full synthetic motor oil at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Purchase 5 quarts of any Mobil 1 full synthetic motor oil and get a $10 gift card after rebate. Find the synthetic oil that's right for your vehicle and budget. Shop your local O'Reilly Auto Parts store or O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
What's that sound? That's the sound of Downy Unstoppable scent beads going into your washing machine and giving your clothes freshness that lasts all day long. There it is again. It's like music to your ears, or more like music to your nose. That freshness is irresistible. Let's get a Downy Unstoppables bottle shake. And now a sniff solo. Nice. With Downy Unstoppables, you just toss, wash, wow, for all-day freshness.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Still some delays hanging around. This report brought to you by two men and a junk truck. Parkway West jammed inbound from the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Heavy delays now on Banksville Road. You're in line from Wenzel Avenue down to Goldstrom Avenue, and then slowdowns continue down to Crane Avenue. Parkway East, you are jammed at Wilkinsburg. In Route 28, the Parkway North have cleared out. The crosstown, though, jammed as you head past Bigelow Boulevard. Also, watch for delays as you're traveling down toward the Liberty Tubes on West Liberty Avenue. That's backed from Brookside Avenue. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Company.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Wrangler. It's Wrangler season out there, open roads, endless horizon. Shop Wrangler.com for new denim styles. Vegas didn't have to fire 3 offensive coaches to make my feeble 5 at number 28, ahead of the Panthers, who've escaped the basement, at least for now. Losing Dak Prescott plummets Dallas just above the can't-win-at-home Giants, and starting over Saints. I'm Boomer Esiason.
When I wake up, the best mornings in the morning light start with Wrangler. I pull on my jeans and I feel alright. Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers. So we build specially adapted homes at Homes for Our Troops. And thanks to our donors and supporters, this life-changing gift of freedom is provided mortgage-free to these veterans. But we need you to join us, too, in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
When I wake up, the best mornings in the morning light start with Wrangler. I pull on my jeans and I feel alright. Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Bill Barnwell of ESPN has Mike Tomlin as the NFL's Coach of the Year at the, quote-unquote midway point. CBS has Tomlin among the top 3. I think the top 3's pretty universal, no? Dan Quinn, the guy out in Minnesota, O'Connell, and then Mike Tomlin. Yeah. I think any one of those could be the right call. What I don't think is debatable is that Tomlin's done a great job this year. Like the slow starts at times, they drive me nuts. Because I think that has to fall on the head coach. Anything good or anything bad, you gotta talk about the head coach's role in all of that. The Indianapolis game is the one fly in the ointment where you're down 17-zip to a below 500 team, and you have no answers for Joe Flacco, and he dices you up like he's Joe friggin' Montana. Your highly paid defense that Mike Tomlin's got his fingerprints all over. That, to me, shouldn't happen. You can lose. Every team loses games they're not supposed to in the NFL, save for like the Chiefs. It does. It happens. And I can excuse that to a certain extent. but not with the circumstances of that game.
Mm-hmm.
Apart from that, okay, Dallas lost, not great. Both of those games also happened with your backup quarterback.
Right.
And you won 4 games with your backup quarterback. One of them against a 6-3 team in Atlanta. The other against a Denver team that is in a playoff position, I believe, right now. At least they're 5-4. And I think those are good wins. The Chargers. The Chargers are a good football team. They're not a great football team. They're a good football team, albeit with their backup quarterback. So you can say Dan Quinn, like I have, is the coach of the year, or you can argue Kevin O'Connell, coach of the year. What you can argue for the first time in a long time is that Mike Tomlin is doing an excellent job as the head coach of this football team.
He absolutely has. Absolutely.
I don't know that you can parse things as I just did with the Indianapolis game, but it's also about where you are relative to your peers.
Right.
They're in first place. And they're better now. And they're good offensively.
Because of him, they're better now.
A lot of coaches, I don't know, make the switch.
Right.
Like, he deserves a ton of points for that. A ton of points. I mean, all of us on the station, we spent a lot of time that week. We both disagreed initially. And then we spent a lot of time that week trying to boil it down and understand the why. But we still disagreed. And everyone on the station disagreed. And every talking head nationally disagreed. And then there were reports that people in the building disagreed, and Tomlin made the decision. I don't know how many coaches in the NFL have the stones to do that, honestly. To go away from a 4-2 quarterback? Like, that's a hell of a move.
Well, they did it with Cooper Rush, but I think that's a different situation. Because you knew, remember a couple years ago?
Yes.
He was, 4-0? I think he won. I think he was 4-0. But Dak Prescott, you knew he already had played and he was already there in your system.
Right.
So that's a little bit different. This is all
he's your franchise guy.
Right.
Yeah.
So this is also new. Like, you just got both of these guys in the offseason and you know about them, but you haven't really seen them, especially Russ in like a live game setting to know if he should be the guy. So you're really just hoping.
Yeah, you're taking massive risks because even if Russ is equal or slightly better player, you're anticipating some level of rust against a team with a ton of talent in the New York Jets that if you're rusty for a first half, first quarter, you could wind up out now losing that game. And he was, and they didn't because they were so good in the second half. But you're kind of taking a big swing there that it's going to work off from the jump.
Mm-hmm.
And we've talked about the national media and those of us on the station who opined on it. I think the majority of fans said, no, let Justin Fields keep playing. And we heard it at Acrisure Stadium. The boos that were let out whenever Russell Wilson wasn't playing well early. So that might be, as I comb my brain, the biggest swing, the biggest decision a coach has had to make this year. And he's passing so far with flying colors, is Mike Tomlin.
The biggest
I mean, I do. Well, okay, here's one more. Getting away from Richardson and going with Flacco.
That, Bryce Young maybe too, but that's a lower level. Like they weren't in it, but that's still your number one pick. Those two right there being your top 5 or number one picks.
Yeah.
Being in their second year.
Yeah.
And benching them.
The Bryce Young one, like, you're gonna suck either way. I don't know why you're going with Darnold. Like, that didn't. Now he's gonna start his third consecutive game. Young is, he's back. But the Richardson one.
But none of those decisions have panned out like it has with Russ, though. Because Flacco just lost.
Right.
So this is actually panning out where you have 2 wins and you made this decision compared to those 2. And those are the only 2 I can really think of right now, right?
Not only do you make the decision, but it's paying off.
It's paying off. That's what it's about. It's about not just about making the decision of going away from something that has not just been working, but is going to be your future possibly, to something that is going to be successful. So
I mean, that's why it's nuts to think about. I mean, 10 years younger, 4-2, actually threw the ball well in a couple of games. I don't know that he had a quarterback rating lower than 90 in any of the games. And you sit him down for a guy who was getting paid to not play in Denver? It's a hell of a move. Texter, Crowley or Dickerson, if you don't answer this, the Steelers will lose. He's preying on my superstitions here. How many catches do you think Mike Williams will have, and how effective do you think Preston Smith will be this weekend? Stairway to 7, they put.
2 catches.
That's what I was going to say.
1 sack.
A sack?
Uh-huh. Yep.
Boy, I don't think they want Preston Smith landing on Jaden Daniels.
He's going to have a sack. He has that chip on his shoulder. Like, I've won it out of Green Bay. You guys bring in this system. I've had 68 and a half sacks in my career. I'm a fantastic football player, and you didn't use me right. You chose to just put in a different defense, then use me the right way. I'm one of the best players on defense, so I want out. I'm going to show you. I'm feeling it. I'm frothing at the mouth. He's going to get a sack. Want to have a little friendly wager on that?
No, because generally you wind up being right about football things, and I wind up being very, very wrong. We'll get Jeff Hathorn's opinion on how much these guys are going to play this weekend. He's going to join us next. And does he think Mike Tomlin should be the NFL's Coach of the Year, or at least has been through 8 games? Jeff's next, our sports director. But first, it's a Charlie headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt football in Virginia this Saturday at Acrisure. Kickoff scheduled for 8 o'clock. We'll have pregame coverage beginning here on The Fan at 5 o'clock. For more headlines, go to 937thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Darn!
The leaves are falling, and it's time to call P.J. Fitzpatrick for the perfect new roof. I trust P.J. Fitzpatrick, and the reason comes down to one word: quality. Quality product, quality craftsmanship, and a quality customer experience. I saw it for myself when they completed wonderful work in my home. A knowledgeable home improvement professional from P.J. Fitzpatrick will expertly assess your home's needs and happily answer all of your questions. Their communication is excellent. You'll never be left wondering where your job stands, and dealing with P.J. Fitzpatrick equals peace of mind. All their installers are industry-leading professionals, and they back everything with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. Visit trustpj.com today and check out thousands of 5-star reviews. In addition to roofing, P.J. Fitzpatrick installs windows, doors, gutters, showers, and more. Visit trustpj.com today. Tell them Doran sent you. That's trustpj.com.
Accidents don't happen on a schedule. They don't check to make sure it's between the hours of 9 and 5, and neither does Edgar Snyder & Associates. They're available if you're hurt at 10 p.m., 1 a.m., or on a Sunday. That's right. They're there for you 24/7. So if you've been injured and have legal questions, don't do late-night searching and scrolling looking for answers. Just call Edgar Snyder & Associates at 1-800-94-EDGAR or head to www.edgarsnyder.com to chat online. The consultation is free, and as they always say, there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
The NBA is back, and FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge, America's #1 sportsbook, wants you to catch all the action. Right now, FanDuel is giving everybody 3 months of NBA League Pass. All you have to do to catch every tip-off and buzzer beater is place any $5 bet on the NBA to get 3 months of NBA League Pass courtesy of FanDuel. Just visit FanDuel.com/Starkey to make every moment more this season. Man, it sure looks like Jason Tatum wants to win an MVP for himself on any given night. I think he and they, pretty good bet. That's FanDuel.com/Starkey, STARKEY. Make every moment more. FanDuel, official sportsbook partner of the NBA. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. After a 3-month free trial, the full price of League Pass will be automatically charged monthly. Cancel anytime. No refunds. Terms, restrictions, and embargoes apply. Limit 1 pass per customer. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This traffic report brought to you by Two Men and a Junk Truck. Visit them at twomenandajuncktruck.com.
Broken furniture and appliances, abandoned pianos and exercise equipment. Let's deal with that junk that's been haunting you. Two Men and a Junktruck.com.
When I wake up, the best mornings
In the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Time to work on your gift list with Black Friday deals at the Home Depot. Right now, get a select tool from top brands like Ryobi and Milwaukee for free when you buy a select battery kit. Choose from reciprocating saws, multi-tools, sanders, and more. Whether you're stocking up on power for your personal workshop or grabbing the perfect gift for someone else's. Get Black Friday tool deals delivered from the Home Depot. Limit 1 per transaction. Exclusions apply. Full eligible tool list in-store and online.
When I wake up,
The best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel, Rodden, and Breslin, attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
Now everybody want to be your friend. Like, where were y'all when I got into my accident? and I needed help. Remember when my electric got cut off? Remember when I ain't have money to pay the rent? When I asked y'all for help, what y'all say? I ain't got it. Now you know that top dollar coming. You know I called top dog. The check is on the way. And ain't none of y'all getting nothing. You know what I went through. When I asked y'all for help, where were y'all? Not there. By myself. I did that. It was a medical malpractice and a car accident. I was hurt really bad. Now I got the money back. Any accident. Top dog law.
Back to more of the Fan Morning Show.
And the morning, y'all.
With Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
So let's get rolling.
Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Texter, so Tomlin wins the games he's supposed to win and still lays an egg during that time, and that makes him Coach of the Year? Every human who understands the game of football at all knew Russ was the only choice. Okay, I guess Belichick doesn't know ball? I mean, come on. Also, the Steelers were underdogs against the Jets and Chargers and Falcons. So, at least according to Vegas, those were games they weren't supposed to win. And they did anyhow.
Mm-hmm.
And they'll be an underdog on the road against Washington coming up on Sunday. That line has moved from 2.5 to 3, by the way.
And probably next weekend, right? Will they?
Oh, man. If the Ravens win tonight, I think the Steelers will be a slight home underdog. Yeah, I think you're probably right about that. 1.5, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Our sports director, Jeff Hathorn, joins us now. And we want some deets on Preston Smith and Mike Williams, and we will get them out of Jeff, I promise you. But first, Jeff, Mike Tomlin, Coach of the Year. It's not crazy, huh?
It's not crazy. I mean, listen, there are times to criticize Tomlin, but how do you not give him his flowers right now?
Right.
Steelers are 6-2. He made maybe one of the top 5 coaching decisions of the season in going to Russell Wilson. And you're 4-2. You've got some momentum building with the quarterback that he decided they could be better. And he made a tough decision, and so far it's paid off. And I think if not for that alone, he should be in that conversation. Obviously, Andy Reid, look at what Buffalo's doing. Washington is having a great year, but yeah, Tomlin's in that mix.
All right, Jeff. Mike Williams, newly acquired wide receiver. How much do you anticipate him playing on Sunday, and what type of role do you think he'll have, and how productive will he be for the Steelers from Sunday moving forward?
He went in, got some first-team reps yesterday, so it's not like he just sat and watched. I mean, he went in there, got some work right away with Russell Wilson, but I do think they're going to work him into the offense. As Tomlin said, judge this more about the length of the season, not as much about Sunday. The good thing here is Zach Azzani's the wide receivers coach. He came from New York last year, so they have similar concepts, similar formations. So he feels like that could help him be a really quick study. Plus, he's been around the league. You see offenses. You kind of know what it is. It's picking up little terminology here and there. And, Russ is good with working with guys on the side. I mean, he really is. You could see it in practice. He pulls guys over during a special teams period. He goes over. He'll run routes with guys. So I don't expect him a ton in this first game, but I think he'll be up to speed pretty quickly. And then it'll depend on how he performs.
This is wild. So you just talked about Azzani coming over from the Jets. He got replaced by Van Jefferson's dad, did he not?
Yeah.
So Van Jefferson's dad is Mike Williams, wide receiver coach over there, and now he comes to his... That's wild stuff. It's just... it's goofy.
And guys, I realize we're in an era with free agency where you're almost rooting more for the jersey than the guy in it. But I think it's worth noting that yesterday at practice, the first guy to go over to Mike Williams is the guy whose snaps he's going to take, was Van Jefferson. He was working with him, showing him things, telling him what was going on. Jefferson knows the deal. He's been around the league. But Jefferson knew through his dad a little bit about Mike. And they went over, struck up a conversation, But I think it's worth pointing out, a guy that's going to potentially lose snaps was the first one to go over and say, hey, here are some of the things you need to know.
Well, with that being said, I'd like to say this. Sean Jefferson, Van Jefferson's dad, one of my favorite coaches of all time that I've ever had.
See, I never put that together either.
Yeah. One of my favorite ever.
What a small world. And Arthur Smith, you like him, and I like him because he's always putting zins in.
Yes.
So, I mean, we just
Arthur Smith,
peas, pod.
Arthur Smith was the tight ends coach, and Sean Jefferson was the receivers coach in Tennessee when I was there.
Wow.
The things you learn.
Yes.
Well, and what do you say? You can judge a man by his son? Well, it seems like those two are pretty good people.
Yes.
My poor dad. Jeff Hathorn joining us here on the Fan Morning Show. All right, how about Preston Smith here, Jeff? I mean, it should be easier for him, I would think. And what about the status of Nick Herbig and how that might figure into this whole deal?
Yeah, Herbig's still limited, so let's see him out. If today he's out in full practice, and you feel better about him potentially getting out there. But, a couple of weeks ago, they're grabbing guys from their practice squad just to play alongside T.J. Watt. And remember, they brought in Golden in the offseason, and that lasted like a few days before he decided to go back and play with his kids instead. They've been looking for somebody like this. And to get someone like that, who, for a 7th-round pick, who's familiar with the 3-4, who seems hungry, he requested a trade. He wants it. The thing I worry about in the back of my mind is, and I asked him this directly, is he going to be cool with just a few snaps a game if that's the way it plays out? We'll see. He says he's going to do whatever. He loves, already loves it here. But I love that ad for depth. I mean, instead, Ade and Eku and those guys, they played hard, but they don't have the experience of a Preston Smith.
Jeff, who should Steelers fans root for tonight? This has been a pretty big topic in the last couple of days for us. Cincinnati and in Baltimore. It's going to be a good matchup. The over-under is 52.5. So Crowley thinks there's going to be a lot of points to be scored. But who should Steelers fans root for in favor of the Steelers?
I want to Barry Burrow.
Yeah,
me too.
Barry Burrow. I don't want to. If I'm a team, I don't want to see him in the postseason. Just get him out of that mix. I'd rather see some other team with a lesser quarterback. So as crazy as it is because of the battle that you have right now for first place with Baltimore, Barry Burrow. Now, that being said, Cincinnati wins, you still feel good about it, but that's kind of my mindset going into it.
I like that. Jeff, appreciate the time. Thank you for moving times. We wanted to spend more time with you. We wanted to spend more time with Bill Hillgrove. So thank you for obliging, and we will talk to you on Tuesday.
I'll see you both on Saturday.
Yes, sir.
That's right. We are
Pitt fan over here, Crowley.
Well, I am a fan of Pitt fans, and for those who don't know, a nice woman who made a big-time donation to Feed the Need. One of the incentives was, hey, you get to come to a Pitt game, hang out with us, special experience, and a special experience we shall give her. And I'm excited about it.
Awesome.
Thank you, Jeff.
Awesome.
Thanks, Jeff.
See you guys.
Jeff Hathorn, the man.
Yes.
Yeah, we've seen the Preston Smith deal played out before with Melvin Ingram. We saw it played out with a couple of guys who feel like they're going to be utilized one way and then aren't. But you have to figure coming in here when he's come in here, just play in a system you're comfortable with and make hay when you can.
Yeah.
You can't you have to be realistic. I'm sure Ingram, I guess the argument would be that Ingram was promised more playing time. I mean, come on. You got to figure Watt, Highsmith, Herbig. You're not going to be the starter.
Yeah, absolutely.
You're not. And I think he's a smart enough guy to get that.
But you also have to know that T.J. Watt and Alex Highsmith, they take breaks, much-needed breaks at times. So it's not like that they're on the field every single snap on defense. So you make hay of the reps that you get. And if I'm a player and I'm what is he in 10 year? I mean, he may be older than that. If I'm getting older and I've been playing a long time, I only want so many snaps. Give me efficiency, quality over quantity. I got to rush the passer a couple times a game, and I can get after and get a couple sacks here and there and just be a component to the defense and not have to be out there and running plays and, certain downs and distances of having in long series. Man, I'm fine with that and try to win a championship.
Yeah. Try to win.
Yeah. I'm all right with that.
Play your best ball 110% for 15 plays or play 30 plays and not 110%.
And also, probably the biggest thing is, hey, at least I am a part of the team and could be a factor. And I think that's probably what bothered him the most in Green Bay. He was on the team, but he wasn't a factor in the defense. He wasn't contributing to the team. And he's like, I'm a great player. I've been doing this a long time, and now we have a different defense, and I'm not even a part of it because of the scheme. Now he'll feel like, okay, even if he gets 2 reps, He'll feel like he's contributing,
Yeah.
which makes probably him even happier.
He had 8 sacks last year.
Right.
He wants to be a part of it. You're right about that. And to be wanted matters.
Yep.
It does. I mean, oh, you traded for me. You want me. You think I make a difference. You feel nice and warm and fuzzy about it. It wasn't that long ago, although it does feel like that long ago. Jason Worldsman, he'd get 8 sacks for the Steelers. Oh, my gosh, they finally have a pass rush. That's what this guy did last year. Good player. Social media's biggest loser coming up next. That is brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Reserve your consultation today at awaken180weightloss.com. Charlie Borges wanted it to be the Pope. So we're not going to do that. NFL.com has their predictions for the second half of this season. I want to call them out as losers, and we'll do just that when we return. And maybe we'll tell you about the Pope thing, too. But first, it is a Borges fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Making me out to be the bad guy. The Pittsburgh Penguins tonight against the Carolina Hurricanes. Puck drop is scheduled for 7 o'clock. Next game is tomorrow against the Washington Capitals and Alex Ovechkin. Puck drop is scheduled for 7:30. For more headlines, go to 937thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis in Monroeville.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Still some delays hanging around. This report brought to you by Wetco Go Unlimited. Inbound Parkway West, you're jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill. Traffic light delays around the West End Circle at the intersection with Carson Street. Also, the Parkway East delays at Edgewood Swissvale. The crosstown has cleared out. Parkway North as well. You will find the HOV lanes closing at 10 o'clock. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hard-working partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
It takes a lot to prepare for game day as a dedicated fan, and preparing the perfect tailgate meal might be most important of all. That's why Hellman's Real Mayonnaise is the MVP. Hellman's Mayonnaise is the secret to bring out the rich and creamy taste to all your game day dishes, from buffalo chicken dip to your favorite sub sandwich and everything in between. So give it a try, and mayo game day be delicious with Hellman's Real Mayonnaise. Shop at your local Walmart, Kroger, or grocery store, and add some extra deliciousness to your game day dishes this football season.
To all you tool people out there, has Harbor Freight got a deal for you? Big savings every single day this November. Because we know that right now, when the price of everything only seems to go up, you need a place where prices stay low. So shop in-store or online for quality tools you can trust at prices you'll love every day. Whatever you do it for less at Harbor Freight.
I'm Ryan Horvath here to help you beat the books with BetQL. Joe Burrow and the Bengals are in crunch time. Playoff hopes on the line. No room for error, but standing in their way tonight, the Baltimore Ravens. Joe Burrow's dropped 3 straight against Baltimore, and with T. Higgins out most likely, the climb gets steeper. BetQL has the Ravens as 6-point favorites as a 4-star best bet. I'm going to fade them and go with the Bengals +6. I'm Ryan Horvath. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetQL and BetMGM apps today.
Whether you're ordering wings for the game, whipping up a 7-layer dip, or ordering pizza, there's something about football that makes you want to eat. And this football season, Uber Eats has the best deals on game day food, no matter what you're craving. From 2-for-1 pizza to buy one, get one wings. Uber Eats will be dropping new deals each week, all season long. Uber Eats, official on-demand delivery partner of the NFL. Order now. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Serious savings at your local Par-Mar store. Dan angrily reminding you to download the Par-Mar Stores app and save big. Get 3 cooler beverage items with your Par-Mar Rewards card and get 10 cents off per gallon of gas. And remember, if there's not a Par-Mar store near you now, there will be soon.
Honey,
I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Feel the energy. Hellman Electrical Associates. Highly trained staff that specializes in cutting-edge, high-end electrical services. From residential, commercial, industrial, to design-build needs. Hellman Electric does it all.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
The text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. This is the Fan Morning Show.
Did you hear that?
Yeah. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
50-minute mark on The Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. We move right past it, Doran. No need to point out my flaws.
I didn't say anything.
So social media's biggest loser is not a loser, would never say that. I went to Catholic school growing up. But the Pope tweeted out 2 hours ago, which is a hilarious sentence, I think. We cannot become saints with a frown. We must have joyful hearts that remain open to hope. And he put #Saints, and it came up with the Saints football logo. A lot of times I'm trying to check in on Pony, just keep him in line, see what he's got going on Twitter. I'll start typing PON, and it comes up with Pontifex, which is the Pope.
Oh.
So a lot of times I'll be searching for Pony, and the Pope pops up.
The Pope pops up.
Mm-hmm.
It's funny that the Pope tweets.
Pope tweets a lot. I don't know if he poops in the woods, but he tweets. It's a joke. 18.4 million followers the Pope has. And then the Saints quote tweeted it and said, yes.
Yes.
Which I love. By the way, we're going to have to talk about this tomorrow. They were just talking about it on ESPN, the Commanders running game. We spent a lot of time talking about Jaden Daniels. They've rushed for 1,400 yards this year. Now, Daniels has a ton of that, 459 yards. Austin Eckler averaging 5.6 a carry. All their running backs who have touched the ball more than 34 times are averaging more than 4.6 yards per carry. So, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
As for other biggest losers, NFL.com pulled 25 of their experts, right? And asked who's going to win the divisions. 23 out of the 25 voters said the Ravens are going to win the AFC North. The Steelers only got 2 votes.
Wow.
Maurice Jones-Drew and then some guy whose name I can't pronounce. The only 2. And I think that's insanity. I don't know that the Steelers are going to win the AFC North. I think they got a much better shot than NFL.com's giving them.
There's no doubt. At least it should be 50-50.
Oh, my God. Now, the Ravens' schedule's easier because whose isn't? Cincinnati tonight, at Steelers, at Los Angeles, Philadelphia. Okay, that's not easy. Then you got Houston.
Look at Derrick Henry and Lamar Jackson. Yeah. They don't really look into the details. Like, they don't look into, their defense.
Right.
They just see, you got Derrick. How are you going to stop Derrick Henry? How are you going to stop Lamar Jackson? How are you going to stop Zay Jones? And then that's like, oh, yeah, they're going to win.
Yeah, you don't have to because you just score 40.
Mm-hmm.
Like, Cincinnati, I think, has put up 35 tonight. I think Cincinnati's going to put it all over them. Then it's Pittsburgh. Then it's Los Angeles, Philadelphia. Their schedule's tough, too. Houston. Steelers again. Yeah. 23-2? That doesn't make much sense to me. Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. That's going to do it for us today. Really fun show. It always is with Pat Bostic. And then tomorrow's Friday, and we're breaking down Pitt. We're breaking down the Steelers, a football Friday. Excited for it. And the return of Austin Bechtold.
Yes.
He's switching off Starkey, filling in for Callis, and he used to be our guy, Bechtold. So excited about that. And Charles Borges, just a round of applause.
Good job, Charles.
He's been killing us during the breaks. We've been laughing. We've been having a good time. What'd you do for him? Last segment.
Making fun of me.
I did look it.
I did look it.
It just sounded like
That's all, folks. Starkey up next. We'll talk to you tomorrow at 5:40. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. It's here. The Chevy Red Tag event now through December 2nd. 0% APR for well-qualified buyers. Full terms at sunchevy.com. Partly cloudy. High 64.
WetGo, go unlimited. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited today. Wash your car as much as you want at the 45-plus convenient WetGo locations. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited. For an even faster, higher quality wash, find a WetGo Pro location and enjoy free, high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, these players ain't gonna make themselves. Let's go get it.
The Fan presents The Morning After. Following each and every black and gold game, the guys break down the entire game and talk about what worked. Today you did it big. And what didn't. The bad call. Brought to you by Twin Peaks and Robinson Township, Saloni's Italian Bakery, Smale Kia, and Tri-State Office Furniture. The Morning After. Following each and every black and gold game on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Here's another great reason to use the United States Postal Service this season. When sending a package, why venture outside? Ship with USPS for a true holiday ride. Want to stay cozy and warm? There's no need to roam. With free package pickup and labels printed from home. We have over 600,000 employees always in motion. And before you know it, your gift has delivered emotion. Spread the holiday joy this season with USPS's enhanced network. Learn more at USPS.com/holiday ride.
Only at Lowe's, MVP's Pro Rewards members can get a volume discount on eligible orders as low as $1,500. Discount on eligible product only and reflected in quote. Restrictions apply. See Pro Desk for details. MVP's Pros Rewards program subject to terms and conditions. Details at Lowe's.com/terms subject to change.
Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining has Sewer Hydrojet with camera black and gold special $299. Most other companies charge $600 to $1,500. Don't just snake your sewer, clean it. Fast, effective, and affordable. Call Metz 412-872-4105.
The heat will soon be turning into cold winter weather, and now is the time to make sure your roof will be prepared for the snow, sleet, and freezing temperatures. You know what to do. Call the Pickle, 724-515-5551. Gherkin Roofing is taking appointments right now for their fall roof replacements. Gherkin also does small roof repairs. Protect your biggest investment by calling the Pickle today at 724-515-5551 or visit them at callthepickle.com. Gherkin Roofing and Contracting.
I'm approaching the age where I'm going to start getting my clothes the same place I get my groceries.
Angela Johnson-Reyes, the family reunion tour.
I can't keep shopping at the same stores I used to shop at. Like Forever 21. No, you're not. Turns out that was a lie.
See Angela Johnson-Reyes
live on stage in Pittsburgh. The Event Center at Rivers Casino, Friday, April 25th. Get tickets now at riverscasino.com.
Hey, let's talk about hair. Whether you're losing it or trying to keep what you have, we all worry about our hair. Now, have you tried curing your hair loss with pills and lotions? Do you worry about how your hair is going to look in the wind and rain? Well, worry no more. Here's Cookie Harris, president of New Image Hair Clinic.
Men and women now have options like the new Hair RX restoration procedure. Hair RX combines the best of human hair duplication and artistry to recreate the hair you once had. Call 1-800-942-8302 or go to newimagehairclinic.com for a free hair and scalp health checkup. And get the answers you need about hair loss and thinning hair.
Let's face it, we spend time and money on preserving our teeth, car, and home. Why not our hair? Call 1-800-942-8302. Mention Hair RX to receive $250 off your procedure. That's 1-800-942-8302 or newimagehairclinic.com. Don't waste your time and money. Call New Image first.
Football season is in full swing, and the deals at Tri-State Office Furniture are just heating up. Whether you're refreshing your workspace before the holidays are preparing for the new year, we've got the inventory and expertise to inspire your best work. Enjoy free design services and up to 45 days of storage so your furniture is ready when you are. Our project management team will handle every detail from delivery to installation for a hassle-free experience. Visit our showroom, check us out online at tristateofficefurniture.com or give us a call, 412-771-0760. Tri-State Office Furniture, the best in the business.
Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich, and Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee? Only 25%, not 40% like some other firms. They're smart, they're aggressive, they're experienced. They have a 99.7% success rate. That means they win. Car accidents, motorcycle wrecks, tractor-trailer crashes, dog bites, any accidents, only 25%. Shenderovich, and Fishman. 888-98-TWINS. They got your back, not your wallet.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Still some trouble on the roadways. This report brought to you by Train. In the city of McKeesport, crews checking reports of an accident now, 2500 block of 5th Avenue. That's between Hartman Street and Fawcett Avenue. Meanwhile, the Parkway West, that is jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill. Parkway East lining up at Edgewood Twistvale. And some bridge inspection work this morning on the Highland Park Bridge. Watch for a southbound lane restriction approaching the ramps for Washington Boulevard and Butler Street. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by TrainInfo.com. Train heating and cooling systems are tested, retested, engineered, and re-engineered to keep up with you. We run together. Visit TrainInfo.com to find your local independent train dealer. TrainInfo.com. It's hard to stop a train.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by calling 844-300-LEAF to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Call Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate and to save up to 30%. Dial 844-300-LEAF. That's 844-300-LEAF.
This fall, escape to the mountains for the ultimate gaming getaway and the perfect chance to win big at the casino at Nemacolin. This season, experience explosive jackpot prizes like black and gold football tickets, free play, and a brand new Ford F-350 Tremor. Featuring the newest slots, thrilling table games, and a stunning high roller lounge, your next big jackpot is waiting for you at the casino at Nemacolin. Visit CasinoNemacolin.com for more information. Must be 21 and over with ID to enter the casino. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins first of back-to-back tonight against Carolina on the road. That's at 7 o'clock. Alex Nedeljkovic will start for the Penguins. And all eyes this weekend are on the D.C., Baltimore area as Cincinnati's in Baltimore tonight. AFC North matchup, 8:15 kickoff, 7:30 Westwood One's coverage begins right here on 93.7 The Fan. 93.7 The Fan, easy for me to say. And the Penguins are in Washington tomorrow against the Capitals. Puck drop is at 7:30 with the Steelers in Washington against the Commanders on Sunday at 1 o'clock. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Here's Joe.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
We got more Joe. Come on, Joe! Ah! It's the Joe Starkey Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
He is the limitless wonder. I don't feel well. Or I feel really well.
Too much coffee.
Yeah. I saw Steve Rich this morning. Erstwhile agent for Mario Lemieux, and I don't even know what erstwhile means. I didn't just insult him, did I? Does it mean former? For all I know, he might be the current.
I don't know.
Does Mario still have an agent? Does he need an agent?
It's not in my Mulsey thesaurus. I don't know the correct example for it.
Mulsey thesaurus. I like that. Have they renamed that thing?
They should.
The Mulsaurus.
Instead of the Webster's Dictionary, the Mulsey's Dictionary.
You know what is one of Mulsey's favorite sayings is by orders of magnitude. And I don't know what that means either. Do you?
No, but he has a vast vocabulary. I know that.
I love that guy. I truly do.
Me too.
I don't know what kind of donut I'm eating, but I'll tell you it's delicious. And I don't know what kind of coffee I drank, but I'll tell you it was delicious. And Steve Rich didn't believe me that I could hit a 7 hybrid. I saw him in a coffee shop. He didn't think I could hit one 230 yards, but it turns out it wasn't a hybrid. Him and some other guy were in the coffee shop, and they weren't believing that I could hit this particular club that far. And I said, you know what? Maybe I'm misdescribing the club. I'll go out to my car. And people were taken aback in the coffee shop when I came in with a golf club. You just never know these days, Limits, right?
No, I can't say I'm surprised you brought a golf club into the coffee shop. You should have just brought a whole bag of golf clubs into the coffee shop.
I know. Well, no, that would be too heavy. And it turns out it was a 7 fairway wood. Point being, I've benched my driver based on behavior and in-game performance, and I just used the 7, whatever it is. I don't know what the hell it is, a fairway wood. And it's all about setting aside that male ego at the tee. Let's see who can hit it the furthest. It's a blank swinging contest, a club swinging contest, we'll say. I don't care anymore. I just want to hit it straight. That's all I care about. And if we're talking a matter of 30 yards or 20 yards, okay, then I'll hit a different club from 140 instead of one from 110. The point is, I have a shot. How are you today, Limits?
I'm doing great, Joe. I appreciate you asking.
Your T-shirt, sweatshirt game continues to be, well, better than anybody else's. Today you have a Utah Penn State. I don't even remember the game. What bowl game was that?
It was the Rose Bowl 2 years ago. I was there in attendance. My first time in California. Went to the Rose Bowl game.
Did you go to In-N-Out Burger in California?
I did, yes.
Overrated, underrated, or just what you expected?
Well, my expectations were somewhat high for it, and I know a lot of people are disappointed by In-N-Out Burger. I thought it was fine. My expectations weren't blown away, but I was like, yeah, I think it's properly rated.
So a little, really, it sounds like you thought it was a little underrated. I was out there a few years ago with my daughter. We made it a point to go there. Did they put the little In-N-Out cap on you, the little worker cap?
No, we were in the drive-thru for probably 20 minutes.
We thought it was overrated. We honestly did. Or she did, I should say. I like burgers that are thin, burnt, and dry. And, man, it fit the bill. I thought it was great. She wasn't a big fan. She thought overrated. Then we went down to Manhattan Beach and played volleyball for a little while.
Oh, that's my favorite place in all of California, Manhattan Beach. We
Isn't
stayed
it
there.
Unbelievable?
We stayed there before the Steelers and Rams game we went to last year.
Wait, you've been out to California twice in the last 2 years?
Twice in the last year or so.
Holy bird milk.
Trying to get my dad to go back out again, but, you know.
Do you and your dad ever fight? Not fight, but do you get aggravated with each other on vacations?
No, not on vacations.
As we often do with our family members. Who's driving the ship? Who decides on dinner? Who decides on the daily activities?
No, me and my mother go back and forth on and on and on, but my dad and I probably go back and forth maybe 3 times a year.
Yeah, pretty content with whatever you're doing.
Yeah.
The Bechtold men.
They raised me well, so thankfully I've been, able to steer my own ship pretty well, I'd like to say.
I've got some incredible topics to start with today. I truly do. Off the top, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Here's a rundown of what's happening on today's show. One of the times in the day I enjoy the most is the old crossover. And did you know, Limits, that our first programming director here, the estimable, if that's a word, Terry Fox, had us talk to each other in the crossovers on the air, not knowing that we all hated each other. So the crossovers became a disaster. Were you aware of that was a thing?
I knew it happened before, but I didn't know it went back to the early days of the station.
Right, the very first days of the station. He wanted that to be the tease into the next show.
And they do that on the AM side.
So I would come in here and have to talk to the guys who just had their show. I guess it was Cook and Vinny. Nobody wanted to do that. Nobody liked each other. Nobody wanted to help each other's show. In fact, they'd probably just as soon ruin each other's show.
This is when you were with Josh Miller, 2 to 6?
No, it was when I was with John Seibel, 2 to 6. Before we got in a fight in the parking lot. We didn't even like each other, let alone the other shows. So the whole thing was a disaster, and I've forgotten why I even mentioned it. Why'd I mention it?
The crosstalk.
What about the crosstalk?
Why did you mention it?
I don't know. That's what I'm asking you. Well, how did I get into that?
I don't know. I can't read your mind.
I know why. Because one of my favorite times of the day is coming in here and saying hello to Adam and Doran, who I do like. And I get the impression they like me. I don't know. Maybe they slander me behind my back. But I think they like me.
They like you.
And I like them.
And I'll be with them tomorrow.
Yes, you will. And Jolie Nelson will be in here. Point of this whole story is that I stumbled into an unbelievable topic today. I was asking them, and I think they did this topic, is who should Steeler fans root for in the game tonight, which I'm very much looking forward to, Bengals-Ravens. But then it occurred to me, because part of my rationale on who I think people should vote for tonight or root for is the fact that all the divisional games are out in front of the Steelers. So that led me to jump ahead and say, wait a second. When the schedule came out, that's all we talked about, Limits, was this highly unusual, weird, some said punitive schedule in which the Steelers were playing all of their divisional games after the bye in a very short period of time. And we all wondered, once we get there, how will it play out? Will it have been a good thing or a bad thing? There's no way to predict. Well, guess what, big boy? We're here. Not quite here. They play Washington first, but you know what I mean. We are post-bye. So I want to ask you this question and our faithful listeners. Hopefully they're on YouTube watching me on TV. I still think and will argue for you being on TV. You're part of the show. You're an important part of the show. Can't we turn a camera on you? Would you like that?
I would like that, yeah. I don't know where it would be set up, but maybe right underneath this light
Probably
here.
in your studio. You have a whole room there. What do you mean, Limits?
Well, I'm
they
just
could
trying
set
to
up a camera anywhere.
I'm looking for a specific spot.
Well, anywhere would be that
I could
spot.
put it right here, right in front of me.
Sure.
By the bobbleheads.
That would be ideal since right in front of you is the one that I have.
Yeah.
That's why it's on me. It's right in front of me. Is this a good thing or a bad thing? We're here. We're post-bye, and the Steelers, for the first time in their history, have every divisional game still in front of them. We're here. Do you like this or not at this point in the season? How has it played out for you? I'll go first. I think it's turned out great. And obviously, injuries pending. Who knows what happens tonight, what happens in the Steeler game. But where we are right now, this is ideal, and Doran pointed me in this direction. Crowley didn't seem interested in talking to me today. He was very unapproachable in some ways. They both made fun of my haircut, which I tried to do myself.
That's why you're wearing a hat again.
Yeah.
I haven't seen your haircut.
And then Crowley just left, very unceremoniously. But Doran and I had a nice chat. And he said that who knows how it plays out earlier this year if you have divisional games with the quarterback situation. You know what I mean? Who knows how that plays out? All I know is it played out in such a way that Russell Wilson became your quarterback. That the Steelers appear to be on the ascent right now. They're playing their best football right now. And they're healthy. And I think it's a great thing that the divisional... Do they win divisional games with Justin Fields against high-quality opponents in the Ravens, and I still think the Bengals fit in that category? I don't know. You could also argue the Bengals sucked early in the year, and now they're getting to be really good. This is a horrible thing to be playing the Bengals this late. But I think, by and large, to be in first place right now And to be at your very best right now, especially at the quarterback position, and you've just fortified yourself at the trade deadline, I'm looking at it like if I'm the Steelers, I control my fate here in the second half because I've got those divisional games in front of me. We're at our very best, I'm thinking, if I'm the Steelers, and this is perfect. This is a perfect scenario. I don't know how it would have turned out early on with Fields at quarterback against, say, the Ravens. But, man, I'd sure be glad to have Russell right now, and they do. That's my take, Limits. I think that this schedule, after all the back and forth we had, all the fretting about, oh, my God, the divisional games are coming up all at the same time after the bye. What is going to happen? Well, we're here. And I think, by and large, while the schedule is very tough, especially when you throw in Washington, Philly, and Kansas City, there's no denying that. It's still a bad thing to have a hard schedule at any point in your year. I think it's a really good thing for this team at this particular time to have every divisional game in front of them. And by the way, the Browns suck and are getting worse every week because they're losing players, they're trading players, or they did. Jameis Winston stinks. So you're catching them at a perfect time, too. Thoughts?
You know, I think there's a lot of good points there. I also think, though, that them being 6-2 softens the blow of having to play the division a little bit later on. Honestly, I would have rather played Cleveland at the start of the year with Deshaun Watson and how bad he is, because Jameis Winston gives them a better chance.
That's a good point, and I commend you for it.
You know, so the other teams in the division have played 2 games each already. So I still would have rather have played one game earlier than the second half of the season before the bye.
Yeah.
But at the same time, hindsight 2020, when you look at the offense under Russell Wilson, it's the best that they've played all year. It's the most efficient offense that they've had all year. We got to see Justin Fields. I don't think he would win a Cincinnati game on the road in Cincinnati against the Bengals right now, or maybe a game in Baltimore. Russell Wilson, I think, gives them a better chance. I mean, they always succeed against Baltimore. But yeah, I think you're right. Maybe one game I would shift, but having everything still out in front of them, with the records being what they are, a better record than everyone else first place in the division, it caters to them.
The most unusual schedule in Steelers history, certainly their modern history. That's what we were talking about the day the schedule came out. We're here. We're post-bye. Are you glad that the Steelers have all their divisional games in front of them? 412-928-9370. 928-9370. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia. Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. And the hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. Chris Hoke at the top of the hour going to join me in studio for the whole 11 o'clock hour. But the other question on tap here, Wonder Twin, is tonight's game in the AFC North. Who do you think Steeler fans should be voting for, should be rooting for? Who are you rooting for? What's best for the Steelers? Simply to have the Ravens lose, and then if you win, you have, a 2-game lead on them and a 3-game lead on the Bengals. I guess that's the obvious way to go, right, is to root for the Bengals. On the other hand, the Bengals, they win a game like this, they're suddenly, they have juggernaut potential to me. They've been disappointing. Their defense has stunk for a lot of the first 9 games of their season. But I sense that they're getting healthier and perhaps better on that side of the ball, and they're lethal on the other side, as long as they have that guy at quarterback. Do you want to fuel that little fire with the Bengals? Or would you rather have the Ravens win, and then if you win in D.C., you're still in control of the division. You still have 2 games against the Ravens and the Bengals. So would you rather have the Bengals lose this game and be 4-6 and maybe not even a threat at all? There's a lot to think about here. But I think ultimately the simplest answer is the best answer. Is that Occam's razor?
Occam's razor?
Is that the philosophy behind that? Can you call Mulsey?
I'll have to ask.
What is the saying? What is the umbrella, the phrase in which the simplest answer is always the best? What is that called? You don't know?
I'm drawing a blank.
I think it's Occam's razor.
The texters will let us know.
Who is Occam?
I don't know.
Is he a player?
Is he a coach?
412
philosopher?
928-9370. I think that's the easy answer. But, man, I'm looking forward to the game. What do you think?
I would rather see the Ravens bury the Bengals in this game. 6 losses, I think that probably takes them out of the division race at this point, or at least close to it. Because when you look at Cincinnati's schedule, they're at the Chargers in prime time, then they're bye, then the Steelers in Cincinnati, but then it's Dallas potentially without Dak, who's hurt and going on IR, Tennessee, the awful Browns, they get them at home on Thursday night, Denver at home, and then the Steelers to close the season. So, I mean, you could face the Bengals in that final game of the year on a 4-game winning streak against some bad opponents. Maybe they'll unleash hell in December. And the Bengals might be in that game against the Steelers playing for a playoff spot.
Here's the funny thing. Of the Bengals' next 2 games, next week's is bigger, I would argue. At the Chargers. That's the team in front of them for the wild card. So the Bengals, contrary to popular belief, I think, could lose tonight, win at the Chargers. Then they're 5-6 going into their bye week. 5-6 with games against Tennessee. That's a 6th win. Cleveland, that's a 7th win. Maybe Denver, that's an 8th win. That's a home game, and I know they haven't played well at home, the Bengals. And then they have Dallas and Pittsburgh. So I still think 9 wins is on the table for them. Is that still a playoff spot? I don't know. I don't think the Bengals are dead, that their season's dead if they lose tonight. But you know what? The division might be alive if they win. If they win and beat Baltimore and the Steelers lose, then the Bengals are 2 games out of the division at 5-5. And they got both games against the Steelers still to play. There's a lot to be decided here, Limits. A lot.
Occam's razor is the correct phrase. The simplest answer is most likely the correct answer. Thank you to the texters.
And thank you to Mulsey, because he introduced me to that phrase many years ago, and I've never forgotten.
Many, many moons ago.
928-9370. You want to weigh in on all things AFC North, the game tonight, and this crazy Steelers schedule that is now finally sitting right in front of us. Are you glad it's this way with all the divisional games still out in front of them? I am. I think this is the best version of them. They sort of used the first half of their schedule to figure out who their quarterback was. I don't know that I want to be going through that process against the Ravens and Bengals. You know what I mean? I don't know if they survive Russell Wilson's first game back if they're playing a good team. Like, what if that was the Ravens where they came out that way? Luckily for them, it was the Jets. I just think they're settled now. They're settled in the very best version of themselves. And while 4 games against the Ravens and Bengals is a huge challenge, it's also kind of exactly what you want. You now control your fate in the division against those teams as the best version of yourself. That's how I feel anyway, but I'm open to all suggestions and open to having a wonderful, stimulating conversation. Plus, you get to talk to City Limits when you call in at 412-928-9370. Our 6-pack, as always, brought to you by Bet365. And if you just want to weigh in by text, that's always an option for you. Text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Did you have a donut, Limits? There's donuts in the other room.
I did. I had a chocolate donut.
I had a blueberry glazed, and it was unbelievable. How much damage have I done to myself long-term by eating so many sweets, I wonder?
I've asked myself the same question. I like a lot of chocolate.
But you're not long-term yet. You're still in your, what are you, 26?
23.
You're only 23?
You ask me this like once a week, and you add on years every time. What are you, 25, 26? Next week it'll be 28.
I may be adding years to you. You're 23?
Yes.
My God, you're just a child.
I'm just getting started. I wish I was like 21 again, but yes, 23.
How can you even think of long-term damage you're doing? You're not in long-term life yet.
Well, I want to make sure that I don't prevent anything from so far down the road.
Yeah, you got another 10 years of binging on donuts before you have to worry about anything.
Oh, I'm just going to keep eating donuts, yes, but...
Me, the damage, if there is damage, has been done.
I don't do any unnecessary damage.
The question is when and where does it manifest itself? The damage has been done. I'm a sugar addict, and I always have been. Sure, I've had bouts of months at a time where I quit and lose weight, but I always go back to it.
So what was your breakfast today? Just a donut?
My breakfast was 2 giant cups of coffee and apple walnut cake, and then when I came in here, I had a giant cup of coffee and a donut. That's 2 breakfasts, neither one of which were any good.
I had a donut and a Twix bar, so I still think you probably beat me out. A Twix bar, yeah.
I like that. 928-9370. We also have an experiment we're going to run today. It's called a Steeler Potpourri. If this thing takes off, you're going to hear it every Thursday before Hokie. My friend City Limits here has compiled a list of storylines and clips all related to the Steelers, including Mike Williams taking a little shot at his old buddy, not Aaron Rodgers. I like this. This is good stuff. I wrote this morning for the Post-Gazette about Naji Harris and why can't the Steelers and Naji extend their marriage a little bit. I uncovered some numbers that were rather eye-opening. We'll get into all of this on our way to Chris Hoke at the top of the hour. Did I mention the fan text line yet?
Yes. People are already reaching out.
Thank you, Limits.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
AFC North matchup tonight. Cincinnati is in Baltimore. 8:15 kickoff for Thursday Night Football. Westwood One has the coverage beginning at 7:30 tonight. You listen to it right here on 93.7 The Fan. Can also listen on your Odyssey app. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. People say sports aren't life and death. Well, you haven't met our caller, Adrian, who heard the Steelers traded for Mike Williams and did this.
I'm in the hospital, so...
Are you all right, Adrian?
I might be getting put under for a surgery. It was just something bad that I ate. But I really want to tap into the Steelers are better than the Ratbirds.
When news breaks, we're the only place you need to go. Your life may depend on it. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
The Season of Performance event is happening now at Spitzer Acura. We're rolling out the red carpet and unleashing huge Black Friday savings all month long. Plus, available low financing rates, 0 down leases, top dollar trade allowances. And with any new Acura, get a no-charge lifetime warranty, complimentary maintenance, and a loaner during service. Hurry, our friendly consultants are ready to help you now.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Acura McMurray.
Our world revolves around you.
See dealer for details.
Your coworkers might annoy you, but we promise we won't. Download the free Odyssey app and you can listen to us at work while you tackle your inbox or get ready for another meeting that probably could have been an email. Tune in late? You can rewind your favorite live shows to catch what you missed. And with Chapters, easily jump to the topics that you care about most, like the latest updates from your team. Your sports talk, your way. The Odyssey app. Download it today.
Lowe's knows you want to get even more value for the holiday. That's why as a My Lowe's Rewards member, you get new member deals on holiday decor, tools, and more. And you earn points when you shop. More points equal more rewards to help you save on holiday and more. Not a member? Join for free today at Lowe's.com/MyLowe'sRewards because Lowe's knows deals. Program subject to terms and conditions. Points are awarded on eligible purchases. See Lowe's.com/terms for full details. Subject to change.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Sounds like wipers. If your wipers are streaking, skipping, chattering, or even worse, loud, you need to visit AutoZone and get some fresh new blades. We've got basic wipers to get you back on the road, as well as premium blades from Bosch and Rain-X. So if you're hearing this, Just head to your nearest AutoZone or AutoZone.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this: if something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month, with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Company.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Tonight's Cincinnati-Baltimore divisional matchup should provide plenty of high-scoring fun. The Ravens won 41-38 back in Week 5, dropping Joe Burrow's record against Baltimore to 3-5. While Burrow's passing game should shred the Ravens secondary, how about Lamar Jackson, Zay Flowers, and Derrick Henry? They have been unstoppable of late. Cincy should cover the 6-point spread, but I do like Baltimore to win 34-31 this time. I'm Boomer Esiason.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this: if something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month, with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Decisions that impact you or your loved ones can be overwhelming, especially if you're facing long-term care, special needs, or elder law issues. The attorneys at Julian Gray Associates can help you truly understand the best approach to take. Julian Gray Associates have the most certified elder law attorneys in the country. They're located right here in Pittsburgh. Experienced advice from certified elder law attorneys who understand your legal issues and are committed to helping you. Find out more at grayelderlaw.com.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
We've got Cincinnati against Baltimore coming up on Thursday Night Football. Let's take a look at some same-game parlay props on ESPN Bet. You can find them in the app by tapping the SGP tab next to tonight's matchup. Here's one I have cooked up for you. Derrick Henry plus 2 touchdowns. Jamar Chase plus 70 yards receiving. Zay Flowers 5+ receptions. Odds of plus 475. Download the ESPN app and claim a 30% profit boost to use on your same game parlay for tonight's game. Odds and lines are subject to change. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
With the weather changing, November is your last chance to replace your old drafty windows before the winter cold weather arrives. If yours are cracked or leaking and won't open or stay open, then it's time to call the pros at Window Nation. Right now, get 50% off all styles of windows, double hungs, bows, bays, sliders. It doesn't matter. Plus, you could save even more with 0% interest for 60 months. That's 5 full years. Window Nation's windows come with a lifetime warranty and can be installed in 1 day or less. With proven quality and service, it's no wonder thousands of homeowners have trusted Window Nation for their homes. And you can too. So if your old finicky windows and high energy costs from this winter are cutting deep into your finances, don't miss out. with 50% off all styles of windows plus 0% interest for 60 months. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com to schedule your free in-home estimate. That's 866-90-NATION or windownation.com.
What's up, sandwich heads? Today on Steve-O's Sandwich Reviews, we've got the tips and tricks to the best sandwich order. And it all starts with this little guy right here. Pepsi Zero Sugar. Partial to pastrami, craving a Cubano. Yeah, sounds delicious, but boom! Add the crisp, refreshing taste of Pepsi Zero Sugar and cue the fireworks. Lunch, dinner, or late night, it'll be a sandwich worth celebrating. Trust me, your boy's eaten a lot of sandwiches in his day, and the one thing I can say with absolute fact, every bite is better with Pepsi.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Joe Starkey Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
The treats are abundant here today. My brain is firing at a high rate of speed. I can't stop the thoughts running through my mind. For some reason, I was just thinking about Roy Hibbert from Georgetown and how great it was to be at Madison Square Garden. I don't know, was it 2004, 5, 6, somewhere in there, when Sam Young and DeJuan Blair led Pitt to a Big East title at the Garden. They beat Roy Hibbert. Or was it Aaron Gray? I don't remember. I just remember it was great. It was Pitt-Georgetown in the championship game under the lights. You always felt like it was a special occasion at the Garden. I used to go visit Aunt Viv for dinner the night before. Stayed at a Hampton Inn, I think, which obviously in Manhattan, it's not your typical Hampton Inn. For one thing, it's like a high-rise building. For another, the rooms are extremely tiny. But it was great. You know, you wake up, you walk, I don't know, it was like 20 blocks from there to the Garden. Oh, my God, do I miss that, Limits. Can you imagine? You probably can't. It was Ron's favorite thing, too, the Big East tournament.
I wanted to go to the Garden. Well, I mean, I guess I still can go to the Garden for any type of sporting event. Like, I want to see, like, a Knicks game. I want to see Pitt basketball play there again. Just seems like one of those bucket list venues that you have to see.
Did you know I was at Wayne Gretzky's last NHL game?
No.
Unbelievable. The Penguins were there at the Garden. I was there. He passed the proverbial torch to Jaromir Jagr as sort of the face of the league after that game. That one's hard to believe.
Pretty incredible.
I used to save the press passes from these things, and then I lost them all. Maybe. I don't know. They might be somewhere at home. And then the other thing firing through my caffeine-addled brain is how I like it when there's still hatred in sports. Not hatred. You know what I mean. Sports hatred. I was watching the NBA last night. Ja Morant of the Grizzlies was going crazy against the Lakers, smashing into LeBron, mocking people when they tried to cover him. You know how they do that thing where they bend low to the ground and put their hand off the ground like you're too small to cover me? I love that. And then after the game, he said flat out, I don't like them. We need more of that in sports. I don't like them. And he was combative on the court, actively not liking them. He said they knocked me out of the playoffs, and then last year we had a game, and they came in here and popped it on our home floor when I was in street clothes. I wasn't in street clothes tonight. That's what I like, Limits.
Yeah, you know, you need that competitive flair, the back and forth, the jawing, something that we don't see as much as, at least in watching a lot of documentaries, they say that the 80s was just full of it.
Yes, it was Lakers, Celtics. You still get it in the NFL, hockey. You still have it
more
from
so
time
in
to time. Steelers, Ravens, but everything's too nice. It's nice to be nice to the nice, said Frank Burns.
It was fun when Amir Garrett was throwing punches at the Pirates and running out of the dugout that one day. Remember that? And he tried to fight the entire team.
Yes, I love that
and
stuff.
The Tom Wilson fight, as long as nobody gets hurt between him and the Penguins, I like those.
And the other thing that's happening, and my last two favorite teams in all of sports that I actively root for are the Golden State Warriors and the Indiana Fever. Steph Curry, Caitlin Clark. And there was this whole thing in Boston last night about how with the U.S. Olympic team, Jason Tatum didn't get to play enough. So he was out for revenge on Steve Kerr, who was the Olympic coach. To me, you win gold. Every move you made was justified. That's A. B, he had two other guys from the Celtics who played a lot on that team. Drew Holiday, who's a different player than Jason Tatum.
And Derek White.
What do you want, the Celtics to be the Olympic team, too?
I could argue that Jason Tatum shouldn't even have been on that team, and it should have been Jaylen Brown instead.
Well, me too. There was a sequence last night that I just loved. It was Curry to Buddy Hield for a three-pointer with Jason Tatum just standing there on defense. And if you want to clip that and say this is why he didn't play in the Olympics, go ahead and do it. Please do it. I can't stand Boston sports teams or their fans. I just can't. All right, Limits, back to the Steelers. 50-minute mark we're coming up on, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge, Route 19, Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. Let's go to a couple calls. We opened with, who are you rooting for tonight? Who should you be rooting for as a Steeler fan, Bengals or Ravens? Plus, the schedule that we talked about endlessly. What's going to happen post-bye with all the division games still ahead? It's here. We're post-bye. Yes, they open with the Commanders, but do we like the fact that the whole division schedule lies ahead, or would we have preferred to get some out of the way? Wonder Twin made an excellent point, I thought, by saying maybe the Browns once or twice with Deshaun Watson would have been nice early in the season. But I think we both agree that right now, and the Bengals stunk in the first week, but would you have wanted to have Justin Fields in divisional games, or are you glad? Are you happier that the Steelers sort of used those first 8 games to land on a quarterback, and they landed on the superior one, apparently, and they're the very best version of themselves right now, coming out of the bye with these divisional games ahead? I think Limits and I landed on choice B right there. 928-9370. We're going to get into Steelers potpourri in just a moment. My friend Limits has done meticulous preparation for that. But let's go to the phones for a moment.
Here is Paul in Pittsburgh.
Hey, Paul.
I'd like to see the Bengals win. We have the toughest remaining schedule. That being, reason that is, I think we split 1-1. We still have the Chiefs, we still have the Eagles. I want to make sure that we're in a position that, we're a game ahead. So if the Bengals obviously win, it puts us in that position. And we got to get back to Steeler football where, we're putting the game on our back. We're not worried about anything else. Let's take care of business and let the cards play. You know what I mean?
So you want the Bengals to win so that the Steelers can potentially increase their divisional lead to 2 games, right? Over the Ravens.
With our remaining schedule, I just don't see us winning every game, to be quite honest.
Yeah.
To be realistic. So
I think
the game is more important than anything.
Yeah.
You don't even know if the Commanders are 7-2, got the, number one.
It's going to be a very tough game. Yes.
So that makes me nervous. So why not try to get a game ahead?
Well, you're right. I think he's right. And thank you for the call. If the Bengals win, the Steelers are still guaranteed to be in first place, even if they lose to Washington. It is an Occam's razor explanation, isn't it, Limits? The simplest answer is the best.
Yes, I'm glad that you taught me that today.
Mulsey taught me that. See how things get passed down at the station? It's the circle of life.
It's a totem pole.
Who's next?
Let's go to Newman in Monongahela.
Newman.
Hey, good morning or afternoon. That's morning still. I go against
Limits. When does morning turn to afternoon officially in your mind?
At noon.
At noon? 11:30's not afternoon yet?
No, it's afternoon is after noon.
Do you agree with that, sir?
Yes, I do. At 12:01, it's afternoon, so I was wrong.
Okay, go ahead.
I would like the Ravens to win, push the Bengals down further. That way, I still think that we're going to handle the Ravens. We always do. So I'm not going to say, hey, we're not going to win. That's a defeatist attitude. And then the other thing is, once they push them down, we're not going to end up in the basement. Like all the talking head experts said, the Steelers are going to be fourth in the AFC North. Bull, you know what?
Thank you, sir. Did they say third or fourth, Limits? And by the way, we don't know how the second half of the season's going to play out, so don't speak too soon. I don't think that's going to happen either.
No.
But I would warn against speaking too soon. Not that they'd finish last. That's impossible because the Browns exist. But I think the preseason odds mostly had the Steelers third. Did they not?
They did. I mean, there were a couple that had them last just because of people, Deshaun Watson will be better this time for Cleveland, and their roster is so good.
Well, if you finish third, that's not far from last. So there's still 9 games left. I just wouldn't speak too soon. I think they're going to finish second with a solid wild card and 10 or 11 wins.
Well, we did our win projections. I actually had them finishing in first, even though if we did it like a blind resume and not going game by game, I would project them to finish second. So I contradicted myself, but I do think they finished second to Baltimore, even though they played Baltimore very well. I'm more so worried about that Kansas City-Philadelphia stretch.
Another quick side note on the NBA that nobody cares about. I sure do enjoy watching J.J. Redick lose. Oh, do I take enjoyment out of that. Limits, let's go with our Steelers potpourri. This is a new segment, and if it hits today, it could be a weekly segment leading us into Hokie. Please, the Steelers potpourri.
I sure hope that's the case. We have some sound from Mike Williams. He talked for the first time yesterday after becoming a Steeler. Same thing with Preston Smith. And Mike Tomlin was asked about both players. Let's start with Mike Williams on being in Pittsburgh, and also, is he taking a shot at Aaron Rodgers?
I mean, Russ, everybody see it. He put the work in, time in, time out, a leader on and off the field. So just very thankful to have a guy like that, quarterback of this team, the leader.
What's your understanding what your role is going to be and how much playing time you might?
That was absolutely a shot at Aaron Rodgers. He stuck in the second leader very emphatically. May we hear that again?
Yes, you may.
I love that.
Russ, everybody see it. He put the work in, time in, time out, a leader on and off the field. So just very thankful to have a guy like that, quarterback of this team, the leader.
So he didn't need the extra leader.
Does Aaron Rodgers not put the time in on and off the field?
I don't think he probably feels that Rodgers was the ideal leader, especially that time that Rodgers put him on blast to the entire nation for apparently running the wrong route.
And then phased him out of the offense over the last couple of weeks.
Yes. Next.
You're understanding what your role is going to be and how much playing time you might see?
We ain't really talk about that yet. Right now, I had a pretty good day-to-day, quite a bit. So, keep building the rest of the weekend, see where we at on Sunday.
No role discussed yet for Mike Williams.
I expect a minimal role in this game, but where I expect it is the red zone. And here's the beauty of that, is that Russ, as a veteran and as a really smart, sharp quarterback, is going to be able to recognize before the snap where the mismatch might be. He might have 2 of them because Pickens and Williams are both mismatches. So is Freiermuth a lot of the time. And you want to divert your resources to George? Go ahead. You want to leave Mike Williams one-on-one for a 50-50 ball? That's where Russ will be going. That's the part of the field where having a guy whose specialties might be a little redundant with Pickens could actually be a big advantage, right? Because you can just pick and choose, no pun intended, which guy has the lesser player on him or which guy has the less coverage on him. You know what I mean?
Right, and he's a big target. I'd also like to see Williams go over the middle of the field because he's a big body receiver, maybe capable of boxing out defenders over the middle on slant routes or whatever it might be. So curious how that might work out. Preston Smith, though, he wanted out of Green Bay. He has 2 more years left on his contract after this year, which are non-guaranteed. So the Steelers can move on from him, and it's not an issue. Here's what he had to say about becoming the newest Steeler.
I was excited. A few weeks ago, I requested a trade. I didn't feel like I was being useful in the system, and it wasn't catering to my play style. Moving forward, I wasn't surprised when I got the call. It's like, I got what I asked for, and I'm at a great place with some great teammates. And, I'm excited for a new start, and I'm excited for the rest of this journey for this season.
Weirdly enough, with him, even though he's here as a depth edge rusher, I think his ability, his size against the run might be something that helps the Steelers even more. I thought probably Herbig was exposed a little bit in that area, or at least, that might be unfair, but the absence of Alex Highsmith made us appreciate what he does against the run.
I think it's more so that, yeah.
They couldn't replace that, and Herbig was the guy who tried to replace that. But Preston Smith, I think, against a certain opponent, where you might want to use your depth more against the run, where that might be more valuable than having another rusher, that could play out in the second half of the season here. He's potentially a nice depth piece. I don't want to go hog wild over Preston Smith, but potentially he can help.
I'd like to see them utilize him maybe even on the defensive line next to Cam Hayward in like a Larry Ogunjobi position, because Ogunjobi has been very expensive but not productive enough for that cost.
Yeah, maybe he can. He can play with his hand in the ground.
Here's what Mike Tomlin had to say about both acquisitions.
I think we're going to determine that, and there's some variables in that equation. First and foremost, their ability to learn. We got to have an above-the-line assignment component to our play, and so that, and then getting a sense of what they're physically capable of, and so we got a few days to kind of sort through some of those things. This weekend, Sunday, is not the end game. We acquired these guys to be with us for the remainder of this journey, and so that's just my general mindset.
Yeah, and they'll slowly be worked in. Luckily for them, part of their job description is going to be very simple, to where you don't really have to know the scheme. For Williams, that'll be snaps where you say, hey, it could be a 50-50 ball coming to you. Run straight down the field, and if it comes to you, try to catch it. And with Smith, I know I just talked about his run defense, but he is here as a depth edge rusher. 5 snaps in the game where you say, the quarterback over there, go after him. You don't need to be scheme knowledgeable to do that. You can just sick him. And you'd rather say whoa than sick him, wouldn't you?
And I don't like that they...
No, you'd rather say,
say whoa than sick him.
Yeah, right, exactly.
I don't like how much they rotate T.J. Watt off the field.
Yeah, that's overrated.
What?
First of all, they don't rotate him, I don't think. I think that he plays the game at such a level that there are times that he just needs to come out of the game. I think that's his decision. Don't you?
Yeah, but it's still concerning to me that he wasn't on that final drive against the Giants on that play. It was like the 30-yard line on the Beanie Bishop interception. Him and Alex Highsmith aren't out there.
Yes.
I mean, you have to scheme it or find a way that either one of those guys are out there. I mean, that cannot happen that neither guy is out there. They got lucky in that situation.
I agree with you there.
That's probably why they got Preston Smith. And Herbig's coming back.
Well, having said that, and I'm not saying you, but I think people tend to overstate this T.J. Watts out of the game too
You are
much.
saying me.
Okay, then I'm saying you. Here's his percent of snaps in each game. 96, 93, 92, 94, 96, 90, 89. You're wrong. Next.
Mike Florio was asked, all right, I'll address that. It's also timely. Why not take him out in, a couple instances, whether it's the third quarter or it's the second quarter, not the fourth?
Because they're not the ones taking him out. When he feels like he needs a quick breather, he does that.
He's voluntarily taking himself out?
Yes, I think so. Yes. I think they rotate their defensive line and things like that, but he's played. Did I mention percentage of snaps? 96, 93, 92, 94, 96, 90, 89. You're wrong. Next.
Mike Florio was asked if the Steelers can win in January, meaning a lot playoff games.
And I think with Russell Wilson, the way he's been playing, the somewhat uncharacteristic willingness to give up future assets to try to help the team get better now. When you look at where they are, I think they can win in the postseason. They can get hot. They can improve. 9 tough games coming up now. The Browns games, who knows? But they're still division rivalries. But you've got the Commanders, the Chiefs, the Eagles in 6 division games. It's not going to be easy. But I think the Steelers are in that mix. They're in that conversation of a team that by the time we get to January can win in the postseason, can win on the road in the postseason, could beat the Bills in Buffalo, could beat the Ravens in Baltimore, could beat the Chiefs in Kansas City, potentially, if anybody can beat the Chiefs. And that may be the reality. Nobody may have a chance at beating the Chiefs except the Lions in the Super Bowl when it comes down to it. But I still think the Steelers are capable, more capable this year than in other recent years of winning in the postseason.
Chris Hokie has emerged very fired up. He scared me, as a matter of fact.
He's talking about Jaden Daniels in Washington. He's ready to go. He's humming at 100.
I think that the Steelers potpourri is a smash hit and should be a regular item. Do you?
I agree. What do you think of potpourri? Do you like? Isn't it that like stuff that looks like it's food? Everybody puts it in a bowl and you can't eat it.
No.
You know what I'm talking about?
Isn't it a variety of flowers in a little pack? Potpourri? What's potpourri mean, Hokie? Do you know? Why do we say potpourri if the indication is we're about to do a little variety like a smorgasbord? What's potpourri?
Something to do with a scent, right? A smell, right? And that potpourri kind of makes something smell good.
Yeah, I think that's what it is.
Maybe it's a French word or something.
Well, why did I call it a Steeler potpourri? I thought it was a variety of things at once. Hold on a second here. Say hi to City Limits, Hokie, and how are you?
Hello, Hokie. It's called a smorgasbord.
They don't use that word anymore either. Yeah, buffet. Do you like to go to buffets? Perhaps at Haas's, places like that?
When I was playing, I mean, I love to eat, right? And so to go to a buffet. When I was a kid, my dad used to take us to smorgasbords all the time.
I think we're all right about this. A potpourri is a mixture of dried plant materials that is used to provide a pleasant scent in the room.
Yeah.
So I think we made people happy in a way. We provided a pleasant scent, if you will, with a variety of topics, switching back and forth.
That's a stretch, but I'll go with it.
I was always confused by potpourri.
Well, now you're not. Chris Hocus.
I still am.
How are you still am?
I don't understand.
I just gave you the definition.
We have a lot of value to potpourri in this regard, but I don't understand why you have it just for scent in your house. You just put it on your table, and there's a bunch of what? Just like leaves and stuff like that?
Yes,
but it's
a little bouquet of little tiny dried plants that make a nice scent in a room like a bathroom, Hokie. Everybody has potpourri in their house.
I don't think we have any.
I'm going to call your mom after the show and ask her.
Do it.
I will.
We don't.
Give me the number, and I guarantee that she will tell me she has potpourri in your house.
Then maybe I just didn't know it was potpourri.
Well, now you do. Hokie, everything well?
Everything's well, brother. Excited to talk Steelers.
I just read a story on your son in the Post-Gazette.
How about that?
Did you like that story?
We don't want to talk about it. No jinxing.
No jinxing. Okay.
Well, we still got some games to play.
I understand that.
Yeah,
but the kid and the player, he's
a
good kid, good player.
Great kid. He's a better kid than he is a football player.
Is he better than you were in high school?
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah, he's good. Well,
what position again?
Plays what I played. He plays the 3 technique, and he plays on, that's shit.
So if you and him were on the same high school team trying out at nose tackle, he would have beaten you out?
Well, I was bigger than him.
Yeah.
But he's more athletic than I was.
Basketball too?
He did play. He's got great feet. He's very athletic. He's fast.
Great story, too, by Mike White, our friend.
Mike did a great job with that article.
All right, Hokie, let's dive in here. We got a lot of things to talk about. We got the Commanders, who present a gigantic challenge. We were talking about the schedule, all the division games out there, Russell Wilson. We've got so many things to talk about. 2-time Super Bowl champion Chris Hoke. Listen to the Starkey Show every Wednesday to hear about Starkey's Card of the Week from the Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry. Contests run every Wednesday through Friday at noon at the 937thefan.com contesting page. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. It's here, the Chevy Red Tag event now through December 2nd. 0% APR for well-qualified buyers. Full terms at sunchevy.com. High of 65 today with cloudy skies. Let's talk about JP Roofing. Decent day outside today. I would dare to call it nice, but it's going to change. And if your roofing and siding isn't up to snuff, you're going to feel it. Joe and his mustache went into business together 43 years ago. He told me. We sat down for breakfast one day at a Denny's on Route 30. Me, him, and his mustache. And he told me even as a young man he had the mustache, and it may have provided inspiration for him to go into the roofing and siding business. All these 4+ decades later, look at him. He's a back-to-back trifecta Northeast MVP for customer outreach, marketing, production, all that stuff. He's great at what he does. You got a problem with roofing or siding, give him a call. I did, and he fixed the problem. And then I never worried about it anymore. 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Carolina has locked in running back Chuba Hubbard on a 4-year, $33.2 million extension. Max value of $37 million. 15 of it is fully guaranteed new money. Big new running back deal with Naji Harris set to be a free agent at the end of the year. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis, Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, where every nail-biting overtime win, breakaway, pick six, three-point shot, underdog win, buzzer beater, shootout, walk-off, and absolutely every play in between is amazing. From football to basketball and hockey to baseball, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania.
If you're living with dry age-related macular degeneration or dry AMD, you may be at risk for developing geographic atrophy or GA. GA can be unpredictable and progress rapidly, leading to irreversible vision loss. Now there's something you can do to
slow it down and get it going slower.
Izervay is proven to slow GA progression.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Izervay or avacincaptad pagel is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com.
Paid for by Estella's Pharma.
I'm at the movies, asking people if they'll switch seats with me for $574.
Here, take mine.
So what about $574 if you switch your home insurance to Allstate?
Too much work.
Not if you call them. They handle the switching.
Now, that's a plot twist.
Shh. Check Allstate first, and you could save hundreds on quality home insurance today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Not available in every state. Based on the national average annual savings for new home insurance customers surveyed in 2023 who switched to Allstate and reported savings. Savings vary.
Balance of Nature supplements, changing the world one life at a time.
Well, I'm Phil Sims. I played pro football for 15 years. People always ask me, what am I doing now? And I tell them about Balance of Nature, that I'm taking that. I try to eat right. I would say Balance of Nature is a big part of having a happy life because I know I'm doing something that's really good for me. It's going to help me in many aspects of my life. I do it.
Go to balanceofnature.com and get 35% off with your first order as a preferred customer by using discount code
Phil.
There are jewelry stores, and then there are jewelers. Hi, this is Joe Urbanowitz, the jeweler. If you've been looking for a trusted full-service jeweler who can repair, refurbish, design, create, and appraise, give us a try. Or if you just need some advice or a second opinion on a family heirloom, we are here to help. At Urbanowitz Jewelers, our professional staff of trained experts have been helping Pittsburghers with their jewelry needs for over 40 years. Urbanowitz Jewelers, Castee Village, or Peters Township. We're like having a jeweler in the family.
Hey, let's talk about hair. Whether you're losing it or trying to keep what you have, we all worry about our hair. Now, have you tried curing your hair loss with pills and lotions? Do you worry about how your hair is going to look in the wind and rain? Well, worry no more. Here's Cookie Harris, president of New Image Hair Clinic.
Men and women now have options like the new Hair RX restoration procedure. Hair RX combines the best of human hair duplication and artistry to recreate the hair you once had. Call 1-800-942-8302 or go to newimagehairclinic.com for a free hair and scalp health checkup. And get the answers you need about hair loss and thinning hair.
Let's face it, we spend time and money on preserving our teeth, car, and home. Why not our hair? Call 1-800-942-8302. Mention Hair RX to receive $250 off your procedure. That's 1-800-942-8302 or newimagehairclinic.com. Don't waste your time and money. Call New Image first.
Here's another great reason to use the United States Postal Service this season. When sending a package, why venture outside? Ship with USPS for a true holiday ride. Want to stay cozy and warm? There's no need to roam. With free package pickup and labels printed from home. We have over 600,000 employees always in motion. And before you know it, your gift has delivered emotion. Spread the holiday joy this season with USPS's enhanced network. Learn more at USPS.com/holidayride.
Andrew Filipponi for Weather Seal Home Services. Is your roof winter ready? Call Weather Seal today and get your roof problems fixed fast during Weather Seal's November roofing sale. Get a brand new Weather Seal roofing system in just a week with no interest for up to 2 years. Plus, get a free gutter upgrade with your purchase. But you can't wait. This offer isn't going to last. I've trusted them, and you should too. Call 877-351-SEAL today. That's 877-351-SEAL, or go to WeatherSealHomeservices.com. It's Weather Seal Home Services.
The door-busting sales event is happening now at Spencer Toyota Monroeville. We're rolling out the red carpet and unleashing huge Black Friday savings all month long. Plus, available low financing rates, 0 down leases, top dollar trade allowances, and with any new Toyota, get a no-charge lifetime warranty, complimentary maintenance, and so much more. Hurry, come see one of the largest new Tacoma selections in Western PA.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
Our world revolves around you.
See dealer for details.
I'm approaching the age where I'm going to start getting my clothes the same place I get my groceries.
Angela Johnson-Reyes, the family reunion tour.
I can't keep shopping at the same stores I used to shop at. Like Forever 21. No, you're not. Turns out that was a lie.
See Angela Johnson-Reyes
live on stage in Pittsburgh. The Event Center at Rivers Casino, Friday, April 25th. Get tickets now at riverscasino.com.
Cedarbrook Golf Course is the area's finest and affordable public facility. Conveniently located at the intersection of I-70 and State Route 51 in Rostraver, this season, Cedarbrook has heavily invested in new course equipment and continues on-course construction improvements. Book your tee time today at cedarbrookgolfcourse.com or call 724-929-8300. Cedarbrook is the leader in affordable quality golf.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Fall is here, which means the holidays aren't far behind. It's never too early to find the perfect gift at Leon's Billiards and More. Choose from their large selection of pool tables, shuffleboard, foosball, game room furniture, dartboards, and more. Leon's guarantees that nobody will beat their price, quality, selection, and service. Leon's even offers layaway for the holiday. Not ready for your delivery? Leon's will hold your order until you're ready for it. Visit Leon's Billiards and More in Wexford or online at leonsbilliards.com.
PGT Trucking is fueled by the best drivers in the flatbed industry. This is Pat Bostic. For more than 40 years, PGT Trucking has been driven by the proud professionals. Fueled by the promise of great pay, reliable home time, quality equipment, respect, and family. Take the wheel in your career path and join the proud professionals at PGT, a 2024 Best Fleets to Drive For company. Visit pgttrucking.com.
Whatever temperatures this winter brings, your friendly and knowledgeable Bryant dealer, McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, is ready to help. McVeigh is committed to achieving a high level of training and skills and is backed up by one of the heating and cooling industry's most trusted names, Bryant. Whether you need a quick fix or an entirely new heating system, McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling will do whatever it takes to keep you and your family comfortable all winter long. Call McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling or visit callmcveigh.com to book an appointment. McVeigh and Bryant. Whatever it takes.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7, the Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Big weekend in the AFC North, and it starts tonight. Thursday Night Football, Cincinnati and Baltimore, 8:15 kickoff here, right here on 93.7 The Fan. Westwood One's coverage begins at 7:30. Steelers and Commanders. Steelers 6-2 on the season. That game is Sunday from D.C. at 1 o'clock. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Chris Hoke joins us for the next hour.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
Back to more Joe. It's the Joe Starkey Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
They're asking asking it right now on the TV behind you, Hokie. Which AFC team is the biggest threat to the Chiefs? We're going to start out hot today, and I'm going to ask you to answer that question.
Wow.
How are you?
I'm doing great. That's a great question. I think the Steelers are one of those teams, right? But we'll see how they go over the next month.
I need one team. They need one team.
I think right now, if you're talking about one team that you think can go toe-to-toe with them, I think Buffalo Bills.
Thank you, Hokie.
I think Buffalo Bills, they can score. Josh Allen, I just think that's the team right now. But I think the Steelers, they'll tell us a lot over the next 4 weeks, right? When you're playing the Commanders on the road, you're playing the Ravens at home, you're going to the Browns on Thursday Night Football, quick turnaround. I know the Browns aren't tough, but it's a division game. But I think we're going to learn a lot. There's a lot of talk, about how well Russ Wilson and this offense played the last couple of weeks. But, the last 3 games, those 3 teams are, 7-21? And so let's play against some teams. I think that it's the real deal. I really think that this offense is good, really good, and can get better each week. But time will tell. Over the next month, we'll learn a lot.
What's your biggest concern about this team going into the second half of the year here?
My biggest concern about this team, I think that it's the run game on defense.
On defense,
right? I do. You look at it, and when they focus on the run, they do a really good job. But then you open yourself up to the pass, and then when you focus on shutting down the pass, you open yourself up to the run. And teams have had success running down the heart of the defense. I don't think a team can have success against the Steelers running to the sidelines, running on the edges. They got a lot of speed. The Steelers are fast, right? What I'm concerned about was when they try to run between the tackles. And if they can get hats on Cam, if they can get hats on Keanu Benton and Ogunjobi, can the inside linebackers get off blocks and make plays? And what teams are doing is they're going to a sub package, so getting the Steelers in nickel, and they're going multiple receiver sets, and then they're running the ball on them. Landon Roberts is a run stuffer. I like him. He's a missile.
Yeah.
And then they go. Then they bring Patrick Wilson in for him on sub packages, nickel defense, dime defenses, and teams are running the ball, and they're not as familiar in gap control. It's a little more difficult for the Steelers. It's always been like that, even when I played, to stop the run in that nickel package. So
is that the primary issue? Because I think I saw, was it Jerry Dulac refer to that? Do you think the primary reason they're getting run on is that they're in that nickel package a lot?
I think that's one of the reasons.
Yeah.
I think also they got to do a better job of getting off blocks, right? Shooting your hands inside, not D-line, not the D-line. No, I think at second level, the second level, linebackers. These are good linebackers. These are fast. They're great guys, and that's the challenge you have in this day and age in the NFL and in college football, right? You need guys that can cover. You need guys that can run sideline to sideline because this game's getting faster and faster and faster, and they got those guys. But then it's a little more difficult when teams try to pound you and run between the tackles, and you got to line up and you got to be able to engage a guard at a inside linebacker, which they're a little undersized. Patrick Queen can run all over the place. He's a great linebacker, but when they run right at him, it's hard to engage and get off and make plays, and that's where they struggle at times.
What do you think of Peyton Wilson so far, and where does his season go?
I think his arrow's pointing up. I'm really excited about him. He's a rookie, and they're playing him a lot, and he's going to be a really good football player for this team. And what you're seeing, he's making mistakes, but he's making a lot of plays, and so he's just going to continue to get better. He's going to learn from those mistakes. It looks to me when I watch him, when I see him around, when you watch the games, the guy just loves the game of football. He flies to the ball. He seems like he's a humble guy, which you need in a guy that's going to reach his potential. And so I'm excited about his future.
Chris Hoke, 2-time Super Bowl champion, in studio for the whole 11 o'clock hour. What stands out about this matchup, Hokie? Because this is, I don't think many people had the Steelers and Commanders a combined 13-4. Going into their game, and their offense is pretty electric, isn't it?
Their offense is great. We'll see what happens if Brian Robinson can play, because Brian Robinson brings another dynamic to this offense. But Austin Eckler, let me tell you right now, you go back and watch that game last week against the Giants, that guy can still play.
Yeah.
Even though he's older, he's still quick, he's still shifty, and he's multidimensional. He can run the ball, and he can still find that hole. The offensive line are opening up holes for this offense in the running game, but he also can catch the ball in the backfield and make big plays, and so he's dynamic. But without Brian Robinson, they take a ding in terms of their explosiveness on offense. Jaden Daniels, you go back and watch a couple of these games he's played this year that I've watched. He's really good with the football. He only has 2 interceptions over 9 games as a rookie. That's really unheard of, right? And he's putting the ball in the right place. He's not putting the ball in harm's way like you see a lot of rookies that do. He doesn't get flustered. Now, he hasn't had T.J. Watt and Alex Highsmith barreling down on him. But he's done a good job with the football. Listen, what I'm excited to see here is you have an offense that's pretty good, right? They're the 3rd scoring offense in the NFL, averaging 29 points a game, and the Steelers' defense, the 2nd scoring defense, only holding teams to 14.9 points a game. Something's got to give, and we're going to see what happens on Sunday.
When you have a guy like that, and the Steelers, let's take Lamar. They've done a great job against Lamar in his career. I think he's 2-4 with more interceptions than touchdowns against the Steelers. We've talked about this before, not being over-aggressive on your pass rush.
Yes.
How do you treat a guy like this? How do you go after Daniels in this game? Conservatively, it sounds like?
But Daniels isn't a guy who's looking – I mean, he does a good job of balancing throwing the ball and running the ball. He's not looking to run. Some of these young guys, they look at their first option, and then he's not open, they're gone. He's not doing that, man. He's going through his progressions, and then if he gets squeezed out of the pocket, then he's going. So he's not looking to run first. This guy's looking to throw the ball, and it's exciting for them because he gets it. You read about how he prepares. You read about how he's early in the building early. He's there late. He's studying. So this is a guy that's going to make this Commanders organization relevant for a long time if he can stay healthy. But how do you rush him? I think still you got to squeeze the pocket. You got to take your chances. You got to be careful when you can't open up an escape lane for a running back, especially the guys in the middle. I think of like Cam, and I think of Ogunjobi and Benton, and those guys rushing between the tackles. You're going to have TJ, and you're going to have Highsmith, and if it's Preston Smith, if Herbig comes back, those guys screaming off the edge. And what you can't do is you can't allow Jaden Daniels to step up into the pocket. You've got to push that pocket, and you can't let him escape up the middle. Right? You've got to make sure you squeeze that pocket around him and let TJ and Alex Highsmith do what they do. That's why we were so effective when I played, because we weren't counted on, Starkey, to get sacks. We were counted on keeping the quarterback in the pocket. I don't know how many times Mitch would say to me, John Mitchell, hey, I don't need you to get to the quarterback. I need you just to stay in front of him. So my rush was more of just shadowing him, moving across the center and the guard, staying in front of that quarterback so that the Lamar Woodleys and the James Harrisons and the Joey Porters and the Clark Higgins can get to him. And that's what they got to do this week.
Man, that's an interesting matchup in terms of scheme on scheme there. What'd you think of the Steelers' 2 pickups, Hokie? I'm talking, of course, about Mike Williams and Preston Smith.
I like them. Listen, it adds depth, right? And it gives them another dynamic on offense. I think Preston Smith is a big body, a guy that can play against the run. He can come in, right? He's a much, he gives them a different element than Jeremiah Moon and those other guys that are behind Herbig, right? So now they have 4 solid guys. I mean, he has 66.5 sacks over his career, so he can rush the quarterback, Preston Smith. I like him. I like him. And then you got on offense, you got Mike Williams. Let's see what kind of Mike Williams comes. Is he the guy that's going to be able to be a number 2 option? I think with Russ Wilson, I liked what I saw from the other guys. I liked what I saw from Van Jefferson. I liked what I saw from Calvin Austin, right? And I think that everybody's going to benefit from having Russ Wilson, who has a great vision of the field and throw it around. But I think Mike Williams is going to help draw, if they double team George Pickens, he's a big body, 6'4", he can run. And Russ Wilson, I don't know if anybody in the NFL, very few, I'll say this, that can throw that deep ball and put it in places where only the receiver can catch it than Russ Wilson.
Back to the middle of the field, I think there's a feeling around town that for whatever reason, Freiermuth isn't really being utilized as he should be. Do you agree with that? Can they use him more?
Sure, they can use him more. Absolutely. He's a $10 million guy, right? He's your tight end. He's your number 1 guy, and he's very athletic, and he's proven he can make difficult catches. That's the issue, right? You bring in, let's say, for example, let's go back and talk about if the Steelers would have gone out and traded for a top-notch receiver. Let's say before Ayuk got hurt and he was healthy, and they brought him in, and they have George Pickens and Ayuk. How do you get the ball to everybody? That's one of the issues you have, right? Is you go out and you trade for another big-name receiver. How do you get the ball to Freiermuth, right? You bring Mike Williams in. Well, we want to get the ball to Mike Williams. You got to get the ball 8 or 9 times, 8 or 9 targets to George Pickens. How many balls do you have in a game? And that's the issue you have, right? And then you're not going to force the ball. Russ Wilson, the great thing about him, he's been very efficient with the football. And so he's not going to force the ball to Freiermuth if he's not open. And he's able to go through his progressions quick enough that he doesn't have to do that. He can find another guy open. Because, guys, we know over the last 2 years, Stark, guys are open. He's finding them. Last year the quarterbacks, this year the first, 2 months, month and a half of the season, it was a little more challenging, but he's seeing the whole field.
Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. The text line, you can pay a text visit to city limits, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. In the fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. So Zach Frazier apparently going to return. How big of a deal is that? Some people think he's already a top 5 center in the league. They hit a home run there, didn't they? Grand slam.
Absolutely. Hey, he's tough. He's tough. He's a Steeler type of center. I really like him. And, I would say before he got hurt, he was the best Steelers old lineman. Watch how he plays. The guy plays with great pad level. He plays with great leverage. He gets his hands on you, you're done. He's going to eat you alive. And he stays on his blocks to the end of the play. And how did he get hurt? He was driving his dude down the field and playing to the whistle, and they fell on the back of his legs.
Yeah.
I mean, he's a stud. And that's what you need in the middle of your offensive line and in the middle of your defense. You need a stud, a guy that can be a rock in the middle, and he's that guy. I like him a lot.
Well, let's jump in on the offensive line a little bit then there and the future, because James Daniels is hurt and his contract's up. If you were making decisions, Hokie, would you be inclined to keep Broderick Jones at right tackle, move Fatanu to guard, and re-sign Dan Moore at left tackle? Would you do that?
I think that's a huge option. Fautanu can play anywhere. He's super athletic. I don't think he's too, you look at, it's like trying to put Dan Moore down at guard. It wouldn't work, right? But if Troy can move, Troy's got that size, and I think that would be great. Is Broderick Jones going to improve? That's the big thing for me. Is he a guy that you're going to hang your hat on for the next 7-8 years, or even for the next 4 or 5 years? Right? I mean, he needs to show that he's a guy that you can hang your hat on at that right tackle spot.
Would he have a better chance to do that at left since that's his natural position, or shouldn't it matter?
Show me that you're going to finish plays, right? Whether you play left tackle, right tackle, left out, you got to be able to left out. You didn't get that joke. You're supposed to laugh about that one, left out.
Oh, left out. I do. Yeah. You like that,
yeah,
Horse?
But the thing is, you got to finish plays. Right, you got to play with technique, and that's what they want to see from him. They want to see him go out there, not just hit your guy and then let him go. Stay on your guy. Watch Zach Frazier play, man. That guy plays. Dan Moore finishing plays. These guys will get after it, and so that's what you want to see from him. So whether he plays right tackle or left tackle, he's got to improve in that area.
You sounded very intrigued by my suggestions. Not necessarily mine. A lot of people have talked about that.
I think that Troy could do it. And I think that he'd be really good at wherever he plays.
Is he much less valuable as a guard, or doesn't that matter so much?
I mean, valuable. I mean, tackles. I mean, I think that if you put him on a value, I mean, everybody looks at him differently. I think that you'd say a guard, in terms of the scale of value, they'd probably put him a little bit lower than tackles, because tackles protect those edge guys off the edge. But reality is this: in order for them to be able to do that, Broderick's got to show that they can count on him, and he's reliable.
And he's not there yet, is he?
He's got to improve. Everybody's got to improve, but I think he's got to make that jump.
Chris Hoke, 2-time Super Bowl champion, here to talk about everything Steeler related. And coming up next, let's do a little breakdown of the Washington defense. Nobody talks about them, but you can't be 7-2 if your defense stinks. So what kind of challenge do the Steelers have, and how should they attack this Washington D? I'm also going to ask Hokie about some midseason NFL awards. Who's his MVP? Let's talk about that coming up. Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Penguins are playing back-to-back games. Tonight they will play in Carolina, followed by tomorrow being in Washington, D.C., as the Pens are in D.C. against the Caps on Friday, and the Steelers will play against the Washington Commanders on Sunday at 1 o'clock. And Baseball Digest has named Paul Skeens the National League Rookie of the Year. Still waiting for later on this month to see if Skeens wins the official Rookie of the Year award in the National League. More 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
937 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
He won the first Royal Rumble. He's in the WWE Hall of Fame. He's one of the great wrestlers of all time. Hacksaw Jim Duggan. Can I get one more USA chant on the way out?
Well, we got to do a hoe, brother. That's what we're going to do. Yeah. And if you guys are going to hoe like you mean it. So 1, 2, 3, ho!
Say Hacksaw.
That's some good hoeing.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It takes a lot to prepare for game day as a dedicated fan, and preparing the perfect tailgate meal might be most important of all. That's why Hellmann's Real Mayonnaise is the MVP. Hellmann's Mayonnaise is the secret to bring out the rich and creamy taste to all your game day dishes, from buffalo chicken dip to your favorite sub sandwich and everything in between. So give it a try, and mayo game day be delicious with Hellmann's Real Mayonnaise. Shop at your local Walmart, Kroger, or grocery store, and add some extra deliciousness to your game day dishes this football season.
Clouds and sun this afternoon, the high 64.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Your local Staples store has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. Save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
At the UPS store, we know being a small business owner means holiday time is still go time. Still get those orders shipped time. And still re-up on stamps and supplies time. That's why this upcoming holiday, while others close up shop, we'll be open and happy to help you keep being unstoppable. Come into your local store today. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, pricing, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS store. Be unstoppable.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. So at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited talk, text, and data for $30 a line when you buy 2. That's just $60 a month for 2 unlimited lines. So if you're 50 and up, make the switch and save. Come on, you've earned this. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today. Requires 2 lines of service, age validation, and credit approval, subject to system and area limits, taxes, and other fees apply.
The Chris Hoke Show, brought to you exclusively by McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling.
This is an announcement to all United States vehicle owners who own a 2003 or newer vehicle with a manufacturer's warranty about to expire, or no warranty coverage at all. With a struggling economy and the cost of living on the rise, Endurance is now offering an affordable, low-cost vehicle coverage plan to the general public. As of today, you could be one of millions of drivers that now may qualify to have your vehicle protected under this coverage and have all future covered auto repairs paid directly to the repair shop for you. You pick your plan. You pick your deductible. You even pick the repair shop. Roadside service, towing, and rental coverage is included. Get your vehicle protected now and save your wallet from costly vehicle repairs. A toll-free number has been established for you to call for your free 5-minute quote and to see if you qualify. The number to call is 800-290-0239. 800-290-0239. Again, that's 800-290-0239. Coverage, deductibles, and claims may vary. For details, go to endurancewarranty.com.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Gutter Helmet. Protect your home now and avoid costly damage with Gutter Helmet. Call 888-5-HELMET.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. For the first time since they traded for him and gave him a massive contract, the Cleveland Browns sounded non-committal on Deshaun Watson's future with the team. Watson has a torn Achilles tendon, but the team still owes him over $100 million in guaranteed money. And I doubt Watson would love the idea of a high draft pick coming into the building next season. A bad situation with no easy answers. I'm Maggie Gray.
This is an announcement to all United States vehicle owners who own a 2003 or newer vehicle with a manufacturer's warranty about to expire, or no warranty coverage at all. With a struggling economy and the cost of living on the rise, Endurance is now offering an affordable, low-cost vehicle coverage plan to the general public. As of today, you could be one of millions of drivers that now may qualify to have your vehicle protected under this coverage and have all future covered auto repairs paid directly to the repair shop for you. You pick your plan. You pick your deductible. You even pick the repair shop. Roadside service, towing, and rental coverage is included. Get your vehicle protected now and save your wallet from costly vehicle repairs. A toll-free number has been established for you to call for your free 5-minute quote and to see if you qualify. The number to call is 800-290-0239. 800-290-0239. Again, that's 800-290-0239. Coverage, deductibles, and claims may vary. For details, go to endurancewarranty.com.
Have you received estimates from roofing contractors that are pages and pages of confusing details? Or did the salesperson seem pushy, making you feel trapped and stressed in your own home? I'm telling you, let the team at Craig Gallagher Roofing bid on your next roofing project. You won't have to deal with any of that. Craig Gallagher Roofing provides an itemized, easy-to-understand estimate to make your roof replacement project a breeze. Plus, ask about their buy now, pay later, easy financing options. Visit CraigGallagherRoofing.com. Craig Gallagher Roofing, where details make the difference since 1991.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before. We now have more offices, more staff, and more lawyers than any other injury firm in the world. Protecting America, fighting for you.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you. Come in and try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store. Visit the store for a free test walk. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, and now open in Morgantown. Good Feet arch supports are proudly made in the USA.
Would you believe that giraffes are 30 times more likely to get hit by lightning than people? Or that a single cloud can weigh 550 tons or more? Sounds fake, right? How about an insurance company that actually treats you right? Sounds unbelievable, but it's true. NJM Insurance is proud to put policyholders first. And they don't use jingles or mascots either. Don't believe me? Well, guess what? Everything in this commercial is true and approved by the legal department. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Visit njm.com for a quote.
Every day you'll save money at Chuba Heating and Air, your authorized Rheem dealer. This month, get a complete winter furnace checkup for only $89.50 and get 0% interest on select Rheem HVAC system replacements. Plus, get a free 10-year parts warranty. Call Chuba Heating and Air now at 412-271-6246 or visit them online at chubainc.com. That's chubainc.com. And of course, Rheem, the new degree of comfort.
Are you handy with tools? Do you have basic skills in plumbing, finishing work, and painting? Consider becoming a maintenance technician at Presbyterian Senior Care Network. At Presbyterian Senior Care Network, they value skilled hands and dedicated hearts. Starting wages at $19 an hour, plus a sign-on bonus and on-call premium rates. Discover the joy of making a difference with Presbyterian Senior Care Network. Find or calling at one of their beautiful independent living apartments in the Pittsburgh area. Presbyterian Senior Care Network, making aging easier. Apply at srcare.org today.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks VapoStick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And when you need more comfort for yourself, try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks vapors. Use as directed. VapoStick for use ages 4 and up. Vapo Shower Max use for adults only.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Joe Sturkey Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding.
Coming off a bye week, Hokie, what would a bye week do for you when you're in the middle of the body-destructing NFL season? What would you? How would you use that bye week, and what did it do for you for the stretch run?
Well, listen, I would rest. I'd lay around, watch football. Give me time to spend some time with my kids on a Saturday, right? Because I'd usually be traveling. You can maybe go to hit a game, one of the games, but really rest. This not just physically, but mentally, right? Because The NFL season, the grind is mentally grueling just as much as it is physically grueling.
Yeah.
So it just gives you a week off to let your mind rest and go at ease before you get back on Monday and start the preparation for the next game. And I think you see a lot of that right now. You're seeing some of these older guys being able to take that week off mentally.
That leads into a question I wanted to ask you about tonight and the whole issue of Thursday night football. How long does it take somebody, especially somebody who played your position where you have a snap-to-snap pounding, how long does it take the NFL body to recover from a football game to where it's healthy and somewhat safe to go into the next game?
Now, I'm not a doctor. I'm not a scientist. But I'll tell you this. I mean, I got experience. I lived it, right? And I would tell you this. It depends who you played the week before. So if you're asking me when I played during those years when we played against the Ravens and it was just a smash mouth, we're going to line up and see who's tougher, kind of gladiator type of game.
Yeah.
And then you want me to turn on and play on a Thursday, that's going to be tough, right? Because it was a physical game, and your body takes a toll on your body. But here's the reality. You're sore on Monday, you're sore on Tuesday, and depending how much you play and who you play. But Thursday, when you get to that stadium and that adrenaline starts to flow, you play ball, man. That adrenaline flows, and
then you got a nice break.
All the soreness, all of the little things that are hurting you a little bit, they go away, man. That adrenaline. There were times, man, when I would walk out on the practice field, I walk onto the field for a game and think, I don't know how I'm going to get my stance. My back is killing me, or my whatever's killing me. Man, once your mind flips and it's game time and that adrenaline starts to pump like no pump, nothing you can ever imagine, everything goes away. Now, if you have a broken bone or you have a torn, that's different, right? But the little bumps and bruises and the little soreness, that goes away, and it's game time.
So based on what you said, the Steelers could be in an especially difficult situation November 21st, a Thursday night at Cleveland. First of all, Thursday trips to Cleveland haven't gone especially well, but they play Baltimore 4 days before that, so that could be problematic.
It could be problematic. And if you go back, I haven't looked at the stats in a couple of years, but I remember memory comes to my mind of the Steelers-Ravens record the week after they played, and it's about 500. I mean, I could be off a couple games here and there, but I think it's about plus or minus 500. And so you think about that coming off a Ravens game the following week, they're both about 500, and then it's on a short week. I mean, it could be problematic for the Steelers. Now, the Browns aren't as good as, but I think, the Chubb's back. Jameis Winston's throwing the ball around. I think he's much better, even though he's not an elite quarterback. He's much better than Deshaun Watson. So it's going to be a tough game up there in Cleveland on Thursday night. But it could be an issue.
The other side of this is they're very well rested for this game.
Yeah.
How do you sort of strike the balance between being well rested and still in rhythm? You know what I mean? Like, is there a chance that with the long break that you come back a little bit out of rhythm?
Well, I mean, yes, but here's the thing, and they've been kind of slow starters in their games, and so I would anticipate a slow start to this game, and you just hope that the Commanders don't get up on top of them too far in the beginning of the game. So I expect a little slow start to this game. I love the way they started last game. It should have been a touchdown if it wasn't holding.
What a drive that was.
Broderick Jones. But what a great drive, great throws, very accurate. So one of the things you have, though, too, Starkey, that, to me that's different, is you got a veteran quarterback. And when you got a veteran quarterback, I mean, he knows how to win games. He knows how to come out and be ready. You have a way to communicate and get that huddle right, and I don't expect these slow starts to continue.
You led me into another topic, and that's Arthur Smith. And, man, that first drive was such a thing of beauty. I don't want to overrate it, but it was so diverse in formations, in types of plays, in rhythm. They go to the hurry-up. I don't remember the last time I saw the Steelers on an opening drive have any team on their heels like the Giants, to the point where the Giants called timeout, and it should have ended in a touchdown. What do you see when you watch the Arthur Smith offense? Like, what impresses you most about it?
Well, I think in the beginning, nothing really impressed me, right? The first month of the season. But now what you're seeing when you have a quarterback who can throw the ball around the field is he loves to set up the pass with the run. And you're seeing now guys blocking at the first level, at the second level, and even sometimes at the third level. So you're seeing a total team effort in blocking in the run. You need that to be successful. You're seeing now that holes are opening up, and Najee Harris is not getting hit in the backfield as much. I mean, there was a time in Najee's career where he was having to make a move after getting the ball and going half a yard to a yard, and he'd have to avoid somebody. Now he's able to hit the ball going down, hit the hole going downhill. And so I think that you're seeing him set up plays, right? You're seeing him do things and set up with runs and then come up with a play action. And it just helps having such an experienced veteran quarterback like Russ Wilson back there to complement that and take it to the next level.
Let's talk Naji. I wrote about this for the Post-Gazette today. I saw on Jerry Dulak's chat yesterday, somebody asked, what are the chances there? He said he's always believed that Najee's going to be here after this year, that they're going to sign him. They're going to find a way. I was looking at some of Najee's numbers. You don't realize he's sort of low-key getting up there. He's going to be 27 in March for a running back. Yeah. Their peak years are 22 to 28. There's all kinds of data around there about that. I don't think anybody would argue that he's playing the best football of his career right now. I would love to see them sign him to a reasonable deal.
I would too. I think we're seeing the best of Najee Harris right now, and I think because they're blocking for him, right? And he's able to showcase his skills. What's really impressed me in recent weeks is his ability. His vision has improved, right? And maybe because he's not trying to avoid tacklers in the backfield, and he's able to attack the line of scrimmage, and so now he's able to see the holes. But his ability to see the cutback lane has improved drastically over the last month, in my opinion. And then his ability to put his foot in the ground and jump cut to that the backside lane. And you never know. It could be Patterson. Patterson does a really good job of seeing that cutback lane. It could be having a veteran guy here, maybe talking with them and just working with them a little bit. Who knows? I'm making that up, but that just came to my mind right now.
Yeah.
And that just came to my thought that, hey, maybe Patterson has an element to that, to helping him out. Who knows? Arthur Smith. Maybe there's a little trick or maybe a little insight that he gave to Najee. But Najee seeing the holes, the cutback lane particularly, much better. He would always bounce. Now he's putting his foot in the ground and jump cut. And we've seen him jump cut a couple times over the last couple of weeks and hit downhill the cutback lane. That's something unheard of for him to this point in the Steeler career, which is very dangerous for teams because now you got to make sure you're in your gap because he's going to hit it and you got to be ready.
That's interesting that you said that about Patterson because it feels to me like Naji hit bottom in that Colts game. Like after that game on the season, he was at 3.3 yards per carry, and everybody saw, wait a second, Patterson, every time he gets the ball in this game, is making big runs. Naji, every time he gets it, is not. It was like never that blatant.
Yeah.
And since that game, Naji has taken off.
The cutback lane is there a lot of times. And so if you can see that, you have to be able to see your hole that you got to hit, whether it's the one hole, 3 hole, 5, whatever it is, you got to hit that. But if you come up to that line of scrimmage and you see in the corner of your eye, you see in your, in your peripheral, that cutback lane, hit it. And you've seen him do. That's why you're seeing a lot of these big runs. And but that's how Patterson, before he got hurt, a lot of his runs was putting that foot in the ground and coming. And I love the way that Patterson runs the ball, man. I would, those knees got to hit him in the chin every time. He picks those knees up and he just flies.
I got some treats for you, Hokie.
I love treats.
And you too, Limits. Would you like some treats?
I love treats.
A little basket of treats.
How about Barkley jumping over that defender right here?
Have you ever seen that?
Never.
The backwards hurdle?
I don't think anybody's ever seen that before. It's unbelievable. That guy, what a difference a change of scenery makes going from New York to Philadelphia in his career.
Well, that's interesting that you said that, too, because I put Naji in a class. I think the best running backs in the league are your home run hitters. And right now, that's Derrick Henry and Barkley and McCaffrey when he's healthy.
Yeah, McCaffrey's good.
And then you have your next level. And that's obviously going to play into how much money Naji can command and how much you pay him.
But Starkey, if Naji keeps playing like he has the last 3 weeks, 300-yard games in a row, the first time in his career he's done that, it's going to change things. Can the Steelers afford him? Let's say the next 9 games, if 6 or 7 of those games are 100-yard games, does he put himself in another?
I don't think he puts himself in the home run hitters category, but he definitely goes up in
He's
price.
had more runs over 25 yards over the last month than he's had over his whole career, I want to say.
That's my little treat. Are you ready?
Okay. We're on the same page. We're totally on the same radio wave.
Bring your little baskets because I'm going to fill them with a little trick-or-treat here limits, all right? First of all, a conventional stat. Naji's at 4.4 yards per carry right now. That's easily the highest of his career.
Absolutely.
He's averaging 2.4 yards after contact, easily the highest mark of his career. That's a little treat. And speaking to what you just said, he's tied for third in the whole NFL of runs 20 or longer.
Yeah.
Tied for third, although
that's never been his MO.
No.
He's never been a big-time run guy.
2 years ago, he only had one run of 20 yards. But last year, and I didn't know this myself till I saw it this morning, very low-key, he was tied for fourth in 20-yard runs last year with 8.
Wow.
That's one less
How many does he have this year already? I know
4, so he's on the same pace, basically.
Yeah. I mean, listen, let me tell you something. We're not used to seeing those. Those were low-key. Those were ones that didn't stand out. But these right now, some of these runs are monster runs. And you can run 22 yards, and it doesn't look like when you take a ball and you go 30 yards for a touchdown, 35 yards for a touchdown, that makes a statement.
Yeah.
When it's a soft 22-yard run, and it doesn't make a statement. He's making statement runs right now, Starkey, which is huge for him. And that's why I said if he goes 8 to 10 of those this year, and he has another 6 games over 100 yards of the next 9. I think he puts himself in another level in terms of running backs in the NFL.
Right. And like everybody, and this is how I started the column today, my opinion, including the Steelers.
And he doesn't fumble.
That's true, too. Like everybody, including the Steelers, obviously, my opinion of Naji has fluctuated over the years. Like I just looked at a comment below my column from Nathan DeVoli. It's so funny because after the Jacksonville game last year, Starkey and others were saying how much the Steelers should have drafted ETN instead of Harris. LOL. Well, let me tell you something, Nate, that what happens on the field changes everybody's opinion, including the Steelers. I'm not the least bit ashamed to say that there have been times in Naji's career, including about a month and a half ago, where I wondered, how long is this guy going to be their starter even? Like when Warren's healthy, just give him the ball. This dude's averaging 3.3 yards per carry. So easy to say now. Nathan DeVoli. Do you know him, Hokie?
I don't know Nathan DeVoli.
Dr. DeVoli?
Nathan DeVoli?
DeVoli.
No, but listen, you're exactly right.
Listen, the Steelers didn't give him a 50-year option.
Production matters.
Right.
Exactly. Production matters. If you're not producing and you're averaging below 4 yards a carry as a running back, you're considered one of the lower echelon type of runners.
Yeah.
But when you're averaging 4.4 yards a carry and you're third in the NFL with your runs over 20 yards and you're building steam, he's building steam. Big time.
Yeah.
And these aren't low-key 1,000-yard seasons. He's going to explode. He's not going to get into the 1,000-yard for the season through the back door, maybe like the other ones were. He's going to blow through the front door this year in terms of that 1,000 yards if he keeps this going. And I can't see it slowing down. Listen, with this passing game the way it is, the offensive line, if they can stay healthy, and I'm telling you, watch the film. The receivers are blocking. The tight ends are blocking. When they're blocking on the second and third level, that's why you're seeing these runs that are going over 20 yards.
Yeah. All right, Hokie. Let's get into a topic I mentioned a few minutes ago. And by the way, the 50-minute mark on the Fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge, Route 19, Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. The unit that nobody's talking about going into this game, and I don't, frankly, at this point, as I sit here, know a ton about them. What about Washington's defense? What is there to be concerned about there? Anybody to game plan around on that unit?
Well, I don't think so. I mean, Bobby Wagner still plays good football, but he's not the kind of guy he was when he was in Seattle. They got Marshawn Lattimore, but he's got a hammy. They just traded for him. He was a guy they would have to worry about and stay away from, but don't know if he's going to be healthy enough to play. I just don't see. The one thing that they've done a good job over the last, 2 months, the last 6 games, is they're getting after the quarterback. They're rushing the passer. And so the Steelers got to be ready. Broderick Jones got to bring his game, and everybody's got to be ready because they're getting about 3 to 3.5 sacks a game over the last month and a half. And so they got to be ready for that. But other than that, they're just, it's interesting. They just don't have a guy that's a game-changing type of player. And they're giving, listen, they're 29th in the NFL against the run. They're giving up 5.1 yards a carry. So I expect this defense to get a heavy dose of Naji Harris. And then they're going to come up, and that's going to open up the deep ball for Russ Wilson and the Steelers receiving core. But I think you're going to see a heavy dose, just a physical, maybe run it right at you, smash them out the first two plays of the game, running the ball. I think it's going to be that kind of game.
High-scoring game in the end, or no?
You know what? I think it's going to be. I think it's going to be medium. I think it'll be somewhere. I mean, you got the 29 points a game for the Redskins. I do not believe they're going to score 29 points against the Steelers defense.
Give me a final score and a winner.
I would say the Steelers are going to win 24-20.
All right, Hokie. This has been wonderful, and I promised that we'd do some NFL awards. So why don't we do that? I'll give you some choices on these.
Okay, give me a choice. I like multiple choice.
Yeah, multiple choice is more enjoyable. MVP. I'll give you Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen, Jared Goff, Derrick Henry, or Saquon Barkley. Did I say Josh Allen?
Yes. I think Jared Goff.
Yeah?
I think that Lions team's exciting. They're not just beating teams. They're embarrassing teams at times. And Goff's playing lights out. I mean, since he's gone to Detroit, he's been really good.
Okay, he's completing 75% of his passes.
Yeah.
That's
Very
ridiculous.
efficient. Very efficient. They run the ball really well. I think Zamir White's his name, running back. We don't see him a lot because they're in the NFC. And
Gibbs, yeah.
Gibbs, sorry,
Yeah.
Zamir Gibbs. They run the ball. They're physical, man. They play in the old school. They've taken on the personality of, what do you call him? What's his nickname you call him? Campbell? You have a nickname for him.
Oh, Kneecap.
Kneecap.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's great, isn't he?
Oh, he's entertaining to watch. And
Do we have that clip, Limits? The Kneecap? Who is Limits on the phone with, Hokie?
Limits.
I can't imagine you would have anybody to talk to in the middle of this. What's going on here? Is he getting a warning from the boss?
No, somebody's called in with a question about podcasts.
Oh.
So I'm trying to answer it for him.
Gotcha.
That's nice of you. But I wanted to include you in the conversation.
Limits,
I'd
pay
love to be in
attention.
the conversation.
Attention, Hokie says.
Jeez, you're a producer for something. Limits, come on.
How about Coach of the Year?
Coach of the Year.
Who would you go for here?
I still think it's the same team. I think these Lions are exciting. I would go with Campbell.
How about Dan Quinn for the Commanders at 7-2?
We'll see if that's going. We'll see if that keeps going. But he's in the running too. But I just think that the Detroit Lions, they're the team to watch for me. It's because of the style of football.
Sounds like you think they may win the Super Bowl.
They got a chance. I watched them. I've watched them a little bit recently, and they're tough.
Outside of the Steelers, who, of course, it would be awesome if they were in the Super Bowl. So let's set the Steelers aside right now. What would be a Super Bowl matchup that you would love to see? For me, I think Buffalo, Detroit would be unbelievable. The Rust Belt Bowl.
Stole my thunder.
Really?
Buffalo and Detroit, yes. Somebody finally wins, Joe. Obviously, you'd want your Buffalo Bills,
he's
but
right.
Somebody finally wins.
One of them has to win that game, right?
Yeah. You said leave the Steelers out?
Yeah, because obviously we all want the Steelers, you guys do anyway, want the Steelers in.
Yeah.
Do you not? Well, you want the Bills.
No, I want the Bills.
I think that would be a great game. I really do. I think Lions being in there.
Yeah.
And then we've seen the Chiefs so much, even though they're exciting to watch. I'm just, you want to see somebody else. I think you picked the right one. I'm trying to think all the other teams. Besides the Steelers, I'd love to see the Lions Steelers because that would be that would be a physical game.
That'd
Buckley
be
or
great.
chin strap, it'd be incredible. But if you leave the Steelers out, I like the Bills. I just think Josh Allen's fun to watch.
I think he's him and Lamar are the two most exciting players in the game.
Yeah. And this Ravens team makes me nervous, Starkey.
Yeah, they're really good.
Oh, they're really good. And listen.
But their defense is a little questionable.
Yeah,
so
but
far.
when this offense, they can control the ball. With Derrick Henry, and now they can play that read option, and you don't know who's getting the ball. And then if you have to, a couple weeks ago, Lamar had 5 touchdown passes and 0 interceptions. And then if they want to come and they run around that read option with those two guys, that's scary for a defense. You don't know who's getting the ball. You want to get your chin knocked in your face, or do you want to get embarrassed with a little shake by Lamar Jackson? That's pick your poison there.
If it were the Steelers, what would be the greatest opponent, the most attractive opponent, the game you'd love to see in the Super Bowl, Hokie? While we're on the topic and having a little fun.
Eagles.
state championship.
Wow, that would be awesome.
How about you, Limits? If
Eagles.
the Steelers made it, who would be your preferred opponent?
That'd be pretty cool.
That would be awesome.
Yeah.
That would be a cool game, but who picking a team that I think the Steelers would win or would be the most fun game to watch?
The most fun game. The most enjoyable matchup.
The state rivalry would be the funnest.
Yeah, the Eagles. I think so, too.
That'd be incredible. And it'd be bragging rights, too, right?
I wouldn't mind seeing Part 4 of Steelers-Cowboys either.
Yeah.
But
I
don't think the Cowboys could hold up that end of the bargain.
No, I don't think so either.
How about Steelers-Packers, two legendary franchises?
I love that. I played against the Packers in Super Bowl 45.
That's right.
Yeah. Aaron
that
Rodgers.
would be part 2 of that.
What about a Super Bowl rematch 50 years from the 1974 Super Bowl against Minnesota?
What
Sam
about that,
Darnold?
Okie?
I'd rather see this. Minnesota, I said, I'd rather see the Steelers like the Raiders. I wish the Raiders were better. I wish they were better. That'd be awesome.
That'd be a great AFC
Dude,
title.
Can you think about Steeler Nation?
Yeah.
If it was Steelers Cowboys or Steelers Raiders in the Super Bowl, I mean,
it couldn't be Raiders.
You would have some older Steeler fans that were in like their 70s wigging out, man.
Oh.
They'd be like,
yeah,
freaking out if it was something like that.
Steelers Cowboys would be awesome. What about? I forgot what I was just going to say because you now have me on a different track with Steeler Nation. We're going to talk at the top of the hour about what they're doing in D.C. to counteract the terrible towel and Steelers fans seizing
They're
their
bringing
stadium.
the maroon towel, I read, right?
Yes. Hokie just ruined my radio tease for the top of the hour.
Broncos country. Let's ride.
Let's ride. Oh, I hate to bring up this memory, but that Super Bowl against the Packers.
Yeah.
Is the Mendenhall fumble, does that get overrated as the cause for you guys losing? Or how when you look back at that game, why did you lose? Was Aaron Rodgers just
They
great?
beat us. No, but the reality is this, man. I mean, we had the ball late in the game to go and score and win. We didn't do it.
2 minutes left, yeah.
We didn't do it, right? And we thought for sure we'd win that game. And I listen, the fumble by Rashard Mendenhall happened. I don't think it was the reason why we lost. It was a blow, but I don't think you put that whole game on him. I think, we gave up some drives to the Packers, Aaron Rodgers. We still had the ball at the end of the game, set up, teed up to win, and we just didn't do it. We did it before. In previous Super Bowls, we just didn't do it that time.
I think about 2 other plays from that game. I can tell you that. One is the Aaron Rodgers throw on their sort of dagger drive there on 3rd and long from his own territory. Still see the ball. Ike missed
such a
it.
Beautiful ball.
He just missed it by an inch, Hokie.
Yeah.
And then, of course, you give up a pick 6, or did he get inside the 5? I can't remember which one.
Trying to remember.
It was Ben from his own end zone. Kimoyatu missed a block. And the guy, I think he returned it for a pick 6, if I recall correctly. If he didn't, he was inside the 5. That can't happen.
Yeah.
That's very hard to overcome.
No, it is. It is. And turnovers are tough, right? When you have 2 turnovers offensively, I think we had 2 turnovers in that game. Those were tough to overcome against a really good team in the Super Bowl. You got to win the turnover battle.
Man, I remember going down there after the game.
I remember
you experienced both.
Well, I
remember winning and losing a Super Bowl.
I remember being in that because we just felt like that the winning edge for that team, for that era when I played part of all those teams, we just felt every time we took the field we expected to win. See, a lot of teams when they take the field, Starkey, they hope they can win. We expected to win, and that's a difference there. It's a different mentality. And so when we went into that game, we thought we've been in 2 Super Bowls. We won those 2 games. We're going to win this game. So when we came off the field after Super Bowl 45 and lost the Packers, we were all in the locker room. We were looking around going, the heck just happened? Like, we got another half. We didn't think that we were going to lose. We never thought that never crossed our mind.
Yeah.
We thought we'd have 3 rings.
I talked to I won't use the word old, former athletes.
Yeah.
And they always say the losses stick with them more than the wins. Are you able, when you're, in revelry over your career, thinking about it, what stays with you? The winning of the Super Bowls or the losing of that
I
one?
think if you never win, I think if you ever like the Bills and you go there, 3 years in a row and you lose every single time?
That hurts. 4, but who's counting?
4, right? But if that happens, they'll stick with you. But if you've won, I played in 3 Super Bowls and we won 2. Those stand out to me, right? Those experiences that I had. And those relationships that were developed over that time, and the relationship that was developed with Steeler Nation and the city of Pittsburgh over those runs, stand out much more to me than that one game that we lost. That's my experience.
You're a wonderful
Steeler
man.
Nation, let's ride.
Give him Bob's version of that and Donnie Football. Which one of these was the best, Hokie? We'll play them all for you.
Steelers Nation, let's ride.
Steelers Nation, ride with me, baby.
Oh, boy.
Pop.
Steeler Nation, let's ride.
Which one would you go for there?
That
Hokie?
third one was the best.
Yeah, that was me.
That was you.
Yeah, thank you. I thought it was the best, too. A lot of people chose Bob, and then there was...
Well, it's Bob because Bob. Bob's just Bob.
He puts a lot of passion into it.
He does.
Listen to him on the Rick Springfield I've Done Everything for Mulsey song.
I've done everything for Mulsey.
Oh,
He's done nothing for me.
That's professional, Hokie, isn't it?
He's a professional. I don't know about that.
Everything for Mosey. He's done nothing for me.
Yeah, I'll admit I didn't compare to Bob there.
No, Bob's talented, man.
One more time with Bob.
I've done everything for Mulsey. He's done nothing for me.
He is really good. And what a nice man. You work with him every Sunday. Isn't he nice?
He's the best.
Yeah.
Bob's the best. You know that. I mean, he's a true pro.
When I started golf, when I became obsessed 4 years ago, Bob lent me clubs, and he drove them into my neighborhood right here in Green Tree. He went to the wrong house. He went to my neighbor's house, knocked on the door. They
really?
Opened it. There was Bob Pompiani with a set of used golf clubs.
What'd they say, your neighbors?
They loved it. They'll never forget it.
I'll never forget it.
What a man he is.
No, incredible.
Thank you, Hokie.
Thank you.
Good luck to your son in the game. And
playoff time in the Whippy, old man.
Yeah, that's going to be a barn burner. See you next week.
See you, brother.
That's Chris Hoke. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. It's here, the Chevy Red Tag event, now through December 2nd. 0% APR for well-qualified buyers. Full terms at sunchevy.com. High of 65 today with cloudy skies. Limits, do you want to get a pizza? I'm hungry.
I'm very hungry.
I was supposed to bring in leftovers from home. Hokie promised Salem's or Salem's, however you like to pronounce that. He didn't bring in any chicken wings.
Hokie.
So what are we going to eat? That's our next problem here. How about a pizza?
Yeah, let's figure it out.
Your treat.
Okay.
Tell people what's coming up next.
We have a lot that we can talk about, including
Steeler Nation trying to take over the stadium in D.C., and how Washington plans to counter that. Will it work?
And we also have the national media chiming in on, did the Steelers win the deadline or did the Steelers lose at the deadline? Plenty of both.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
And Thursday Night Football is tonight between Cincinnati and Baltimore. It's an 8:15 kickoff from Baltimore. You can hear it right here on 93.7 The Fan beginning at 7:30 with Westwood One's coverage. Pitt football will play on Saturday against Virginia at 8 o'clock. 5 o'clock is when the pregame show begins. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
This afternoon, expect skies to become mostly sunny and a high of 65. Northwest winds around 10 miles per hour. Overnight, mostly clear and a low of 40. West winds around 5 miles per hour. And on Friday, mostly sunny and breezy with a high of 64. West winds at around 15 miles per hour. I'm KDKA First Alert meteorologist Trey Fulbright with your forecast.
93.7 The Fan has all your Pittsburgh sports breaking news. Keep it locked to The Fan as we keep you up to date on all your favorite teams. Breaking news is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today. Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is presented by PGT Trucking and Macero Construction Group and brought to you by NSS Live, Ujay Bebington and Nichols, Voss TV and Appliance, Come Ready Nutrition, Stoney's Brewing, and PJ Dick, Trumbull, and Lindy Group. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 The Fan.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet365 because they get $150 in
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. Terms and conditions apply.
You want the best. UPMC Health Plan is ranked #1 in member satisfaction among commercial plans in Pennsylvania by J.D. Power. With UPMC Health Plan, you get access to UPMC doctors and hospitals, local community care, and a national network for travel outside the UPMC service area. Plus 24/7 access to virtual urgent care services through UPMC Anywhere Care. When you're given a choice for health insurance, choose the best. Choose UPMC Health Plan. For J.D. Power 2024 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards.
The Pilgrim is back at Gecko Cafe and Market. Gecko's famous Thanksgiving-themed sub is a feast of turkey, tangy cranberry sauce and gravy, stacked on secret recipe stuffing bread. It's the stuffing of legends. Order it in the Gecko app. Gecko Cafe and Market. Better. Believe it.
Fall into savings with Gutter Helmets. Save 50% off installation and enjoy 0 down, 0 payments for 1 year. Don't risk costly water damages. Gutter Helmet guarantees clog-free gutters for life. Call 888-5HELMET or visit gutterhelmet.com for your no-cost free estimate today.
Get Now Internet. Reliable internet with unlimited data for $30 a month, all in. No commitments, no hidden fees. Now that's calming. Like floating on a cloud, but not in a scary way. More like in a, this cloud is made of cotton candy and it's tasty kind of way. Ooh, that's good. Feeling calmer already. Because Now Internet comes with no worries and plenty of peace of mind, knowing that you've made the best decision. Cheers to you, my friend. The choice is easy. Turn chill mode on with Now Internet, backed by the Xfinity Network. Now, excuse me, gotta run. I see a massage chair with my name on it.
Get Now Internet with unlimited data starting at $30 a month, all in. No commitments. Turn chill mode on at xfinity.com/now. Restrictions apply. Speeds up to 100 megabits per second. Actual speeds vary. Pricing subject to change.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunkt Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on 2 wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
The season of performance event is happening now at Spitzer Acura. We're rolling out the red carpet and unleashing huge Black Friday savings all month long. Plus available low financing rates, 0 down leases, top dollar trade allowances. And with any new Acura, get a no-charge lifetime warranty, complimentary maintenance, and a loaner during service. Hurry, our friendly consultants are ready to help you now.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Acura McMurray.
Our world revolves around you.
See dealer for details.
Football season is here, and Tom Friday's Market has everything you need for your game day fare. Get to Tom Friday's for thick, juicy steaks, hand-cut T-bone, porterhouse, and bone-in ribeye steaks. All certified Angus beef with no steroids, antibiotics, or hormones. And for you tailgaters, their homemade smoked kielbasi, homemade Italian hot or sweet sausage, barrel sauerkraut, and pierogies are second to none. Tom Friday's Market, California Avenue, Brighton Heights. Just 1 minute from the McKees Rocks Bridge. Call 412-766-4500.
We've got Cincinnati against Baltimore coming up on Thursday Night Football. Let's take a look at some same-game parlay props on ESPN Bet. You can find them in the app by tapping the SGP tab next to tonight's matchup. Here's one I have cooked up for you. Derrick Henry plus 2 touchdowns. Jamar Chase plus 70 yards receiving. Zay Flowers 5+ receptions. Odds of plus 475. Download the ESPN app and claim a 30% profit boost to use on your same game parlay for tonight's game. Odds and lines are subject to change. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I've just had a ton of work done on my home. I use precision pointing. Loving the results and would do it all over again. A 100% satisfied customer right here. However, they go far beyond residential work. If you're a property investor, have a multifamily home, duplex, fourplex, or a commercial office building, building, one of those 120-year-old Pittsburgh structures, restore it, preserve it. Precision Pointing is the largest scaled masonry restoration company in the Berg. They get it done and get it done right. PrecisionBrickPointing.net.
Pittsburghers, Pat Bostic here. Winter is coming. Are your tires ready? You can save hundreds, even thousands of dollars on brand name tires with Champ Tires. I saved nearly $1,300 on Bridgestones for my SUV. Used tires, like used cars, are an affordable way to keep you safe through rain, snow, and sleet. Champ Tires has 2 locations in Pittsburgh and offers free shipping. Head to champtires.com/thefan to start saving today.
We all want more. More laughs. More hangouts. More, this is the best takeout ever. Excuse me. But if you're 75 or older or 60 or older with certain health conditions, you've also got more risk of getting seriously sick from RSV. But an RSV vaccine lowers your risk, so you can keep doing more of the stuff you love.
Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. Risk less, do more. Get started at vaccines.gov.
Whatever temperatures this winter brings, your friendly and knowledgeable Bryant dealer, McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, is ready to help. McVeigh is committed to achieving a high level of training and skills and is backed up by one of the heating and cooling industry's most trusted names, Bryant. Whether you need a quick fix or an entirely new heating system, McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling will do whatever it takes to keep you and your family comfortable all winter long. Call McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling or visit callmcveigh.com to book an appointment. McVeigh and Bryant, whatever it takes.
At Giant Eagle, we know nothing saves you more money than free. So we're giving away free turkeys for your Thanksgiving feast. When you shop your neighborhood Giant Eagle October 17th through November 9th, you'll be earning your way to a free turkey to bake, roast, fry, smoke, grill, carve, and serve. Just spend $300 or more to earn your free turkey. Must scan Giant Eagle loyalty card. Redeem November 10th through 30th. Restrictions apply. Visit gianteagle.com/free turkey for details.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan, the official betting partner of the NFL. And what a huge game we have tonight between the Bengals and Ravens. AFC North, Baltimore trying to get up there with Pittsburgh in the division. Cincinnati trying to make up ground. And I like Cincinnati in this game, guys. I know the game's in Baltimore, and the Ravens are coming off a one-sided affair against the Broncos. I think Cincinnati, Joe Burrow coming off a 5-touchdown game. I think they get it done. They settle the score. They lost to Baltimore earlier in the season, and I think they help the Steelers out. I'm going to take Cincinnati money line in this game. And right now, new customers can get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins on FanDuel. Just visit FanDuel.com/Andrew. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is eligible. Bonus bets which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Thursday Night Football tonight, Cincinnati and Baltimore at 8:15. And major implications on the AFC as Cincinnati is 4-5. Baltimore is at 6-3. And the Steelers in sole possession of first place currently at 6-2 will play Washington at 1 o'clock on Sunday on the road after the bye week. Here Thursday Night Football tonight right here on The Fan beginning at 7:30. Also listen on your Odyssey app. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Live from the Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. It's Joe. And this is the Joe Starkey Show. On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Who's that guy? You said his name is Bryn?
No, his name is Brentero.
That's not what you said when I said, who is that?
Exactly what I said, right?
You
That's
didn't
exactly
say
what I said.
Brentero, you said Bryn.
No, he's nodding his head saying that's what I said. I've known him for years. I know his name.
How have you... Is there a fly biting my leg? How do you know him? From where?
From covering high school sports over the last couple of years.
Oh, and where's he from? Duquesne, you said?
Duquesne, yes.
I went to Duquesne Graduate School. That's the reason I came to Pittsburgh in November of 1989.
He's one of the Ben Tenuta disciples.
And he's here shadowing you.
Oh, he's working here now.
Okay, why is he next to you?
He's in for 15 minutes to check out the board and check out the show.
To shadow you?
Yes.
Why are you
his
disagreeing
orientation
with everything
schedule.
I say on and off the air today?
No.
It's unbelievable.
Yes.
We're ordering.
Do you like that one, Horace?
We're trying to order lunch, and I told you just order a bunch of stuff from this one. It's a chicken place.
Yeah, a bunch
just
of stuff.
Get a bunch of stuff.
They have a bunch of stuff.
No.
I want to make sure I get it right. I'm
you're
trying
like,
to think
do you
about
want
your
fries?
interests.
Do you want just fries? I said, no, tenders, sandwich. I don't care. And Abby out there wants food. I'll treat. Just order a bunch of stuff, Limit.
That's what I'm going to do here. But I wanted to try to make sure that you were happy with what you got.
I'm happy. It's a chicken place. There can only be so many things to order.
Oh, I found the tender basket.
Is Brentero hungry? Does he want
Did you
food?
eat, Brentero? Did I eat? Yeah.
Yeah, he can
No,
definitely
he didn't
have
eat.
food.
He'll be a part of our lunch.
Sure. We'll treat him as well. Seems like a nice man. Steeler Nation takes over every single opposing stadium. And it'll be no different. What's the name of this joint? Where do the Commanders play?
Is it still FedEx Field?
I don't know. It doesn't matter, but they have a plan for this week, at least to try to combat the Steelers. You know, sometimes you'll see, what do? They try to change an area or block an area code or something from tickets. That's not the case here. The team, according to our friend Benzie, I'm reading the Trib right now, is going to hand out burgundy-colored towels as they walk through the gates. The thought, Benzie says, since the Commanders' colors are burgundy and gold, that the imagery will all come together in their favor regardless of who is waving whatever color in the seats if the Steelers bring in terrible towels. Former Washington running back Brian Mitchell apparently came up with this idea. He said, the powers that be, I need you all to give burgundy towels to every fan, and now that they listened to him. Now they're doing it. It's going to be a burgundy and gold throughout all the stadium, and it's going to look good on TV. So let me ask you, Limits. Is this a good idea? Are they going to drown out the terrible towels? Are they going to make it seem and sound and look like the Steelers haven't actually taken over their stadium, their fans? And will Steeler fans still take over this stadium either way? I mean, it's only, a 4.5-hour drive?
Yeah.
Of course it is.
Donnie football's going.
All my sisters lived in D.C. I had one in Adams Morgan. I had one in Potomac, Maryland, which is basically D.C. I've got one near Ellicott City, which is kind of Baltimore, but still D.C. I've spent a lot of time in D.C. My stepson lived in Alexandria, right near the Capitals practice facility.
I was there in March.
I know D.C. like the back of my hand. I bet since I moved to Pittsburgh in November of '89, I've been to D.C. 100 times. No exaggeration.
Congratulations on all your traveling success.
So why am I asking you how long it takes to get there? I know perfectly well. There's going to be tons of Steeler fans at this game. Tons.
Yeah, I would say probably 40% of the stadium is going to be Steeler fans. I don't think the towels are going to drown out the noise. I mean, how much sound does waving
forget
towels
the noise
make?
part. It's obviously a visual.
Right. I don't think they're going to be able to drown it out, no. I mean, maybe if they went with, like, red towels.
Is the theory sound that you're going to have burgundy plus gold, so it's all going to look like everybody's rooting for Washington?
I disagree. I don't think it will.
I don't think so either. I'm looking at their wait, what color is burgundy? That's red, isn't it? A reddish color?
It's like a darker red, yeah.
So it's going to be obvious how many terrible towels are there versus burgundy because the terrible towels are yellow.
I certainly think so. I don't know what Washington's thinking.
Or gold, however you prefer, but yellow. What's the theory here? I don't understand. How will the imagery all come together in favor of Washington where it'll look like they're all... No, there's a direct contrast. If what I'm seeing on this video is correct, you'll be able to tell. Let's put it that way. Although I will say this, it's going to be a fun atmosphere. I think the NFL is a better place when Washington has a good team. They have a very rich tradition. They have a rabid fan base. They really do, for a place where you would think a lot of transient community there with a bunch of different, you have Baltimore, Maryland, Virginia, and D.C. itself. But they have a loyal and pretty enthusiastic fan base from way back. Games at old RFK had a great atmosphere. I can still see those popping off the TV. Limits, if you don't order food soon, it's not going to get here before the end of the show.
That's what I'm planning on doing. I'm looking at the menu, but I have to call and
maybe
order
make
it.
the guy next to you use fully appears to just be watching. Hand
That's
him
his
the menu
job
and
right
have
now
him make the call.
for his orientation.
Just
I have
tell
the
him to
menu.
pick
I know what I'm getting.
All right.
I know what I'm getting. I'm going to place the call.
So I think one of the great spectacles in all of sports is Steeler Nation taking over stadiums. I mean, it's surreal. You don't see it a little bit maybe in football. Dallas will do that sometimes. We saw San Fran come here last year, but it wasn't like what Steeler fans do in other stadiums. When you have other teams in their home stadium going on silent counts, I just think it's one of the great spectacles in all of sports. Have you ever been part of it, Limits?
Not in Washington, no. I've been to sporting events in Washington just for the ACC tournament.
Have you ever been part of Steeler Nation on the road?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's what
I was at the game in L.A. for the Rams game we were talking about earlier.
That was a great one.
Incredible. T.J. Watt took an interception back.
What percent of the stadium was Steeler fans for that one?
Ooh, probably over 50, that's for sure. Probably 60, 65.
We talked the other day, yesterday I think, about when they played the Chargers in a soccer stadium because they hadn't yet fully moved from San Diego to Vegas. And that place was all Steeler fans. All Steeler fans. The one I'll never forget is the Super Bowl in Detroit. Just blew my mind. I mean, that's the Super Bowl. It's supposed to be half and half. Yet somehow, when introductions began, and long before that it became obvious, it was a Steeler home game at the Silverdome, or whatever they called that place at that time. And I remember talking to Dan Rooney before that game. I said to him, do you still get nervous for games like this big? And he said no. He said he wasn't nervous for the Super Bowl.
How are you not nervous for the Super Bowl?
But that was the image I remember from that. Talking to Dan, because our auxiliary seating was out in the crowd, so it was cool to be talking to him before this monumental game and being immersed in that kind of atmosphere. And man, when I used to go on the road with the Steelers, it truly is. Truly, if my career ended today, it'd be one of the things I would remember most as the coolest things that I ever observed in my career. I remember my wife and I were out in San Fran on one of those trips. Yeah, I'll take wings. I like a medium, 10.
Thank you.
10 wings. You can't replicate what they do in Buffalo. But
bone in?
Yeah. Then it's not a wing if it's not bone in.
Just confirming.
Okay. And we were walking across the Golden Gate Bridge in the morning. This was way back. I think Kevin Barlow had a big game for the Niners that night. And incidentally, I met a man named Joe Starkey. You've heard of him, Limits? Limits! Have you heard of him? Oh, my God. Joe Starkey is the guy who made the famous call on The Band Is on the Field. And he also called Niners games. So I went down the press box aisle, knocked on his door. He opened it. I said, Joe Starkey, pleased to meet you. It was quite a meeting of the minds there. He's a great guy. He was the Penguins announcer before Mike Lang, if you can believe it. He could have been the Mike Lang. I couldn't have been Mike Lang, but he would have been Joe Starkey. But he went back west, and Mike came east to do the Penguins in an ironic turn of events. And I don't remember. My wife and I crossing the Golden Gate Bridge, which is, a little bit set outside the actual city. Like at 7 o'clock in the morning in the fog, and there's tons of Steeler fans doing the same thing. So that was my first real introduction. I mean, we're on the other side of the country at 7 in the morning, and the place is just absolutely crawling with black and gold. And it makes differences in games. And I love how Mike Tomlin acknowledges that all the time. Just goes out of his way to say that this was hugely important. So does T.J. Watt. I love that. I really do believe it's one of the great phenomenons in American sports. And I hope it happens again this weekend. And I had another story that I just forgot about, too. Oh, yeah. It even happened with the Penguins when they won the Cup in Detroit. There were tons of people there from Pittsburgh. And that's another scene that if I left this business tomorrow, that I would remember forever, was the Penguins in Detroit on the ice. And, at that point, all the Red Wings fans were gone. And it was a Pittsburgh celebration with hundreds, I would say, of Penguins fans, right down against the glass at that point. The place was theirs, and the Penguins celebrating on the ice. And I was talking to Brooks Orpik's father about bars in Buffalo because he's from Buffalo. Very surreal, the whole thing. Anywho, 412-928-9370. 928-9370. On that phenomenon. Like, I'd love to talk about it. I think sometimes people believe that everybody's already or traveling to these games. And a lot of them will be. Like I said, it's a 4-hour drive. But I also think it's transplanted Pittsburghers in these places filling those stadiums. In fact, I think that's the majority a lot of times. Don't you, Limits?
Yeah, most of the time. I mean, especially unless it's like a Green Bay or a team like San Francisco. Like, I can't imagine the Steelers ever taking over like San Francisco, unlike they took it over here.
What do you mean? They have taken over San Francisco. I just told the story while you were ordering food.
I was actually talking to our buddy PJ who came in here and started talking. It's been hectic
anywhere.
back here.
They could play a game in Alaska. They could play a game on an iceberg.
Ireland, they will.
They could play a game in Swahili. Wait, is Swahili a language or a country? You don't know either.
No.
Which comforts me.
I don't.
They could play a game anywhere, and Steeler fans would at least half fill the stadium. At least.
At least. Yeah, at least. And, I mean, most of the places that they go, they completely fill it up. Cleveland, I wouldn't be surprised if it's a 50-50 stadium on Thursday Night Football.
Hokie was pretty good on that, and he reminded me that the Steelers, and I think the Ravens too, that their records after they play each other is not up to par of what it would be on any other week.
No.
And unfortunately for them, they play in Cleveland. Well, maybe fortunately for them, they play in Cleveland 4 days after they play the Ravens after this game. But yeah, man, it's going to be great as usual. And the fact that it's such a close drive has me really wondering what that atmosphere is going to be like. Put it this way. You can bet that Jaden Daniels, a rookie quarterback, is going to have to go to a silent count. That's the other point here, is that in football, home field, in football, the crowd can make a bigger difference than in any other sport. Do you agree with that, Limits?
No, I think a crowd can make a much bigger impact in playoff baseball.
What?
Yes.
Playoff baseball?
Yeah,
how?
So, are you talking about college football? I think college football is significantly more important in terms of atmosphere than the pros is.
I think the pros, because you have a direct effect on the mechanics of the game. It's not just emotional. Jaden Daniels is going to have to go to a silent count in his home stadium. That makes things as a quarterback and as an offense infinitely more difficult, and you should never have to expect to do that on your home field. In fact, you should have a huge advantage on defense, getting off the snap, things like that, because of your home field.
I think road games for high-level college teams going into big atmospheres like Death Valley, going into Happy Valley, going into Michigan is substantially more difficult.
That's football. I'm saying oh, my God.
But you're arguing that the pros is the most difficult.
No, pro, college, whatever.
Okay, so you're talking about football just in general. Okay, because I separate the NFL and college football. You can profoundly
affect the actual mechanics of the game, that you can literally give it a tangible advantage to a team on the field. Hockey, you can't do that.
No.
Baseball, how do you do that in baseball?
I think baseball. The Cueto game?
Oh, my God.
I mean, come on.
The Cueto game.
I mean, I know that's a one-in-one type of situation, one-of-one game. But
I'll give you the Cueto game, but that's not a normal occurrence.
I remember that game in Toronto when Jose Bautista hit the big home run after a couple errors. Houston committed one error and was completely just destroyed in that game. And I mean, think about that game. I think about a lot of other playoff games when Kansas City won the World Series.
Where did that kid go?
He had to move on to his next stop in orientation.
Man, that was fast.
Very quick. 15 minutes it was supposed to be.
Seemed like a nice kid, no?
Very nice guy, yeah.
Yeah, I think the home field advantage is, or I should say the noisy crowd advantage is huge for them. You don't think it helps? Think about T.J. Watt. That's why T.J. Watt, whenever he does an interview after one of these road wins, him and Tomlin both mention it unsolicited. Wow, Steeler Nation. You don't think that's a split-second advantage for him off the snap because of the silent count?
I'm not throwing cold water on it. I'm not trying to. It's impactful, but I think there's other areas or other instances where it is more impactful.
No, you've been very disagreeable all day. I could say that the sun is out now, which it is out there, and you would disagree. You would disagree, although you just agreed. What do we have next?
We can talk about how the national media is back and forth.
That's right.
With the trade deadline. And the Steelers winners or losers at the deadline.
And then at 1 o'clock, we have a guy from Pro Football Focus, our friend Dalton, who's going to talk to us about Naji Harris, number one, because I have some questions about his rating. And then I like going up and down the roster with these guys. And got a little contentious with the guy last week, didn't it?
Yeah, with Max Chadwick.
Yeah, Chatty. He didn't seem to like that they have a crappy grade for Joey Porter. And I innocently said, why? Because it looks like he's playing pretty well to me. And he said, well, the overall grade isn't the most important thing. To which I said, then what is? Isn't that the whole basis of the site?
I don't understand why he said that. I still don't get it.
Because he's like you. I automatically make people contentious.
Because he's like me?
Yeah, in the respect that they want to disagree with me for some reason. I bring that out in people. They just don't want to agree.
I think we've agreed on a decent amount today.
I don't.
Maybe not as much as usual.
I disagree.
I disagree with your disagreeal.
I disagree with you disagreeing with my disagreeal. Where's Crowley when you need him, by the way? Is he still ripping me on the air this week?
Maybe. I don't think so.
Maybe.
I think he's been a little bit more friendly. He gave me a hug this morning.
I know. That was nice to see you guys bond like that.
Great embrace.
It's got to be hard on him to be a West Virginia fan, doesn't it?
Well, yeah, they constantly lose, and now Pitt and Penn State are good.
Yeah, that's got to be especially difficult that Pitt is better than West Virginia in football, right? They've beaten him 2 years in a row. That's very hard on him.
Very hard.
All right, coming up, let's talk about the national media reaction to the Steelers' deadline moves. And then we'll break down some numbers with our PFF expert. Fan Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. The text line, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And the fan hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. You're welcome. I steered you right last night with the Warriors in Boston and Steph Curry. They've gone to a 12-man rotation featuring Buddy Hield, which is why my nickname for this is the Buddy System, which I think that everyone in Golden State or in San Francisco should adopt to describe this team. I think that's a great nickname. But I told you within that Steph Curry is the guy who gets the minutes and the shots when he wants them. He was unbelievable last night. So whenever you're in the need of a midweek boost, FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge, America's #1 sportsbook, has you covered with the Hump Day Parlays Reward Stack. Every Wednesday, you can get parlay profit boosts on everything from spreads to over-unders and even player props, and then just the NBA in general. There's all kinds of things happening for you at FanDuel. In-game bets, futures bets, who's going to have the best first 10 minutes of a game. You can bet first basket of a game, everything. So don't let the weekend have all the fun. Take advantage of the Hump Day Parlays Reward Stack. Who knows? It might become your favorite day. Look for it in the FanDuel app to find your profit boost. It's the Hump Day Parlays Reward Stack. New to FanDuel? Visit FanDuel.com/Starkey. 21 plus. Present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Max wager amount applies. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including token expiration. See terms for both offers at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt basketball 1-0 after beating Radford on Monday. We'll play Murray State at the Peterson Event Center tomorrow, 7 o'clock. You can hear it right here on 93.7 The Fan and also on your Odyssey app. Pre-game coverage begins at 6:30. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Join us here every Tuesday evening from 6 to 7 as we broadcast live from Minio's Pizza House in Allison Park to bring you the latest on the black and gold with Pittsburgh linebacker Elandon Roberts. Get the latest on our black and gold from a guy who knows. The Elandon Roberts Show is presented by Jim Shorkey Chevrolet in North Hills and brought to you by Julian Gray Associates. The Elandon Roberts Show is on. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
You okay?
Sorry, I can't sleep with this cough.
Sounds like you need to vaporize that cold.
Vaporize?
Yeah, with NyQuil VapoCool. It's NyQuil plus a rush of Vicks vapors.
Whoa.
So you ready to get some sleep? Thank you, NyQuil VapoCool.
NyQuil VapoCool, the vaporizing nighttime coughing, aching, fever, best sleep with a cold medicine. And to vaporize sore throat pain, try Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Let's bring the nail gun over here.
Jose stands tall atop his sustainable flooring company.
Totally. It's renewable and moisture resistant, but we have several green options too. Or we got some beautiful reclaimed oak.
But floored by his success, he needs to hire more installers.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Put our matching platform to work so you can spend less time searching and more time connecting with talented candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Let's face it, nowadays most companies have to rely on dozens of expensive, disconnected platforms to run their business. And even then, things can get a little, well, stressful. But with Odoo's all-in-one management software, packed with a suite of fully integrated business applications, every process is streamlined. Tasks are automated, and success is just a few clicks away. See how Odoo can take your business to the next level at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
As a contractor, you need a brand you trust to bring homeowners the quality they deserve when building or remodeling. 84 Lumber carries hardy exterior products that are built to last in the Pittsburgh climate. They can withstand harsh weather conditions and resist damage from moisture, fire, pests, and more. James Hardy and 84 Lumber also offer support and education for pros, providing you with a service like no other. Hardy products are available at your local 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com to find your nearest location and learn how it's possible to build your business with James Hardy.
Decisions that impact you or your loved ones can be overwhelming, especially if you're facing long-term care, special needs, or elder law issues. The attorneys at Julian Gray Associates can help you truly understand the best approach to take. Julian Gray Associates have the most certified elder law attorneys in the country. They're located right here in Pittsburgh. Experienced advice from certified elder law attorneys who understand your legal issues and are committed to helping you. Find out more at grayelderlaw.com.
Want to keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are sold.
The holidays are here at the Home Depot. If you're working on getting ready for company,
a lot of company,
make sure you're ready with Black Friday savings. Get up to 40% off select appliances, plus up to an extra $1,000 off select kitchen appliances. Upgrade your kitchen with top brands like GE Profile and get sleek cutting-edge appliances to make sure you've
got hosting handled.
Yeah, you do. Get Black Friday savings now with free delivery and financing on select appliances this holiday at the Home Depot. Offer valid November 6th through December 4th. U.S. only. See store online for details.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Weather Seal. Get to WeatherSealHomeservices.com today.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. If you like offense, tune in for Baltimore-Cincinnati tonight. The Ravens have a generational offense, one we don't see often. Two-time MVP Lamar Jackson has taken it to the next level. They add Derrick Henry. Defenses have no idea who to focus on. It's not the greatest show on turf. It's different. But the Ravens are as hard to stop as any offense we've seen in recent years. I'm Andrew Perloff.
Want to keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are sold.
While retinitis pigmentosa takes Mark's vision, his family gives him hope, whether at the family business or at home with his wife and sons. He knows he's not fighting alone. For 50 years, the Foundation Fighting Blindness has funded research into treatments and cures for blinding retinal diseases, providing hope to people with vision loss. And for Mark, winning the fight means being there for his family. The Foundation Fighting Blindness. Together, we're winning. Help us end blinding diseases at fightingblindness.org.
Accidents don't happen on a schedule. They don't check to make sure it's between the hours of 9 and 5, and neither does Edgar Snyder & Associates. They're available if you're hurt at 10 p.m., 1 a.m., or on a Sunday. That's right, they're there for you 24/7. So if you've been injured and have legal questions, don't do late-night searching and scrolling looking for answers. Just call Edgar Snyder & Associates at 1-800-94-EDGAR or head to www.edgarsnyder.com to chat online. The consultation is free, and as they always say, there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
Doran Dickerson here, and I'm sitting here with my good friend Jake, owner of Southside Plumbing and Heating. Jake, you've been doing this for a little while, haven't you?
Well, Doran, we've been in business for generations, building an unparalleled experience in top-notch customer service and solutions for our customers.
Oh, wow. So you really know what you're talking about, huh?
Exactly. We don't just hide behind a family name. We are family-owned. That's why we are not just another transaction, and our customer satisfaction matters to us on a personal level.
Give them a call today, 412-431-7455. Southside Plumbing and Heating.
Xfinity here. How can we help?
Hi. My entire family's obsessed with all things Wicked, but my kids can't stop watching the trailer, and now they're having a Wicked-themed sleepover. Do you think our internet can handle all of the streaming and memeing going on?
Well, we've engineered our Xfinity gateways to handle hundreds of devices at once, so they can all stay magically connected.
Wow. Are you a wizard?
I wish. No, just someone that won't let a bad connection burst your internet bubble.
Now through November 12th, get thrillifyingly fast 300 megabit Xfinity internet with unlimited data included for just $30 a month for 12 months with no annual contract. Go to Xfinity.com to learn more. Keep the magic going from your screen to the big screen. And see Wicked, only in theaters November 22nd. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless plan to auto-post your bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Currently $90 a month. Actual speeds vary.
Hi, I'm Dr. Rafferty from the Disc Institute of Pittsburgh. We are here to help. At the Disc Institute, our treatment, intradisc arthrosis, is non-surgical, safe and gentle, and highly effective. 412-906-9600.
Come in and try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store. Visit the store for a free test walk. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, and now open in Morgantown. Good Feet arch supports are proudly made in the USA.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million+ products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Joe Sturkey Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
All right, Wonder Twin, you said you had some national media reaction to the Steelers' deadline moves. In particular, Mike Williams. Hit me.
Yeah, Mike Garafolo of the NFL Network was asked about the Steelers and if they were winners or losers at the NFL trade deadline.
It's the Pittsburgh Steelers because of the consistency that they've shown. You haven't lately, like their two losses were two close losses. Like coming into the season, I would not have believed at this point I'd be saying the Pittsburgh Steelers. It's because of the talent they have, but it's because of the coaching. Their coaching is humming right now. You got Mike Tomlin going out on a limb, and when I say out on a limb, going into his coaching staff and saying, I'm going to start Russell Wilson now, and knowing that that room was not in agreement with him. And then that coaching staff, offensively, having to turn things around and say, well, now we've got a game plan after we've been seeing the best of Justin Fields for the best of Russell Wilson and doing it. Arthur Smith and that offensive staff, they got Mike Sullivan, who was the play caller last year, who's still there as an assistant and has been sort of a bridge for Arthur Smith this year, been a sounding board for him because he was there with this team last year. They're doing a great job offensively. And defensively, how about Terrell Austin and what he is doing? We always say Mike Tomlin's defense. No, it's Terrell Austin's defense. Once upon a time, he was a hot head coaching candidate. Might be time to throw Terrell Austin's name back in there. And then Danny Smith, what they're doing from a special team standpoint, you always see the reaction from the players to Danny Smith. You can tell how much they love him. This coaching staff is the reason why I believe on any given day they can get this team ready to beat the Kansas City Chiefs.
He picked the Steelers as the winners currently at the deadline, and that they could beat the Chiefs. How about Terrell Austin, a potential coaching candidate he threw out there, Garafolo?
Well, he got a couple of things there were very questionable. While I agree with his general point that the coaching's been good, at times great, the room was against the move to Russell Wilson. Has that been a little overdone?
I mean, just a slight bit amount.
I definitely, from the reporting, get the impression that there are people in the Steelers organization who would have preferred that he stay with Fields. But the locker room? No, I don't believe that for a second. He's just throwing that out there on a show, and then people believe it. There's guys in that locker room, in fact, the leaders of the team who lobbied for Russell Wilson, and I'd be willing to bet, although I do not know, that those guys wanted to see Russell Wilson. Nothing personal against Justin Fields, but Wilson was brought here for a reason, and one of them was to be a leader of an offense that was having some troubles with maturity, among other troubles, if you remember that. So I just don't believe what he said there. I disagree. I don't think what he said was correct. That, Mike Tomlin did this when what did he say? The entire room? The locker room?
Yeah, we know Jay Glazer called him, the Lone Ranger for making the decision
That's among decision makers.
Yes.
Among coaches, not among players.
We knew the locker room liked Justin Fields, but I think he kind of over-exaggerated in saying basically the whole entire team.
And then he said, we always say it's Tomlin's defense. No, it's not. It's Austin's defense. No, it's Tomlin's defense. And especially now, when it plays well, he deserves credit for that because you know what? Myself and others, when the defense doesn't play well, Tomlin's first in line for criticism. So it's only right that his defense, when they go well, that he gets the credit for that. It's Mike Tomlin's defense. But by and large, I agreed with his larger points there. What was the question to him, Limits?
Well, the question was about the deadline and also if he thinks that the Steelers are a team in the second half that can do some damage, and they're like a winner so far throughout the season.
Yeah. I mean, the other thing is, honestly, overall, if they were anything other than 6-2, it would be very worrisome. Didn't we all say going into the season they better be 6-2 going into the break with that second half schedule? And didn't we all look and see Falcons, Broncos, Chargers, Colts, Cowboys, Raiders, and the two New York teams and say it's very doable, at worst 5-3? Did we not all say that?
Yeah, pretty much.
I mean, they've been really good. They've done their job. But it's not like they've been a juggernaut or have been knocking off bunches of good teams. 5-3, I would say, is the least they could have done right now. 6-2, while it's to be commended, isn't exactly a shock. The important news here is that they suddenly look really good with a new quarterback. that changes the game. Forget the record. That changes the game going into the second half here for me, is that it has become very clear through 8 games, especially the latter few, that they suddenly have an adult in the coordinator room who actually schemes a game and a real quarterback. If I'm starting a football team, those are 2 of the 3 places along with head coach that I would want to start. Not necessarily in that order. Give me a quarterback, give me a head coach, and give me an offensive coordinator. That, more than anything else, is reason to feel optimistic if the question is, something like who can knock off the Chiefs. Next.
So, Yahoo's, you sent me this. Yori Epstein thinks that the Steelers are a trade deadline loser.
I'm going to go with the Steelers offense because here's the deal. If you were just like, hey, the Steelers have their guys, they've got George Pickens, Naji Harris in the running game are working, Russell Wilson's improved the pass game, just want one more piece just for depth, and you said, give me Mike Williams, fine. But that's not what the Steelers did. The Steelers have broadcasted for months that they wanted another receiver, another top receiver. They were willing to pay. They believed in it. They're famously paying 2 quarterbacks very little this year. They're getting Russell Wilson for like $1.2 million while the Denver Broncos pay the other $85 million over the next 2 years. And so you look at this and you say, Brandon Ayuk from the San Francisco 49ers. We were on this podcast during training camp when I was at practice with Brandon Ayuk's agent, and Frank was on the show being like, this is happening. He's going to the Steelers. Let me tell you, that man did not go to the Steelers. And then we say, okay, this week, Jeremy Fowler,
we may have had a guy here say the same thing
for a while now. He's a national writer. He's very plugged in. He said that they were asking around about Darius Slayton of the Giants, who I think is a very good receiver and has played well even with all the mess of the Giants offense. They didn't get that guy either. They got the guy who Aaron Rodgers wanted out of there because he was not on the red line where he was supposed to be in the game. So, I can't be so excited. I still think the Steelers are a very good team. They're an excellent defense, a very good offense. I expect them to make the playoffs, and I would not be surprised if they win a playoff game. But I think that when you look at their long-term team-building strategy and what they wanted at receiver the last few months, they fell very short of what they were looking for.
Very well said. I agree with every syllable she just said. That's why I gave this move, I think, a C+ or a C. I mean, let's all be honest. He may work out great, maybe better than we think, but Mike Williams was a consolation prize. They were after a big fish, and, they got a minnow here. Now, he may revert to his old form and be really good, but we just had a guy yesterday who covered him the whole year, said this is a diminished player after his ACL injury. She was right with everything she said there.
Well, and I think that that's partly a lot of what we've said, too. Mike Williams is a slower wide receiver. He can't do as much on the field. He was in a bad situation with New York and basically got picked on by Aaron Rodgers. But, I mean, the Steelers looked at him in the offseason. He went to the Jets, never made a visit to the Steelers. There's clearly a lot of interest in Mike Williams from this organization.
Yeah, and they might be right. So don't get me wrong there. I'm more than willing just to sit back and watch with an open mind over these next several weeks. I thought Tomlin said that well yesterday. These are long range, not in terms of years, obviously, but in terms of the rest of this season. It's not all about this week or even next week against the Ravens. This is something we're going to be monitoring, and I'm very open to the idea that Mike Williams, now out of the madhouse that is New York and away from Aaron Rodgers, and another week or 2 removed from or advanced in his recovery from a major knee injury, could be pretty good here. But as things stand right now, all I got is his resume in New York, the fact that you have people telling me that he's compromised still from the injury, and that they had their eyes set on much bigger prizes. I can't sit here right now and call the Steelers a winner at the deadline for getting Mike Williams. They settled for Mike Williams.
That was the word I was just about to say, because he played 3 games last year, had 1 touchdown. He's only had 12 catches for 166 yards this season. When they were shooting for the stars for Ayuk, Devontae Adams, Cooper Kupp, they landed with just a little twinkle.
I'd rather have DeAndre Hopkins. I'd rather have Amari Cooper. I'd rather have Cooper Kupp. I'd rather have Christian Kirk. I'd rather have Deontay Johnson if he were allowed to come back here, although probably back here wouldn't be a good idea. But if I was a different team and had a choice of these two guys, I'd take Deontay Johnson. I'm not his biggest fan. Mike Williams doesn't run backwards, does he?
No.
Okay.
He runs forwards, but not very quickly. That's kind of the problem.
I guess we'll take that right now, right? Given the choices. So, yeah, she was right. Coming up, let's talk about some ratings for Steeler players and also for Commanders players going into this game. Let's do Pro Football Focus. A lot of you hate him. A lot of you love him. I want to go over Naji Harris for one. Cam Hayward, who PFF has as the number 1 rated player at his position. And while I haven't, made a study of defensive linemen across the league this year, man, that sounds about right to me. He's been tremendous. Let's talk about all of that coming up with our friend Dalton. What's his last name, Lemons?
Dalton Wasserman.
Dalton Wasserman from Pro Football Focus. He was really good the last time that he came on. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. It's here, the Chevy Red Tag event, now through December 2nd. 0% APR for well-qualified buyers. Full terms at sunchevy.com. It's a high of 65 today with cloudy skies, although the sun is out right now. Is it time for JP Roofing? Is that what your records show?
Yes.
Then let's talk about Joe Potocznik and his mustache. What a wonderful man he is. And he's been doing this now for 43 years. And he's only getting better with age. That's the thing. The guy's a 2-time Northeast Trifecta MVP winner these last 2 years, so 2-time defending. And they give out their awards based on marketing, customer outreach, things you're doing in the community, and yes, the work you do and the reviews you get for said work. And I can tell you that Joe Potocznik and his people not only do excellent work, but they're good people. I remember when A-Rod came into the neighborhood to work on an issue we were having with the siding. The next day, I saw a sign up the street, JP Roofing and Siding. Like, there's no way he had 2 pre-calls on my street. He obviously struck up a conversation with somebody. That's what A-Rod does. He's a very personable man.
It's good marketing there, A-Rod.
People like A-Rod and people like Joe. Give him a call. $500 off any roofing or siding installation right now. 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
College football this Saturday. Panthers are ranked 18th in the college football playoff poll. We'll play Virginia at home. That's at 8 o'clock. 5 o'clock is when the pregame coverage begins right here on the Fan. Also listen on your Odyssey app. Washington is at Penn State. Nittany Lions are 6th in the college football playoff poll. That game is at 8 o'clock. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. Tune in every Saturday. Be part of my program. We want your opinions.
Protected by Shederovich, and Fishman. PNC Bank. See how PNC Bank can make a difference for you. And driven by number 1 Cochran. Go one better. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
It's here, the Chevy Red Tag event, going on now through December 2nd at Sun Chevrolet, Route 19, McMurray. 0% APR for well-qualified buyers. 0% for 36 and 48 months on 2024 Silverado 1500 pickups. 0% APR for 36, 48, and 60 months on 2024 Blazer EV, Equinox EV, and Silverado EV models. 0% for 36 months on 2024, 2025 Equinox models. Full terms and conditions at sunchevy.com. Some customers may not qualify, not available with lease and some other offers. Take new retail delivery by 12/2/24. Must trade in a 2010 model year or newer vehicle. Not available with lease and some other offers. Take new retail delivery by 12/2/24. Copyright 2024 General Motors, all rights reserved. That's the Chevy Red Tag event going on now through December 2nd at Sun Chevrolet, Route 19 in McMurray. Sunchevy.com. Chevrolet. Find new roads.
Football season is in full swing, and the deals at Tri-State Office Furniture are just heating up. Whether you're refreshing your workspace before the holidays or preparing for the new year, we've got the inventory and expertise to inspire your best work. Enjoy free design services and up to 45 days of storage, so your furniture is ready when you are. Our project management team will handle every detail from delivery to installation for a hassle-free experience. Visit our showroom, check us out online at tristateofficefurniture.com, or give us a call, 412-771-0760. Tri-State Office Furniture, the best in the business.
The excitement of WPIAL playoff football is back. Be part of it. Attend a game near you and check out all of the matchups and brackets at WPIAL.org. Tickets just $5 for students, $7 for adults, and it's never been easier to get them. Visit gofan.co/WPIAL, gofan.co/WPIAL, or download the GoFan app for convenient digital ticket options. Nothing like high school playoff football in Western PA, so head to a game this Friday and get your tickets today.
Andrew Filipponi for Weather Seal Home Services. Is your roof winter ready? Call Weather Seal today and get your roof problems fixed fast during Weather Seal's November roofing sale. Get a brand new Weather Seal roofing system in just a week with no interest for up to 2 years. Plus, get a free gutter upgrade with your purchase. But you can't wait. This offer isn't going to last. I've trusted them, and you should too. Call 877-351-SEAL today. That's 877-351-SEAL, or go to WeatherSealHomeservices.com. It's Weather Seal Home Services.
You hear that? That's the sound of another year counting down. Another year missing your revenue goal. Another year wondering why your marketing isn't more effective. Another year worried about next year. The clock is ticking, but you still have time. Time to contact the experts at Scale Marketing. Scale Marketing is a full-service marketing agency who is expert in lead generation and revenue growth. How expert? Our clients see an average of 20% growth in the first year alone, with sustained growth from there. It's all part of our process. From your traditional marketing to social media to paid search, we'll take a forensic approach, digging deep to find the root problems in your marketing strategy. Then we'll fix them fast. At Scale Marketing, we can't stop the clock, but we can change your company's future. Find out how you can make your marketing budget work harder and drive more revenue. Contact us at scalemarketing.com. That's scalemarketing.com.
Pittsburgh's expert in everything sewer related. Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining. Need your sewer unclogged? Call Metz. Need trenchless sewer lining? Call Metz. Buying or selling a house and need a camera inspection? Call Metz. Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining. 412-872-4105.
Pittsburghers, Pat Bostic here. Winter is coming. Are your tires ready? You can save hundreds, even thousands of dollars on brand name tires with Champ Tires. I saved nearly $1,300 on Bridgestones for my SUV. Used tires, like used cars, are an affordable way to keep you safe through rain, snow, and sleet. Champ Tires has 2 locations in Pittsburgh and offers free shipping. Head to champtires.com/thefan to start saving today.
Feel the energy. Hellman Electrical Associates, highly trained staff that specializes in cutting-edge, high-end electrical services. From residential, commercial, industrial, to design-build needs, Hellman Electric does it all.
Every day you'll save money at Chuba Heating and Air, your authorized Rheem dealer. This month, get a complete winter furnace checkup for only $89.50 and get 0% interest on select Rheem HVAC system replacements. Plus, get a free 10-year parts warranty. Call Chuba Heating and Air now at 412-271-6246 or visit them online at chubainc.com. That's chubainc.com. And of course, Rheem, the new degree of comfort.
93.7 The Fan, an equal opportunity employer, is dedicated to providing broad outreach regarding job vacancies at the station. We seek the help of local community organizations in referring qualified applicants to our station. Community organizations who wish to receive our job vacancy information should contact Amy Mock at 93.7 The Fan at 412-920-9400 or by sending an email to amy.mock@odyssey.com. Listeners are encouraged to visit odyssey.com for a listing of job opportunities at all Odyssey radio stations.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel Rodden and Breslin, attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case. Now everybody want to be your friend. Like, where were y'all when I got into my accident and I needed help? Remember when my electric got cut off? Remember when I ain't have money to pay the rent? When I asked y'all for help? What y'all say? I ain't got it. Now you know that top dollar coming. You know I called Top Dog. The check is on the way, and ain't none of y'all getting nothing. You know what I went through. When I asked y'all for help, where were y'all? Not there. By myself. I did that. It was a medical malpractice and a car accident. I was hurt really bad. Now I got the money back. Any accident. Top dog law.
For the next 15 seconds, there will be no political ads. You're welcome. You know, we don't just remove junk, we restore sanity. 2 men and a junk truck.com.
You want the best. UPMC Health Plan is ranked #1 in member satisfaction among commercial plans in Pennsylvania by J.D. Power. With UPMC Health Plan, you get access to UPMC doctors and hospitals, local community care, and a national network for travel outside the UPMC service area. Plus 24/7 access to virtual urgent care services through UPMC Anywhere Care. When you're given a choice for health insurance, choose the best. Choose UPMC Health Plan. For J.D. Power 2024 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards.
Tom's Watch Bar on the North Shore hosts the best watch parties for all the black and gold hockey games, making it the go-to destination for dedicated hockey fans. Enjoy 360-degree viewing, surround sound, premium food and drinks, including their famous prime rib dip. Enjoy game day vibes that match being at the game at Tom's Watch Bar on the North Shore, the ultimate game day experience for all hockey fans and all sports fans.
Thorne Dickerson here. I've got to tell you, don't go with just any guy to replace your roof. Choose PJ Fitzpatrick. Why would you choose the B team when you can go with the A team from PJ Fitzpatrick? Trust PJ Fitzpatrick to get your roof done right with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. PJ Fitzpatrick has thousands of 5-star reviews and over 40 years of experience. Plus, they can install most roofs in just 1 day. Visit trustpj.com today to set up a free design consultation and take full advantage of all the fall promotions. That's trustpj.com.
By the time you're finished listening to this Pepsi Zero Sugar, you'll be 15 seconds closer to kickoff. Stock up now. Steelers game day is so close, you can almost taste it. Steelers watching. Better with Pepsi.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7, the man.
This holiday at T-Mobile, I'm joined by a special co-anchor.
What up, everybody? It's your boy, Big Snoop D-O-double-G.
Snoop, let's talk about T-Mobile.
Okay, cool.
This holiday, get 4 lines for $25 a line, plus 4 iPhone 16s with Apple Intelligence and the all-new camera control on us.
Let's get cracking, like a breakfast egg.
You can use those eggs to make some eggnog, Snoop.
Respect.
And people do love T-Mobile, where you can save on every plan versus the other big guy.
You know, y'all can take some of those savings and buy some Snoop merchandise.
Always a great stocking stuffer, Snoop.
We up out of here, so drop that jingle.
Hold your horses, Snoop D-O-double-G. Let's remind people one more time.
Head to T-Mobile.com and get 4 iPhone 16s with Apple Intelligence on us, plus 4 lines for $25.
With 24 monthly bill credits, 4 eligible trade-ins, and 4 new lines with autopay. Well-qualified customers plus taxes and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Cancel entire account before receiving 24 bill credits and credit stop and balance on required finance agreements due. $829.99. Credits end if you pay off device early. See how you can save on wireless and streaming versus the other big guys at T-Mobile.com/switch. Apple Intelligence available now.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Bengals and Ravens, big game in the AFC North tonight. 8:15 is the kickoff Thursday Night Football. Westwood One has coverage right here on 93.7 The Fan, which will begin at 7:30. Steelers and Commanders. Steelers are going to go to 7-2 on the season. It's 1 o'clock on Sunday. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
Here we go. The Joe Starkey Show.
The biggest in the game.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
One of the reasons that I like Pro Football Focus is because they attempt to measure what nobody's ever attempted to measure before. For example, I'm looking right now at Bull Rush win rate through week 9. Some people may laugh at that. I don't. They have somebody charting this. Who's winning the most when they use a bull rush? Cam Hayward has a win rate of 42.5%. That is fifth in the Garrett leads by a lot, by the way, at 56%. The eye test may have already told you that limits that when you watch Myles Garrett, he overpowers people, but things like this lend credence to what your eyes are telling you. Or, in some cases, your eyes might tell you one thing, and the numbers might tell you another. That's why I like this site. And here to talk about all things PFF is Dalton Wasserman from Pro Football Focus. Dalton, how are you today?
Fantastic. Another great week in football. How are you doing today?
Good. We appreciate you joining us. PFF has you covered all season long with the best data, tools, and analysis in the game. Sign up for PFF Plus today to unlock all their famous player grades and premium statistics. All right, let's start at the quarterback position, Dalton. Let's go with Russell Wilson through 2 games. What does PFF like about him and maybe not like so far?
So I think he's playing overall on a reasonably similar level to what Justin Fields was, but the difference you're getting with Wilson is just more of a downfield threat, right? You know, I think whereas with Fields, you're very much based in the run game and you're getting a lot of bootlegs going and things like that, a lot of shorter passes. I think they wanted to open up this offense and get these safeties out of the box a little bit. So when you talk about Justin Fields, or sometimes we talk about average depth of target. On average, how far down the field are you throwing the football?
Yeah.
His was 7.7 yards, which is actually it's relatively low when you talk about Russell Wilson being at 10 yards per attempt right now. How far he's throwing the ball down the field? Usually, that's a top 5 number in the league when you're getting up there near 10 yards. So I think what they've done is try to just add a more vertical passing game. And get George Pickens working downfield. And I think that's the logic even behind the Mike Williams trade, right? Getting a more vertical passing game going so you can lighten up the boxes and get safeties out of the front 7 to help the run game out.
Right. And I think a lot of people, speaking of how you guys actually do this, they wonder, well, who's doing it? Well, Bobby Slowick worked for your site. So did other people who are now NFL coaches, and so are some former players. So getting back to like the bull rush and the win rate on that, what kinds of people are breaking down these games? You know, what are they people who have a background in the game, or who exactly does the work here, Dalton?
Oh yeah, many of them are. I mean, whether it be at the college level, I mean, some of them now you just mentioned coaching at the NFL level. Bobby Slowick, Zach Robinson, offensive coordinator for the Atlanta Falcons, is another one who used to be with us. We used to have former NFL quarterback Bruce Gradkowski. We've got former college players. I used to coach in high school myself, so I had a decent background with it. I did it for 4 years before moving over to the content side. So we have all different people from all sorts of backgrounds, and they get trained on how our system works. But it's a terrific team. I mean, we're talking about as far as the graders go, I think somewhere between 100 or 120 guys we have now, and so many of them come from all different places, former coaches, former players, people just trying to get into the analytics side of it and understand the game more and learning through us. So I think we have a lot of different people from a lot of different backgrounds, and some of them come from different areas of expertise too. We've got guys who are experts in the passing game, guys who are offensive line experts, things like that. So it's a really diverse group of people, and they're all fantastic at their job. I worked with them for 4 years on that side, and I couldn't ask for a better team of guys to be doing that thing. I
love it, man. And, I don't know that a lot of people know that. They think it's just like, you pull people off the street and have them do it. Having said that, I'm sure a lot of people disagree with a lot of the rankings. And then, it always seems to tailor their needs. I've disagreed with things before. Here's one right here that my eye test is telling me is not true, but I'm willing to listen to what the rating is and why, is Joey Porter Jr. I think most people think he's having a pretty good year. You guys have him at a 60.0. That's 74th among 110 corners. What's happening with him that you guys are seeing that maybe the eye test doesn't tell you?
I just see a little bit. So, again, I think we have to emphasize that we look over every single snap of every game. And what I'm seeing here for him is just inconsistent week to week, right? He's a young guy who there have been some good games, right? The last 2 games he's been really good. And I look over at his coverage grade, especially 62.9. So when you're talking about grades in this range, you're talking like average. Like he's in total played average football. But I've got 5 games where his coverage grade was above 70, which is a good game. And then I've got 3 other games where it's below a 50. So it kind of, for him, for some guys, they're more consistent. They graded around a 60 every week, and that's kind of how it adds up. And for other guys, it can be kind of high and low, right? I look at the Colts game where he gave up 5 catches for 80 yards, or I look at the Raiders game where he gave up 4 for 65. So I think he's a young guy who's dealing with just trying to do things consistently on a week-in, week-out basis. So what that, the average, I would call that just about perfectly average grade right in there. He's not playing terrible football or anything like that every single week. It's just a guy trying to figure out the ups and downs of, playing corner in the NFL. So I think he's going to continue to get better as it's going. It's good to see him the last 2 weeks get 2 good weeks in a row going. And he's got another real big challenge with Washington this week. It'll be fun to watch him go against Terry McLaurin and those guys for the Commanders.
For sure. And, yeah, I mean, that makes sense to me, Limits. Do you have a question here?
I do. How does PFF examine Broderick Jones? Naturally a left tackle, but is playing right tackle this year and has seen a lot of struggles at times, but it's a lot of inconsistent play.
Yeah, I agree, and it was kind of like that last year. I watched a lot of Jones's tape this year and last year, and the big theme, he gives you some good stuff in the run game, and again, you mentioned it, it's his second year now playing right tackle, position he wasn't really used to at Georgia, but the problem's been in pass protection, right? He's given up 7 sacks this season, got a 40.7 pass blocking grade for us. It's just the Steelers, this has been the problem for them the last couple of years, is just dropping back and throwing the football and having the protection hold up. So there are moments when I really like Broderick Jones, especially in the run game, but he's got to get more consistent in pass protection, or you're going to see either once maybe next year when Troy Fautanu is healthy, he's going to take over that spot, or you could see a move where a guy like a guy the Eagles signed this offseason like Mekhi Becton, they moved him inside to guard, and now he's having a spectacular season. So I think Jones, out of necessity, is going to keep playing at this spot, and he needs to get better in pass protection. He's given up multiple pressures in pretty much every start he's made this year. So that's really what they need to see, is just better protection, especially on late downs in those obvious passing situations.
Dalton Wasserman from Pro Football Focus. You can go to pff.com to get the lowdown on how to get more out of watching the game here. We have a guy named Donnie Football, and tomorrow is a Donnie Football Friday, and he does a show periodically with Landon Roberts. So at the other end of the spectrum here, Landon Roberts, you guys have second among 83 players at his position, and his run defense grade is absolutely elite at 93.3. So who's ever grading that loves what they're seeing. Yes, Dalton?
Absolutely. I mean, you talk about a guy, for so long, especially in New England, he's so aggressive, he's so direct to the football, and he's a guy, he's really a perfect early down linebacker, right? And you talk about making plays on the ball, making big hits, getting off blockers. I think it's a perfect role for him, right? Because he's not the best guy in coverage, not a guy you want all the time out there on third down, but what he gives you on early downs, and on top of what the defensive line, that makes his job a lot easier, is having such a great defensive line that occupies all those blockers. He's so good at just finding the football between the tackles and making plays on it. And I think, especially lately, I'm looking over the last 4 or 5 weeks, he's made a big difference. I think he's going to play a huge role this week, because I know, another one against Washington, Jaden Daniels and his arm is getting all the spotlight right now, but Washington's run game is a top 3 run game in the league right now. So Roberts is going to play a big role, but what he does, especially between the tackles, getting downhill in these gaps behind his defensive line, is really valuable to their defense.
Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. And the text line, you can weigh in with a take to City Limits here, is brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Dalton Wasserman from PFF is on the Sullivan Super Service Fan Hotline, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Everybody's still up in arms with PFF because they didn't have T.J. Watt as their best defensive player last year, Dalton. Do you have him as your best overall player now at the unofficial midway point? Would he be PFF's Defensive Player of the Year right now? And if not, who?
I believe he would, because honestly, the highest graded player in our system is actually Aiden Hutchinson, but he's not going to obviously win Defensive Player of the Year for the year with his injury, only getting to play 5 games. But no, TJ Watt's right after that, and that's the guy who it would be. He's actually clear of anybody else by 2 points right now. Just an incredible year he's having. He's the only player with pass rush and run defense grades above 90. He's forcing fumbles. You can see him punching the ball out on run plays. He's always a great pass rusher. We already know he can drop into coverage and even make plays in coverage. He's as good an all-around football player as there is in the league at any position. So, yeah, I mean, we do, for what he did in those 5 games, Hutchinson is the highest graded player, but he's not going to win that award. So I would say right now, come the end of the year, if things stay the way they are, TJ Watt is in line for Defensive Player of the Year for us.
When we look at Naji's grade, it's a good one, 78.7, and yet it's only 16th out of 65. Halfbacks is the category there. What goes into that grade? Do you include, blitz pickup, receiving? Is that an all-around grade, or were we just looking at his running skills?
So the 78.7 you just mentioned, that is all the way around, and it is running, it is receiving, it's all the blocking. That puts it all together. And I think what you get for Naji is lately, especially, I think he did get off to a bit of a slow start this year, but lately it's been picking up. I think we've seen that ever since, especially the Vegas game where he's got 3 straight 100-yard games now. So you're seeing it really pick up. I believe he's one of the highest graded backs over the last 4 weeks after getting off to a relatively slow start. But no, we look at, things like yards after contact, forcing tackles, forcing missed tackles. Okay, his first 4 games, he only forced 11 missed tackles. The last 4, it's been 25. That's a big part of it. Creating explosive runs, he's got 11 in the last 3 games, of 10 or more yards. So if you can break tackles and get yards after contact and create explosive runs and obviously first downs, then you start getting those higher grades as a rusher. But no, I think he's a guy who's really coming on. The overall grade, it's going to line up for him pretty closely with his rushing grade because we don't see him get a ton of passing work. But no, I think Naji's having a good year. And honestly, I think lately, especially these last 3 games, I think this is the best that I've ever seen him run the ball. He's just running the ball with this, and he's always been an aggressive runner, but it looks a little bit different right now the last few games, like he's figured something out.
Yeah, I think everybody here would agree with that. This is the best he's ever looked. It's 1:18. Time to make that call to the Buell Insurance Agency. Get help with those premiums at 724-443-5610. Lastly, Dalton, the lightning rod figure here the past couple of years, but he seems to have really upped his play, and your guys' grades would back that, is Dan Moore Jr. on the left side. Is this guy lining up for a big free agent deal as a left tackle?
We'll see how big, because left tackles can get big money. But no, it's been actually probably the brightest spot other than Zach Frazier, who I know you're hoping to get back this week. He's been a bright spot too. But no, it's kind of unexpected because Moore really struggled last year, especially in pass protection. And it was the big worry is that, okay, if Moore and Broderick Jones are both going to play the way they played last year, we could have a disaster again up front on our hands. But Moore's been a lot better this year. He's only given up 2 sacks and 2 other hits. 72.6 pass blocking grade would be a career high for him, and a huge jump from what it was last year. So I think maybe he's just feeling the urgency of the contract year and potentially even, earlier in the season, maybe even competing and possibly losing his spot to a rookie when Troy Fautanu was healthy. But no, I think it's been a big boost. Honestly, right now, the left side of the offensive line, the way they've been playing, I don't worry about too much with Dan Moore and Isaac Seumalo there at left guard. It's just a matter of now Zach Frazier getting healthy and patching things together on the right side of the offensive line, where obviously you've had some injuries. The James Daniels injury, obviously unfortunate. But Mason McCormick, he's playing passable football. But no, Moore has definitely been an asset this year when last year he really wasn't.
Dalton, great stuff. Let's talk again soon. I appreciate you coming on.
Absolutely. Appreciate you having me on. Thank you.
He's good, Dalton Wasserman, isn't he, Limits?
He's very good.
I think he's excellent on this thing. And I defend Pro Football Focus more than I criticize them because they really do have qualified people, coaches, former players, in some cases rising coaches. All you need to know is that Zach Robinson and Bobby Slowick, 2 pretty prominent coordinators right now in the league, worked there. Do you need to know more than that? That doesn't mean they're always right, by the way. Some of the things leave me scratching my head. They really do. But I respect the fact that they are trying to quantify things that in that sport have been very difficult, and in fact, people haven't even tried to. So I like it. I go on there frequently to take a look. You?
I like to check the grades, but I also don't try to praise them as gospel either. I mean, there are a lot of things that maybe are too analyzed, and sometimes there's paralysis by analysis, and sometimes it's just better to use your eyes, and that's the case, I think, with T.J. Watt over the last couple of years. But I'm glad to see that the numbers are finally
well, it's not
lining
like he
up.
gets bad grades, T.J. Watt. He gets great grades from them.
He gets pretty good grades, but other players that I don't think deserve them get higher grades.
Yeah. Like who?
Myles Garrett. Still not over that.
I know that's going to hurt for you and probably for TJ for a long time.
Well, yeah, there's no reason why Myles Garrett should have won it over TJ Watt. None.
I agree. I agree with you.
And I mean, for PFF to think otherwise, I just don't agree with it.
I agree with every syllable and quarter syllable you just uttered, Limits.
It's a lot of syllables.
Yeah. Coming up, Jeff Hathorn, the coordinators, spoke today. I just heard some Arthur Smith clips. Do we have any of those? Did he turn those around yet or no?
We are scouring. Did you find him on social media?
No. I think Andrew Filipponi was listening to some of it back there. At least that's what
We have some Artie. We'll listen to Artie.
I think he was listening to that back there. I'll just read you some in the meantime. Arthur Smith on the acquisition of Mike Williams will bring him along the right way. Obviously, he has a skill set that fits us. Says he makes a lot of 50-50 catches, can help with run blocking, and hopefully he's value added. Man, what Hokie said earlier today is true, is that the receivers on this team are very involved in blocking, and I would include George Pickens in that of late. And I think that's hugely important. You look at some of the big runs that they bust, and without a receiver doing his job on the play, that play doesn't happen. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do. I think Pickens has gotten better at it. There's still a lot of room to grow for George Pickens blocking-wise, but Van Jefferson's done a nice job blocking. I think Pat Fryermuth's a little bit underrated as a blocker. I think a lot of people try to over-exaggerate his inability to block. I think he's been fine.
He's okay. Who's that guy up on the McAfee show
Chuck
there?
Pagano.
Chuck Pagano. He has a Colorado Buffaloes sweatshirt on.
Supporting Dion.
I want one of those. The colors of that, their color scheme is awesome. Can you get me one of those for Christmas if you're already thinking about that?
I was not already thinking about it, but I will put it on my list.
You have an elite sweatshirt game, which includes today a Rose Bowl between Utah and Penn State with their helmets on your sweatshirt.
Oh, I love my T-shirt game. I really do. I'll bring in a couple more that I'll feature this week. Well, I guess next week because I'm not here tomorrow.
Artie Smith also said he expects Zach Frazier to return this week, which is very good. And then he had a nice line about trades and roster building. Sometimes people get lost. They act like my 11-year-old playing Madden with the salary cap off. Chemistry and fit matter. I love that.
I have a couple already clips on getting Mike Williams involved, and also he compared Najee Harris to Derrick Henry.
What would it be like if your dad was an NFL offensive coordinator and you're on Madden? Don't you just say, Dad, you want to call some plays here? Can you help me out a little bit? Formulate my game plan?
What's the best play to run in this situation?
There's only 32 kids out there who have dads that are NFL offensive coordinators.
Do you think NFL offensive coordinators use Madden to see if plays would work or not?
I think that yes. I think a lot of people have. I truly do. And they use it as a teaching tool. I've actually seen that, at least at the college level, for quarterbacks, that you can use Madden and probably NCAA football as a teaching tool, Limits, to read defenses. Any comment on that?
Maybe
Feelings,
to learn the
thoughts,
playbook.
Emotions?
No, I think it's fascinating enough. Like,
Did you know that
it's catering to
boss,
our generation, which is good.
Did you know that our boss, Craig Riley, was a nationally renowned Madden player?
No, I did not know that.
Why don't you go down the hallway and ask him during this break?
I could.
He won national matches, national games, I should say, in Madden. You didn't know that?
No idea.
Are you any good at it?
I was decent at Madden. I don't play video games anymore.
Did I play you during when we did the Volunteer Fire Radiothon?
Yes, we played college football against each other. Remember,
Who was I, Buffalo?
Yes, and you were down by like 3 touchdowns, and you gave me the controller very angrily. I came back against Callis, and it marked for one of the greatest finishes in history, where I went down and scored with 20 seconds left. Callis threw a Hail Mary that was caught, and I ended up missing like a 55-yard field goal, which would have won the game again.
Who was Callis? Pitt?
I don't remember. It was Buffalo against, I think probably Pitt, yeah.
I think it was
He
Pitt.
kept throwing it to Doran.
Oh, yeah, that's right. He had Doran on his team.
Yeah.
Doran shredded me.
Doran crushed us.
Yeah, I quit because I forgot what the controllers meant. I used to know it by heart a long time ago. And, on plays where I wanted to spin, instead I would dive and the play would be over. And that's very discouraging.
We were playing on like a PlayStation 2.
Yeah,
Maybe
I
the original
it.
PlayStation.
I still want to get a Madden League going, as a matter of fact. But sure, if you are interested in Christmas ideas for me, I think I'm in the mood for a Colorado Buffalo sweatshirt. I just like the logo. It really doesn't have much to do with the current team. I just want one of them.
What are you going to give me for Christmas?
Give me a list, and I'll pick and choose.
Check it twice.
All right. Jeff Hathorn talked to the coordinators today. Let's talk to Jeff about what they said. The injury report brought to you by Shenderovich, and Fishman. They've got your back, not your wallet. Zach Frazier, Artie Smith says, is ready to go. That's great news for the Steelers. Now you have an offensive line that looks pretty formidable, doesn't it? Sayamalu, thank God that injury wasn't as long-term as it seemed at the start. You have a rejuvenated Dan Moore playing well at left tackle. Sayamalu, I think, is playing great. Frazier might be a top 5 center in the game already. McCormick is, passable at right guard. It's really too bad what happened with James Daniels because, speaking of PFF, they had him as the highest-rated right guard in the league this year. Number 1. And then you have an issue with Broderick Jones, but hopefully one for a guy that young that, had a little bit of time here to reset. Hopefully he'll come on a little bit, but I like the offensive line going into the second half. Do you?
Getting Zach Frazier back, yes, because I think he is in that conversation as a top 5 center already. I was really happy that they drafted him.
They hit a grand slam with him. I think already it's one of the great picks of the Mike Tomlin era.
Well, everybody kept saying Creed Humphrey this, Creed Humphrey that.
For good reason.
Well, yes, very much so. But Zach Frazier, I think, is that type of player. Not as good. I mean, Humphrey's by far and away, I think, the best center right now. But Zach Frazier, I would put close to that 2-3 in the league.
Jeff Hathorn next from the South Side with updates. The NFL continues on. There's no better place to get in on the action than on FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge, America's #1 sportsbook. You got all kinds of things going on for a big game in the AFC North tonight. Any of these games, you can start with $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Anytime touchdown. How about for the Baltimore quarterback? How about for, let's take my pick here, Jamar Chase, an anytime touchdown? How about Joe Burrow over passing yards against that secondary? Suddenly, you have a nice little SGP built for the ball game. Just visit FanDuel.com/Starkey to make every moment more this season. That's FanDuel.com/Starkey. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
So the Penguins will play a back-to-back that begins in Carolina, 7 o'clock with Alex Nedeljkovic in net for the Pens. That's followed by a matchup against Washington on Friday, 7:30. On the road, as the Pens are in D.C. and the Steelers will also be in the D.C. area, 1 o'clock for their game against the Commanders on Sunday. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
93.7 The Fan, Giant Eagle, and Gatorade present top high school gridiron performances for Week 10. Joey Felitsky, the Whipple's leading passer, completed 24 of 37 for 247 in a win for North Catholic. Mars running back Eric Kasparovich scored 6 touchdowns in an upset win over Montour. And wideout Drew Cook, along with quarterback Ryan Coates, connected for 4 touchdowns for South Allegheny. Keep listening to 93.7 The Fan for more top performances on the high school gridiron, presented by Giant Eagle and Gatorade.
At the UPS store, we know being a small business owner means holiday time is still go time. Still get those orders shipped time. And still re-up on stamps and supplies time. That's why this upcoming holiday, while others close up shop, we'll be open. And happy to help you keep being unstoppable. Come into your local store today. Most locations are independently owned. Product services, pricing, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable.
I'm at the movies, asking people if they'll switch seats with me for $574.
Here, take mine.
So what about $574 if you switch your home insurance to Allstate?
Too much work.
Not if you call them. They handle the switching.
Now, that's a plot twist.
Shh. Check Allstate first, and you could save hundreds on quality home insurance today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Not available in every state. Based on the national average annual savings for new home insurance customers surveyed in 2023 who switched to Allstate and reported savings. Savings vary.
Build up to Black Friday with savings all month long at Lowe's. Get up to 50% off select major appliances. Plus, take an additional 10% off when you buy select major appliances. And don't wait to pick up holiday inflatables under $20. Don't wait to save, in-store or online now, because Lowe's knows deals. Valid 11/6 through 12/4. Cannot be combined with additional discounts. See Lowe's.com for details and qualifying items while supplies last.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by UPMC Heart and Vascular Institute.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Scott Boras said yesterday Juan Soto will take his time picking his next team, as he should. But can I ask that he doesn't take too much time? The biggest problem with baseball's broken offseason is these mega signings taking the entire offseason to happen. It's not dramatic, it's annoying. I would much rather break down Soto's choice than keep guessing what it might be. I'm Andrew Bogish.
Build up to Black Friday with savings all month long at Lowe's. Get up to 50% off select major appliances. Plus, take an additional 10% off when you buy select major appliances. And don't wait to pick up holiday inflatables under $20. Don't wait to save, in-store or online now, because Lowe's knows deals. Valid 11/6 through 12/4. Cannot be combined with additional discounts. See Lowe's.com for details and qualifying items while supplies last.
Retired or retiring soon? How much money do you need to live comfortably? Retirement Planners of America is here for you. Would you like to have financial peace of mind? Here's how. Step 1. Find out the amount of money you'll need to retire. Step 2. Have a plan to get there. Step 3. Make sure that plan can take advantage of market gains but protect you from market losses. Discover how to do all three with a free consultation at 800-508-6108. That's 800-508-6108.
All investments involve risk, including losses. Past performance does not guarantee future results.
Looking for the perfect weekend? Join us at Shooters Golf for brunch every Saturday and Sunday from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Enjoy delicious bites alongside mimosas and Bloody Marys while catching your favorite football team on 30-plus HD TVs featuring the NFL ticket. Remember, golf isn't over. Our heated bays are open year-round, so you can swing your clubs no matter the weather, whether you're here for brunch, games, golf. Shooters Golf, located in Wexford, PA, your ultimate destination. Visit us today and make every weekend unforgettable.
Decisions that impact you or your loved ones can be overwhelming, especially if you're facing long-term care, special needs, or elder law issues. The attorneys at Julian Gray Associates can help you truly understand the best approach to take. Julian Gray Associates have the most certified elder law attorneys in the country. They're located right here in Pittsburgh. Experienced advice from certified elder law attorneys who understand your legal issues and are committed to helping you. Find out more at grayelderlaw.com.
All right, gentlemen, this is Emmett Smith on behalf of Depend, and I've got the perfect play. Run straight to your doctor's office for a life-changing catch. Because when prostate cancer is caught early, it's up to 99% treatable. And one blood test might be all it takes. And now through November, Depend is donating to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for select purchases. Talk about a great play.
From September 1st to November 30th, Depend is donating 40 cents to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for Depend Shield Guards Real Fit products purchased in the U.S. up to a maximum of $300,000 void in Mississippi.
Whether you're ordering wings for the game, whipping up a 7-layer dip, or ordering pizza, there's something about football that makes you want to eat. And this football season, Uber Eats has the best deals on game day food. No matter what you're craving, from 2-for-1 pizza to buy one, get one wings, Uber Eats will be dropping new deals each week, all season long. Uber Eats, official on-demand delivery partner of the NFL. Order now. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Football season is in full swing, and the deals at Tri-State Office Furniture are just heating up. Whether you're refreshing your workspace before the holidays or preparing for the new year, we've got the inventory and expertise to inspire your best work. Enjoy free design services and up to 45 days of storage, so your furniture is ready when you are. Our project management team will handle every detail from delivery to installation for a hassle-free experience. Visit our showroom, check us out online at tristateofficefurniture.com, or give us a call, 412-771-0760. Tri-State Office Furniture, the best in the business.
Accidents don't happen on a schedule. They don't check to make sure it's between the hours of 9 and 5, and neither does Edgar Snyder and Associates. They're available if you're hurt at 10 p.m., 1 a.m., or on a Sunday. That's right, they're there for you 24/7. So if you've been injured and have legal questions, don't do late-night searching and scrolling looking for answers. Just call Edgar Snyder and Associates at 1-800-94-EDGAR or head to www.edgarsnyder.com to chat online. The consultation is free, and as they always say, there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
I'm Chelsea Messenger, helping you beat the books with BetQL. Week 10 in the NFL kicks off with a Thursday night battle in the AFC North as Cincinnati visits Baltimore. The top two quarterbacks in QBR face off with Lamar Jackson and Joe Burrow under center. The first meeting ended in a 41-38 Ravens victory. The spread is sitting around 6, and the BetQL model likes the Ravens to prevail at home. I'm Chelsea Messenger. Bet smarter and beat the books with BetQL, and download the BetMGM app today.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this: if something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month, with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Joe Sturkey Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
What's Cooking? Brought to you by our local Gutco rep, Tim Hester.
Thank you, Mr. Hester.
Very kindly. We're also coming up on the 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler, Jeep Dodge, Route 19, Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. Let's go to our very own Jeff Hathorn. He has spent a few hours there on the south side already today at the Steelers practice facility. Jeff, thanks for joining me here. What's the most interesting thing you've heard today? It's a good question, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, because there's so many different things. I'll say this, because I think a lot of people made a lot of what Tomlin said yesterday about, oh, wait a minute. I didn't say that he had the skill set, best skill set, and today Arthur Smith was like, no, we really like his skill set. Like, he's going to fit in well here, talking about Mike Williams, obviously. So that might be the thing where people were thinking, well, are they going to use this guy? Arthur pretty much said, yeah, they're going to use this guy.
Red zone especially, do you think, Jeff? Or how would you imagine that plays out?
I mean, ultimately he's a downfield threat. He averaged 15.5 a catch in his career. So I think more that, at least at the beginning, they could run some simple routes for him. One of the hidden things that helps is that the Jets receivers coach last year is Zach Azzani, who's the Steelers coach this year. So Williams said a lot of the formations in that are the same that what the Jets were running. So it's made it pretty easy for him to pick up quickly. And obviously he's been around the game. And I mean, plays change a little bit, but it's more about terminology once you get that down. And between him and a 35-year-old quarterback, you like to think that scale is going to move pretty quickly.
All right, Jeff. Looking ahead to this game, Arthur Smith seemed to confirm that Zach Frazier's ready to go, yes?
Yeah, and Zach said it yesterday. Like, a lot of times these guys have hesitation, but he didn't have any.
That's good. I mean, that just, to me, that's a transformative thing. Any other, for the offense, any other injuries, guys in or out, that would be newsworthy?
Joe, I feel good about Patterson returning to that backfield. I mean, just to have that, and you saw what he did in that one series at Indy, the one he got hurt in. Like, he could come in and be a spark for you offensively, even if he only, has a handful, 10 carries. And to be able to mix that up and keep Naji as fresh as possible, I think that's a luxury. And there's a potential for Nick Herbig to return this week as well. So now not only do you have basically your full complement, now you're adding Preston Smith to that mix, and all of a sudden a group that was throwing out practice squad guys a couple of weeks ago is now really deep.
Jeff, when you watch or look at Washington, obviously the Steelers are going to have something special in store for Jaden Daniels. What's been the talk among their defenders about him?
I think they're pretty amazed. I mean, that a guy, now he's been around the game. It was LSU as a second stop. But how poised he is, how he doesn't make mistakes. They've had 3 turnovers all year, and they're running more hurry up than any other team. And yet he's not making mistakes, which is a compliment to Kingsbury and Dan Quinn and keeping it at a level that he's very comfortable with, but also trusting him to put him in those positions. And he's rewarded their trust. How do you get him out of system? How do you throw him something that he hasn't seen? And most importantly with them is getting them out of those 3rd and 4th and shorts, because they haven't missed a 4th down this year, and they're really good in 3rd down. And big reason for that is they're getting good yardage on 1st and 2nd. How can they make these 3rd downs a little bit harder for Washington? It wasn't long ago Washington was a laughing stock, and they've turned them into this is a legit playoff, maybe deep playoff run team. A lot of it's the quarterback, but also some of the coaching. They've got a nice backfield, and they've got a good linebacker crew on the other side.
Another thing I've been meaning to ask you about, Jeff, I've talked about it with a lot of people, including Chris Hoke today. Jerry Dulac had in his chat yesterday that he actually has long expected Naji and the Steelers to extend their relationship beyond this season. Do you get the vibe that could happen? Does Naji want that to happen?
He is not one to share that kind of information very much with us. I think he was hurt. He's on a mission right now to prove. I mean, there's something different about him, and it's been acknowledged by, his position coach that this guy, he wants to show what he can do, and he's proving it. I don't think the door is shut on him re-signing with the Steelers, but we're only halfway through. So I think there's still more of this season. We'll see. There hasn't been a ton of talk about it just because over these last 3 games, it's been more about, all right, what's been the key, not, all right, are you looking to parlay this into something more? And then when Naji gets those type of questions, he's normally not very expansive.
It's interesting because as I asked you that question, a story popped up here on ESPN. Chuba Hubbard with Carolina just signed a 4-year extension, Jeff, worth $33 million, maximum $37 with $15 fully guaranteed $1 million. Now, he's having a really good year. He's averaging 5 yards a carry. I think he's 8th or something in the league in rushing, 10th, I think, in rushing, and has 6 touchdowns. that's worth a little more than $8 million a year. I know he's only 25, and Naji sort of low key is about to turn 27 in March. But man, that sounds like if I'm Naji, I'm going for $8, $9, $10 million a year. You think he can get that?
Well, maybe. I mean, there is salary cap room with the Steelers next year. Obviously, they have to figure out their quarterback situation and a few other holes. But there's room for that. There's still a lot of guys on rookie contracts that are going to be key contributors. My thing with Naji and contracts are this. You remember not this training camp, but the one before, how he was very united with the Saquon Barkley, running backs are underpaid. This is, a load of garbage. They should be paid more. So now that he's going to be up for it, is he going to be one of those guys that's going to hang on, or demand something that's going to be out of the Steelers' price range?
Jeff, I appreciate the time. We'll talk again next week.
Thanks, Joe.
See you, buddy. Jeff Hathorn on Naji. Yeah, I was taking a little bit of a deep dive on that today because I was writing a story for the Post-Gazette, and a couple things I was surprised with. Not that Naji is among the league leaders in 20-plus yard runs this year. I think he's fourth. Now I can't remember. But that he was up there last year in those types of runs. He had 8 runs of 20 or more. McCaffrey, as an example, only had 9. Now, the difference is between Naji and the very best runners in the league, of which there are about 3, is the home run hitting. He's not that guy. He's just not going to go 50, 60, 70, 80 yards like Derrick Henry or Barkley or McCaffrey. Maybe Gibbs is getting into that category. I don't know. But after that, I put Naji in the next batch of running backs after that, especially the way he's running this year. What does that mean if a guy like Chuba Hubbard, he's good? I actually made a mistake there. I think he's top 5 in rushing in the NFL right now. If he can get more than 8 with $15 million guaranteed, that's kind of a baseline for Naji, right?
That Chuba Hubbard deal surprised me, and I don't know if that's Carolina just getting desperate to try to keep as many players as they can and offer Chuba Hubbard maybe worth more than he's actually valued. But
the one thing, Limit, sorry to interrupt, is that I didn't see how many years of that they're committed to. You know what I mean? Like, right. Can they get out of it after a year or two? But go ahead.
And I think, Naji's obviously looking at that deal, and his eyebrows are probably perked up, and he's probably sending it to his agent, saying this is the type of deal that I could probably command, and that's probably what he will be, because he's a top 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 running back right in that range in football, I'd say.
I would agree.
$8 million
right now.
Right there.
Yeah. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. It's here, the Chevy Red Tag event, now through December 2nd. 0% APR for well-qualified buyers. Full terms at sunchevy.com. High is 65 today with cloudy skies. Let's put it this way. This is a one-shot deal for Naji. This is going to be his contract. And because he's a running back, it's not going to be this, crazy tens of millions of dollars that he's going to get. You might not even get that many years because, again, I was surprised. I'd forgotten that this dude's about to turn 27 in 3 or 4 months. Next year's his age 27 season, and every number you can find on the history of running backs tells you that their statistical peak is from ages 22 to 28. You very likely have gotten the best years, including this one, from Najee Harris that he's ever going to have. Some are late bloomers. He may have another 2, 3 good years left in him. But simple mathematics and history and the fact that it's a position of high attrition tells you that a 2 or 3 year deal is probably as far as you want to go with him. Now, all it takes is one team. We'll see how it plays out. Limits, you're a wonderful man. Tomorrow's a Donnie Football Friday. See you, buddy.
See ya.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroe.
Thursday Night Football tonight, Cincinnati and Baltimore, 8:15 kickoff. You can hear it right here on 93.7 The Fan with Westwood One's coverage beginning at 7:30. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The NFL continues on. There's no better place to get in on the action than on FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge, America's #1 sportsbook. You got all kinds of things going on for a big game in the AFC North tonight. Any of these games, you can start with $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Anytime touchdown. How about for the Baltimore quarterback? How about for, let's take my pick here, Jamar Chase, an anytime touchdown? How about Joe Burrow over passing yards against that secondary? Suddenly, you have a nice little SGP built for the ball game. Just visit FanDuel.com/Starkey to make every moment more this season. That's FanDuel.com/Starkey. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan Video Stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan Video Stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Giant Eagle is making it easy to surround yourself with savings with new low prices on hundreds of your favorite produce items like pineapples, avocados, navel oranges, and lettuce at your neighborhood Giant Eagle.
It's never too early to find the perfect holiday gift for the family. In fact, now is the perfect time because Leon's Billiards & More is celebrating their anniversary with a huge sale. They guarantee that nobody will beat their price, quality, selection, and service. Stop by the Leon's Billiards & More showroom in Wexford and see why Leon's is #1 for pool tables, game room furniture, shuffleboard, foosball, air and dome hockey tables, dartboards, and more. For all your game room needs, visit Leon's Billiards & More in Wexford or online at leonsbilliards.com.
Men lacking confidence in the bedroom because of ED, New Flow Men's Health is the area's leader in treating ED with long-term results. Pittsburgh guys helping Pittsburgh guys. New Flow is serious about helping your ED issues. No pills, no injections, no games. Call New Flow today for your free consultation at 412-784-9000.
Hey, let's talk about hair. Whether you're losing it or trying to keep what you have, we all worry about our hair. Now, have you tried curing your hair loss with pills and lotions? Do you worry about how your hair is going to look in the wind and rain? Well, worry no more. Here's Cookie Harris, president of New Image Hair Clinic.
Men and women now have options like the new Hair RX restoration procedure. Hair RX combines the best of human hair duplication and artistry to recreate the hair you once had. Call 1-800-942-8302 or go to newimagehairclinic.com for a free hair and scalp health checkup and get the answers you need about hair loss and thinning hair.
Let's face it, we spend time and money on preserving our teeth, car, and home. Why not our hair? Call 1-800-942-8302. Mention Hair RX to receive $250 off your procedure. That's 1-800-942-8302 or newimagehairclinic.com. Don't waste your time and money. Call New Image first.
I'm approaching the age where I'm going to start getting my clothes the same place I get my groceries.
Angela Johnson-Reyes, the family reunion tour.
Can't keep shopping at the same stores I used to shop at. Like Forever 21. No, you're not. Turns out that was a lie.
See Angela Johnson-Reyes live on stage in Pittsburgh. The Event Center at Rivers Casino, Friday, April 25th. Get tickets now at riverscasino.com.
It takes a lot to prepare for game day as a dedicated fan, and preparing the perfect tailgate meal might be most important of all. That's why Hellman's Real Mayonnaise is the MVP. Hellman's Mayonnaise is the secret to bring out the rich and creamy taste to all your game day dishes, from buffalo chicken dip to your favorite sub sandwich and everything in between. So give it a try, and mayo game day be delicious with Hellman's Real Mayonnaise. Shop at your local Walmart, Kroger, or grocery store, and add some extra deliciousness to your game day dishes this football season.
Febreze. As a rideshare driver, I love keeping my car smelling fresh and clean. So when I'm driving, I only trust Febreze car vent clips, featuring 3 distinct intensity settings, because it's that little touch that sets me apart. I can turn the intensity down for subtle freshness, or I can turn it up for when I want lots of scent. So whether it's set to low, medium, or high, with Febreze car, I know my car's going to smell amazing. Which keeps my driver rating right where it belongs. Picking up Oscar!
It's here, the Chevy Red Tag event, going on now through December 2nd at Sun Chevrolet, Route 19, McMurray. 0% APR for well-qualified buyers. 0% for 36 and 48 months on 2024 Silverado 1500 pickups. 0% APR for 36, 48, and 60 months on 2024 Blazer EV, Equinox EV, and Silverado EV models. 0% for 36 months on 2024, 2025 Equinox models. Full terms and conditions at sunchevy.com. Some customers may not qualify, not available with lease and some other offers. Take new retail delivery by 12/2/24. Must trade in a 2010 model year or newer vehicle. Not available with lease and some other offers. Take new retail delivery by 12/2/24. Copyright 2024 General Motors, all rights reserved. That's the Chevy Red Tag event going on now through December 2nd at Sun Chevrolet, Route 19 in McMurray. Sunchevy.com. Chevrolet. Find new roads.
Introducing Pittsburgh's first concept store, Tons. Discover exclusive designer brands for women and men in the heart of East Liberty, 5935 Baum Boulevard, or shop online anytime at tons-shop.com. Tons, Pittsburgh's main fashion destination.
Here's another great reason to use the United States Postal Service this season. Your boxes are wrapped and the gifts are in. Our employees are ready. Let the holiday ride begin. Let's start with the price. It's easy to manage when you ship with the reliable USPS Ground Advantage. In just a few days, it's sure to arrive. We're working nonstop to keep the spirit alive. USPS Ground Advantage, the affordable and reliable shipping solution for the holidays. Visit USPS.com/advantage.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. We recently received a call from an injured person. The insurance company had offered them $11,000. We took the case over and got more than $2 million in court. Morgan & Morgan.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
I feel like I'm constantly cleaning hair off my bathroom floor. At least my Swiffer Sweeper makes it easy. Sweeper heavy-duty dry cloths have ultra-thick pads to trap and lock hairs, like a hair magnet. And when I'm finished cleaning up my hair, Sweeper takes care of his too. Now the hair is gone, all thanks to Swiffer. Try Swiffer Sweeper heavy-duty dry cloths. I promise you'll love them or your money back. And also try Swiffer Sweeper Wet to make quick work of tough, sticky messes.
Fall into savings with Gutter Helmets. Save 50% off installation and enjoy 0 down, 0 payments for 1 year. Don't risk costly water damages. Gutter Helmet guarantees clog-free gutters for life. Call 888-5HELMET or visit gutterhelmet.com for your no-cost free estimate today.
The excitement of WPIAL playoff football is back. Be part of it. Attend a game near you and check out all of the matchups and brackets at WPIAL.org. Tickets just $5 for students, $7 for adults, and it's never been easier to get them. Visit gofan.co/WPIAL, gofan.co/WPIAL, or download the GoFan app for convenient digital ticket options. Nothing like high school playoff football in Western PA, so head to a game this Friday and get your tickets today.
By the time you're finished listening to this Pepsi Zero Sugar, you'll be 15 seconds closer to kickoff. Stock up now. Steelers game day is so close, you can almost taste it. Steelers watching. Better with Pepsi.
Here's another great reason to use the United States Postal Service this season. Your boxes are wrapped and the gifts are in. Our employees are ready. Let the holiday ride begin. Let's start with the price. It's easy to manage when you ship with the reliable USPS Ground Advantage. In just a few days, it's sure to arrive. We're working nonstop to keep the spirit alive. USPS Ground Advantage, the affordable and reliable shipping solution for the holidays. Visit USPS.com/advantage.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh.
An Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7, the man,
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
First of a back-to-back against Metro Division teams on the road for the Penguins tonight. They are in Carolina. The Hurricanes have won 7 straight. For more, go to 937thefan.com right now, live from a jam-packed Rivers Casino Sportsbook. It's Pony and Muller.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
Afternoons with Pony and Muller. Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
People forget, Derek, when he was drafted, he backed up DeMarco Murray. So their careers have started different, and I know it's a new scheme for Naj. And he's doing a good job, but I think Naj has probably had more volume of carries than Derek did at this point. Different players, but both those guys are really, really fun to coach. Like I said, I don't think anybody's in better shape than Naj is, and you can see that consistency, those habits. Hopefully that continue, but a lot of that work is paying off right now.
Malsey?
Yeah?
Are you over your cold yet?
My voice is still not quite all the way back. Why?
Because I feel like mine's gotten worse.
Yeah, I knew it would.
I was good. I was bad. Then I was good. And now I'm worse. It hasn't been linear. It hasn't been...
Linear is the name of a copier company. Linear.
Yes, it has not been... I thought when I started to feel better that I was in the clear, and last night, I think I had the second worst sore throat of my life.
So
I had a sore throat wake me up. That's never happened before.
So you're
now the
battling.
throat doesn't hurt.
I brought lozenges for you, pal.
I have a whole pocket of them.
You need to thank our pal Nate Store on Twitter because he's the one who sent us like literally 300 cough
I need
drops.
somebody, and there's all of you out there here at the Rivers Casino Sportsbook. I'm waving, and they're looking at me. There's probably about 75 to 100 people here. I need someone to go get me tea. I feel like to get through this show,
you need tea.
I need somebody at the Rivers to hear this message and bring me
a nice cup of tea.
A tea and lemon, yeah. And if someone wants to put a shot of bourbon in there or something in there, I'm fine with that too.
A hot toddy.
Yeah.
Who's our guy there that only comes up to fist bump you and does not like me? What's his name?
No, he likes you. He just finds the melted cheese aversion to be a little.
Oh, that's right.
creepy.
That's his big thing.
Yeah, he doesn't want to trust you because you don't like pizza. And your wife has said the same thing about you.
Yeah, I mean, if we listed the things my wife thinks are like weird or objectionable about me, we'd be here for 4 hours and you wouldn't have to talk.
Didn't she say something to you the other day, like if you say something like that again, we're never going to get invited back here?
Oh, yeah, that was a different story, though.
Okay.
That was
not about you calling out pizza for being disgusting?
No. That was something else, that she overstated the degree to which people disagreed with what I said, because they really didn't, but she just couldn't believe I said it.
She was like, this is a pro-Kenny Pickett crowd, and all your
kind of some of the things I was saying she thought were going over like a lead balloon, but I think she was actually misjudging the situation at that point. I feel for you. So you know what I'm going to do here? I'll do the lion's share. I will make sure you just get us in and out here, and you can talk as much as your throat allows you to.
No, I want to. I have a lot to say, and I want to participate in the show today. I just think I need tea, and I don't know how to get tea here.
Do they even have? Here's a serious question: is there even tea on the premises here?
I'm going to say yes.
Where did this phrase, I wouldn't do that for all the tea in China, come from? Because that is a known phrase.
Where did the spill the tea?
That's a new one.
When did that enter the lexicon?
That's like a gen. What's the generation after us? We're millennials.
Z?
Or is it right to Gen Z?
Yeah.
I think that's a very young millennial, late millennial, or early Gen Z thing where they came up with spill the tea. And I think it's the Kermit the Frog meme. So we need to hear somebody at the Rivers to hear us say, you need tea, preferably with a little honey and lemon in it, and maybe a little bourbon, if they wouldn't mind.
That's how I'll get through the show and sound okay. I'm not going to promise great.
Do you know what would make me feel sick to my stomach, Pony?
What's that?
If the Steelers gave Naji Harris a contract extension.
So why are you saying that?
I saw Starkey say, why wouldn't you continue this marriage? Well, it takes two to enter into a union like that. He's going to be a free agent. He's probably going to want more, chances are, I think every running back, than most savvy fans, and I think GMs would want to give to a running back. I don't
Wait a minute. I don't know about that last point now. If I'm not having a great day because of this cold that has taken over me. Najee Harris had a great day today.
Yes, Chuba Hubbard got $32 million.
$33 million.
Okay, Dan Morgan is a bonehead there.
Yeah, but some running backs got paid last offseason too.
Mainly in the 1 year, maybe 2 year variety type of deals. Like Henry's deal is a 2 year deal, but I think functionally speaking, it was not a long-term deal. Barkley got paid.
Okay, DeAndre Swift got 3 years and $24 million.
How much guaranteed, though, is what I care about?
I think 12.
Okay.
And he had 1,200 yards in Philly last year, and it was his first 1,000-yard season. And Najee's had 3 and is going on 4 this year.
Okay.
So that guy got 8. Hubbard got 8 and change, and he's never had a 1,000-yard season, and his career rushing average is 4.1 yards per carry, and Najee's 4.
Mm-hmm.
So if those guys are getting 8+, then he's probably going to get 9 or more.
Congratulations to him.
Somebody.
I hope whatever team pays him that is not the Steelers, and that he has a wonderful time over there.
So I agree with that, but I actually in this moment, at this very second, I have to admit that I was wrong about something. They should have picked up his 5th-year option.
I'm not positive that that's even
the 5th-year option. Well, the 5th-year option,
$6 million or whatever.
6.7. That's a bargain right now.
That's a bargain if you think that what he does is irreplaceable and not easily replaced.
Well, okay, so how would you go about replacing it then?
Draft a running back in like the middle rounds next year, 3rd or 4th round.
And that guy walks right in and as a rookie is your starting running back?
Yeah. Yeah, it'd be fine with me. I don't like it when it automatically comes up because he is a big body guy back there, where Arthur Smith is talking about him and comping him to Derrick Henry. I find that to be offensive to Henry and ignorant.
Well, he did say they were different players. He was asked about
it. They're very different players. One guy is going to go to the Hall of Fame because he is the most insane combination of big man who is also explosive that I have probably ever seen. He's a bigger dude than Adrian Peterson, and he has pretty much just as much breakaway speed, if not more, on a straight line. Naji's whole thing is that even this year, in what is shaping up to be obviously his best year, he has not really displayed what I would call breakaway speed or the ability to hit like a 70-yard home run, so to speak.
Okay, but when running backs like Chuba Hubbard are getting over $8 million a year, $6.7 million for Najee Harris suddenly doesn't look or seem as bad.
It becomes a bargain. I understand that the market is what it is, but I think with running backs there are still more outlier deals where the market doesn't follow the player, unlike quarterback or even wide receiver, where the market generally gets reset over and over. Tight end even. This reminds me of like the NFL contract equivalent of my dad saying to me, I would say, hey, my friends are all doing this, why can't I? And he'd say, if all your friends jumped off a bridge, Chris, would you? Like, if all your friends signed Chuba Hubbard to a deal like that, would you? And I would say, no. If all your friends signed that deal or saw that deal and said, well, we want to get paid commensurate with that deal, I'd say, sorry, man, not happening here.
Yes, but I just also gave you DeAndre Swift from last offseason, too. A very similar player.
Do you think that if Jaylen Warren is healthy, there is a significant difference between he and Najee Harris?
No, I've said for years that I think Jaylen Warren's a better player.
Oh, then I don't want to keep both of them, and I would say that the guy who even at $6.7 million would I think be not worth the money would be the guy I'd send on his way.
Yes, but the other part of that is Jaylen Warren has been hurt this year and hasn't been very productive. If Jaylen Warren was having a typical Jaylen Warren season, well, then I think this would be a moot point. But at the moment, as we reach the halfway point of the season and get ready for a very important stretch, Jaylen Warren has done very little this year, and Najee Harris is in the middle of the best run of his career. He's playing his best football ever.
You're a prisoner of the moment in saying that, though. Jaylen Warren is in a situation that we haven't seen from him where he hasn't been as available, so he hasn't been able to impress people, and Najee is on the best heater of his life as a pro. Like, I don't think it's intellectually very wise to try and answer this question in this specific moment, because of course it is going to skew in Najee Harris's favor, the public opinion here. If you had would anybody even take this seriously as a topic if we were asking it because Chuba Hubbard got paid today and Najee was coming off the following 3 games prior? An average of 3.8 yards per carry, between 60 and 70 yards every game.
No, but we're not, though.
But it's a 3-game sample that we're trying to say is going to affect the way that this team looks at him moving forward.
And Russell Wilson is a 2-game sample.
Russell Wilson has an entire Hall of Fame career in his rearview mirror that we can cite back
and Najee Harris has 1,000 yards every year, which I'm not going to praise him up and down.
He has not been an efficient, explosive running back at any point in his NFL career until the last 3 games. For any significant stretch of time.
Yeah, and guys that don't exactly have the reputation for being explosive running backs who make big plays are making more money than what they could have paid him last offseason.
He's also going to have probably close to 1,200 carries or something, 1,100 carries at least by the end of this season.
That's why
in his career.
We're 9 minutes into, well, not 9 minutes because I yammered about my cold to start the show. We're a few minutes into this conversation, and I have not said that they should sign him to a contract extension because I think he's priced himself out of Pittsburgh.
You just think that
more.
You would have taken one more year of him at $6.7 million. I don't even think I would have done that. I just don't. I think you're going to be able to find somebody in next year's draft class if you want to.
Well, I can promise you this:
production.
if they don't do it in the draft, they won't sign a running back for $6.7 million or less who's as good or better than him. They just won't. He might get $10 million a year in free agency if he keeps this up. That's not out of the question. I'd like to know what the franchise tag number on him is. Can you look that up? Is that something that's worth it?
It's not much different.
Because that would be something where I might, if he keeps this up, say, yeah, we effed up, we screwed up, we should have done it for 6.7, but because this is only a one-year commitment and you had such a good year, and I don't want to waste a second or third round pick. I'm not taking the kid from Boise State in the first or second round. I could draft the guy in the middle rounds, and there's no doubt he could be better than Naji. Not this version of Najee Harris, I'm sorry. I cannot believe I'm making this argument, but here we are because I am just reacting to what I've seen the last few weeks, which is, I think, what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to look at
2024 franchise tag value was 11.9 for running backs. That's prohibitive.
He'd have to really, really get hot in the second half of the season for me to want to pay him that. But guess what? I'm not going to completely rule that out right now with how he's going.
I mean, I'm
not opposed to that.
I think Ohio State has two running backs who are going to get drafted who I think would probably do a comparable job to what Najee Harris has done for a fraction of the price. Judkins and Henderson. Like, I'm just looking at 2025 running back rankings, and the literal first sentence that I'm seeing in some of the analysis is most of these are big-bodied, three-down
and where are they going to go?
Guys.
I don't want to use a second-round pick on a running back. Do you?
How about Ollie Gordon from Oklahoma State?
Horrible year.
Okay. Still 6'2", 225. Big dude. How about Caleb Johnson from Iowa, 6 foot, 225. Big dude.
If Caleb Johnson walked into this casino sportsbook right now, he'd have a hard time getting around because there's not a lot of room with so many people here. I wouldn't recognize him.
Okay, so what?
I'm just saying I'm not familiar with his game, as the kids say.
What are you talking about, the Shaq meme here?
Donnie, your thoughts on all this?
I wouldn't pay him. I wouldn't unless he came back with his tail between his legs, which I don't think is going to happen because he is having his best season as a pro. I think they've played it pretty wisely with how his career has gone. I mean, they would have never made the pick anyway if this current regime was in place. Let's be honest. Omar Khan would not have taken a running back in the first round.
Yeah.
And if this still was Kevin Colbert, and no knock to him, they probably exercise the option. They're probably actively working on a deal at this moment if he is still in charge. That's also not the case. I think you let him play this out. You give him a handshake at season's end. You tell him we appreciate the efforts you gave us for the last few years, but if you don't get anything better on the open market, give us a ring. I just don't see that happening.
So you don't have any regrets about the fifth-year option either?
No.
Wow.
Your landlord does, Donnie. He said not picking up the 6.7 was idiotic.
So do you guys both look at this then as he's just a complete byproduct of their system right now?
Yeah, I don't think he's doing anything that a lot of other bog standard running backs couldn't do.
He's running people over, and he's got more burst than I've seen out of him.
He's running hard, and that's, I think, a major reason why people like him, because it's very easy to be to kind of get the vapors about a running back that's trucking people once in a while.
But it's actually getting results. It's not just you're looking at a guy and he's working hard. He's not like a hockey player who's on the fourth line who goes into the corner and you're like, look at this guy mucking and grinding out there. It's not,
okay.
It's not, or a guy that like eats innings for you in baseball. He's actually giving you like high-end running hard production right now.
For 3 games, he has done that. I just think you are falling victim to prisoner of the moment syndrome.
Yeah, evidently you guys both think I am. Let's see if our listeners agree. I think the Steelers should regret not picking up Najee Harris' fifth-year option right now. Are you with Chris and Donnie, or are you on my side? 412-928-9370. That's 412-928-9370. Let's get some Steelers fans' thoughts on this. As another running back just got paid today, got over $8 million a year. 412-928-9370. Edgar Slatter Associates fan text line. Back with your calls next.
Now, fan headlines Powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Another primetime spot for Pitt football on Saturday, 8 p.m. kick against Virginia at Acrisure Stadium. You can listen to that game right here on 93.7 The Fan. Pre-game coverage starts at 5. You can also listen to that on your Odyssey app. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mulsey.
Thanks, Donnie. I want to tell everybody right now about the best place to go if you want to find a brand new Mitsubishi, the Mitsu that fits you. That is Shorkey Mitsubishi, North Hills, Mitsu by the Mall. That is my old stomping grounds. That is right over the hill and through the woods, literally from where I grew up. And that is the place, Shorkey Mitsubishi, North Hills, Mitsu by the Mall, where you are going to get the best deal on the best brand new Mitsubishi that has your name all over it. Not literally yet, but it'll have it once you sign and then drive, right? You sign on the dotted line, you get out of there with maybe a 2025 Outlander. Special lease offer right now on Outlander Hybrid 2025s. Yes, $319 a month for 39 months. How about these financing offers on 2024 Outlanders? 0% for 48 months. On 2024 Eclipse Cross, same thing, 0% financing for 48 months. Take advantage of the value, the peace of mind you get with Mitsubishi, that 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty. And go check them out. Find the Mitsu that fits you. Shorkey Mitsubishi, North Hills, Mitsu by the Mall, and online at shorkeymitsubishi.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Fan is bringing out the big boys for the Fan Game Day. Donnie Football and Mark Cabali host the Enhanced Fan Game Day. The biggest personalities, the hardest working hosts, bringing you our exclusive coverage before every black and gold game. Brought to you by Monsters Brewing, The Beast Unleashed, and Weather Seal. The Fan Game Day on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Company.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Old Trapper Beef Jerky. Old Trapper, what's your beef? BYU, number 9? Has the committee even watched BYU this season? They have the same number of top 25 wins right now as Ohio State, Texas, Tennessee, and Indiana combined. So they got jammed. But you know who's got legitimate beef? Army. I'm Jim Rome. All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich and Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other firms. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and have a 99.7% success rate. So that means they win. Car accidents, 25%. Motorcycle wrecks, 25%. Tractor-trailer crashes, 25%. Dog bites, 25%. Any accident, only 25%. Shenderovich and Fishman, 888-98-TWINS. They've got your back, not your wallet.
Feel the energy. Hellman Electrical Associates. Highly trained staff that specializes in cutting-edge, high-end electrical services. From residential, commercial, industrial, to design-build needs. Hellman Electric does it all.
It's Burgers. Pat Bostic here. Winter is coming. Are your tires ready? You can save hundreds, even thousands of dollars on brand-name tires with Champ Tires. I saved nearly $1,300 on Bridgestones for my SUV. Used tires, like used cars, are an affordable way to keep you safe through rain, snow, and sleet. Champ Tires has 2 locations in Pittsburgh and offers free shipping. Head to champtires.com/thefan to start saving today.
Football is back, and ESPN Bet is bringing fans exciting new features and promotions to elevate your game day. Get in on trending parlays in the all-new Parlay Lounge experience. Check out one-of-a-kind offers from ESPN personalities and boost your winnings with Profit Boost all season long. The official sportsbook of ESPN has football fans covered. Download the ESPN Bet app today. Must be 21 plus and present in select states. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
What can give you that sensational Pittsburgh skyline with half-off pizza on Monday nights? I told you guys this will be one of my new favorite places. Look no further than the Steel Mill Saloon in Mount Washington, right across from the Duquesne Incline. I'll see you there.
Come join me, Andrew Filippone.
And me, Patrick Peterson, 3-time NFL All-Pro cornerback on First and Pod for premier NFL coverage and conversations.
Our motto on the podcast is every team, every week, and we don't play favorites. Every episode, you get a glimpse of the entire National Football League with First and Pod. Follow and listen to First and Pod on Mondays and Fridays on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. We're at the Rivers Casino Sportsbook. It is jam-packed here. Anybody in the crowd or anybody listening right now wants to get me a hot tea here to battle through this cold, I'll give you $40 on the spot. I'm hurting.
You're willing to pay $40 for a cup of tea?
Yeah.
Boy, that is, you want to talk about, like, supply and demand here. People are getting an Econ 101 lesson from you.
412-928-9370. Naji Harris is the topic. Daryl in Houston is ready to go on it. Hello, Daryl.
Hey, guys. Haven't talked to you in a while. I hope all is well. Real quick on the Naji Harris, one thing that I think, Chris, you're not taking into consideration is availability. You keep plugging all these other guys in, and you can plug your guy in. But one thing Naji is, he's durable, and he's having his best season. He's going to make money because at the end of the day, Dallas and the Giants stop the same thing. Running backs are a dime, a dozen, six for a nickel. Guess what's happening? Dallas is going to fire their coach, and the GM and the coach of the Giants are going to get fired. He's going to get an offer from someone, a very substantial offer. I agree with Andrew. In retrospect, they should have picked up that fifth-year option because at $6 million, that is a steal right now. But you know what? You played a short game, and this is what happens. You got to, now you got to go out and find somebody else, and you keep saying, well, you can just go pluck a third rounder. You remember we got to go back to Toussaint Louverture and those guys, and then you're playing in a playoff game with a guy you picked up off the street and almost gets been killed. You better take into consideration, you better be careful what you ask for. That's my position on that.
I mean, Jalen Warren's injury this year is a big part of why I'm saying it's a regret not picking up that option on him. Not only is Naji having his best year, but the guy that is supposed to be his 1-2 punch has just not looked like the same guy.
You might have gotten, though, through these 3 years and then this fourth year, the most available, durable version of Naji Harris that there's ever going to be. There's nothing to say that he can't get hurt because he's already had a heavy workload in his NFL career and that he might start wearing down. Nothing at all.
Which is why I had
anytime you're making a durability argument, I think
the fifth-year option.
It's a crapshoot to me. Anytime anyone's going to make like a pro-Naji argument about durability, he's one hit away. He also, by the way, if I'm going to comment on his style a little bit, he puts himself in more vulnerable positions than he needs to with his obsession of still trying to jump over people.
Yeah, I don't like that either.
So I'm just saying, like, you say he's durable. He has been. I would never – that's a fair argument by Darryl. I just don't think that that's one – that I would like to stake my whole side of it on.
But that's not all you have to say about him right now. Not only is he durable, but he's been excellent.
Okay, I am not making decisions based on a 3-week sample of him looking really good. I'm not.
You literally said on the air 2 months ago that you would have given Justin Fields $30 million a year based on 3 games.
I have learned my lesson from that.
But when you say I'm not going to, we have evidence. Okay, thank you. We need to add that word in there. Here is Bob.
Don't try to shame me for going back, in my opinion. You literally are doing that with this exact discussion.
Yeah, and yes, because there's new information. Hello, Bob. You're on the Fan.
Is this me?
Yes. Are you Bob in Monroeville?
Yeah, okay. I do definitely regret it, number one, because it took him 4 years now. He's actually doing things that we always wanted to do him, and he's doing it. He knows everything about our playbook and so forth. You really, people say, running backs, dime a dozen. I don't believe that.
No.
Look at the running back in Baltimore. As far as Warren, I tell you, I really wanted Warren to come back, not because Warren, because when Warren plays good, it sets off a fire in Naji. And both of them, they complement each other because they're different styles, okay? And lastly, when you're 6-2, every game should be like a playoff game because Kansas City and all the other teams that they win a Super Bowl, they win in the regular season so they can have all these plays at their home.
Yes, thank you, Bob. Appreciate that. All right, so two guys saying that this is a regret agreeing with me, which they should because it's the right opinion. Here's Jake next. Hello, Jake.
No.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
I agree with Chris and Donnie on this one because
you're a smart guy, Jake. Thank you.
Well, I don't agree with you on Broderick Jones, but anyway.
Well, you're a dumb guy, Jake. Sorry.
What do you mean? All the film says the guy blows ass, Chris.
Well, that's because he's playing his off position.
And when I watched him in Georgia, no, that's just incorrect, too. He gave up in Georgia, too, on plays, and that's just the player he is. But anyway, on Naji, he's a slow starter. He's a product of the system, and you don't underestimate a guy that needs paid. So that's why he's having a great year.
Okay, but I said if you had given him the fifth-year option, that's $6.7 million for next year, and that's it. So he would have gone into next year with the same attitude about wanting to get paid.
But this year he wouldn't have been any good. He would have been just ho-hum.
So he would have just lollygagged it and half-assed it until he got into another contract year?
Exactly.
So you believe that every single player is specifically money motivated. If that was the case,
Not every player.
Well, contract years would be the only good years.
So just to make sure I hear you right, when you've watched Naji Harris for the first 3 years of his career, you thought he was dogging it because he was not in a contract year yet?
He didn't come on until the last 4 weeks of the season every year.
Okay, but the last 4 weeks of the season weren't to play for new contracts. He wasn't eligible for a contract
And
yet.
like another guy said, the only time he pushed himself is when Warren was having good games.
Well, why? So he's pushing himself now because
It's the type of player he is.
Okay, I mean, I've crushed the guy, but I don't look at him as someone that doesn't put forth effort. I mean, his attitude and kind of his personality rubs me the wrong way sometimes. He came out of the tunnels in Indianapolis and gave fans the double birds there and then had a crappy game. I don't like that kind of stuff, but
you were ready to send him to the glue factory after
I was. I thought Cordell Patterson was a better fit in this offense. Yeah. We thought for 4 years Mason Rudolph sucked, and then he came in and saved the Steelers' season last year.
Sometimes the nature of this job makes me think that we're two dogs sitting there with the front door open, and every time another dog barks or walks by, we just start barking, and then we go quiet again, and then things change, and then here we go again. Something passes in front of our face.
But that's the NFL.
No, I know.
That's the NFL for you. Not many people thought the team the Steelers are going to play on Sunday was going to be any good this year. They have a 7-2 record. The Broncos, I think, had the second lowest over-under win total. They have a 5-4 record through 9 games.
No, I know.
The Cowboys blow.
I'm not swayed
the 49ers
at all.
suck.
I'm just not swayed at all by this, and I think you're going to find somebody you could get in the third round, for example, who's going to give you a pretty damn reasonable Naji Harris impersonation.
412-928-9370. I think the Steelers, now looking back on it, made a mistake not giving Naji Harris the fifth-year option. We've had callers on both sides of it. Where do you come down on things? 412-928-9370. Jason Mackey's going to join us next. Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Right now, a headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt Hoops in action on Friday night, 7 p.m. tip at the Pete against Murray State. You can listen to that game right here on 93.7 The Fan. Pre-game coverage begins at 6:30. Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
All right, thank you so much, Donnie. Weather Seal Home Services. Is your roof winter ready? We are getting closer to that, unfortunately. If the answer is no, then stop waiting. Time to call Weather Seal Home Services, a local company. I love these guys. They've done outstanding work on my old house and my new one. And right now, Weather Seal, I want them to do the same thing for you. You can replace your new roof with no interest for 2 years with approved credit, and they can get it done in a week's time. No interest until 2026, plus on-site financing. You can get that loan approved immediately. I just snapped my fingers. You probably couldn't hear that. And get that new roof in a week, plus Weather Seal offering up a free gutter upgrade with your purchase, too. But you got to call before the end of the month. Weather Seal Home Services, 877-351-SEAL. That's 877-351-SEAL, or go to weathersealhomeservices.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Men with ED, if you think taking old, outdated pills or injections is going to fix your ED issues, you've been duped. If that crap worked, New Flow Men's Health wouldn't be here. No pills, no injections, no games. Quit lying to yourself. Call New Flow at 412-784-9000.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel, Rodden, and Breslin attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
Now everybody want to be your friend. Like, where were y'all when I got into my accident and I needed help? Remember when my electric got cut off? Remember when I ain't have money to pay the rent? When I asked y'all for help? What y'all say? I ain't got it. Now you know that top dollar coming. You know I called Top Dog. The check is on the way. And ain't none of y'all getting nothing. You know what I went through. When I asked y'all for help, where were y'all? Not there. By myself. I did that. It was a medical malpractice and a car accident. I was hurt really bad. Now I got the money back. Any accident. Top Dog Law.
I'm approaching the age where I'm going to start getting my clothes the same place I get my groceries.
Angela Johnson-Reyes, the family reunion tour.
Can't keep shopping at the same stores I used to shop at. Like Forever 21. No, you're not. Turns out that was a lie.
See Angela Johnson-Reyes
live on stage in Pittsburgh. The Event Center at Rivers Casino, Friday, April 25th. Get tickets now at riverscasino.com.
The heat will soon be turning into cold winter weather, and now is the time to make sure your roof will be prepared for the snow, sleet, and freezing temperatures. You know what to do. Call the Pickle, 724-515-5551. Gherkin Roofing is taking appointments right now for their fall roof replacements. Gherkin also does small roof repairs. Protect your biggest investment by calling the Pickle today at 724-515-5551 or visit them at callthepickle.com. Gherkin Roofing and Contracting.
Gatorade, the world's most popular sports drink, designed to rehydrate, replenish, and refuel. It feels the best because it is the best. Gatorade, is it in you? Find Gatorade at your local Giant Eagle and Market District stores. Gatorade and Giant Eagle are proud supporters of high school football in Western Pennsylvania and athletes everywhere. Gatorade, is it in you?
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
What's that sound? That's the sound of Downy Unstoppable scent beads going into your washing machine and giving your clothes freshness that lasts all day long. There it is again. It's like music to your ears, or more like music to your nose. That freshness is irresistible. Let's get a Downy Unstoppables bottle shake. And now a sniff solo. Nice. With Downy Unstoppables, you just toss, wash, wow, for all-day freshness.
Build up to Black Friday with savings all month long at Lowe's. Get up to 50% off select major appliances, plus take an additional 10% off when you buy select major appliances. And don't wait to pick up holiday inflatables under $20. Don't wait to save, in-store or online now, because Lowe's knows deals. Valid 11/6 through 12/4. Cannot be combined with additional discounts. See Lowe's.com for details and qualifying items while supplies last.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
More of Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Pony and Muller on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
All right, we're live at the Rivers Casino Sportsbook. Still no one's taking me up on that $40 tee offer. We'll see what happens there. It's a power ranking Wednesday. We'll do that at 3:30. Also a total request Thursday at 5:30. You get to pick the 5:30 topic. Your options right now: Naji New Deal, Pirates Hot Stove, Nerd Rip Steelers, Politics. Naji winning. 29% of people want us to talk politics, though.
Politics in second place is
politics alive.
Dangerous ground.
Our bosses say don't talk politics. We've put it to the people. They might want us to talk politics.
Well, if the people speak and want us to do that, we can't be held liable.
It's total request Thursday.
The people would have to get blamed for anything we would say that might make people mad.
Jason Mackey, Post-Gazette columnist, joins us right now in his normal spot. Jason worked for a little while in D.C., so he'll be going back there for the Steelers and Commanders Sunday. And I'm guessing you'll be there tomorrow night for the Penguins and Capitals as well, Jason?
No, I'm not double dipping. I'm staying here.
Did you ask to do that?
To what, stay here?
No, to do both.
Yeah, I mean, no. Well, Vensel's taken the trip. I offered my services, and Matt wanted to keep the trip, so I decided to stay here. I'm going to be on the nightly sports call, and I will be heading down with Jerry and Ray on Saturday.
Okay. Because I was going to say, that would be right up your alley to do Caps and Pens, and then if that's Sidney Crosby's 600th goal night, you're going to be talking about Pitt and Virginia with Richie Walsh at 10:50 on the Fan instead.
Way to just turn the knife, man. You got anything else?
I'm just saying.
Anything else in there?
I'm just saying that's
you used to work in D.C. Boy, I bet you'd really like D.C.
I'm just saying. That's a bad job by the Post-Gazette. They could have had you there Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. You could have had all things covered. I don't know who the boss is over there these days, but he dropped the ball on this one, in my opinion.
It's not too late, Andrew. Maybe I could scoot out tomorrow morning. Maybe I can still pitch it and say Andrew Filipponi on the Fan said I should go down here and do this. It's going to score 600. It's actually not a terrible idea. I wonder if I could do the nightly sports call remote.
No, I've tried that. I got shut down on remote.
I was only allowed to do it remotely when my knee was literally immobilized and I had to just sit in a chair in my home office. That was the only time I've been allowed to do them remotely.
I had my first go around with the in the Fan studio thing on Friday night. That was impressive. Wellesley walked me through this perfectly.
Impressive. You put something in your ear, you put a mic on, and you stare at a camera. I don't know how impressive that is. It's pretty cut and dried there, Jason. No?
I work for a newspaper, buddy. I have a low bar. It impressed me. I enjoyed it. I don't think I screwed up. I talked to Richie. It was a good time.
I mean, how different is it than when you and Adam Bittner preview the Steelers games every Wednesday when you get on a StreamYard or
the Fuji Master
whatever the heck that is? Yeah, you guys do similar stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you're right. But I'm not standing in the middle of a studio. Yeah, I mean, I'm not standing in the middle of a big fancy radio station or anything. I'm like sitting in my family room. So, I mean, this was a much bigger deal.
Do you think the Steelers are regretting not picking up Naji's fifth-year option?
Maybe a little, because I don't see a path to him re-signing here. I understand the argument. I understand.
But if they had picked up the fifth-year option, they'd have him down for $6.7 million right now.
I know. I mean, if you're Najee Harris, think about this logically. I know what he said. He likes being here, but you've made it this far. You're running the best you ever have. Why would you not take that to the open market and see who's going to pay you? I mean, maybe it comes back and it's the Steelers, but it only takes one team, man. So, yeah, I think you'd have a little bit of regret there if you're the Steelers, given how much he's produced.
I only think you'll have regret if you're the Steelers, or you would have regret if, as an organization, you believe that running backs were important enough or not so fungible that you could find a replacement in next year's draft. And it is an extraordinarily deep class It's not just Ashton Genty from Boise State. I honestly believe that this group of people running the show personnel-wise does not think Najee Harris would have been worth a first-rounder, Jason, and I feel like they think they can find a replacement next year in the draft.
I mean, I hope they're right. I think they're going to need to. I think they could probably have Jaylen Warren for cheap. It's not going to be a bad thing, man. But
I didn't get hot tea yet, no.
Sorry, Jason. We're toggling conversations here. Pony's been begging for hot tea since he got on the air today.
Yes.
He is getting hot tea with honey and lemon sent his way right now, it looks like. There is a gentleman working from the casino here who might be Pony's hero right now if he can make this happen.
I have no idea what the man said. He works here, so do I still have to give him $40?
He's going out of his way to get you hot. Sorry, Jason, you're like an accessory now to this for a second. He's going out of his way.
Can I get away with tipping him 20?
I think you owe him at least 20.
Okay.
Anyway, Jason.
Well, Chris, I'm laughing because you and I went through this. We did what Pony did, and now it sounds like he's kind of, I don't know if he got what we had, but
he's getting what sounds like it. It was brutal, and you and I were doing solo shows when we had
Jason, I got sick, and then I felt better, and now I feel worse.
Andrew,
that makes sense.
Dude, I had the same exact thing. I think my kid brought home something I'm over both of them now, but I had one, I thought I was good, and then it came back. It's a weird, maybe it's the same thing.
System, dude.
Donnie, have you gotten this yet?
No. I've somehow avoided it.
That's your body fighting disease, brother.
Man. All right.
Jason, is D.C. one of your favorite road cities to travel to? Where does it rank?
Oh, just twist that knife even more for not getting sent there for Penguins Capitals.
Dude, I'm going to be firing off a text as soon as we hang up. Be like, you sure we can't go? Sure you don't need to call this in D.C. tomorrow? Yeah, it's top 5 for sure.
Top 5.
Yeah, Vancouver usually takes the cake on hockey. San Diego's pretty darn high up there on baseball. D.C. for both of them is elite for me. I love it. I love staying sometimes in Virginia, sometimes Maryland, sometimes right in the middle of it. I've stayed everywhere. So yeah, I lived there for 3.5 years, so I know a little bit of it. I just think it's a great city, man. It's a great place to cover a game.
Where's the place where they have massive pizza slices that are like the size of your head?
Why are you asking me?
I've had they have them in D.C. They're in Adams Morgan.
There it is.
I don't know if that's what you're talking about.
No, that
Andrew,
is exactly what I'm talking about. When the bars let out there, they have these gigantic pizza slices, Kelsey.
Really?
Yeah.
Dude, they're incredible, too. Oh, my God. I had one at 3 in the morning outside of a bar there once. They're very, very good.
You need to get down there with your boy Jim Loke, Mulsey, and do a D.C. weekend. This would have been
D.C.
perfect.
pizza tour. Hey, Mulsey, you don't like pizza. Why don't you try these slices that are as big as your head?
I'm not talking about the pizza part. I'm just saying this would have been a great sports weekend for you with Penguins Capitals and then the game on Sunday. And I almost feel like Alex has done so many extravagant things. He went over to Europe. I think you're owed one of those guys' trips now.
But here's the trade-off. I'm going to Pinehurst in July, that for 4 or 5 days to go play golf.
Yeah, and she'll do something in between November and July to even things out.
Well, she was supposed to. She was supposed to go on a bachelorette trip, but now I guess the flight prices are just so absurdly high, they're bagging it and doing something local.
See, so
you got to talk to somebody about those flight prices.
Okay, but let her do that, and then you can still do a D.C. weekend.
We can't do the D.C. weekend because you know why? Alex has her big gala for being an award-winning nurse this weekend.
Well, congratulations on all her success. Again, though, that's more stuff for her and less stuff for you. Jason, I will say this, though. The football stadium there is a dump, and it's an impossible place to get to. So you're not going to enjoy that part of it.
I'm not. I've been there as a fan, and it's terrible. It was under the Dan Snyder regime when I went.
Can you ask Arthur Smith why his family business insists on keeping their name on that?
No, it's gone.
Oh, wait, it's not FedEx anymore?
Field anymore.
Smart move.
Yep.
You don't want to be associated with that place. The place almost killed Jalen Hurts.
Yeah,
he had a huge game, and then fans fell on him. What a dump.
It bothers me. My first job in pro sports was actually at RFK Stadium, and I obviously they're not going to play there now. It's just I wish that the Commanders were in D.C. That's insane. I don't even know if people realize that. They're not actually in D.C. proper. That doesn't make sense to me, and it's just it's wrong, man. It's wrong.
All right, Jason. We'll talk again next week. See you, pal.
All right, guys. Have a good one. Feel better, Andrew.
Thank you.
I think you really put him on tilt with the start of that conversation.
That's a bad. That's just such an easy one because it's drivable.
No, I know. I just think you put him on big tilt.
And
big tilt.
And it's a Sid milestone. And if there's one thing we know about Penguins fans right now, milestones and nostalgia.
Oh, they are a walking nostalgia
That's
tour.
what they love.
They certainly don't love winning games or protecting leads.
Right?
We know that much.
The big moments for the Penguins this year are nostalgia and milestones.
Just put a big 1,500 balloon up there, a big 600 balloon up there, a 500 balloon up there.
And Sid's on 598 right now. They're in Carolina tonight. And to do it against Ovechkin?
Oh, it would be glorious, Pony. It would be glorious. You think they could have like a commemorative night when they give up their 500th odd man rush of the season? That should happen by about game 50.
They hang a banner.
500 horrible defensive lapses.
Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevy, low of 43 degrees. You want to join the Naji Harris conversation, you can. Should the Steelers regret not picking up his fifth-year option with the way he's running right now? 412-928-9370. And one major outlet tabbed Mike Tomlin the coach of the year. More on that coming up. Quick timeout. We're right back on the Fan. First, I'll tell you about Mike's Beer Bar. Mike's right next to PNC Park. The Christmas beers are out. So get over to Mike's Beer Bar and take advantage of the 80 rotating taps of the great local craft beer. There, these Christmas beers that are out, made right here in Pittsburgh. Plus, the Fan Beer of the Month is there. And when you get that, a big chunk of money goes to a great cause. Right now, it's John Kolb's charity. We love John Kolb on this show, the former Steelers left tackle. So meet me at Mike's today right next to PNC Park.
93.7 The Fan has all your Pittsburgh sports breaking news. Keep it locked to The Fan as we keep you up to date on all your favorite teams. Breaking news is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
Have you ever thought about joining a credit union? There are plenty of great benefits and perks. Hi, it's Dan Zangrilli. Some think that you have to be part of a club or know someone to get in. Not the case. At Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, you simply need to live, work, or worship in Allegheny, Butler, or Beaver counties, and you're eligible to join for just $5. Unlock the great rewards of a credit union. Shape your future with Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Federally insured by the NCUA. Visit AllegiantFCU.org to get started today.
Hey, it's Chris Muller, and November is Veterans Month, a time to celebrate and honor the heroes who have served our country. This November, Awaken 180 Weight Loss is showing their appreciation for active duty, veterans, and spouses by offering 15% off your entire Awaken 180 program, free support for life included. It's a thank you for the sacrifices you've made, protecting our freedoms, and making this country what it is. This is special. Awaken 180 has never offered a discount, ever. If this incentive can help you turn your focus on you, your health, your goals, and your happiness, I say go for it. Do what I did and choose the solution for weight loss. So if you're active duty, a veteran, or a spouse of one, this month is about you. Celebrate Veterans Month with 15% off your Awaken 180 program. And as with all clients, receive free support for life after reaching your goals. Do what I did, Donnie Football did, Paul Alexander did, and over 23,000 others have done. Take control at awaken180weightloss.com.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this: if something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month, with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Now that Baird and Heffron-Tillotson are one, we're proud to call Pittsburgh home. And with 8 locations in the region, we're even prouder to be helping so many of our neighbors build secure financial futures. From our big picture global perspective and business expertise, down to the personalized master plan we'll create based on your unique goals and dreams, your financial security is our first priority. Discover the Baird difference. Visit rwbaird.com/Pittsburgh. Robert W. Baird & Company, Incorporated, member SIPC.
Crowley here for Guardian Protection. Why is a Guardian Protection floodlight security camera so great at protecting your property? You get crystal clear recorded video and two-way audio so you can identify and speak to trespassers. It has a built-in siren to deter intruders, plus two 3,000 lumen floodlights so you never miss a detail. And right now, get 50% off Guardian's floodlight security camera with a professionally installed smart home security system. Just visit guardianprotection.com/fan. Limited time offer, new customers only, terms apply.
Hey everyone, it's Doran Dickerson. Do you want to feel more confident when you smile? People give me compliments all the time about my smile. It's been 2 years since my smile makeover, and my only regret is that I didn't do it sooner. For my veneer treatment, I only trusted the best cosmetic dentist in Pittsburgh, Doctors Brian and Rob Klaich of Cranberry Dental Studio, and my experience was incredible. Request a free virtual consultation by visiting cranberrydentalstudio.com or check out their award-winning smile makeovers on their Instagram at Cranberry Dental Studio.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Wet Go Car Wash, urging you to go unlimited. That means you can wash your car as much as you want at the 45-plus convenient Wet Go locations when you sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited. You're getting a pass that gives you access to all those car washes for one low monthly price. You're getting an undercarriage wash, underbody protectant, sealer, wax. Your car is going to look so good. So what are you waiting for? Sign up now. And for an even faster, higher quality wash, find a Wet Go Pro location and enjoy free high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels.
Wendy's breakfast burrito has an entire breakfast in every bite. Fresh cracked eggs, seasoned potatoes, American cheese, cheese sauce, and sausage or bacon. So the first bite is like fresh cracked American cheese, bacon. And the second bite is like fresh cracked American cheese, bacon. You get the idea. And now, get yours with $1 any size soft drink. Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Price and participation may vary. Not valid in a combo. Exclusions apply.
O'Reilly.
Check engine light on? Take the guesswork out of your check engine light with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free and provides a report with solutions based on over 650 million vehicle scans verified by ASE certified master technicians. And if you need help, we can recommend a shop for you. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Accidents don't happen on a schedule. They don't check to make sure it's between the hours of 9 and 5, and neither does Edgar Snyder & Associates. They're available if you're hurt at 10 p.m., 1 a.m., or on a Sunday. That's right, they're there for you 24/7. So if you've been injured and have legal questions, don't do late-night searching and scrolling looking for answers. Just call Edgar Snyder & Associates at 1-800-94-EDGAR or head to www.edgarsnyder.com to chat online. The consultation is free, and as they always say, there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
Hey, let's talk about hair. Whether you're losing it or trying to keep what you have, we all worry about our hair. Now, have you tried curing your hair loss with pills and lotions? Do you worry about how your hair is going to look in the wind and rain? Well, worry no more. Here's Cookie Harris, president of New Image Hair Clinic.
Men and women now have options like the new Hair RX restoration procedure. Hair RX combines the best of human hair duplication and artistry to recreate the hair you once had. Call 1-800-942-8302 or go to newimagehairclinic.com for a free hair and scalp health checkup and get the answers you need about hair loss and thinning hair.
Let's face it, we spend time and money on preserving our teeth, car, and home. Why not our hair? Call 1-800-942-8302. Mention Hair RX to receive $250 off your procedure. That's 1-800-942-8302 or newimagehairclinic.com. Don't waste your time and money. Call New Image first.
Want more? Sure you do. More friends, a little more time, a few more laughs. More is a good thing, unless you're talking about risk of serious illness from a respiratory virus. But as we get older, we're more at risk for severe flu, COVID-19, and RSV. Worst birthday presents ever, right? But vaccines lower your risk, so you can keep doing more of all life's good stuff. Get started at vaccines.gov. Risk less, do more. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7, the man.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, huge football game on the Fan tonight follows Donnie, and that would be the Bengals and Ravens in Baltimore. Pre-game coverage starts at 7:30. Baltimore a 6-point favorite here at the Rivers Casino Sportsbook, where it is slammed right now. So if you're going to come down and watch this game, make sure you get down here soon. For more, go to 937thefan.com right now. It's Pony and Muller.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
I got Mike Tomlin for Coach of the Year right now for what they're doing. Yeah, the expectation's really low. What were they going to do at the quarterback position? They've sort of figured it out. You bring in Mike Williams in hopes that Russ chucks up some moonballs and he can contest for those. And look, Mike's coming off injury. It wasn't working in New York. Everyone there was happy he's gone. He's happy he's gone. It was a nice breakup. It wasn't working.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. I apologize for my voice today. It's not because I was screaming and yelling about anything. I thought I was over this cold. Now it's back with a vengeance. And thanks to a John here at the Rivers, I've got two.
Phrasing there. You said thanks to a John.
Oh.
In slang terms, that would be a prostitute's customer. Thanks to a man named John.
A man named John, yes. Not anyone that is involved with.
Can you imagine a guy who was just involved with a hooker just saying, hey, I heard you, I have this hooker and I'm going to a hotel room, but I really wanted to stop and give you some
John
tea.
hooked it up. Got to give him some
He brought
love.
you two, did he not?
He did. Archie from Archie's swung by. I think he was willing to step up to the plate, too, but somebody had beaten him to it.
John also was telling tales, man. He
played with Brian Davis at Wash High.
He played with a borderline mythical high school football star.
One of the great high school football players of all time, as a matter of fact. Yes.
But unfortunately, never made it.
And he showed his picture, his black and white photo from him being a part of that team was pretty funny. Not as funny as the picture Cavalli posted of himself from his Pop Warner football days today.
How bad? I didn't see it.
He looked like a man in his mid-20s who was playing with adolescent boys, is the best way to describe it. He'll be with us tomorrow.
You guys are aware that Cavalli says he weighed 225 at 12 years old.
I've never weighed 225 in my entire life.
Haven't you been close, though?
I think I got up to maybe 215 tops.
I weighed 225 one time. In 2012, early 2012.
And before the guy had pubic hair, he was weighing 225.
Where is this picture of him?
He responded to something Tone Diggs posted with it.
I know, I'm trying to find it, man. It's impossible. I think he's also doing all this for clout, by the way.
And it's working.
The blue check stuff.
Stock's never been higher.
Stonks.
My dad was in town.
Oh, my God. Here it is.
He said, what's going on with this Cavalli guy? He's getting a lot of run right now. I said, that's right.
So the picture of Mark on the right, the baseball picture, he's holding the big old metal bat, and he just looks like he's thinking of the cow tail and the fun dip that he's going to have after the game.
After he hits, he's like the fat kid, and I shouldn't have said that because Mark's going to think.
Now the picture of him as what did he say he was? Okay, so he's 11 in the baseball pick, 14 in the other one.
He reminds me of the kid from the Little League World Series who said, "Hi, I'm so-and-so, and I'm here to hit dingers."
The picture of him as a football player wearing big number 75, he reminds me of Andy Reid from that punt, pass, and kick
that's
thing.
a good one. That's a good call. Donnie, you know the guy I'm talking about who said, "Hey, I'm so-and-so, and I'm here to hit dingers"?
Big Al. I got bad news when it comes to making you feel old. He's like a senior in high school, or he's in college now.
Is he still hitting dingers?
That's rough.
I'm sure he is.
Donnie, I like that you responded to Cavalli with the thing that says Cavalli's birth certificate says I am 12 in crayon, and it's a picture of a guy with a mustache.
Yeah, that's from Bench Warmers.
See, I've never seen that. Come on.
In our Judge Donnie debate yesterday, you argued effectively for Mike Tomlin to be Coach of the Year.
Yeah.
And now Diana Rossini is saying it, and so is ESPN. They put out an article today on mid-season awards, and they went with Mike Tomlin as their Coach of the Year at the halfway point. Mike's never won it. And I think if he were to get it, it would be because they want to give him a Lifetime Achievement Award based on what other coaches are doing right now, which I think he's done a good job. I would admit, and I'm doing this between gritted teeth because I've been such a harsh critic, but I can't deny the fact that he's done a pretty good job this year. So he's in the conversation for me.
So when we talked about doing this topic, see, what I don't want you to do is, because in Judge Donnie I was tasked with arguing the affirmative for him.
Yes.
That you then say, well, wait a minute. If you don't say that today, you argued this in Judge Donnie is its own self-contained apparatus here. Can we at least agree on that?
Its own self-contained apparatus.
What happens
that
on
sounds like something Tomlin would say.
What happens on Judge Donnie stays on Judge Donnie.
Okay.
I don't think if I had a vote, I would actually vote for him for Coach of the Year. Because I think it's hard to do a couple things in the NFL. Win big with a rookie quarterback. Win with a quarterback that hasn't really won elsewhere at any point in their career, like a journeyman, right? So I do think there are two guys, one of whom we'll see this weekend, who are doing that. Dan Quinn is winning with a rookie quarterback in Jaden Daniels. You can argue that Dan Quinn was just piloting the ship that happens to have a guy who has been very precocious, and that Cliff Kingsbury, their offensive coordinator, if anybody, should win an award on that staff for doing such a good job to help this guy transition into the pros. So that's one guy. And then I think you still have to actually look at Kevin O'Connell doing what he's done with Sam Darnold as being extremely impressive.
They're 6-2, just like the Steelers.
Right, and they're, again, he's benefiting from the fact that he also has a guy who probably should be a head coach in the league right now on his staff in Flores, and that defense is just vicious looking. But it is eye-opening what O'Connell's done with a guy in Sam Darnold who has never really had sustained success anywhere. What I'm going to say, though, is that Tomlin would probably be in my top 3 or 4 right now. He might be 3rd or 4th. What I think is very impressive about him, and I think it's something that you and I take for granted, we're in this fishbowl. We look at everything he does like it's under a magnifying glass. We just take it down to the absolute nth degree, which people like Diana Rossini, frankly, do not do because they are covering every team in the league. But what he has done that I think we cannot lose sight of is this. With a quarterback that now we all know, and it looks like he was right to feel this way about him, in Justin Fields, was always his backup, was never seen as a true, this guy could have been the starter easily. He always viewed him as backup to Russell Wilson. He started the season by winning on the road against Atlanta, a team that's now 6-3. By winning on the road against Denver, a team I don't really believe in, but a team that does have a good defense and is 5-4 and would be in the playoffs if they ended today. And then by coming home and being the only team all season so far to score 20 points on the Los Angeles Chargers and beat them. Now, we would normally, you and I say, and a lot of his critics would say, well, he lost to Indy. How the hell did he not have a plan for Joe Flacco? Why did they just turtle in that game?
Very true.
It is true. And we would also say you are a defensive coach with a very highly compensated defense that gets paid 9 figures when everybody is healthy.
And you lost to Dallas.
How on earth did you blow a late lead that Fields got you against Dallas? Also true. But because there is such an automatic temptation here with this guy to focus on those 2 negatives, I think I would be remiss if I didn't point out that those 3 wins to start the season with their backup quarterback are very impressive wins. Not one of those teams is a bad team. What happened in each of those games is, to varying degrees, the Steelers, mainly because of their defense, made them look bad. They made Cousins look terrible. They made Nix look like a total rookie and probably should have won that game by a lot more. And they knocked Herbert out of the game. Now, Herbert came in a little bit hobbled, granted, but they still KO'd him and got him out of there. I have to give him credit for, with his backup quarterback, scoring 3 very impressive wins. And then the other thing is, too, the reason I would have him very high, one of the major things since Ben retired we have, I think, accurately said about him is he has no feel for quarterbacks. He has done a very bad job at pulling those levers. He pulled the exact right one at the exact right time this year. They're 2-0 with Russell Wilson, and I think Russell Wilson being the way he's been is the main reason people think that they could actually make some noise this year. It takes guts to do some of the stuff he's done this year, and you have to be a good coach to win some of the games with the guy he eventually sent to the bench. He is doing a very good job.
If they were to, let's say they win 12 games and they win the division, they somehow do better than Baltimore, but they don't do as well as Kansas City. And so they go 12-5.
Number 2 seed or
So,
what?
yeah. Let's say they go 12-5.
Okay.
And they end up playing. Let's say they end up playing.
It'd be like Broncos or Chargers or maybe Bengals.
Let's say they play the Chargers.
Yep.
In the first round of the playoffs, and now Herbert isn't playing a half a football on a bad ankle. He's completely healthy.
Mm-hmm.
And they lose that game.
I'll be disappointed. I'll
of course, we'll all be disappointed.
I will consider that not good enough.
Okay, that's what I was just going to ask you.
No, because they would be favored in that game. They would have much closer to a push at quarterback than they've ever had.
So really what that says is it doesn't matter if Mike Tomlin wins Coach of the Year. It doesn't matter if they win 11 or 12 games. If they don't win a playoff game, it negates everything that he did in the regular season. That's how you feel.
It does for me. Because
me too.
Well, because I think he's got a quarterback now that can allow you to feel that way. There were times where I still did feel in the last couple of years like him making it and dragging these teams in was impressive in and of itself. I don't feel that way anymore. You went to Russell Wilson. Your offense suddenly looks transformed. That was the thing holding you up. Now do it. It would make it even worse if he lost to the Chargers in your hypothetical. I know they knocked Herbert out, and Herbert was playing really well till he got knocked out. But there's no guarantee they wouldn't have won that game even with Herbert in. You know what he's also done really well? Made a lot of adjustments at halftime, and they've been a terrific, usually team at closing games out.
Conversely, if they got in by the skin of their teeth, went 10-7, and had to go on the road and play the Bills in the first round and won.
Better season than 12-5 and lose to the Chargers. I mean, he is here ultimately. You're asking how will people locally judge him, and it's based on if you get to the playoffs, then what happens when you get there, completely. But this is an award. I'm trying to have the discussion through the lens that it's actually given, the award's given. How is his team in the regular season? So far, he's done a very good job and actually made me more optimistic that he can win a playoff game.
Donnie, you might know this. The year that the Red Sox lost to the Yankees in the playoffs, the year before they won the World Series,
03.
Was Grady Little the manager of the year that season and he got fired?
Oh, let me look. I don't know that off the top of my head.
I think he might have been. Where they
Who can find it faster, me or Donnie?
He blew it so bad. And they prioritized the playoffs over the regular season so much that he still got fired. I think
it was not him.
It was not
Jack
him?
McKeon.
Okay, Jack.
Oh, yeah, and the Marlins.
Well, wait a minute. There's got to be an AL and NL.
Oh, no, he was AL Manager of the Year.
He was?
No. He was fourth. He was fourth.
In the voting. Who was
Tony Pena.
Kansas City?
Yeah.
They had a good year
Ron
that year.
Gardenhire. Ken Maka.
Okay, never mind then. I was going to say that maybe there was – Tomlin's not getting fired either way, but I'm just saying –
Man, there are some names on this list.
I think we've gotten to a point with him where the regular season is so insignificant compared to the playoffs, and so much stock is put in those playoff games that even winning one of them counts for like 20 regular season wins. I think it does. He just needs that playoff win so bad because it's been so long.
He also, I think, needs it. It also counts that much because I think unless you somehow get Denver in the first round, which I guess could happen, but I'm not betting that they're going to hang around, chances are in the AFC, you're going to have to beat a very good quarterback in any playoff game because just look at the way the conference stacks up. Here's one thing I will say he has convinced me of this year that I attach to him as a super negative trait, and I actually think now it's become very situation dependent. I think as long as he has a quarterback that he actually trusts and respects, like he clearly does Wilson, you would agree, right? He will let the guy open the offense up. You and I think, said, does this guy even want to play good offense? And I think a lot of people agreed with us. Like, you'd look at him and be like, what the hell? Does he even like offense? He does. But he only wants it on his terms, and that's only if he trusts the guy running the show.
All right, a couple things on the table here. Mike Tomlin, ESPN has named him their Coach of the Year at the NFL's halfway point. How do you feel about Mike Tomlin right now, Pittsburgh? 412-928-9370. If you've always been on his case and you want to praise him for once, you can do that right now, 412-928-9370. If you've always been a critic and you're still cynical, 412-928-9370. Plus the question to Naji Harris with the Carolina running back getting an extension today. Should the Steelers regret not picking up Najee's option 412-928-9370, yes or no. We're live at the Rivers Casino Sportsbook. It's jam-packed here. People in here like sardines. Would love to get your thoughts coming back at 412-928-9370 on the Edgar Snyder & Associates fan text line. But first, we need a Donnie headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Thursday night football, a good one that you can listen to right here on 93.7 The Fan. Cincy and Baltimore kicks off at 8:15. The NFL on Westwood 1 coverage begins at 7:30. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
All right, thank you so much, Donnie. Let's talk right now about FanDuel, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan, the official betting partner of the NFL. And, man, do we have a game everybody in Pittsburgh cares about tonight in Baltimore between the Bengals and Ravens. And new customers can get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins on this game tonight. I like Cincinnati to go on the road as a 6-point underdog and keep this game close. They've got such a prolific passing attack with Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase. And Baltimore's secondary is in shambles. They don't get pressure on the quarterback. I think Joe Burrow's going to have a huge night, and he's going to keep the Bengals in this game. They might even win. FanDuel.com/Andrew to make every moment more this season. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.FanDuel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Malsey.
Thank you, Pony. I want to tell you right now about Shorkey Mitsubishi. Check them out in North Huntington, where there are great deals on 2025 Outlander hybrids, on 2024 Outlanders, and on 2024 Eclipse Crosses. Check this out right now. Special lease offers, 2025 Outlander hybrids. The hybrid feels like you're driving something totally from the future. It's awesome. I've done it. You'll love it just the same way I did. Right now, $319 a month lease offers for 39 months. That is a terrific deal. 2024 Eclipse Crosses. How about 0% financing for 48 months there? Same deal. 0% financing for 48 months on 2024 Mitsubishi Outlanders. You get style, you get features, and you get peace of mind in that 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty when you choose Mitsubishi. So what are you waiting for? Now is the time. Find the Mitsu that fits you at Shorkey Mitsubishi, North Huntington, and online at ShorkeyMitsubishi.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Company.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Trae Young, a.k.a. public enemy number one when it comes to Knick fan. Who hears those lunatics on 7th Avenue and is like, I want to run up on those psychos? It's like Trae's oxygen, which is why Trae v. Knicks is still one of the best rivalries in the NBA right now. I'm Jim Rome.
Mommy, want to play a game with me and Dad?
Mommy's not feeling good.
You need to vaporize that cold.
Vaporize?
Yeah, with Dayquil VapoCool. It's Dayquil plus a rush of Vicks vapors.
Whoa.
Come on, honey. Let's let Mommy rest.
You guys are amazing. And so is Dayquil VapoCool.
Dayquil VapoCool, the vaporizing daytime coughing, aching, fever, power through your day medicine. And to vaporize sore throat pain, try Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Retired or retiring soon? How much money do you need to live comfortably? Retirement Planners of America is here for you. Would you like to have financial peace of mind? Here's how. Step 1. Find out the amount of money you'll need to retire. Step 2. Have a plan to get there. Step 3. Make sure that plan can take advantage of market gains but protect you from market losses. Discover how to do all three with a free consultation at 800-508-6108. That's 800-508-6108.
All investments involve risk, including losses. Past performance does not guarantee future results.
How is your quality of life? Has it been affected by pain caused by a bulging, herniated, or degenerative disc? Have you been frustrated by the treatments that you've been trying, realizing that they're only giving you temporary relief and your pain keeps returning? Hi, I'm Dr. Rafferty from the Disc Institute of Pittsburgh. How would you like to avoid spinal surgery, fix the problem, get your disc to heal, and get your quality of life back? That's what we are doing for our patients at the Disc Institute.
Our non-surgical, safe and gentle treatment is called intradisnutrosis, and it's available exclusively at the Disc Institute. And we have an over 90% success rate backed by 2 third-party research studies. Call our office today or visit pittsburghdiscinstitute.com, 412-906-9600. Call the Disc Institute of Pittsburgh today at 412-906-9600.
Hi, I'm Neil Walker. One of my favorite places to go on the North Shore is the North Shore Tavern. If you love the Pittsburgh Pirates, then you'll love the North Shore Tavern. My home and Pittsburgh's home for Steak on the Stone. Just a stone's throw away from PNC Park on the North Shore.
We're seeing a good deal of backup on the inbound side of the Parkway East. You'll be seeing those delays from the Wilkinsburg interchange into the tunnels. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Fan Hotlines presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. We are 15 minutes away from PM Team Power Rankings. 2 Power Rankings today, 2 for the price of 1. Best rookie quarterbacks of the last 20 years.
Wait, who's doing the rankings?
I am.
So,
best rookie quarterbacks of the last 20 years.
That's yours.
Yep.
And then
current Pittsburgh athletes that would make the best president.
Who's doing that one?
All of us. That's a bonus one. Hey, TRT, fans want us to talk politics, Malzy.
Yeah, but that's
5:30.
That's not TRT.
Well, I'm just saying, I'm sensing that's maybe something we need to start doing more of.
They're right now, though, Naji's new deal has nudged back ahead. This is closer than Casey and McCormick Pony.
Have they made up their minds on that?
No,
I heard that might not happen until, well, we got to hold off. That might be 5:30.
What, not wrong way, Rob Matzy?
Okay, that could come up at 5:30 too if it wins. Here is Ryan on the fan. Hold on here. As my phone screen on the road here is shut down. Donnie, if you could bring Ryan up for me, I'd appreciate that. Hello, Ryan.
Hey, guys, what's up?
Hey.
Pony, I got a question for you. Before you guys went to break,
yes.
You said that Mike Tomlin badly needs a playoff win.
Yep.
And I simply just want to ask you, why do you think that? I mean, I agree in most situations, any coach that hasn't won a playoff game since 2016's job would be in jeopardy. But why do you think Mike Tomlin badly needs a playoff win?
Because in the court of Steelers public opinion, he's not viewed as the elite coach that he is nationally because he can't win a playoff game.
But, I mean, you don't think his job would be in jeopardy if he didn't? I'm sorry.
No, I don't.
So, like, if they rattled off 3 wins in a row and they were 9-2 and inexplicably ripped off 6 losses in a row and finished at 9-8, maybe they make the playoffs, maybe they don't. Is Mike Tomlin's job in jeopardy then?
No, because his job being in jeopardy has nothing to do with whether we are happy with the job he's doing or fans are. Has everything to do with whether the owner is happy. And the owner has stated on numerous occasions that damn near, short of going 1-16 3 straight years, Mike Tomlin couldn't do anything to lose the job.
The owner treats him like a surrogate Rooney, Ryan.
The owner treats him like the guy that will decide when he goes out from this job on his own terms, that the owner would never put him to that decision.
Right, so I agree with you guys on that. But my point is, it really doesn't matter if he wins a playoff game or not for him as an individual.
That's not what we're talking about, though. We're asking people's opinions. Like, does it matter to you? How does your opinion of Mike Tomlin change whether he wins a playoff game or doesn't?
We're talking about his approval rating with fans is really what it comes down to. And his approval rating, I think, right now is higher than it's been in a long time. But all of that comes crashing down if they lose their first playoff game again. And if they win it, then I think a lot of people have to change their opinions on him from where they've been the last few years. Here is one of the queens of the PM team, and that is the great Carolyn Clinton back with us. Hello, Carol.
Hello, guys. For me, he has to not just win a playoff games. He has to not back into the playoffs.
Okay.
It has to be decided that get through this meat grinder and don't have any of those stupid losses like, New England and the Cardinals last year, and even like Dallas this year, and don't just go stumbling in, ass backwards, and then.
Wasn't there a song called "Stumbling In"? It was like a soft rock song.
Yeah.
But that's how I view it. Not just and win the game. Don't get obliterated.
Carol, are you coming around on Tomlin this season? Is he beginning to win you over?
Not really. I have to see a lot more.
All right, thank you, Carol.
I just like that we put her on. She's the queen of our callers, and she just hammers him with a "don't stumble in ass backwards to the playoffs." You know what? Jim Rome once said, "Have a take and don't suck." Carol always has a take, and her calls never suck.
She's royalty, okay? It's going to take a lot to impress her.
You imagine her holding like a scepter and like doing like the whole like royal court thing. I don't really care about the back end of the playoffs thing. I guess if they lost like 4 straight games after being 10-3, that would be a problem for me, because then you'd say they left way better seeding on the table and a better matchup on the table. It is just so much more about win the playoff game, not even look competitive. You have a quarterback now that appears to be good enough and still has enough left in his tank where you can play any of these big-time quarterback teams in the AFC on even terms.
Adrian in Pittsburgh, who almost died, we made a promo about it and might have been given a tapeworm by Adam Crowley that put him in the hospital, joins us right now. Hello, Adrian.
He's never been in that close a proximity to Crowley, because if he was, Crowley'd be twisted into a pretzel.
Correct.
I love you guys, man. You guys
we love you
funny.
too, Adrian.
What
do you got for us?
Yeah. I was calling about Naji. I had
Go
your
ahead.
back, Pony.
Thank you.
Absolutely. I mean, Naji deserves the money. And let's get this straight, because this station, all 6 hosts, put this stupid narrative out there that the Steelers showed us that what they thought of them. That's not true. The timing of it was they were getting money for a big-time move at wide receiver. They thought they were getting IU. That's why they never gave Naji the money. Tomlin, that's why Tomlin came out and said, not the very next day or a week later, that Naji is in his plans for the next season. They haven't given up on the guy.
But now they're going to have to pay him a lot more, Adrian. Now they're going to have to pay him a lot more money. $6.7 million ain't going to cut it anymore. It's going to be more like 10 if they want to keep him.
Yeah, but you can't give up $6 million whenever you're planning on giving Brandon IU 27-28. That's the only reason why he didn't get the money. Because nobody in that's why he's still the starter. Nobody thinks Jaylen Warren is better than this guy. Unless you're like a host on this. Yeah, it's just.
Well,
retarded.
I know, but we can't say that word. We have to dump that. But thank you, Adrian.
Sorry.
You're
I'm
okay.
sorry.
You're okay. We just won't let it happen again. We'll let you go, and you can call back another time. I think if they're going to send him to an extension, it's more like 3 for $30 million now.
The price of the brick went up because somebody is going to sign him for that out there. He's not worth that. And I'm still not jammed up in the slightest that they didn't give him the 5th-year option. Nothing about his play suggested that he deserved the 5th-year option. I don't really think this 3-game run should sway people. There will be running backs in the draft that can do a reasonable facsimile of what he is doing, particularly as part of a job share, which I still think is what they ideally want.
I disagree with you on the on the $6.7 million. You said nothing about what he's done warranted that. If he was in the last year of his contract in 2023, and the option was for the season we're in right now, I would have paid him $6.7 million to come back here. It was giving him money 2 years down the road that I was concerned about when I had never seen him in this offense, and I liked Jaylen Warren more than him.
Jaylen Warren has still, when healthy, proven to be explosive. He's also experiencing injuries for the first time in his career. And this argument that's been made by some people that, well, Najee's been very durable. Darrell in Houston made it to start off the discussion.
Usually you agree with Darrell in Houston.
I think Darrell in Houston's a smart guy. I think most of our callers are smart guys. I think Adrian, even though sometimes he hates my guts, is a smart guy.
How would you rank smart callers among these 4?
Hold on a second. Let me just say this to finish up. I don't think just because he's been durable, there is any guarantee that he will remain durable. All right, Darrell in Houston.
Darrell in Houston.
Yeah.
Carroll and Clinton.
Uh-huh.
Johnny the Barber.
Mm-hmm.
Jeff in South Park.
You said 4 callers.
Yes. So those. Well, actually, you're right. Let's get Carol out of there because she's the queen, and we don't compare her to peons. So Carol's out. Daryl in Houston, Johnny the Barber, Jeff in South Park, and Adrian in Pittsburgh.
Now, am I saying sports caller intelligence or like general intelligence? Like if I needed this, if I was
sports caller intelligence.
All right. JTB, JISP, Adrian.
And Daryl in Houston, who you usually are raving about his cogent points, and today you've gone out of your way to just
I'm gonna do
mercilessly annihilate his opinions.
Here's what's going to happen. I think they're all smart, so I think we're all grading like B students and above. I have to preface this with that because somebody's got to finish last, and that person's going to hate me.
Yep.
That person already does hate me. It's Adrian.
Wow. Oh, the guy almost died, and 2 days later you're putting him dead last on this list?
Oh, man, if he had died, he would have been, literally. You didn't even ask him how he was doing, by the way.
He sounded fine. He was driving.
He sounded fine. Okay. Number 3 on this list. Now, I love this guy. He's sometimes completely insane.
Well, he's part of our lunatic fringe faction, and that would be Johnny the Barber.
It is JTB. And the reason is I think Johnny the Barber never tries to show his full measure of intelligence. He sends me texts that say things like the JTB PFF rankings. He comes up with his own proprietary stuff, his own made-up categories.
Lately, he's been on an Austin Bechtold kick.
Yes, he sends me funny Austin Bechtold memes. He did make a jar of pepper-based sauce for me, which was very nice of him. He's very good natural growing things.
He said one Austin scored twice the other night. This Austin never scored once.
Correct. And now, this is going to be the anticlimactic thing. When I won the Big Top Fan over at the now-defunct ESPN affiliate in town.
Congratulations on all your success.
They announced who finished runner-up first, and at that point I knew I had won, so it was kind of weird. So I'm actually going to give you number 1 here, the winner.
Okay.
And whoever I don't name is in second. The winner is Daryl in Houston.
I think Jeff in South Park's got to be proud of the runner-up because some of the demeaning ways you talk to Jeff, I thought you'd have him fourth.
The demeaning ways I talk to Jeff?
And the way you bring up his tweets sometimes in a pejorative way.
A pejorative way?
Yes. Very pejorative.
He comes after me.
Well, exactly. And so you fight fire with fire. That's why I'm surprised you didn't.
Daryl in Houston always has a calm, measured approach. I think Jeff in South
Except today where you've been
I just didn't agree with him. I think Jeff in South Park, you know what I think I would have to ding him for if I were being honest? He's blinded by his hatred of Tom Brady so much that it has caused him to get dumped on our show before.
Yes, Adrian just got dumped.
Right, that's why Adrian's fourth. Johnny the Barber, miraculously, has he ever been dumped? I think that's the upset of the decade.
Donnie, have you read the dump, Johnny?
I don't think we have.
I can't think of a time.
I mean, that is a damn miracle that he's called in this many times under the way he usually does, and we haven't dumped him.
No, he's been dumped now that I think about it. He made a comment about the WNBA that we couldn't air.
Oh, yeah, you're right. You're right.
So he's gone.
Was that his Johnny or his alter ego, Kim from Aliquippa?
No, that was his Johnny. All right, coming up next, PM Team Power Rankings. With the Steelers playing Jaden Daniels, who are the best rookie quarterbacks of the last 2 decades? Where's Ben on that list? But first, a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins play the Hurricanes tonight. Puck drop set for 7. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Hey guys, it's Donnie Football. Get in on the betting fun with the BetParks app. Hockey, basketball, college football, and of course, your black and gold football. Pittsburgh right around a field goal underdog on Sunday in Washington. The Pittsburgh team that plays on Saturday right around a touchdown and extra point favorite against Virginia. If that ain't your style, sit down with a live dealer from BetParks. Download the BetParks Casino and Sportsbook app to wager on all of your favorite sports or play all of your favorite casino games. The only sportsbook I recommend has a great offer for new users. Download the app right now. Get up to $1,000 in casino bonus back if you're down in the first 24 hours. Casino bonus must be wagered. See BetParks.com for terms and conditions. You play for fun. You love to win. You bet with BetParks. Must be 21 and in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Michigan, Maryland, or Ohio. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Join us here every Tuesday evening from 6 to 7 as we broadcast live from Minio's Pizza House in Allison Park to bring you the latest on the black and gold with Pittsburgh linebacker Elandon Roberts. Get the latest on our black and gold from a guy who knows. The Elandon Roberts Show is presented by Jim Sharkey Chevrolet in North Hills and brought to you by Julian Gray Associates. The Elandon Roberts Show is on. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Florida State is a huge dog in South Bend. I'm Sammy P, here to help you beat the books with BetQL. Before the season, Florida State was a short road dog at Notre Dame. Now the line has ballooned quite a bit, all the way out to 26.5. The monster jump, too far for the BetQL model. They like the Noles plus the points as a 4-star best bet. I'm Sammy P. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetQL and BetMGM apps today.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Back with more Pony and Muller, Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
All right, it's 3:30 on a Thursday. That means it's time for PM Team Power Rankings. Does my voice sound any better?
No, it sounds worse, actually. Not that the tea might not be helping. You're just talking a lot.
Yeah.
I mean, it's what happens, brother.
What? Any other tips here? I've got cough drops.
Don't talk during the breaks. Like, just your voice is a finite thing.
I think you're just saying that because you don't want to talk to me and have small talk anymore.
I'm usually the one trying to engage in small talk, and you're just staring out into space.
Well, the last break was because I was putting the finishing touches on my power rankings.
They're all up here for me, in that head that very famously loses thoughts as soon as they get uttered.
Jaden Daniels comes to, we go to Washington to play Jaden Daniels. He's having a historic year so far as a rookie.
You might call it, with the Steelers' new coordinator, Mr. Smith goes to Washington, except it's really Landover.
So I have ranked the top 5 rookie quarterbacks of the last 20 years. Also, as a bonus ranking, top 5 current Pittsburgh athletes who would make the best president of the United States. Get to that in a second. All right, let's do the quarterbacks. Number 5, I have Andrew Luck. That was a 2-win team the year before he got there, and they got to 11-5 and lost to the Ravens in the first round, a Baltimore team that went on to win the Super Bowl. One of the things that and the stats, he threw a lot of interceptions. But just think about that. They literally went from being the worst team in the NFL to winning double-digit games, and pretty much the entire roster was the same from one year to the next. The only difference was the quarterback.
You know, I've been on like a weird island where I thought Luck was a little overrated, but that is very impressive.
Number 4, I put RG3, so I think he was outshined that first year. It was horrible the way it ended.
He looked like he might win MVP. He was that good.
It started when they went to New Orleans, and he had a monster game against Drew Brees and company, and they won. And that was when the RPO thing really came into vogue with him and Colin Kaepernick, of all people. And so he looked like he was the future of the position before the knee injuries.
Before the Shanahans ruined him.
Yep. Now, Russell Wilson, actually, as a rookie, went deeper in the playoffs than both of those guys that year, but he did not make my top 5. Number 3 is Jaden Daniels. I look at what Jaden Daniels is doing, and he's still got a lot of games to go here, and he can come crashing down to earth. But he's completing over 70% of his passes. I had to remind myself of this today when I went and really dug into Washington before this game. Look at their offense outside of your boy Terry McLaurin. They got no dudes.
They got Robinson. They got Eckler. They got a stable of backs.
Yeah, but they're just running back by committee. They're nobody special there.
I think Robinson, when he's healthy,
he's okay.
He's a pretty solid football player.
I think Naji's better than he is. You've got Eckler, who was great 3 years ago, not anymore.
Zach Ertz
is 5 years past his prime.
Noah Brown should be a Steeler.
We like Noah Brown, but he isn't really a good number 2 wide receiver.
They got Olamide Zaccheaus.
The poor man's McCaffrey, Christian's little brother.
Other McCaffrey. Yeah, no, he's got one dude, and he has maximized that dude through 9 games because that dude is on pace for another 1,200 or so yards this season.
So Daniels 3, 2 I have Stroud. Stroud had the best touchdown to interception ratio in the league last year, lowest interception percentage. Did it with a horse crap offensive line because it was injured besides Tunsil pretty much the entire year. And they blew out Cleveland in the playoffs, and they hung with Baltimore for a half in Baltimore. Most teams go there and get destroyed. So that was really impressive what he did. That's why it's second. But number 1's got to be Big Ben.
Jason in Slippery Rock says, right now Pony's voice sounds so ragged, it's as if he spent last night singing at a death metal karaoke night while drinking an entire bottle of Southern Comfort.
See, that's so stupid because death metal karaoke's don't exist. There is not a bar in Pittsburgh that says, not only is it karaoke night, it's actually death metal karaoke night.
I think Jeff in
you
South
want to
Park
play Hall & Oates? Kiss my ass and leave. You're not allowed
Cannibal
to do that.
Corpse. I think, man, Southern Comfort. I had one very bad night with Southern Comfort 100 proof in college. It was actually summer break. We were up there. A lady that we had kind of been on and off.
So sometimes you had sex, other times you did not?
We were just an on and off little, I don't even know what you'd call it. It was a college thing, yeah. And she and her friend showed up, and she was dolled up that night and like, oh, it's summer. We don't usually see each other. And I got so blasted off SoCo 100. The last thing I remember is doing a bunch of that, drinking some Natty Light, and then waking up on a couch fully clothed with the British Open on television.
Scale of 1 to 10?
Drunkenness or her attractiveness?
Her, in your opinion.
Somewhere in the 7.5 range.
Congratulations on all your success.
See, I think she would probably have rated me lower. I think she felt like she was slumming it.
Top 5, Luck, RG3, Daniels, Stroud, Big Ben. Honorable mentions.
One quick question about Ben. I do think that he was a very specific product of that era, where these guys might not have been able to handle being hit more like you could, but he wasn't being asked to operate a high-powered, like, pass-heavy game like Stroud was or like Daniels so far is.
Honorable mentions, Herbert, Flacco, and Mayfield for me.
Mayfield, I think, could probably warrant consideration on here.
All right.
I'm surprised by a couple names you left off.
Go ahead.
Big Joe?
I thought, well...
Joe made the AFC title game.
Yeah, I mean, he
so
could
did
have
Mark
very
Sanchez.
well been one.
So shouldn't Joe, if he made it all the way to the AFC title game, maybe even be there above, like, everybody else on this list? Because he got further in the playoffs than, well, no, he didn't. He got to the same spot Ben did.
No, because they carried him like he was at a friggin'
Were the Steelers not carrying Ben by the end of that year?
By the end they were, but he was.
Don't get me wrong.
Up people, buddy.
He was lighting people up early, but he started to flag at the end.
Now here's someone. The record, the team record wasn't great, and somebody who I don't normally defend.
Cam Newton.
Cam Newton's rookie year was pretty insane. I know he threw 17 picks, but he had almost 5,000 total yards.
Yeah, he was pretty awesome.
Dak Prescott.
Wasn't Vic's first year very good?
Matt Ryan, I know that his numbers aren't
Dak.
fantastic, but Matt Ryan turned around a bad team
We're
immediately.
13-3.
Pony is 2 levels of raspiness from sounding like RFK Jr.
Who said that?
Squeezed Juice on Twitter.
Yeah, those are good points, Donnie. Maybe I F this one
this
up.
list sucked.
I just feel like if I was doing this list or Malsey was doing this list, we would get ripped apart for some of those guys being
I was too busy making fun of him or doing other references
All right,
to SoCo.
Here's my list of the top 5 Pittsburgh athletes who would make the best president. Number 5, I put Minka. I think he's a no-nonsense guy. I think he would just he'd do the Teddy Roosevelt deal. He'd carry a big stick. I think he'd get people.
He'd get those Rough Riders together like Teddy did.
Yeah, he would have convinced Mexico to build that wall if he were in charge.
Wow,
I think so. He would have said, "You're building it, and you're paying for it."
I'll tell you what, a lot of people would say a good president is one who stays in the background. I haven't noticed Minka making a play in about a year and a half, so he's good in that sense.
Number 4, Sid.
Pretty low from what I thought he would be.
Number 4, Sid.
Okay. Not allowed to be president based on our rules. Wasn't born here.
I was about to curse and need to be dumped, but you're right about that. Too late. I put him on the list, but
that's okay. This isn't. We're not taking into account the fact that like these guys can or can't be president.
Number
this is
3,
purely hypothetical.
Russell Wilson. I mean, the guy acts. It's like he pretends whenever he does a press conference like he's actually the president. He's the most political sounding football player I've ever heard. Everything's a politically correct answer.
Yeah, he really does have the soundbite absolutely mastered. Number 2,
Hayward.
Surprised he wasn't. Well, forget it. I think I know who number 1's going to be.
Number 1, Skeens.
Yeah, I knew you were going to say that.
He's got the military background, Malsey.
So?
Well, that's part of the deal.
Are we just putting generals in the Oval Office now?
We look at the generals we've had. They've done all. Ulysses S. Grant did okay for himself.
Eisenhower set a record, 800 rounds of golf in office. That is a hell of a lot.
How about Andrew Jackson? How about Old Hickory?
Wasn't he a crappy president, or was that Andrew Johnson?
You're thinking of Andrew Johnson, who got impeached.
Yeah, they really hated
Jackson got screwed because of the corrupt bargain.
Oh, that corrupt bargain.
Donnie, you know about that corrupt bargain.
That damn corrupt bargain.
That
Oh,
put him
man.
in hot water.
He was bargaining, and then they found out
He
just
got
so much
screwed on the
corruption.
corrupt bargain. That's what got John Quincy Adams in office.
I'll tell you what, anytime you can have a bargain that's that corrupt, you got to just go the other way. Number 5 for me is, in fact, Paul Skeens. You know why? Boring. Just very boring. And I think he wouldn't ruffle feathers. I think he would just be like, "Here's the agenda. We're going to carry out the agenda."
That was my Minka logic.
This is going to be drama free.
4.
Number 4 on the list. Again, this guy cannot be president for a variety of reasons. He is very steady and stay at home around chaos. Marcus Pedersen.
Marcus Pedersen?
He is just.
What the hell are you talking about?
He is just trying to stay at home and take care of his own end. He's not worried about these, fanciful
so
rushes.
He's an isolationist?
He's a bit of an. He's worried about the domestic issues first. He's not getting lost.
What are you talking about?
He is not getting lost in the foreign policy sauce. He's not. And you know what? Number 3, you're going to laugh. Here's a guy who always gets things done. We want presidents when they say they're going to do something or when they're tasked with something to do it. Chris Boswell.
Oh.
The Wizard of Boz. Number 2, Sidney Crosby. Skeens, but even more boring, and I think actually would just, rally people behind him. Number 1's Hayward because he's a dad. You got to deal with like little kids and successfully navigate a marriage while being a pro athlete and podcasting. I think Hayward by a mile would be the best one.
Donnie, how close were we to getting that list right?
I think Ponies is probably closer there. The Pedersen one seemed kind of out of left field from Malsey, but I can't jump all over.
I was trying to go off the board instead of just renaming the 5 names he gave.
What if I had said put Russell Wilson in the top 5?
I don't know.
I also
he called it Coors Light as an audible. That's like a big faux pas. It's IC Light. Is he going to do well in the campaign trail?
I started to think of guys who would be like terrible candidates and
George Pickens.
Well,
just so mercurial.
Tristan Jarry immediately popped into mind, given how he performs under pressure.
He'd be pressing that red nuclear button on the first day in office.
All right. Thank you for listening to our PM Team Power Rankings. The 2 topics we've talked about at length today. Another running back in the NFL got paid this afternoon. Should the Steelers regret not picking up Najee Harris's 5th-year option? 412-928-9370. We've had some impassioned calls on that. Also, Mike Tomlin picked by ESPN as the coach of the year at the halfway point. What are your thoughts on the job Mike Tomlin's doing? 412-928-9370. Come back with something NFL.com said about the Steelers. We're live at the Rivers Casino Sportsbook. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevy. We'll let Channel 2 handle that. First, I'm going to tell you guys about Weather Seal Home Services. Weather Seal has been great to me. I like to judge people and companies and businesses based on how they treat me and people I care about. And so word of mouth from those people matter. If one of my neighbors or friends had a company come over and do a good job, I'm going to remember that when I have a decision to make. And I can tell you with Weather Seal, I had an old home. Roof needed repaired. If it didn't, I wasn't going to be able to sell it. They did an outstanding job for me, and they charged a very fair price. When I moved into my new house, I wanted a deck. They're the first company I called. And so right now, they've got a roofing sale going on right now. They can get a roof done in a week's time. They're going to give you instant financing with approved credit. They can Get it started right away, and then you don't pay any interest for 2 years. You can take your time on it, 2 years and no interest. And also they're going to throw in free gutters. So go to WeatherSealHomeservices.com to get more info. Don't delay. It's Weather Seal Home Services. Mulsey.
Thank you, Pony. I want to tell everybody about Awaken 180 weight loss, because this is the time of year where I think people start, you go out, you maybe have family gatherings, the pants are not fitting as well, or maybe you start eating big meals around this time of year, bigger meals, you're not getting exercise, you've got the seasonal affective disorder going, all sorts of things conspiring to maybe put the weight on, or to make taking the weight off even tougher because you feel like you're going it alone. You do not have to go it alone. In fact, I would strongly recommend you don't. I would strongly recommend you book a consultation right now with Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Why? Because it worked. It worked for me. It worked for Donnie Football. It is already starting to work to the tune of 32 pounds in 3 weeks for our pal Nicholas Harry Callis. And he admitted it. He's got a lot to lose, and he is well on his way. The approach with Awaken 180 is simple. They come up with the plan, you execute the plan, they help you keep accountable with those weekly coaching sessions. And then those sessions, that coaching, it's free for life, even after you reach your goal weight. What are you waiting for? Take control of your health this year, right now, with Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Check them out online, awaken180weightloss.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This evening, mostly clear with overnight lows right around 40 degrees. Patchy fog possible early tomorrow morning. Then high temperatures for Friday into the mid-60s and mostly sunny. Mostly clear Friday night with lows into the upper 30s and a sunny Saturday with highs near 60 degrees. I'm meteorologist Mary Hours in the KDK First Alert Weather Center.
To all you tool people out there, has Harbor Freight got a deal for you? Big savings every single day this November. Because we know that right now, when the price of everything only seems to go up, you need a place where prices stay low. So shop in-store or online for quality tools you can trust at prices you'll love every day. Whatever you do it for less at Harbor Freight.
Okay, everyone, what did you think of the chocolate bar?
It's too chewy.
Feels kind of chalky.
Too much nougat.
I need to go brush my teeth.
Business is booming for Steph's small marketing research firm.
After all these focus groups, there's only one conclusion. I need more researchers.
And she's way too busy researching.
Does this have peanuts?
To waste time researching resumes.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Put our matching platform to work so you can spend less time searching and more time connecting with talented candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Whatever temperatures this winter brings, your friendly and knowledgeable Bryant dealer, McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, is ready to help. McVeigh is committed to achieving a high level of training and skills and is backed up by one of the heating and cooling industry's most trusted names, Bryant. Whether you need a quick fix or an entirely new heating system, McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling will do whatever it takes to keep you and your family comfortable all winter long. Call McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling or visit callmcveigh.com to book an appointment. McVeigh and Bryant, whatever it takes.
I'm approaching the age where I'm going to start getting my clothes the same place I get my groceries.
Angela Johnson-Reyes, the family reunion tour.
Can't keep shopping at the same stores I used to shop at. Like Forever 21? No, you're not. Turns out that was a lie.
See Angela Johnson-Reyes
live on stage in Pittsburgh. The Event Center at Rivers Casino, Friday, April 25th. Get tickets now at riverscasino.com.
Weekends are for the warriors of home projects. 84 Lumber has 14 Pittsburgh locations that are open on Saturdays to keep you on track and get you the supplies you need. Each member of 84 Lumber's expert team is experienced in building materials of all kinds, and they are ready to answer your home improvement questions to get the job done right. If you're looking for the hometown personalized service of a family-owned company, 84 Lumber is your go-to supplier. Visit 84lumber.com to find your nearest store and get started on your project today.
Giant Eagle is making it easy to surround yourself with savings on hundreds of items every time you shop, with new low prices, deals for days, weekly sales, and My Perks at your neighborhood Giant Eagle. Visit gianteagle.com for details.
Now that Baird and Heffron-Tillotson are one, we're proud to call Pittsburgh home. And with 8 locations in the region, we're even prouder to be helping so many of our neighbors build secure financial futures. From our big picture global perspective and business expertise, down to the personalized master plan we'll create based on your unique goals and dreams, your financial security is our first priority. Discover the Baird difference. Visit rwbaird.com/Pittsburgh. Robert W. Baird & Company, Incorporated, member SIPC.
Introducing Pittsburgh's first concept store, Tons. Discover exclusive designer brands for women and men in the heart of East Liberty, 5935 Baum Boulevard, or shop online anytime at tons-shop.com. Tons, Pittsburgh's main fashion destination.
Shop Dell Technologies' early holiday savings event for their lowest prices of the year. The future is on sale today with limited time deals on select PCs like the XPS 16 that accelerate AI with Intel Core Ultra processors. Early holiday savings is their biggest sale of the year and the best time to upgrade, but it's only here for a limited time. Shop now at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
Every day you'll save money at Chuba Heating and Air, your authorized Rheem dealer. This month, get a complete winter furnace checkup for only $89.50 and get 0% interest on select Rheem HVAC system replacements. Plus, get a free 10-year parts warranty. Call Chuba Heating and Air now at 412-271-6246 or visit them online at ChubaInc.com. That's ChubaInc.com. And of course, Rheem, the new degree of comfort.
Cedar Brook Golf Course is the area's finest and affordable public facility. Conveniently located at the intersection of I-70 and State Route 51 in Ross Draver, this season, Cedar Brook has heavily invested in new course equipment and continues on-course construction improvements. Book your tee time today at cedarbrookgolfcourse.com or call 724-929-8300. Cedar Brook is the leader in affordable quality golf.
Your coworkers might annoy you, but we promise we won't. Download the free Odyssey app and you can listen to us at work while you tackle your inbox or get ready for another meeting that probably could have been an email. Tune in late? You can rewind your favorite live shows to catch what you missed. And with Chapters, easily jump to the topics that you care about most, like the latest updates from your team. Your sports talk, your way. The Odyssey app. Download it today.
Broken furniture and appliances, abandoned pianos and exercise equipment. Let's deal with that junk that's been haunting you. 2menandajuncktruck.com.
From profit boost to same-game parlays, ESPN Bet is ready to hit the gridiron this season. And as the official sportsbook of ESPN, it's the only place to find exclusive football offers from ESPN personalities like Mike Greenberg and Stephen A. Smith. New players can get their first bet insured up to $1,000 in bonus bets by downloading the ESPN Bet app and signing up for the promo code RADIO. Download today. Must be 21 plus and present in select states. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Mommy, want to play a game with me and Dad?
Mommy's not feeling good.
You need to vaporize that cold.
Vaporize?
Yeah, with DayQuil VapoCool. It's DayQuil plus a rush of Vicks vapors.
Whoa.
Come on, honey. Let's let Mommy rest.
You guys are amazing. And so is DayQuil VapoCool.
DayQuil VapoCool, the vaporizing daytime coughing, aching, fever, power through your day medicine. And to vaporize sore throat pain, try Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
The holidays are here at the Home Depot, so let's get to decorating. Find your perfect tree in our huge assortment of shapes, sizes, and styles. Like the easy-to-assemble Jackson Noble Fir, with pre-lit branches perfect for styling with all your favorite ornaments. Or the Flock Starry Light Fraser Fir, with over 1,900 pre-lit memory wire branches that keep their shape so it's ready right out of the box. Ooh. Find the perfect tree now at the Home Depot.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
What if you could hear your favorite song for the first time again?
Introducing the all-new, reimagined Nissan Kicks. With an available Bose Personal Plus sound system that uses speakers in the headrest to create a 360-degree listening experience. You've never heard anything like this. Reimagine your music and your drive. Experience the all-new, reimagined Nissan Kicks for yourself at nissanusa.com today.
Available feature. Bose is a registered trademark of the Bose Corporation.
At the UPS Store, we know being a small business owner means holiday time is still go time. Still get those orders shipped time. And still re-up on stamps and supplies time. That's why this upcoming holiday, while others close up shop, we'll be open. And happy to help you keep being unstoppable. Come into your local store today. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, pricing, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Getting ready for more rain and longer nights? We've got you. Right now, you can earn up to $25 in bonus rewards when you buy 2 Sylvania Silver Star Ultra bulbs and 2 Rain-X Quantum Elite wiper blades. More rewards and better visibility at America's #1 lighting destination, AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Offer valid for AutoZone Rewards members. Restrictions apply.
You want the best. UPMC Health Plan is ranked #1 in member satisfaction among commercial plans in Pennsylvania by J.D. Power. With UPMC Health Plan, you get access to UPMC doctors and hospitals, local community care, and a national network for travel outside the UPMC service area. Plus 24/7 access to virtual urgent care services through UPMC Anywhere Care. When you're given a choice for health insurance, choose the best. Choose UPMC Health Plan. For J.D. Power 2024 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards.
If you could, you'd buy her the biggest, most beautiful diamond ring out there. But your budget is pretty modest. Hi, I'm Joe Urbanowitz, the jeweler. My dad always said, if you don't know jewelry, you better know your jeweler. If you're working on a tight budget, a bargain deal from a chain store might not be your best investment. Let one of our diamond experts guide you through the ring buying process. Urbanowitz Jewelers has been helping couples get engaged for over 40 years, and we can help you find the perfect ring at the right price. Urbanowitz Jewelers, Casti Village and Peters Township.
Can't wait for Black Friday? Same. Luckily, Kohl's savings start early. Shop Friday through Sunday and score so many deals. At the top of my list, 50% off toys, up to 60% off coats, 50% off kitchen appliances, and with an extra 15% off, women's and junior sweaters are under $13. Plus, you'll get extra Kohl's cash with $15 earned for every $50 spent on Friday at Kohl's. Select styles, 15% offer valid November 8th through 10th. Coupons do not apply to toys. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Traffic is starting to back up on the outbound side of the Parkway East. You'll see delays from the Birmingham Bridge into the tunnels. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7, the fan.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
It's Thursday night football game in Pittsburgh. The game is being played in Baltimore, but it's an AFC North clash between the Ravens and the Bengals. If Baltimore wins, they get to 7-3, 4 games over 500, which would match the Steelers in the AFC North. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, live from a raucous Rivers Casino Sportsbook. It's Pony and Muller.
Mike's obviously been a very productive player in the NFL. I mean, I remember watching him coming out in the draft. I was in Tennessee those year. We took Corey Davis, both of them won the top 10. Been on the other side of some big plays he's made. But we're excited. You know, anytime you add a good player, and we'll bring him along the right way. We're excited he's here. He's that fits us, big wide receiver, willing to work, and so see where it goes.
50-minute mark on the fan a few minutes ago, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram and Peters, Arthur Smith on Mike Williams. And the Steelers are a very good bet to make the playoffs here at the Rivers Casino Sportsbook, where we are. People filing in to watch the hockey game tonight and the Bengals and Ravens game. We'll touch on that a little bit more later in the show. To tie up some loose ends before we get into our next conversation and back to some of your calls at 412-928-9370, I'm going to need more tea.
So I've got more money in my wallet for people that are willing to show up here and get me tea, because I think two things are happening. Now that I have this cold, one of the worst sore throats of my life, so painful it woke me up in the middle of the night. I thought my esophagus was on fire. I coughed, and it was like a burning sensation went through my whole body. Did you have that same experience with your?
Every cough was physical pain. Having to actually swallow.
But it felt like there was like an open wound in the back of my throat.
I don't know. Mine was more of like the ache and physical aching.
Yeah, I don't have that.
Mine, every time I would swallow, though, saliva, anything, it was physically painful to swallow.
Did you have the yellow mucus thing going on? Because I'm having some of that now, too.
I hawked up a couple big old chunks.
So if somebody wants to bring us tea here at the sports book, I will tip you.
Bring pony tea. I'm good now.
Tremendously.
I'm built different.
You got over yours. I got better. Now I'm worse.
You think it's the creatine?
I didn't think about that. And the beet extract
Aren't you also shopping at bulk supplement stores now?
Bulksupplements.com I went to. I gave them a free pop.
Can you just give me an end game for you? It seems like you are trying to get gigantic, linebacker sized.
I want to be physically fit. I want to be able to move around and do stuff with my daughter.
It sounds like you're going to be so
strong
big,
as possible,
though, that you might be muscle bound if you get what you want out of this.
I'd like to experience that.
Muscle bound people are not what I would call fit in the traditional sense. They
Let me
can't
put it this
do
way.
Basic stuff.
When I put overalls on, my Steelers overalls, my Big Ed overalls
you
for the
don't
Steelers-Bills game,
anymore.
Everybody made fun of me. I want now the next time that happens,
everyone to gasp. And
everyone
wow,
the
what
a transformation.
To say, Amanda, what a lucky woman you are.
Exactly. So I know that there's still a very long road to travel on that. Are you okay?
Oh,
no. What happened?
Well, Alex got sent home from work and told not to come in tomorrow because she's apparently feeling even worse again. Yeah, good.
It spreads. But hey,
Who says that? Rothstein?
Yes, he does. Here's a positive. The power of this show. Mackey going to D.C. for Penguins and Capitals.
Is he really?
Yep.
So he literally got off the phone with us.
Boss heard us shame the Post-Gazette. Now he's in.
Unless he secretly did not really want to go and got bullied into it by us, which would also be funny.
He texted me and said, "Great news! I'm now going to D.C."
News. Okay. He owes you one, I think.
He owes me a lot. He still owes me dinner for a bet he lost to me that he hasn't paid up on.
What was the bet?
Something Pirates related that he got in over his skis on. You know how he does that sometimes.
Would you say you've won more of those kinds of bets in your life when you make them with other people or lost them?
I think I win a lot of them. Yeah.
But when you lose, they're bad losses.
Definitely.
Steelers Cardinals last year, Steelers Patriots kind of losses.
Yeah.
They're tough.
NFL.com has the Steelers getting the 5th seed in the playoffs. So losing out of the division to Baltimore, getting the first wild card game, that would set up a first-round matchup with Houston in Houston. Here's the question I have for you guys, the listeners. We'll get back to calls on a bunch of things. We've talked Naji Harris today. We've talked Mike Tomlin today. And I want to ask you guys about this. Would you sign up for this right now? Would you, if you could, not, we're at a casino, so this is a perfect place to ask this question. You're not going to let it ride on one of the toughest second-half schedules in the entire NFL, the toughest among AFC playoff caliber teams.
It's a brutal schedule.
You get guaranteed the 5th seed, so you're not gambling, going for the AFC North championship in a home playoff game. You're locked in, and it's as the top wild card spot, so you get the worst division winner. So you avoid Kansas City, you avoid Buffalo, and I guess you'd avoid, not that I'm afraid of Baltimore, but you'd avoid them too.
I would sign up for it. I'm getting Houston unless they crater, and then I'm getting the Colts somehow. If they stagger to the finish line at 9-8, I think Houston's going to separate them. They're already 2 games clear. I think they're going to continue to separate
we did see them go to Indianapolis and lose.
They've looked weird, man. There's been something off about them. Yes, I would sign up for that because the schedule is so hard that puts you, I think, in a very good position even as a road team to get a win.
Donnie?
I would sign up for that right now. I mean, if you told me today, I know they're 6-2. Like Chris said, it already looks like there's a pretty good chance that they're going to, I think it's like a 90% chance they're going to make the playoffs. But I think also just for my heart health down the stretch, like, I can sit back because no matter what happens here, they're going to be the number 5 seed in the playoffs.
So that's like them probably finishing the season either 4-5 or 5-4.
Yeah.
I think it still gets them to 10 wins.
4-5 gets them to 10.
No, but I'm saying, like, if they are the 5 seed, that means that they're probably 10-7
Probably
or 11-6 at the end of the year.
Maybe 11-6 if Baltimore's scorching
the
rest of the way.
So you don't want to risk doing anything worse than that, is what it's like. If you take this Faustian bargain, if you will, that means you would not have to worry about Cincinnati getting hot or the Jets coming out of nowhere with Aaron Rodgers or the Chargers finishing 5th and you being 6th or 7th and having to play Buffalo in the first round.
You're eliminating some scenarios I would like to eliminate, even though I feel like the Steelers could play any of those teams.
That outweighs. No, you know what? I think they'll make the playoffs. I'm good with that. Let's.
I'd like to set up a matchup I think feels winnable right now because the Texans, the thing that is worst about the Texans plays directly into the thing that the Steelers do best. They don't protect C.J. Stroud. The Steelers get after quarterbacks. How many times did the Jets sack him? 8 times in that game? He won 11 of 30.
But still, I'd rather play, instead of playing Houston, whose offense killed the Steelers' defense last year, I'd rather play a home playoff game as the AFC North champion against Chargers team or a Indianapolis team or something like that. I mean,
I don't think Indy's getting in, though. I think they're
okay,
fading.
but I'd rather have that match, or Denver. I'd rather have that matchup.
There are certain matchups, yes, I would rather have as the AFC North champion, but the idea of you guarantee me the 5 seed, I think, is a nice hedge against how hard the schedule is. And Houston would feel like in that scenario a pretty winnable game, personally.
So you guys then think that there's a chance that they actually go like 3-6 in their last 9 games?
I can't discount it because I just Philly's tough, Kansas City's very tough. Twice against Baltimore, twice against Cincy. The Browns games, this feels like a big game against the Commanders.
But even 4-5, like if you go 4-5,
4-5 gets you to 10-7.
You might not get the 5 seed at 10-7. You might end up being 6.
Yeah, I take my chances. I do think 3-6 is possible. Like, they have to understand that they are playing like the exact inverse. I mean, they've had a tougher schedule than people think because they played 3 teams that currently have winning records right now and are in the playoffs right now to start the season, and they beat them all. This is the kind of discussion that does make me feel bad, even though it would have been asking a lot. It's like asking for the perfect scenario. They absolutely could be 8-0 right now. The 2 teams that beat them, boy, this would be a much easier discussion to just have. And you could feel like you wanted to roll the dice if they were 8-0.
If they're 8-0, then Tomlin is the coach of the year. He'd have to be.
Yes, he would have to be because he also wouldn't have 2 games where his defense let him down. His defense.
Where a guy twisted his ball sack and then came in the next play and
testicle torsion.
Caught a touchdown pass. Here is our number 2 fan, Jeff in South Park. Hello, Jeff.
Hey, guys. How are you?
Hi, Jeff. Are you still smarting from where Mulsey ranked you among some of our most intelligent callers?
No, I was pretty happy to finish second. I really was because Darrell Houston's quite good. If I was going to lose to anybody, it'd be him. I would have been mad if Mulsey would have put Johnny the Barber number 1 and I was number 2. But Darrell and Houston, I can live with that. I will say, though, you guys brought up Mulsey dinged me for getting dumped. That only happened 1 time. I've only been, in the sheer number of times I've called your station, and specifically your show, I've only been dumped once. That has to count for something, and it is because
you said you don't have to repeat. Yeah, you said something we don't have to repeat about Brady. You compared him to a historical figure that no one really ever wants to be compared to. It counts for something, Jeff.
Does it?
It counts for something that he's only been dumped once.
I mean, Anthony in Oakland's probably called in as many times as Jeff. He's never been dumped.
You didn't ask me to rank Anthony in Oakland.
True. Would you have ranked him ahead of Jeff?
I would have had to consider his firebrand rhetoric. Jeff likes to try to ease into his points. He tries to lull you into a sense of security. Anthony is more like Jack Torrance in The Shining.
Not always. I mean, Jeff will call in sometimes and say that Chris taking, a sunny day and saying, well, I'll probably die from, like, ultraviolet ray poisoning.
That's true. That is one of Jeff's favorites. I would think that would endear him to you.
Jeff, what do you got for us, buddy?
So I guess we'll get back to the Tomlin thing. And I'd like to expand upon Carolyn Clinton's point. God, she is so good. She really is. But, along the same lines as what she said, Tomlin still has a lot to show me. She said that it wouldn't be enough for him just to win a playoff game. And I got to say, I kind of have to agree with her. Also the whole not backing in thing. I want them to look like a contender the rest of the year. Chris and I had a conversation last week when you were off, Tony, about, how tough the schedule is, and they got Washington, and they got Baltimore coming up and all this stuff. And it's maybe they don't win those games. But let's not get our doors blown off, and let's look like we belong, so I don't want to back in. I want to look like contenders the whole year and then win a playoff game. And then the game that we lose, if we lose a game, let's look like we belong in that conversation too. So he still has a lot to show me. I actually think the person who's the biggest winner so far is Arthur Smith, because now 2 quarterbacks have already looked good in his offense, and that's 2 more than anybody looked good in Matt Canada's offense.
I think that's a fabulous point. I don't think Arthur Smith will get a head coaching. Well, he could. I shouldn't rule that out. And then Tomlin would have a branch on his coaching tree for the first time in almost 20 years.
I still wouldn't consider it like a true branch.
I would. He hired him and brought him in, even though he had coached other places.
It's not a guy getting his first head coaching job.
Yeah, but Mike would have rehabilitated his coaching career here.
I still think the coaching tree stuff, at least for me, the spirit of the thing with the coaching trees is you hire guys, and the job they have with you is a promotion from wherever they came from. It's the highest office they have held in a coaching staff, if you will, and they keep working up their way through the ranks.
Here's Dave next. Hello, Dave.
Hi, I wanted to talk about Naji, and in particular that Yinzer who called a couple calls ago and made it sound like he was the greatest running back ever.
Are you talking about Adrian?
Yes, Adrian almost died recently, Dave, so we have to be respectful of him.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Well, no, we don't, because Adrian wouldn't be respectful of us in the same situation.
Najee had 3 1,000-yard seasons, which in a 17-game season is less than 59 yards a game.
Yep.
Now, he had 3 mediocre seasons where he hit that plateau, and this season's a contract year, and he played like he played in Alabama. So what's to say if they sign him to another 4-year contract, he goes back to the old Najee for the first 3 years and turns it on again in year 4?
I don't think no one on this show is arguing that they sign him to a 4-year deal, especially because I think the price on him is going up, Dave. So maybe you're arguing with Adrian and not us, but I think right now it looks like they missed the boat on the 5th-year option. That's all.
I would like to sign him to a 2-year deal. So worst case, the second of the 2 years, he turns it on again.
So would you sign him to a 2-year, $20 million deal today if you could?
I'm not that smart, but I would consider it.
I would not do that.
Because I think that's what it would cost to do something like that. Might even be more.
I would not do that.
Josh Jacobs got 12. He's a little bit better than Naji, but it's also a year later, and the salary cap has gone up.
I will draft a running back next year and thank Najee Harris for his time and feel just fine about it.
What would he need to do to get you to change your mind? Is there anything?
I don't know. Average 200 yards a game down the stretch.
No, but I think even then you would say he's priced himself out and he's going to be so expensive off of that great year.
Yeah, so actually there's really nothing. Once the 5th-year option was declined and this was the year he was coming back, the die was cast, Pony.
All right, topics on the table right now for you. Najee Harris, a running back, did get paid in Carolina today, got $8 million a year. Should the Steelers regret not giving him the 5th-year option? The last caller just called in to rip him. Where are you on it? 412-928-9370. ESPN naming Mike Tomlin its Coach of the Year at the halfway point. How do you feel about Tomlin right now? 412-928-9370. And would you sign up to be the 5 seed? That's where NFL.com has the Steelers right now. That's their prediction. Would you take that right now if it was offered to you? 412-928-9370. Plus in 3 minutes, Steve Palazzolo from the 33rd team joins us. But first, a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Thursday Night Football, you can listen to the game right here on 93.7 The Fan. Cincy and Baltimore kickoff at 8:15. The NFL on Westwood 1 coverage starts at 7:30. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 93.7thefan.com. Pony.
You know, I watch Thursday Night Football every week, but I'd be lying to you if I said this one didn't capture my full attention. Other games, I might be toggling things and watching two things at once. No, it gets big TV and undivided attention tonight for the Bengals and Ravens. Baltimore a 6-point favorite against Cincinnati. The Bengals lost this first matchup in overtime. They can't afford to lose another one. And so I'll be watching and I'll be betting on Cincinnati +6 in this game because I think they can win the game outright. And right now, new customers can get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins on FanDuel. That's FanDuel.com/Andrew. $5 to win $150 in bonus bets. You just have to make a winning bet on this game tonight on America's #1 sportsbook. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. For sound line real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is knowledgeable bonus bets which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Malsey.
Thanks, Pony. Shorkey Mitsubishi, North Hills. Mitsu by the Mall is your place to go right now. Tim Ferrara, the general manager, and his team waiting to put you in the Mitsu that fits you, waiting to find that Mitsubishi, the perfect model, color, whatever it might be. Thank you, Donnie. We can hear you right now. Yes, very good, good. No, you know what the best thing is? The deals you're going to get at Shorkey Mitsubishi right now on Outlanders, 2025 Outlander hybrids. You can lease one of those starting at $319 a month for 39 months. How about 2024 Outlanders? Check this out, 0% financing for 48 months. You wanted 2024 Eclipse Cross, 0% financing on those for 48 months as well. Right now, when you get Mitsubishi, what are you getting? You're getting style, you're getting features, you're getting peace of mind, you're getting safety, all-wheel drive, and then the peace of mind, 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty. They've got Western Pennsylvania's best inventory. That's why you've got to go see them. Shorkey Mitsubishi, North Hills, Mitsu by them all, and online, ShorkeyMitsubishi.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Mainly clear tonight, the low 40.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Your local Staples store has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. Save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
Traffic is starting to build up on 28. You'll see delays heading both directions between the North Side and 31st Street. I'm Kyle Fronizer.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Gutter Helmet. Protect your home now and avoid costly damage with Gutter Helmet. Call 888-5HELMET.
Fall into savings with Gutter Helmet. Save 50% off installation and enjoy 0 down, 0 payments for 1 year. Don't risk costly water damages. Gutter Helmet guarantees clog-free gutters for life. Call 888-5HELMET or visit gutterhelmet.com for your no-cost free estimate today.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Guy just showed up here at the Rivers wearing the most janky-ass Le'Veon Bell jersey I've ever seen in my life. That thing isn't even close. That you can't even call that a replica jersey, Chris. He's sitting down at the other side of the bar.
It looks like a long-sleeve T-shirt.
But it's got the sleeve decals, and it has a Bell number 26
I don't even think it's trying to be a Le'Veon Bell.
Then what is it?
Like a long-sleeve jersey?
Then now he's lighting up a cigarette.
Unless that's like a turtleneck underneath it that he's wearing that's also black.
You showed me an interesting Le'Veon Bell DM before the show today.
It was sent to me in a Steelers group chat, and I was scratching my head. That is for sure.
They'd each their own.
Oh, yeah. It was in context of something else he said. His actions would suggest some hypocrisy, and that's all I can say about it.
2:17, time to get to Tom Fridays for Juicy Steaks.
2:17, what are we doing, time traveling here?
Mountain Time Zone, Juicy Steaks, meats, and more. 4:17. Malsey, I'm battling this cold. If I don't get a tea...
Do you want me to do these these little...
If I don't get a tea in the next hour and 45 minutes, I don't know if I'm going to make it.
You've already had 2. What, is it a life or death matter now?
I think so. Steve Palazzolo, 33rd team, our guest. We got to ask him about the Commanders because this is a great matchup. And he's obviously tracked them all year and followed the Jaden Daniels story. Steve, as an off-topic question regarding Daniels, I ranked these guys earlier in the show. Best rookie quarterback season of the last 20 years. Who would you give that top billing to?
Oh, man, last 20 years? I mean, yep. RG3's up there. Russell Wilson's up there. Justin Herbert, was he that good? in 2020?
He has the most touchdown passes, but if you're basing things on just touchdowns to interceptions, you really don't know ball.
No, and I know ball, so I would never do such things. RG3 and Russell Wilson come to mind. What am I missing from recent history?
I put Ben number 1 from 04.
Oh, yeah, when he was throwing the ball like 12 times a game.
They went 15-1.
I made that same point to him, Steve. I said these guys might not have been able to deal with the physical stuff he had to deal with, but he was being asked to throw the ball very infrequently.
Steve's a little bitter because Ben ended that Patriots all-time winning streak in 04. That's all. That's just
true.
Steve,
Pats got him in the playoffs, though.
Yes, they did. One of the coldest days in Heinz Field history.
Steve,
your question, Mulsey?
What has Jaden Daniels done specifically? Like, forget about going 7-2 so far. What about his game has maybe surprised and also impressed you the most thus far?
I'm definitely most impressed by decision-making, accuracy, and then he's got a unique style. I mean, I really think he might be the best scrambling quarterback in the NFL. And you got to hear me right on this. A scramble is a passing play, right? So running on a pass play, not running generally. I think Lamar Jackson's the best running quarterback in the NFL. I think Jaden Daniels might have the best feel for when to take off, and when he does, making it a productive play. And some of those games where he was completing 80% of his passes or better, it was almost like, hey, if I'm not going to force a pass, I'm not going to force a throw. If it's not there, I can just go pick up 7. I can go pick up 11. And so he is a dynamic scrambler. His acceleration's outstanding in the pocket. I think it helps break perspective when you're a pass rusher. So that's been, I think, most impressive to me is Daniels taking care of the ball, not forcing the issue, and then because he's not forcing the issue, he'll just take off and run. And there's just not a lot of negative plays in this Washington offense because of how efficient he's been.
Steve, Chuba Hubbard got a contract extension from the lowly Panthers today. In hindsight, should the Steelers have picked up Naji's 5th-year option?
I mean, I think I'm less – I hate the running back stuff less now, I think, because of the cap moving. As long as the rest of the cap situation's okay. I don't necessarily think that I would in hindsight, but, the Chuba Hubbard deal and some of these other deals I think are becoming less hateful, I would say, as the cap expands and teams aren't really up against it the way they're building their teams. So I'm indifferent on Naji. I love the way he's running right now, though.
Same.
So maybe there's a little bit of regret.
Yeah, I'm not really regretting anything, Steve, because they could find somebody in what is a very deep running back class in the middle rounds next year and probably have him do the same
Like, who was the guy you liked? The Iowa player.
I named Iowa, Oklahoma State, either one of the Ohio State backs if either of them falls. I mean, even if you
it's a loaded running back class, absolutely. So I think,
and they're all built like Harris. Most of them, they're all like 6 foot, 6'1", 225.
When did you become an expert on the running backs in the 2025 draft, Mulsey?
I don't know. I do my homework for a sports talk show that we perform together.
And what's the guy from Iowa's name again?
Some dude.
Thank you.
Johnson.
Yes, Caleb
sure,
Johnson.
We could Johnson, Smith. I don't know. Could be anything.
Williams.
Speaking of Williams, what do you expect out of Mike Williams on this roster?
I mean, I am guilty of always thinking the upside name player, like an Allen Robinson.
Same. We're the same. We're the same way, Steve. I'm just like that too.
Oh my gosh, like my guilty pleasure. Give me the guy who used to be good. So, Mike Williams, I think there's potential there. I mean, he was clearly not on the same page as Aaron Rodgers. That sometimes is just oil and water sometimes. Rodgers wants them to run the red line, and they're not reading the blitz the same way. And Rodgers is very particular. And for whatever reason, it didn't work out. I think Mike Williams can still play a little bit. He can still go up and get it. And if the goal is, hey, catch a couple deep balls from Russ, catch a couple back shoulders, be a red zone threat, I think there's something there. And, you get a compliment to Pickens and Freiermuth in the middle in the run game. I think it's a very good buy low by the Steelers because the payoff could be really strong.
All right, how about Preston Smith, who we were stunned when that trade happened because it didn't make sense to us that Green Bay would deal a guy that started all 9 games this year. Come to find out, he requested a trade. So he got the Mike Tomlin, we want volunteers, not hostages treatment by the Packers. What are the Steelers getting in him, Steve?
Yeah, it's an interesting move for the Steelers because obviously with they're loaded with T.J. Watt, Alex Highsmith, and then when Nick Herbig's healthy,
you love Herbig.
Oh, I love Herbig so much. I mean, he's the best pass rusher on the team. How can you not love him? Preston Smith gives you some depth. And I can't help but remember what happened to the Dolphins down the stretch as they went into the playoffs last year. All of their edge rushers got hurt. They were picking up Melvin Ingram and Justin Houston and, guys that are in year 15 in the NFL. Bruce Irvin, I don't know. They're picking everybody up, off the streets just to go rush the passer against Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs. And I can't help but think this wasn't the reason that the Steelers made the move, but it's the last day you can acquire players, and to sit there and say, hey, we're going to be 4 deep on the edge if we did ever have injury situation or whatever. It's pretty nice edge 4 in Preston Smith, to give you some flexibility there. So he could still play a little bit, and if it's just, hey, go rush the passer 10 to 15 times a game or fill in when needed, it's a pretty good move.
Who's a more dangerous team, assuming each one would get into the AFC playoffs, or which team would be more dangerous to the rest of the AFC if they get in, Steelers or Bengals?
I mean, I think it's the Bengals just because listen, give me a couple more weeks of seeing Russ. I mean, if Russ, he hasn't been a top 5 to 8 quarterback in 4 years, but he does look a little better than he has been the last couple of years. So if he continues to, look a little quicker and makes those downfield throws, maybe it's the Steelers. But right now, Burrow's playing at an MVP level, and the defense has just been that bad. So if the defense can get back on track a little bit in Cincinnati, I think the Bengals are a little scarier because they got those playmakers, they got Burrow, and they can get out there in a shootout against the Bills, the Chiefs, the Ravens, whoever else they have to face.
He's Steve Palazzolo. He's now with the 33rd team. Listen to his Check the Mic podcast with Scottish-born gentleman Sam Monson. Thank you, Steve.
Whoa.
He's not Scottish. He's Irish.
I know. Actually,
What?
I didn't know that.
He's
Irish?
Did you hear Steve's reaction? That's a big faux pas. What the hell's wrong
Why
with you?
do Irishmen hate Scots?
I mean, I think
you got to learn the British Isles. They all hate each other.
Thank
guys.
you.
See
Thank
you,
you,
Steve.
Steve. I actually know this crap.
I didn't know that there was so much animosity there.
Do you know what a unionist is in Northern Ireland?
Yeah.
So you know all that.
Ulstermans?
So they want to be part of, Great Britain.
They are part of Great Britain.
Okay, but then there's the Troubles, all that stuff.
Oh, there's big
Irish
troubles.
Republican Army.
Yeah.
All that stuff. Belfast was a war zone in the 70s.
So do we know if Sam Monson is an Ulsterman or an Irishman?
I think he's just an Irishman.
Oh. So then I didn't
don't
really
think
screw up.
I don't think he's an Ulsterman, my friend. In fact, here's the worst part for
Is that as bad as when people mess up Asian-born people and say
Irish NFL analyst and the Irish flag? What were you doing?
Is that as bad as when you say that someone that is Japanese is Chinese?
Who says that?
No, but you just make it. You screw up. That's all I'm saying.
I think it's a different kind of screw up.
But we're talking about countries that are right next to each other.
I think it would be worse if somebody was from South Korea and you said, "Oh, are you North Korean?" Then the fur is flying.
If we called a Canadian an American, would they be pissed off by that?
Depends on how they feel about America, I think.
Yeah.
Did you know that the official language of the country of Belize in Central America is English?
I did not know that.
English-speaking Central American country, Chaluch. Yeah,
What?
do not. Yeah, Sam Monson.
Sorry,
Irish
Sam.
NFL analyst.
Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Donnie's segment is next as the football debrief, the biggest football topic of the day, but first a headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt football back at it Saturday night, 8 p.m. against Virginia. You can listen to that game right here on 93.7 The Fan. Coverage starts at 5 p.m. You can also listen on your Odyssey app. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. The Steel Mill Saloon in Mount Washington, my new favorite spot in the city. Hey, guys, it's Donnie Football. Happy hour is on now. It runs from 3:30 until 6:30, and the kitchen goes until almost midnight. An awesome menu for everyone, several vegan options to choose from. Get some friends, head up to the Steel Mill Saloon. They have space for any party or event you may have. And the view tops it off, located right across from the Duquesne Incline, giving you the best sight of the Pittsburgh city skyline. The Steel Mill Saloon. Meet me there in Mount Washington.
Pony and Muller here. Mike and Mike's Beer Bar is a big fan of us. In fact, he gave us our own beer. Okay, well, kind of. Each month, Mike picks a local beer that we call the Fan Beer of the Month. November's Beer of the Month is Cinderland Squish. a hyper-crushable house pale ale. And the charity of the month is Adventures in Training with a Purpose.
And if you don't like the fan beer of the month, or you just don't like us, Mike has 4 other beers on tap that you can select, and he will make a donation to the charity. Check out the fan beer of the month at Mike's Beer Bar.
Meet me at Mike's.
A trial is 99% preparation, and nobody prepares better than us. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
Xfinity here. How can we help?
Hi, my entire family's obsessed with all things Wicked, but my kids can't stop watching the trailer, and now they're having a Wicked-themed sleepover. Do you think our internet can handle all of the streaming and memeing going on?
Well, we've engineered our Xfinity gateways to handle hundreds of devices at once, so they can all stay magically connected.
Wow. Are you a wizard?
I wish. No, just someone that won't let a bad connection burst your internet bubble.
Now through November 12th, get thrillifyingly fast 300 megabit Xfinity internet with unlimited data included for just $30 a month for 12 months with no annual contract. Go to Xfinity.com to learn more. Keep the magic going from your screen to the big screen. And see Wicked, only in theaters November 22nd. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless plan to auto start bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Currently $90 a month. Actual speeds vary.
Welcome to Staples.
Help! My family's in for the holidays and I need gift ideas.
That's why we're here. Staples has amazing deals on everything you need. Photo gifts, laptops, and gaming systems. Even custom holiday cards and shipping solutions to send gifts to the family that can't make it.
Perfect! Have anything for Uncle Frank? I love him, but the guy is never quiet.
Noise-canceling headphones. For you.
You get it.
Unwrap huge holiday savings at Staples. And right now at Staples, save up to $350 on select computers. Ends 11/16, in-store only.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Okay, let's go, come on! Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Foley and Muller, live and local, just like Mike's.
Debrief time brought to you by the Steel Mill Saloon in Mount Washington. That means at 4:30 every day. Donnie catches us up on whatever the biggest football story is, in his opinion, plus he previews the big Whitfield playoff game that he'll be working Friday night for our sister station, KDK 100.1 FM and 1050 AM. Don?
10 what?
Man, you're all over the place today.
What did I say?
You said 1050 AM. That's not what it is.
What is it again?
1020.
It's the oldest radio station in the country, and you're a giant nerd who loves history.
Malsey, I need tea. My voice is on fire.
Do you want to leave?
No,
I'll finish the show
I'll
myself.
be fine. I can do it.
Can you?
Yes.
I'm calling that into question right now with some of these little clerical errors.
You said that the Steelers need to draft the running back, and you had no idea what the guy's name was, and you got the audacity to call me out right now for getting a...
I just took the screen down. I had all the list in front of me.
Anyways, Donnie, sorry about what's going on here.
Tell me what's happening, Donnie, on the Donnie Football Debrief here on 98.5 The Fan.
The debrief, November 7, 2024. Before we get to the high school stuff, unfortunately a sad note in the football world, college football world, I guess more specifically. And I kind of wonder what this guy's availability would be tonight because he's in the Thursday night football broadcast booth with Al Michaels. That is Kirk Herbstreit, who becomes the busiest man in America when it hits football season. Everybody has been enthralled by his dog Ben, that has pretty much joined him at every single broadcast for the last handful of years.
He's a trained service or emotional. He was a trained service or emotional support dog. I think he got that certification. He'd hang out in the booth and just lay beneath Herbstreit's feet while he was standing. Yeah, he was a fixture.
Yeah, they discovered today that Ben, who they already knew Ben had cancer, it spread through his organs, and they had to put him down. He put that post out there right before you guys left for the casino around 1:20. So that's one that's hitting people, I think, in the feels a good bit because that dog Ben became a fan favorite to people. And I think you could tell how close Kirk was to to Ben over the last few years especially.
It sucks. We've not had to say goodbye to either of our dogs, and hopefully don't have to for many years, but my mother-in-law had a very old dog that was still, like, frisky enough to have some energy, but was clearly just fading and not in very good shape at all. That sucks, even when the dog's, like, 17 years old.
He brought something up, though, that I have very, very mixed feelings on. Very mixed feelings because of what you just said, in that you get these emotional attachments with animals. They become part of your family. You love them like they're one of your offspring. Like
Correct.
You.
Yes.
I think about that sometimes with our dogs. I watch the way my daughter interacts with them and the way she talks to them, and I'm like, this is really going to suck when they're no longer a part of our family because of
they're dogs. They live
their
like
lifespans.
A fourth or a fifth of the lifetime we live.
Yes. The mixed feelings come in here. Donnie said, I wonder about Herbstreit's availability for tonight.
He's got to be on the air.
I mean,
Donnie, I know that sounds crass, and I know he was very close to that dog. It's his job that he's getting paid millions
that's
to
a
do.
big spot there. I mean,
the day that my mother-in-law's dog had to be put to sleep, everybody else in the family, everyone worked. Like, I worked.
I mean, Brett Favre went out there and had the game of his life hours after his dad passed away. I mean, he's got to work Thursday night football. We can't have, Andrew Whitworth in the booth or Richard Sherman pulling double duty or Ryan Fitzpatrick.
Do we know that he is working?
I don't know. I haven't seen anything about it.
I know it sounds like crass, but like it would be completely different if it was Kirk Herbstreit, one of his kids, his wife. Obviously, I would not expect him to work. But they knew the dog was sick. Any vet will tell you if your dog is that sick, it's actually a merciful thing to put them to sleep. Like, it's time. I think you got to.
I'll say this, I give Herbstreit a pass for not having his A game tonight. I mean, if he's off his game.
Yes, but be there. It might also help him, Pony.
I agree.
To be doing a thing that he's used to doing.
But then maybe he starts to think about all his travels with the dog. The dog is usually right next to me.
Yes, I understand that, but I think wouldn't you want to be around like your friends, the team on the broadcast crew that probably knew the dog? I'd want to be around familiar people. I wouldn't want to just be wallowing in it tonight.
Do they do one of those things going to break?
Like a montage of Ben the dog
and
pictures?
Then like a picture of him with the year he was born.
Like the black screen behind him?
And the year he died, and then I think they do.
So let me ask you something. Would it be like too cutesy or
with
whatever?
Like the piano music in the background?
If they just did, and Ben was a good boy.
And then they went to break.
Yeah. Like if Michaels just...
I don't think so. Here's the reason why I don't think... Well, so Michaels does it, or because I don't think Herbstreit would be able to get through it. I think
that's what I mean. If Michaels, see, I don't know if Michaels is a softie like that. I think if you had like a Tirico or somebody that can handle any situation, they'd say, and we'll miss him. He was our friend.
I think Al Michaels is a dog lover. I think Michaels.
How do you know that Michaels isn't a vegetable lover?
Well, yeah, I don't.
So you think a more meat and potatoes guy would be more of a dog guy?
I think Al Michaels. I think Michaels loves the fact that this dog was around their broadcast.
Can you imagine if Musburger was doing it? It'd say, and you know what? The Vegas over-under was 2.5 months, and that dog lived 10 years. We hit the over. He would say something.
Oh, I bet he had. Well, do you think that did the dog live long enough that it would have overlapped when Musburger and Herbstreit did games together?
How long ago was that?
How long do golden retrievers live?
I think the dog was. So Herbstreit said we were great. We were lucky to have had the last 10 years with you. I don't know if they got him as a puppy or if they rescued him when he was already.
Well, wait a minute. I think Herbstreit was still. I mean, I think Musburger was still doing games in like 2015.
But was Herbstreit taking the dog on the road with him that long? I think that was a more recent development. Last couple of years.
But I thought you couldn't teach an old dog new tricks. I mean, if you were
like
going to make him a service dog, you would have had to train him very early on to do that.
Well, he's not a service dog. I think he was emotional support. I think there's a different level of certification there. Can you imagine my dog Lance as an emotional support dog, just barking his head off like an idiot and everything?
I just can't. So, like, a 7-year-old dog starts going to classes and gets a certification, Chris?
I think a couple of my buddies who cover college football researched this a little bit. I'd have to go back and read the stories.
They researched it because they were so enamored with Herbstreit's dog?
They did, like, a big feature about, like, the story about, like, when it all happened. I don't think they were, like, going to the veterinarian or, like, going to the service training and, like, saying, hey, give me the records.
I mean, Lassie's been off the air for about 50 years. I mean, it's starting to sound like this might have been the most famous dog in America.
Oh boy, the most famous dog in America. More famous than Biden's dogs kept biting people. They had to send them home.
Okay, so they're out.
There's got to be a more famous dog than that.
Name one. That's another thing about American television. There's no more shows about dogs.
Is Air Bud, even though those movies are
Those
very
dogs
old,
are so dead. Come on,
obviously,
man.
but just the memory of Air Bud. Okay, Muhammad Ali, even after death,
I'm talking about dogs that are alive right now. This dog, or I guess he's not alive right now, but up until
earlier today.
Kirk Herbstreit's dog Ben, to Donnie's point, had captivated America. Donnie said he enthralled Americans.
I don't know of another dog. I can't name another one. What the hell was this supposed to be about? Donnie had two things, and the first one just absolutely got hijacked by
Well, the second thing is the big high school football game that he's got going on tomorrow night.
The biggest of the big tomorrow night. TJ and Aliquippa, baby.
I'm just going to say this right off the bat. I'm openly and strongly rooting for Aliquippa.
Well, we know that this show has always been a pro Aliquippa show.
I know. What are we doing at
We love the
TJ with the blonde hair?
Is that what they did?
They do the blonde hair. They all try to be like Yvonne Drago. It's a very good program. Chirpak's got it going.
I like when teams do that for unity. They shave their heads. They dye their hair. I kind of like that stuff. You don't like that?
They just look like the villain in a Disney movie about a hockey team.
They look like the kids in Karate Kid.
They look like a bunch of Oli Matas.
Good. I mean, I'm not going to root for him. I want Aliquippa. No offense, Thomas Jefferson, but I got a soft spot for the Quips.
Aliquippa mops him.
I've heard. I don't know. I'm very worried about that.
I am concerned about it, though.
I've heard things about that game that have me thinking if there was a line posted on it, I'd probably bet Thomas Jefferson.
Inside information.
Yeah.
Tremendous.
I can't.
Information wins.
I've literally been sworn to secrecy. I can't say anything more about it.
Well, you've been sworn to secrecy, but I'm also aware of it.
Of the secrecy?
Of the secrecy and of what the information is.
Yeah. Donnie, are you allowed to share the information?
No.
No.
Would you get taken off the assignment if you shared the information?
Well, I don't know. I guess we'd have to find out, but I would rather not do that.
Yeah, I'm not going to ask you to do it. But
another tweet about Pony's voice. Wow, Donnie was able to get RFK Jr. during the debrief during election week. What a get by the football guy. Unbelievable. You're getting clobbered for this voice.
I haven't had a tea in 2 hours, and I said if I didn't get a tea.
You need a lozenge, for God's sake.
Malsey, I got an entire pocket full of lozenges.
And you haven't
over
eaten
here.
one yet because I feel like you think that would click and clack on the air.
I do it during breaks.
So you sound like you woke up this morning and gargled a broken shot glass.
I told you, the sore throat woke me up. That's happened one other time in my life. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevy. Thank you for the debrief, Donnie. Low of 43 degrees. Coming up next, we got a football game on the Fan with coverage starting at 7:30 between the Bengals and Ravens. Doug Whaley, the former Steelers front office man, said something about this game this morning that had me aghast. Yes, let's see if you agree with the crazy take or you agree with me, the man that is known for common sense takes on this station.
Beg your pardon?
Yep, when we come back. Quick timeout, then a long commercial-free segment, but first here's Malsey.
Yeah, it is me, your pal Malsey for the Bet Parks online casino and sportsbook app. They have got you covered for whatever it might be. Black and gold football, pro hoops, Pitt College football, Pens, hockey, and more. And even if your team doesn't score, there's always another way to win on the Bet Parks app. Play all your favorite casino games like blackjack, craps, poker, roulette, and the hot online slots like Peaky Blinders and Breaking Bad, both based on those popular shows. Pens hockey tonight on the road, Carolina. Saturday, you got college football as well. Pitt, 7-point favorite. They are hosting Virginia. Pro football Sunday, black and gold, 2.5-point dogs at Washington. Over-under total there, 45 points. Bet more than the score with pro football. Bet player performances for touchdowns, passing, rushing yards, interceptions, and more. New users, download the BetParks online casino and sportsbook app and get up to $1,000 casino bonus back if you're down in the first 24 hours. Casino bonus must be wagered. See betparks.com for details. Must be 21 and in PA, New Jersey, Michigan, Maryland, or Ohio. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Weather Seal. Get to WeatherSealHomeservices.com today.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute. It just keeps getting better and better for Jera and the Cowboys. And by better and better, of course, I mean worse and worse. The big bomb yesterday came from Jane Slater. She posted, quote, as the Cowboys weigh in on Dak Prescott's IR status, sources tell me the initial diagnosis is a partial avulsion of his hamstring tendon, which is partially torn off the bone. I'm Jim Rome.
Hey, sports fans, if you're not calling John Anthony, you're simply missing out. To prove it, and release your Thursday Night Report absolutely free on recorded message line. 1-800-244-5506. Cincinnati at Baltimore tonight is going to be a monster game. I've got the side and total. Cincinnati-Baltimore confirmed analysis plus hoops and college football. That's 5 big plays. John Anthony has you covered. I love to sweep the board. Call now. They're free on recorded message. 1-800-244-5506. Information wins. John Anthony Sports is number 1 against the spread. 1-800-244-5506. You want the information? I've got it. Cincinnati, Baltimore, plus college football, hoops, and special prop action. I love to go 5-0 this season for you. 1-800-244-5506. That's 1-800-244-5506. Or go to johnanthonysports.com.
Sponsored by JFSR Group.
O'Reilly! Check engine light on? Take the guesswork out of your check engine light with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free and provides a report with solutions based on over 650 million vehicle scans verified by ASE certified master technicians. And if you need help, we can recommend a shop for you. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Hothead, let's bring the nail gun over here.
Jose stands tall atop his sustainable flooring company.
Totally. It's renewable and moisture resistant, but we have several green options too. Or we got some beautiful reclaimed oak.
But floored by his success, he needs to hire more installers.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Put our matching platform to work so you can spend less time searching and more time connecting with talented candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
What's that sound? That's the sound of Downy Unstoppable scent beads going into your washing machine and giving your clothes freshness that lasts all day long. There it is again. It's like music to your ears, or more like music to your nose. That freshness is irresistible. Let's get a Downy Unstoppables bottle shake. And now a sniff solo. Nice. With Downy Unstoppables, you just toss, wash, wow, for all-day freshness.
It's time to find out who was in the zone. Presented by AutoZone. Missing 4 of his offensive starters, Cincinnati's franchise QB dominated the passing game on his way to another MVP caliber performance. He racked up 250 yards and 5 touchdowns with completions to 8 different pass catchers, willing his squad to a victory that keeps them in the hunt for the playoffs. In the Zone is brought to you by AutoZone. Get in the zone. AutoZone.
Feel the energy. Hellman Electrical Associates. Highly trained staff that specializes in cutting-edge, high-end electrical services. From residential, commercial, industrial, to design-build needs. Hellman Electric does it all.
At Giant Eagle, we know nothing saves you more money than free. So we're giving away free turkeys for your Thanksgiving feast. When you shop your neighborhood Giant Eagle October 17th through November 9th, you'll be earning your way to a free turkey to bake, roast, fry, smoke, grill, carve, and serve. Just spend $300 or more to earn your free turkey. Must scan Giant Eagle loyalty card. Redeem November 10th through 30th. Restrictions apply. Visit gianteagle.com/free turkey for details.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel, Rodden, and Breslin attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case. Now everybody want to be your friend. Like, where were y'all when I got into my accident and I needed help? Remember when my electric got cut off? Remember when I ain't have money to pay the rent? When I asked y'all for help? What y'all say? I ain't got it. Now you know that top dollar coming. You know I called Top Dog. The check is on the way. And ain't none of y'all getting nothing. You know what I went through. When I asked y'all for help, where were y'all? Not there. By myself. I did that. It was a medical malpractice and a car accident. I was hurt really bad. Now I got the money back. Any accident.
Accidents don't happen on a schedule. They don't check to make sure it's between the hours of 9 and 5, and neither does Edgar Snyder & Associates. They're available if you're hurt at 10 p.m., 1 a.m., or on a Sunday. That's right, they're there for you 24/7. So if you've been injured and have legal questions, don't do late night searching and scrolling looking for answers. Just call Edgar Snyder and Associates at 1-800-94-EDGAR or head to www.edgarsnyder.com to chat online. The consultation is free, and as they always say, there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunk Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on two wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
Hey, sports fans, if you're not calling John Anthony, you're simply missing out. To prove it, I'm releasing your Thursday night report absolutely free on recorded message line. 1-800-244-5506. Cincinnati at Baltimore tonight is going to be a monster game. I've got the side and total. Cincinnati-Baltimore confirmed analysis plus hoops and college football. That's 5 big plays. John Anthony has you covered. I love to sweep the board. Call now. They're free on recorded message. 1-800-244-5506. Information wins. John Anthony Sports is #1 against the spread. 1-800-244-5506. You want the information? I've got it. Cincinnati, Baltimore, plus college football, hoops, and special prop action. I love to go 5-0 this season free. 1-800-244-5506. That's 1-800-244-5506. Or go to johnanthonysports.com.
Sponsored by JFSR Group.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. So at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited talk, text, and data for $30 a line when you buy 2. That's just $60 a month for 2 unlimited lines. So if you're 50 and up, make the switch and save. Come on, you've earned this. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today. Requires 2 lines of service, age validation, and credit approval, subject to system and area limits, taxes, and other fees apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Getting ready for more rain and longer nights? We've got you. Right now, you can earn up to $25 in bonus rewards when you buy 2 Sylvania Silver Star Ultra bulbs and 2 Rain-X Quantum Elite wiper blades. More rewards and better visibility at America's #1 lighting destination, AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Offer valid for AutoZone Rewards members. Restrictions apply.
Cheerleaders is Pittsburgh's premier gentleman's club and sports bar. As soon as you arrive, you can feel the energy of the Cheerleaders experience. Cheerleaders is a 5-star kitchen that stays open late. Cheerleaders has been voted Pittsburgh's #1 gentleman's club 12 of the last 13 years. Cheerleaders now is Taco and Tequila Tuesdays, $2 tacos, $2 Coors Light bottles, $2 tequila drinks till midnight, and 2-for-1 private dances. Come see the most electrifying showdown of the year, Friday, November 15th. Mike Tyson versus Jake Paul, only at Cheerleaders.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
I'm personal injury attorney Joe George from LGKG. Our success motto is simple: care, listen, fight, and deliver. As Western Pennsylvania injury attorneys for more than 90 years, LGKG's core beliefs will never change. If you're injured in an accident, let us help. LGKG.com, LGKG, your home team.
We all want more. More laughs, more hangouts, more, this is the best takeout ever. Excuse me. But if you're 75 or older or 60 or older with certain health conditions, you've also got more risk of getting seriously sick from RSV. But an RSV vaccine lowers your risk, so you can keep doing more of the stuff you love.
Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. Risk less. Do more. Get started at vaccines.gov.
Football season is in full swing, and the deals at Tri-State Office Furniture are just heating up. Whether you're refreshing your workspace before the holidays or preparing for the new year, we've got the inventory and expertise to inspire your best work. Enjoy free design services and up to 45 days of storage, so your furniture is ready when you are. Our project management team will handle every detail from delivery to installation for a hassle-free experience. Visit our showroom, check us out online at tristateofficefurniture.com, or give us a call, 412-771-0760. Tri-State Office Furniture, the best in the business.
Nicholas Harry Callis here from the Fan Morning Show. Week 1 on Awaken 180, lost 21 pounds. Then through week 2, I got a little compulsive, got really stressed about continuing to drop weight. I started weighing myself every day. Turns out, I didn't lose a single pound in my second week. Didn't gain anything either, but didn't lose any weight. Here's where the Awaken 180 difference comes in. Because I spoke with my coach, Natalie, and she helped me focus on some things. 1, don't get so stressed. Stress is bad. My body's clearly adjusting to the program, and she made sure that I knew that. Secondly, I actually wasn't eating enough. I got so stressed and so busy that I forgot to fit in extra veggies and healthy fats that I should have been eating. What kind of program encourages you to eat more often? Yeah, Awaken 180. What program has supportive and knowledgeable coaches? Awaken 180. Do what I'm doing now. Do what Chris Smaller, Donnie Football, Paul Alexander, and what 23,000 others have done. Choose the solution for weight loss. Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Go online for a consultation at awaken180weightloss.com. That's awaken180weightloss.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Delays are starting to build up on the inbound side of 28. You'll see congestion from Millvale all the way through the north side. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7, the fan.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Ravens and Bengals tonight on the Fan, 7:30 is when the pregame coverage starts. Baltimore trying to tie the Steelers in the AFC North. With a win, they'd get to 7-3. Bengals with a win get back to 500. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, live from a rockin' Rivers Casino Sportsbook, it's Pony and Muller.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
In my opinion, because they've had such success against the Ravens, I'd rather knock the Bengals out. Don't give them any chance of life, because if you got Joe Burrow or Lamar Jackson, I'm more scared of Burrow, even though the defense is there. And now Lamar Jackson and King Henry, I see that, but let's eliminate one and make it a 2-horse race.
15-minute mark on the Fans, brought to you by Southfields Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. I'm sorry for my voice. We've got people texting or tweeting in to say I sound like John F. Kennedy.
Robert F. Kennedy
Or Robert
Jr.
F. Kennedy.
Both
Jr.
of whom are dead, the first two. So you're 0 for 2 on naming living Kennedys to start with. This is incredible by you in every way.
How about Ted Kennedy?
Also dead. You don't really bring him up in Pittsburgh sports radio. That can usually go sideways.
How about DJ Kennedy?
Still alive. Shenley's finest. Him,
Might be listening. Good kid.
Onion Bryant, DeJuan Blair, DeAndre Kane, Greg Blair, things of that nature.
Anyways, I'm trying to get over this cold. I thought I was. Now it's back, and it's worse than before. And thankfully, John here at the Rivers brought me tea. If anybody else could come over to the sports book and bring me a tea, that would be terrific. I think the other problem is I haven't had caffeine for so long that now it's a double craving of tea, because I not only want my voice and my throat to feel better, I also want the caffeine. It's almost like a Starkey complex.
Isn't most tea decaffeinated, though?
I don't think so.
So this has gotten you rehooked on caffeine, too.
I feel that right now.
So now you're going to
coursing through my
focus
veins.
extra mental energy on not getting hooked back on caffeine.
Yeah.
Do you think you were a better version of yourself off caffeine?
I mean, as I say this, it makes people are thinking you're treating caffeine like heroin, and I get that, but I've been off caffeine for 2 years.
And you feel like you're a better person off of it?
Well, yeah, because I was so addicted to it, I was drinking 7 or 8 cups of coffee a day.
You know who does that in our building? Dunlap.
Yeah,
he drinks like 12, I think.
I think he drinks hot beverages with meals. So instead of having a glass of water
well,
or
that's
something.
normal at breakfast time. Here's a cup of coffee
Fair
with
enough.
breakfast. But, like having, like, a cup of hot tea with
We're having steak and potatoes for dinner, and he has a espresso with it.
Piping cup of hot water.
Yeah. No, I think it's just coffee. I don't think he does tea at all.
Man, dude.
I know.
You must love hot beverages then.
Speaking of people over at AM, thoughts with Jermichael Finley, the longtime producer there, former Packers tight end who had his gallbladder removed. My wife had her gallbladder removed last December and said the pain of the gallbladder was worse than childbirth. Yeah.
Wait, like having it removed, like the post-surgical pain?
No, the pain before it had to get removed.
Did she at least
dealing with the inflamed gallbladder?
I wouldn't even know what was hurting. I would just assume it was a worst-case scenario. Gallbladder's pretty minor as those things
She said
go.
she couldn't get comfortable no matter what position she was in. It felt like her body was getting, like, ripped out.
That wigs
the
me out.
insides
Like
were getting
that,
pulled out.
the old appendix potentially rupturing. Didn't then Jermichael Finley also have, like, a bile duct blockage, too?
I don't know if we can get into that. Only thing he gave me permission to share was the gallbladder.
He's had to have some work done, but I know he's come out of it on the other side, good to go. So we wish him a speedy recovery.
What is Whaley talking about here with this? You root for the Ravens to keep pace with the Steelers in the AFC North.
He wants this game to be an eliminator for the Bengals. I disagree with his logic.
I agree 100% with it. Doug, this is now twice this year. I look at a man that has run football teams, and I say, what has happened to your brain?
You just said you agree 100% with it. Do you agree or disagree
I
with
disagree with it 100%.
Donnie, did you hear that too? I'm not trying to get sidetracked again, but I heard agree 100%.
I
actually didn't catch that one.
Okay,
I disagree with him 100% on this.
Yeah, I want the water to be muddier for the Steelers opponents chasing them. I want the Bengals to be 5-5 and the Ravens to be 6-4. Because then if the Steelers win, they're 7-2 and suddenly there's a little breathing room.
Yes.
You've got loss column breathing room. You could
somehow lose to them the next week and
still
not
in first.
Right.
But here's the other part. If the Ravens drop to 6-4 and the Bengals go to 5-5, Bengals still until your game, still 3 games behind you in the loss column. You win this game, which is not unfathomable by any stretch. They're only a 2.5-point dog on the road. Then you're 7-2. Okay, bear with me. You beat the Ravens the next week. You have already split the season series, and they are 3 games behind you in the loss column.
It's one of the dumbest things I've ever heard.
Now, you can say that because Doug would confront you, and you'd be like, Doug, I was just trying to give my honest opinion, and I don't think he'd want to kill you for that. I just don't know why you'd want to eliminate a team that could, by winning, weaken the team that is closest to you while also not strengthening themselves that much relative to your position here. I came out of this thinking I was going to bet the Ravens tonight because I want the Bengals to win, and at least if the Ravens win, I'll get something out of it.
Any of these graphs and charts that you can get online where you plug in results and it shows you how your percentages change by the result of the game. If the Ravens lose, the Steelers' odds to win the division get better. They improve. And Doug's talking about how if the Ravens win, it's a good thing.
No, I disagree with that completely. You think Doug, though? Doug's been doing.
I don't even get the logic of it. There is none.
He's been doing this a while in the air. Do you think he just tossed out some chum in the water? Because Doug is savvy when it comes to that. I think he knows when he says stuff, it makes waves.
Like when he said that they were going to bench Fields for Russell Wilson just to drive down the price of Fields.
He knew that we would talk about it. I want the Bengals to win. Because it just muddies that.
I can't even believe I would have never, ever, ever thought of this as a topic because I thought it was just
maybe that's why
academic. It was just elementary that everybody is rooting for the Bengals tonight.
Maybe we've got somebody out there that wants them further or closer to eliminated from the race because they fear the Tiger.
Donnie, would you like to argue on behalf of Doug Whaley here?
I see where he's coming from.
You do?
I do, yeah. I actually can see where he's coming from.
Is it like Abu Dhabi?
I don't know where the hell he was at this morning. I know he's always yesterday morning. I know he's always in pretty exotic places. But, Malsey, I would think that you could tie yourself to this more than you already have because you have such an affinity for Joe Burrow and the Bengals. So
yeah, but
his mindset of let's not give Burrow
many more chances, put this dude out of his misery. I don't want to see this guy anywhere near the playoffs. A guy that has played like nails in the playoffs, where the other quarterback in tonight's game has looked awful in the playoffs at times and has completely crumbled in the playoffs despite how many MVPs he might have on his shelf. I see where he's coming from.
Yeah,
It sounds like you agree with him is what I'm hearing there.
I think that's a compelling way of framing Doug's argument there, Donnie, like a more compelling way. But I still just like the idea of, for the immediate purposes of trying to win the division, weakening the Ravens, because you still at least have 2 cracks at the Bengals. And for as much as I pumped Joe Burrow's tires here, I think the Steelers are right now a better football team. They are certainly a more complete football team than the Bengals. I think they might be able to score 35 or 38 on Cincy.
Okay, so let's just say this. They get a home game against the Bengals in the playoffs first round, or they have a game against the Ravens. It could be in either building. Playoffs here, which game do you feel better about?
I feel better about the game against the Ravens.
Exactly.
I'd feel better about the game against the Bengals because they always absolutely shoot themselves in the foot when it's the Steelers in the playoffs.
But they haven't with number 9.
They've never played the Steelers in the playoffs with number 9. They have shot themselves in the foot in spectacular fashion in games he started against them in the regular season. 5 turnovers or whatever it was, 4 interceptions.
Well, wait, I mean, your initial argument, though, sounded like because of the sins of Carson Palmer and Andy Dalton, you'd feel good about, or A.J. McCarron.
Yeah, it was an intentionally lazy argument.
What? You're just admitting that you said something that you didn't even believe literally 30 seconds ago?
No, just saying, like, the fact that I was saying that they always step on a rake against the Steelers, it isn't Joe Burrow's fault, it's those other guys' fault.
Okay. But why even bring it up?
Franchise DNA, you know. It might just be hardwired for as long.
Well, yeah, but I feel like the franchise DNA changed with Burrow. I mean, I think, like, we do this all the time when the Pirates play the Cardinals. We just assume if it's a big game, the Cardinals are going to win.
You know what? Tangibly, I actually
Penguins
would feel better
and Capitals
about the
were
Bengals.
like that for a very long time.
Tangibly, I would feel better about playing the Bengals for one reason. As bad as Baltimore's defense has been against the pass, the Bengals' defense is orders of magnitude worse. It is. I mean, it's one of the worst defenses I think I've seen for a team that has a reasonable chance at contending. And so I would take my chances in a shootout there, because here's the other thing. I just think at some point that dam is going to burst when it comes to the Steelers having been able to have good success against Lamar Jackson specifically, and it feels like that might be this year because of the injection of Derrick Henry into that offense.
All right, let's say, though, for just the sake of argument, that the Bengals win this game, okay?
Yeah.
Do you think that they'll split with the Steelers?
Probably.
Okay, so that would give them their 6th loss, even if they win tonight. They would be 5-5 with a win. If they lose one of the 2 games against the Steelers, that's 6 losses.
Yep, 6-6, you just say.
Yeah. Do you think they'll be an underdog against the Chargers on the road in prime time next week?
Probably should be. They'd be a small underdog, but I think they should be.
So that would get them to 7 losses if they lose that game.
Chargers are a hell of a litmus test for them because no one scores on the Chargers. Bengals score on everybody. That would actually be a movable object meets irresistible force.
I'm just saying, like, even if they beat Baltimore, yeah, they look way better at 5-5 than 4-6. But I still don't think it's a slam dunk.
Who else
for
they
them
got?
to make the playoffs.
Chargers and who else? Give me the rest.
At the Cowboys, at the Titans, the Browns, and the Broncos.
I'd probably see them running the table out, though, at that point.
Okay, but you say that, and I get why you say that. But did you just break something?
No, I just knocked something over. I just leaned back in my chair taking a relaxed posture.
You say that because of what we've done for years. They have Joe Burrow, so you give him a shot. They've also lost home games this year to the Patriots, for crying out loud.
That's true. They lost a home game to the Patriots, but they have been spotty and inconsistent.
They just lost to Philly at home by 20 points.
That's more of the telling thing to me. So that's more the telling thing. When I talk about not being as afraid of them as I am of Baltimore, I've seen Baltimore just absolutely roll over some really good teams this year. Now, granted, they've had some bad losses. But when you saw Cincy go up against Philly, feeling like they pretty much needed to win that game, like we got to get ourselves right, Philly waltzed in there. I think Philly is a talented team coached by a guy that just – sometimes I wonder, like, if there's just an animal banging cymbals in Nick Sirianni's head, if you could do the cutout of his brain, like, because he's just asleep at the switch, and they still went in there and rolled Cincy by 20 points.
Matt wanted to tweet me and let me know that I'm actually a bad fan because I said in a FanDuel read that I will have undivided attention on Bengals and Ravens tonight.
And not what?
And that means that I
Canes.
won't have the Penguins and the Hurricanes game on, I guess. And it's my job, he said, to watch the Penguins and Hurricanes game.
No.
I think for the purpose of my job, way more people care about this football game tonight that doesn't even involve the Steelers than they do one of 82 friggin' hockey games.
Obviously, if Sidney Crosby gets to 600 tonight, that will be extremely newsworthy. We'll talk about it. You'll probably have it on your second TV.
He needs to get 2 goals to get there.
I'm aware.
Yes.
My point here
I don't know if Matt is aware of that.
My point here is, what are we going to do tomorrow? Come on the air and be like, could you believe that fourth-line cycle? That they if the game does not yield like a Crosby hat trick in history, man, could you believe how
I love the Penguins as much as I guess I don't love them as much as the next guy because I'm getting called out by this dude, but
it's game of 14? Game 14, I think, of 82.
They play tomorrow night. I'll watch them against the Capitals. I mean, this football game I think is gigantic.
It is. You don't have to justify it.
Apparently, this Matt character, I do.
I mean, Matt sounds to me like and we have these on this show, Jeff in South Park is a hockey fan first and foremost.
I think Jeff in South Park would even say he's going to watch more of Ravens-Bengals tonight. I don't know about that, Chris.
But here's the point about Jeff. He's a hockey fan first, and I think he'll have that hockey game on, but he wouldn't shame you for having the football game on. But we do have some people who are hockey fans first and almost hockey fans only, and I think that's what Matt might be.
I mean, even if the Penguins were my favorite team and the Steelers were second,
there's just
a Bengals-Ravens game.
There's a scarcity of games here.
No doubt.
The NHL season and the NBA season are both just way too long.
Exactly. The thing started before Halloween, and it's going to last until after St. Patrick's Day.
I'm going to be very serious here. If it was Game 14 or whatever for the Penguins, and the season was only 60 games even, so you were a quarter of the way through, I would be much more into it. Because there's just 22 fewer games.
I don't know. Maybe if they were better, Chris, that would help too.
Well, yeah, that's the other thing. Like, people are actually dying to watch this team. I guess it is fun to watch them until they have a 3-1 lead in the third period because then you know it's coming back.
20 minutes away from TRT, Total Request Thursday. You pick the topic at 5:30. Ray Fittipaldo on another Steelers practice as they get ready for the Commanders next. Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates fan text line. Here's the Donnie headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt Hoops in action tomorrow night, 7 p.m. tip at the Pete against Murray State. You can listen to that game right here on 93.7 The Fan. You can also listen on your Odyssey app. Pregame starts at 6:30. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mulsey.
Hey, thanks, Donnie. I want to tell everybody about Shorkey Mitsubishi North Huntington, the place to go right now if you want to get the best inventory in southwest Pennsylvania, just really actually in western Pennsylvania. You want to find the best Mitsubishi inventory around, you go to Shorkey Mitsubishi North Huntington because they've got great deals there. They've got the Mitsu that fits you. They're going to have one that has everything you've been looking for and then some, and they're going to get you the best deal on it. So right now, great lease offers, 2025 Outlander hybrids. You can lease starting at $319 a month for 39 months. How about 2024 Eclipse Crosses? Those are available right now with 0% financing for 48 months. Second verse, same as the first when it comes to 2024 Outlanders. 0% financing on those for 48 months. You can also check out great other offers on 2025 Outlander hybrids as far as looking to buy. If you're not looking to lease, you can get up to $11,000 off MSRP. Either way, you want a new Mitsu, you want the Mitsu that fits you, you want to go to the right place. That's Shorkey Mitsubishi North Huntington and online at ShorkeyMitsubishi.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, these players ain't gonna make themselves. Let's go get it.
The Fan presents The Morning After. Following each and every black and gold game, the guys break down the entire game and talk about what works, today you did and did big, and what didn't. The back ball. Brought to you by Twin Peaks and Robinson Township, Saloni's Italian Bakery, Smale Kia, and Tri-State Office Furniture. The Morning After. Following each and every black and gold game on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Pittsburgh's expert in everything sewer-related, Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining. Need an ASCO dye test? Call Metz. Need a second opinion for a sewer repair? Call Metz. Black and gold hydrojetting with camera special, only $299. Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining, 412-872-4105.
You don't marry someone you can live with. You marry the person you can't live without. This famous quote speaks wonders. Hi, this is Joe Urbanowitz of Urbanowitz Jewelers. For over 40 years, the Urbanowitz family has been helping couples get engaged. We have a huge inventory of designer lines and all the classics. Buying an engagement ring online, sight unseen, can be risky. At Urbanowitz Jewelers, you can see it, touch it, and trust who you're buying it from. Let us help you find the perfect engagement ring for the one you can't live without. Urbanowitz Jewelers in Castee Village and Peters Township.
Is your home ready for the holidays? Beat the holiday rush and call our cleaning heroes at Zero Res. 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at just $129 and take $75 off air duct cleaning. Book online anytime at ZeroResPGH.com.
Wendy's breakfast burrito has an entire breakfast in every bite. Fresh cracked eggs, seasoned potatoes, American cheese, cheese sauce, and sausage or bacon. So the first bite is like fresh cracked American cheese, bacon. And the second bite is like fresh cracked American cheese, bacon. You get the idea. And now, get yours with $1 any size soft drink. Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Price and participation may vary. Not valid in a combo. Exclusions apply.
All right, gentlemen, this is Emmitt Smith on behalf of Depend, and I've got the perfect play. Run straight to your doctor's office for a life-changing catch. Because when prostate cancer is caught early, it's up to 99% treatable, and one blood test might be all it takes. And now through November, Depend is donating to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for select purchases. Talk about a great play.
From September 1st to November 30th, Depend is donating 40 cents to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for Depend Shield Guards, Real Fit products purchased in the U.S. up to a maximum of $300,000 void in Mississippi.
Pittsburgh Regional Transit is now hiring full-time bus drivers. It's a great place to accelerate your career. We offer great pay and terrific benefits like healthcare, paid vacation time, dental, vision, and more. We're even offering a starting bonus for those who qualify. Call 412-566-5162 to pre-register for our upcoming hiring event on Friday, November 15th. Candidates may receive an offer that same day. Go to rideprt.org/careers to learn more. PRT is an equal opportunity employer.
This traffic report brought to you by 4th-generation family-owned Saloni's Italian Bread.
Want a game changer for any tailgate party? Saloni's Italian Bread. The key to any great sandwich, burger, or dog is the bread, and Saloni's is the bread to use. Family-owned in Pittsburgh for over 100 years, Saloni's Bread is the game changer for any Pittsburgh tailgate party.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
5:15 on a Thursday. That means it's time to talk to Steelers insider Ray Fittipaldo, brought to you by LGKG Injury Lawyers. 7 locations in the Pittsburgh region. They'll take your personal injury case personally. LGKG.com. Ray, who are the Steelers rooting for tonight? The Bengals or Ravens?
You know, if it's me, I want the division title in play, and I think if the Ravens take another loss, and then you even look forward, you got the Ravens at home. I mean, they potentially, if they lose tonight and the Steelers beat them, they're 2.5 games ahead of the Ravens. So that's the direction I want to go, but I fully understand the Bengals being a very dangerous team. Don't really want to let a team like that in the playoffs. You'd much rather have a Broncos type of a team there. So I get it, but I want the division title in the higher seed in play in December and January. So that's the way I'm leaning there.
Hey, Ray, just hypothetically, since we're thinking about potential matchups, if you could give Mike Tomlin truth serum and then ask him who would you rather see in a playoff game, the Bengals or the Ravens, who do you think he would say? Rather play against.
Yeah, I mean, that's a hard one, Chris. They've had a lot of success recently against Lamar Jackson. Lamar Jackson his playoff record doesn't scare me. While Joe Burrow obviously has a track record in the playoffs. I mean, I would probably say Bengals just because I don't think their roster is as good overall as the Ravens is, but that's a tough one. Put it this way: as long as Joe Burrow has a healthy T. Higgins and a healthy Jamar Chase, the answer might be the Bengals. But boy, that's a coin flip there.
Ray, in light of the Chuba Hubbard signing, should the Steelers regret not picking up Naji's fifth-year option?
I mean, I don't think they're sitting back and, worrying about the way the Carolina Panthers do business. I mean, that's their prerogative. Other teams are handing out $8 million deals, to their running backs. That's fine. I just don't think.
But I think agents care about that and then use it as leverage for their guys.
Yeah, I totally get it, but I think Jaylen Warren's going to be a restricted free agent next year. Cordero Patterson is under contract. You could always draft a running back. I mean, I get it. Najee Harris is having a really good year. The temptation might be there to go back to him and say, will you come back for this number? But, $8 million a year for a guy who, is going to split carries or split playing time. I don't know. Every team is different. Maybe Hubbard is going to play 75, 80% of the snaps. That's just not the way the Steelers have managed their backfield in recent years.
Ray, how much in the way of snap counts do you expect Mike Williams and Preston Smith to get in this game this Sunday?
Yeah, I think Preston Smith is in a different situation because I don't expect Nick Herbig to play, so I think they're probably cramming with Preston right now, getting him up to speed with the playbook. If Herbig is down, which I expect, would be Jeremiah Moon and Preston Smith, and I think you play each of those guys, 10, 15, 20 snaps, depending on how it goes. The Mike Williams thing, I don't think they're going to work him in a lot. Like, if you look at DeAndre Hopkins' first game, I think he had 2 catches for 29 yards. You saw what happened last week with Deontay. Don't have high expectations for Mike Williams this week. I do think you'll see that grow week to week. If I had to put a number on snap counts this week, if he does dress, I'm going to say 12 to 15.
Ray, do you think that Mike Williams is the wide receiver version of Russell Wilson, meaning Russell Wilson was just a bad fit in Denver, and Mike Williams was just a bad fit in New York and is actually still a really good receiver?
Yeah, I'm sure you guys have heard Williams' interview with us yesterday.
Oh, my God. He went out of his way to bury Aaron Rodgers. It was incredible. We loved it.
Yeah, I was there. I didn't take it as burying him. I just thought it was like truth. Like that's the way he is. He's very detailed, and they could never get on the same page. So
when you say I'm excited to play with a leader and say leader repeatedly, it's hard not to infer that he's bashing his old quarterback who basically didn't want him to practice with the team anymore.
Hey, listen, if Rodgers deserves that, if Mike really feels that way, calling him out, and it's not like Mike Williams is some retread. That guy's
correct.
He's got some pedigree. He's got a couple 1,000-yard seasons under his belt. Yeah, I know. What was the question? I forget what the question was.
No, is he the version of Russell Wilson where they're going to get a lot more out of him than New York did because of the fit?
Yeah, the potential is there. The tough thing for Mike is he's coming off an ACL injury, didn't have a spring or a summer, had that experience in New York, and now you're asking him to come in and learn on the fly here. That's why I'm tempering expectations for him in the early stages. I do think, like Mike said this yesterday, you want to build this. They acquired these guys for the rest of the journey. So if he's not a factor in Week 9, maybe he's a factor in Week 12. Maybe he's a big part of the offense in Week 14, 15, 16 when you really need him and then going into the playoffs.
Ray, what would be, in your opinion, an acceptable last 9 games record for the Steelers? Like, what are you kind of gearing towards? You don't know who's going to get injured, but they go 4-5. Is that good enough over these last 9?
I think 5-4 if you want to be in contention for the North. I think 4-5 if you want to be comfortably in the playoffs.
What do you think they're capable of based on what you've seen so far this year?
I think 5-4 is doable. Those 2 games against the Browns, I know division games, you say maybe you split, but they're trading away half their roster. They should sweep the Browns. And let's say they just split with the Bengals and the Ravens. So that's 4 right there. Then all you got to do over the last couple is beat the one of the 3, the Commanders, the Eagles, or the Chiefs. I think that's really doable. I know things can go in any direction when you're talking about playing the Ravens and the Bengals. None of those are gimmies, but yeah, I think 5-4 and finishing 11-6 will give you a great shot of getting a home playoff game.
I don't want to give you the easy answer of, well, they're going to ease him back in against Washington, so I'll ask you about the following game against Baltimore. By the time we get to the Ravens game, who will be getting more snaps at nickel corner, Beanie Bishop or Cam Sutton?
I'm going to go Cam Sutton, but guys, you have to understand that you have to understand they are going to move Cam Sutton around, and it's going to be a week-to-week thing. Cam Sutton's a really good guy in all situations, too. I mean, Beanie's good in run defense, so maybe he's got that match.
But, Ray, when you say move him around, I mean, that means Dante Jackson and Deshaun Elliott are going to get fewer snaps?
No, like DeMonte KZ, his snaps might be up for grabs, you know. Edmonds had a roll the last couple of weeks, you know. Yeah, I mean, guys like that. I mean, listen, when they acquired Cam Sutton in July, it was to play slot corner. Let's face it. Beanie Bishop has come on and had 2 really good games, but would we be having this conversation at all if Cam Sutton had a 6-game suspension and was due to come back after the Cowboys game? So let's let Beanie play it out. If he's hot, keep him in there. But eventually, I think the bulk of the snaps in the slot are going to go to Sutton, but I'm telling you, they're not going to go to Sutton right away. I mean, Beanie's going to have to maybe, you know, come back to play to the mean, and, you know, Sutton's going to have to prove his worth too. I mean, he hasn't played since the NFC Championship game last January. So, you know, it's going to take some time as well.
Ray, this is just an off-the-board question for you.
Ooh, I like those.
Just kind of one that popped into my head.
Is this like the free association game that Starkey plays?
No. It's not annoying like that. Yeah.
Isn't Donnie in on that now?
I think he is, but I think Starkey plays that game by himself. All right, Ray, here we go. We're going to play.
Donnie, does Starkey let you sneak in questions for Ray during that?
Maybe once, but not really. I normally just let Joe do his thing.
Okay.
Ray,
let Joe cook.
I'm not saying that this is going to happen, and I'm this guy's biggest backer, and I'm even admitting it's unlikely. How much of a lift or a boost for them would it be if Broderick Jones could even pass block at an average level these last 9 games?
Yeah, I mean, that's a great point. It's funny because if you look at the guys on that line, he's the guy with the most pedigree, and he struggled the most. I mean, even Ryan McCollum came into the lineup, and you look at the way he played. You know, he was playing better than Broderick Jones was. So eventually, guys, the light bulb is going to go off. Eventually, he's going to be a really good player in this league. Steelers obviously want that to happen this season rather than next season. But, you know, Pat Meyer said it last week. He is still young. He didn't play a lot in college. Sometimes it takes time for these guys to, to develop and, you know, get their feet under themselves. So, you know, they've actually been fine with him playing at that level. If he could play at a different level, that would mean better running game and better pass protection for Russ as they hit their stride here. So that would be huge if that happened.
Ray, what's the explanation now that Russell Wilson is back in there for the lack of production from Freiermuth?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's only 2 games, guys, so I'm not gonna bang on Russ just because Pat hasn't been involved in 2 games. I think a lot of that's on Arthur Smith, and I mean, I was just looking at the numbers today, the way he spreads the ball around. You know, I mean, Pickens is top, 58 targets. He's by far the top, but like Naji has a bunch of targets. You know, Van Jefferson has 21. Austin has 25. I mean, he does like to spread it around. Does it hurt guys like Freiermuth? Yeah, it does, because if you're a legit number 2 or number 3 option in an offense, you know, that's going to hurt you eventually. But they're paying that guy too much money for him to be, you know, a big player. So eventually that's going to spike. That's going to increase. But I'm with you. It's got to happen sooner rather than later. And maybe that off week was a good time to kind of retool and look at the way they're doing things, because that guy's definitely got to be more involved in the offense.
Ray, do you have the Steelers going to 7-2 this Sunday in
DC? I do. I think. Yeah, I think they go down there. If there's one weakness on the Commanders, and you know, I think Jaden Daniels is the real deal. I think that offense is for real. They don't stop the run very well. And if you look at the way the Steelers won games before Wilson took over, you know, they could limit possession. So if you play keep away from Jaden Daniels, you know, Naji has a big game. Make a couple of big plays in the passing game. I think you can win, like 27-24, 24-20, something like that. So if they get into a shootout with them, I don't know. But if they can limit the possessions and don't let Jaden Daniels be on the field all that much, I think they got a real chance at winning.
Ray Fittipaldo with us. Check him out in the Post-Gazette and listen to him tomorrow with Donnie and Joe. It's supposed to be at 11, but usually the interview starts at 11:19. Thank you, Ray.
That is correct. All right, guys. See you.
So, Donnie, how does that work? Do you guys tell them do you tell them 11, or do you actually say it's supposed to be 11, but it's going to be more like 11:20?
I mean, in that case, tomorrow, that's the job of the producer, which I guess will be Jolie, because Limits has to move up to the morning show because Harry Callis is on vacation.
I sent Callis a nice note, and he didn't get back to me, and I'm really pissed about it.
Yeah, he's not really good at the whole texting thing sometimes. But, like, I would take that as my responsibility if this was our show, for example. Like, give the person a heads up of, hey, we're going to be late.
But late is like 3 or 4 minutes late.
Well,
19 minutes
if it's going to be
something
that,
else happened.
If it's going to be that, I'm going to give them a heads up of closer to that time frame.
Yeah. Yeah, it's always fun with those guys.
Joe just operates in kind of a different space-time continuum than the rest of us.
Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. You pick the topic next. It's Total Request Thursday, but first a headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins in Carolina tonight. They take on the Hurricanes. Puck drop set for 7 o'clock. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. The Steel Mill Saloon in Mount Washington, my new favorite spot in the city. Hey, guys, it's Donnie Football Happy Hour. Goes for 1 more hour until 6:30. The kitchen goes until almost midnight. It's got an awesome menu for everyone. You have vegan options all over the place on that menu. Get some friends. Head up to the Steel Mill Saloon. They have plenty of space for you. Go up, watch the games tonight. And that view tops it off as well, located right across from the Duquesne Incline, giving you that best view of the Pittsburgh city skyline. The Steel Mill Saloon. Meet me there in Mount Washington.
The latest advancement for thinning hair and hair loss is now at New Image Hair Clinic. It's called laser hair therapy, and you can try it for free. Simply call us today at 1-800-942-8302 or visit newimagehairclinic.com to schedule your free evaluation. In as little as 1 hour, we can help determine the possible reasons for your hair loss and if laser hair therapy is for you. Call now, and KDK listeners can receive 2 weeks of laser treatments for free. Certain restrictions apply, so call 1-800-942-8302 or go to newimagehairclinic.com.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
You're on the air. Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Live and local, just like Mike's.
5:30 on a Thursday. That means it's time for Total Request Thursday. We give you topics to choose from, and you pick the one you want us to talk about right now. 4 topics on the table today. Politics was an option.
Yes, it was.
There's been a lot of politics going on with the presidential election.
Politics.
And they usually say don't talk politics on shows like ours. So we put that to the test. So you'd figure that would finish in last, because that's the last thing people want us to talk about. Nerd Rip Steelers. People are usually intrigued by nerdy analytics person who steps into the football sandbox and starts to criticize team and NFL players when the guy couldn't throw a football himself more than 5 yards.
Okay.
Pirates Hot Stove.
I feel like that one's been a choice a lot.
The Pirates Hot Stove? Well,
Yeah.
how could it be? I mean, the free agency just started.
You're right. I just made that up.
You're doing a lot of that today.
I just feel like the Pirates
you're just
in
saying
general are
things,
kind of
and then you're immediately regretting the words that have
I'm
come
just
out of your
reading
mouth.
some of the actual replies to your tweet of TRT. First one, is Ayuk a Steeler?
Doesn't that guy respond to every one of my tweets?
No, that's not that Swedish chef guy.
Oh.
Teresa, memorialized Kirk Herbstreit's dog. Already did that. Somebody asking about Carmen and Lima.
Okay.
The phrase "lib tears" is in there.
Is that directed at one of us?
At Lima.
Oh, why would I want to talk about another talk show host's reaction to the presidential election? That's what I guess politics would have been
Maybe
for.
just don't talk at all.
Oh.
That's from Rats_crack.
Just have dead air.
That's from a Rats butt crack is the implied
Well,
Twitter
I think
feed
we'd
there.
be okay because of the raucous crowd. That's
true.
It is.
We'd have ambient noise behind us.
And then, somebody said Nerd rips the Steelers. But guess what, folks?
Naji's New Deal.
And this was a very competitive race.
33.7.
Politics got 25% to finish second. Pirates Hot Stove, almost 22%. Nerd ripping the Steelers, however, a mere 19.3.
So Ray just said with us he thinks the Steelers don't have regrets on Naji's fifth-year option. And he also said, well, the Steelers are not going to be reactionary or reactive to what the teams like the Panthers are doing, driving up the cost of running backs with the deal that they just gave their starting running back today.
Mm-hmm.
When an agent looks at Najee Harris and sees that his numbers in production are better than Hubbard's, he's going to demand that player get a better contract.
Correct.
If he doesn't, then that guy
Bad
honestly
agent.
shouldn't be representing that player.
Shouldn't be representing any player.
Right, unless Najee Harris says, I want a hometown discount. And frankly, I don't see that happening.
Well, then, you know what the agent would do at that point? Sir, I'm not going to represent you. You could get a lot more money somewhere else.
Yeah. I don't want to put my name on this contract.
Unless I've made a ton of money off of you in my career and you're Sidney Crosby and I understand what all of this means in the long run, yeah.
I think that Najee Harris, if he keeps this up, is pricing himself out of Pittsburgh.
Okay.
And
I just say so be it, man. I don't know why. There's like I'm a little bit surprised at the degree to which your mind has changed on the player here.
Well, wait a minute.
On the player as pertaining to the fifth-year option thing, because like even saying that, you are admitting, wow, like he would be a bargain. He's been a lot better. Man, it's been 3 games. Like, there is a very real chance. Let's say he goes out against Washington and for whatever reason just has a couple runs where it looks like he could do more and doesn't. People are going to be right back in line, especially if they lose, saying, this guy stinks. Or, like, this guy's not as explosive as Warren.
All right, well, what if he has another big game and it's 4 in a row now with him?
Okay, then you're happy that you have a player who is on a contract year, who's playing really well, and helping you seriously entertain thoughts of achieving your ultimate goal, which is always supposed to be a Super Bowl here.
But when you could have kept him around for a very affordable price, there has to be some kind of second guessing that goes on. At least there is for me.
Ray didn't feel like there was. Because Ray also said something that stuck out to me there, and he said it kind of offhandedly as like an aside. He said, would they want to like be paying that much, or would they place that much value on a guy who's still in a job share? So in Ray's opinion, even though they've watched him roll for 100 yards in 3 straight games, they would still see him as part of a job share even if they brought him back on a new contract. Or that a job share running back is still how they view him overall. The other thing about Najee's 100-yard games that supports that idea that they like the idea of him splitting time with other backs is, hey, he hasn't had like huge carry numbers. He's been very efficient, and I would imagine that they feel that that's because he's not getting worn out in these games.
Well, so who's the bell cow next year? Jalen Warren? Cordell Patterson?
Why do you need a bell cow? I thought we were the place that was the last bastion or the last vestige of holding on to that notion.
I agree with you. I didn't phrase that the best way possible. I'm blaming my sore throat and having this cold right now and no one helping me out through it for that comment.
I mean, a guy brought you 2 cups of tea and you drank them like they were...
Yes, because my throat feels like someone has a lighter held to the inside of it, and they're just burning slowly.
Very evocative.
Yeah.
Are you going to go work out tomorrow morning?
Probably. Why do you actually? You know what? I should probably.
That's my point. You probably should rest.
No. I think more as a courtesy to the people there, not to get other people sick.
But also, rest helps you if you're not feeling well.
There's no rest for the weary with my workout regimen, dude.
There are people who study exercise science for a living, personal trainers who say your body gets very little to nothing out of you working out if your body isn't
then they
feeling
should have
good.
told Michael Jordan before the flu game, you know what, Mike, why don't you stay home?
He was hungover.
Because you're going to get nothing out of this game.
He was hungover. He didn't have the flu.
Why don't you just stay home in your bedroom?
It's a little different when you're an athlete making millions of dollars.
But you're saying, though, athletes get nothing out of working out when they're sick. He had one of the greatest games of all time.
If Michael Jordan did not have a game that day, do you think he would have gone and practiced?
Probably, because that's his maniacal work ethic.
Do you think he would have gone to the weight room and been like, I can't wait to lift weights today, I have the flu?
You think when Sidney Crosby has a tickle in his throat, he calls the Penguins and says, you know what, guys, I think I'm going to stay off the ice today. I think I'm going to stay at home.
A tickle in your throat, it sounds like somebody has gone in there with razor blades.
That's what it
feels
feels
like. I'm not tickling you, my friend.
That's what it feels like.
I know, it sounds like you're somebody's old grandmother who's asking him to go get the Pall Malls. Chris, go get the Pall Malls under the bed.
Oh, my Aunt Judy had one of those voices. My God, she sounded like Barry White because of all the smoking she did.
There was a woman long departed named, we knew her as Aunt May, who had to have a voice box thing, because she had smoked cigarettes, and she terrified me. I think I was 3 when she died, but it was like some of the people that were friends with my mom that watched me and my brother and I, sorry, Mom, she would try to talk to me, and she was always trying to be kind, but all I could hear was that voice box. And I guess as a 3-year-old, you don't know what you're doing, but you probably were making this person feel bad. I guess I would look at her and just run away screaming. I had tears streaming down my face.
I had another aunt who was a great aunt, Aunt Connie. She sounded like Scott Farrell. She smoked so much.
Carver.
Exactly. And she lived.
Andrew.
They had a camp situation over in a beach area. And her thing was she'd go through a pack of cigarettes while she would walk the beach.
And smoke a whole pack?
Smoke a whole pack while picking up the cans that people left behind and then recycle them.
Oh, I thought you were going to say dropping the cigs.
Get the 5 cents.
Towards more cigarettes.
Can. Exactly. Probably.
I think the heaviest smoker I ever knew of was my brother, his best friend. They had a nanny to watch because both parents were lawyers and worked long hours. I think she smoked 2 to 3 packs a day. I think she also lived well into her 70s or 80s. Leland is the ultimate example of just some people are built different.
Yes, I just want to circle back to Naji this way. One of the things that people said who covered the team when they didn't pick up the 5th-year option was, well, look at it this way. They can always sign him to a new deal after the season ends. If he plays well, that'll show them that he fits in this offense.
The price goes up.
Exactly.
The price goes up $3 or $4 million. If you, this is one of those, not that I would advise doing this, but if they were a team that would negotiate deals on the fly midseason, if you really genuinely felt right this second like he was a perfect fit and you thought he was going to stay healthy, you sign his ass right now and try to get him for 7 or 8.
No, they won't. Chris, that can't happen now.
Pony. I want to stress, I wouldn't do that. And B, yes, his price would probably be even higher already after this many games. But that's when you should try to do it. They are making the right move, though. It's what could I say this with? Probably 95 to 98% certainty he's not playing in a Steelers uniform after this year.
If he led the league in rushing, would you want to use the franchise tag?
No, I would not.
You would not use the tag on him?
No.
Wow, I'm shocked by that.
Well, no, if he led the league in rushing, he would have to be getting close to 2,000 yards because that's what Henry's going to do.
Yes. If he was an all-pro running back, you wouldn't sign him for $11 or $12 million, whatever it is? Come on now.
I would have to figure out what else am I doing with that money.
Donnie, would you?
I'm just trying to think
If he led the league in rushing?
If he had a 1,900-yard season and he's averaging 6 yards a carry, I might have to think differently because he would have completely
you got to sign him. You got to ink him to the franchise
Donnie, what you're being asked here.
The tag is 11?
It's 11-9 this past year.
I would do that.
Donnie, what you're being asked really is if Najee Harris became a literal, completely different player than he has ever been at any point in his adult life, would you sign him to the franchise tag?
All right, but let's just take him for what he's doing. Let's just say what he's done through the first half of the season. He's on pace for about 1,300 yards.
Okay.
So last year, let's see how many guys in the NFL
not many
had 1,300 yards or more rushing.
Very few.
There was one. McCaffrey.
Yeah, it was a down year. This year, I think there are going to be more, though.
So I could literally say, though, if he plays like the second best running back in the league
from last year,
which would get him an all-pro. I mean, if he keeps up what he's doing, it's not out of the question that he's an all-pro this season. Don't they take 2?
Yeah, I would want to stress, though, that as much as he's having a really good year by last year's standards,
yeah, there's a bunch of guys.
Hold on, just tell me where you think he ranks in yards per game, which is what actually matters here in the NFL this year.
I believe he is, let's see, you've got Henry, Barkley, Mixon, Mason, Jacobs, Taylor, Hunt, Gibbs, Pollard, Dobbins, Williams. He's 12th.
He wasn't on. Oh no, he was on a stat site, Donnie, doing that one.
Yeah,
he was just not on.
It was in front of me the whole time.
He was not on Football Reference like I was. Yeah, he's not. He's been good this year. He's been much better than he's ever been as a Steeler. He has not been that special in the context of the NFL at large. As a matter of fact, you know where he ranks, despite all these good vibes about him, in yards per carry? 28th.
So what would you? So greatest play so far this year?
B+.
Donnie?
I'd give him a better grade than that. I'd go into the A's. I'd give him an A-.
Man, that's surprising that you give him an A- and you don't have any regret about keeping him around for $6.7 million next year. Where would that rank among NFL salaries for running backs? $6.7 million now that Hubbard got paid. Is it even in the top 10?
Well, the top 5 of the position on average to get that 11.9 has to be pretty high.
Yep. I mean, Josh Jacobs is getting $12 million a year. He's a better player than Naji, but not by much.
Here, I'm just going to do, let's see. I hate this. I'm trying to get, contract average. Here we go, for running backs. Here it is. McCaffrey is making this year 19.
Okay.
Taylor's making 14. Barkley's making 12.5, almost 12.6. Kamara 12.2.
4.
Jacobs 12.
5.
Drop of almost $3 million full to Montgomery at 9.1.
6.
Ramondre 9.
7.
Mixon 8.5.
8.
Chuba 8.3.
9.
Swift, Henry 8 apiece.
10. 11.
Pollard 7.2.
12.
Jones 7.
13.
Jimbo Connors 7.
14.
You're talking about where 6'7" would rank him?
Yeah.
It would put him 14th, or 15th technically. He'd be ahead of Miles Sanders at 6'3", 5.
Isn't that about where he is as a player?
Sure.
Maybe even a little bit higher.
Sure, but I still think I can draft a player next year who's going to give me very close to, if not same performance at a cheaper rate. That's all.
Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevy, low of 43 degrees. Coming up next, the Hodgepodge, and then Donnie has you covered until we get to the Bengals and Ravens tonight on the Fan. Right now, quick timeout, then a long commercial-free segment. It's the PM team. I'm back for Get Go. Thank you, Donnie. And by Get Go, I mean their car washes, the Wet Go Car Wash. 45-plus locations all around town. Why is my voice sounding even worse right now? This is brutal. I'll tell you what isn't, and that is the Wet Go Car Wash. You go in and your car looks potentially like crap if you've waited a long time. And then it comes out less than 2 minutes later and it looks like it just came off the lot. And you can do it over and over and over and over again. And the price doesn't change. I don't mean you pay every time you go. I mean you pay a price at the beginning of the month. And that's all you pay. You can get your car washed 20 times in a month. And they don't say, well, we're going to charge you more now. You can go every day and they don't come back and say, hey, there was fine print here, we're going to charge you more. So you always have a clean car and you always pay that one low monthly price. So sign up today, getgocafe.com/unlimited, and take advantage of the Wet Go Car Wash.
Every day you'll save money at Chuba Heating and Air, your authorized Rheem dealer. This month, get a complete winter furnace checkup for only $89.50 and get 0% interest on select Rheem HVAC system replacements. Plus, get a free 10-year parts warranty. Call Chuba Heating and Air now at 412-271-6246 or visit them online at chubainc.com. That's chubainc.com. And of course, Rheem, the new degree of comfort.
Are you handy with tools? You might make a good maintenance technician at Presbyterian Senior Care Network. That's where I work, and I love it. Our residents so appreciate the work that I do. It's like having 100 grandparents, and they treat me just like I'm their grandson. Making them smile makes it all worthwhile.
Get a hands-on career at their beautiful independent living apartments in the Pittsburgh area. Presbyterian Senior Care Network, making aging easier. Learn more at srcare.org.
Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich and Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee? Only 25%, not 40% like some other firms. They're smart, they're aggressive, they're experienced. They have a 99.7% success rate. That means they win. Car accidents, motorcycle wrecks, tractor-trailer crashes, dog bites, any accidents, only 25%. Shenderovich, and Fishman. 888-98-TWINS. They got your back, not your wallet.
The heat will soon be turning into cold winter weather, and now is the time to make sure your roof will be prepared for the snow, sleet, and freezing temperatures. You know what to do. Call the Pickle, 724-515-5551. Gherkin Roofing is taking appointments right now for their fall roof replacements. Gherkin also does small roof repairs. Protect your biggest investment by calling the Pickle today at 724-515-5551 or visit them at callthepickle.com. Gherkin Roofing and Contracting.
At Giant Eagle, we know nothing saves you more money than free. So we're giving away free turkeys for your Thanksgiving feast. When you shop your neighborhood Giant Eagle October 17th through November 9th, you'll be earning your way to a free turkey to bake, roast, fry, smoke, grill, carve, and serve. Just spend $300 or more to earn your free turkey. Must scan Giant Eagle loyalty card. Redeem November 10th through 30th. Restrictions apply. Visit gianteagle.com/free turkey for details.
Get ready to tackle the NFL action with FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge, America's #1 sportsbook, on a really good game here Thursday night. Because right now, new customers can get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Build a quick SGP, same-game parlay, for this big AFC North battle. Right now, all these guys I'm mentioning are listed as healthy, so we'll see. Derrick Henry over rushing yards. Joe Burrow over 1.5 passing touchdowns, against what I think is not a great Ravens pass defense, and Deontay Johnson over receiving yards. There you go. Just visit FanDuel.com/Starkey to make every moment more this season. FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL, 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. First online, real money wager only, $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Live and local, just like Mike's.
50-minute mark is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, and Peters. Let's get to the hodgepodge.
This is a hodgepodge of nothingness.
Back to Herb Street's dog who passed away, Ben, and everyone on social media, everyone in the sports world is expressing condolences and probably thinking about their own pet's mortality and maybe reminiscing about previous pets that they owned that have died and fond memories. We had a dog, Trixie, when I was a kid, and my dad pulled I sent her to a farm where she could run around and have fun.
Really?
Trick on me, yeah.
My dad pulled that one on me.
How long did that one take before, you realized
light
it was
bulb
BS?
went on, I think, 2 or 3 years later.
So you really believed as a little kid that
I
dog
was 6 or 7 when he told me that. He took me to McDonald's to tell me that. He sat me down there. It was like, when we're going to go home, Trixie's not going to be there. Okay, why? Well, there was a nice, generous farm owner a farmer called and said that he had all this land and
wanted to let Trixie run around.
Wanted to have Trixie and wanted her to go and
be happy with other dogs.
Yes, and other animals. And I said,
how did you react to that? Okay, seems reasonable.
I was
for
bummed
Trixie.
out, we lost Trixie, and he said, I asked him if we could get another dog, and he said eventually. And he
what was the meal you got at McDonald's?
It was some kind of Happy Meal BS.
I'm sure you remember the exact meal.
I do not.
So that would have been right around the time of the '92 Royal Rumble.
Yes, it would have been, actually.
Man, what a year you had.
Yeah.
I want to name this dog Savio Vega.
He wasn't in that one, Malzy.
No, I know. I want to name this dog
But
Warlord.
anyways, back to Herb Street's dog.
Yes.
So now he sent out a video of the dog from the last time he was in Baltimore working a Bengals-Ravens game. Dog gets off the hotel elevator, knows exactly where their room is there. So you said that the dog had a special certification as a is emotional support animal?
Yeah.
Right?
Correct.
So if your dog is an emotional support animal, does that mean if I got Cammie certified?
Yeah.
Could she be here with me right now at the casino?
Yes.
So that dog can go anywhere?
Virtually anywhere, yeah. Correct.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
That's nuts. I'm surprised more. I guess the bottom line for me is I'm surprised more people don't do it. Because there's a lot of dog lovers out there. And if just getting a certification gives the dog
I guess I'm not
things.
speaking as like a complete person of expertise here. I think you have to provide a valid reason. Like you have to have a condition.
What's Herb Street's condition?
I think
he travels a lot for football.
I think he has like anxiety disorders.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think it was an anxiety thing for him. I'm pretty sure.
Huh. So once you get that on the books, then
you have to have a medical, like something that an emotional support animal would help with, like somebody who has a fear of flying, extreme anxiousness or whatever. But if you're just like, yeah, I'm Joe Blow, I want to take my dog everywhere, can I have an emotional support dog? They're not going to say yes. Now, could you come up with any mental disorder or like emotional disorder you have?
That's what I mean. It's a tricky thing here. It's a slippery slope.
You could just say, I had extreme depression brought on by Brandon Ayuk's deal being at the goal line and not getting finished. Like, you can't say I have seasonal affective disorder, I would think, like seasonal depression, and say I need an emotional support animal for that. That's my understanding of it.
So the bigger story here is that Herb Street battles some emotional
mental. It's like a mental health thing. If you want to use the broad umbrella term, so I don't say the wrong one, he's definitely been trying to watch out for his mentals here, as Marshawn Lynch would say.
Mental health.
Yeah.
Well, then that means he should probably get another dog.
But I think this dog was like by far his most cherished of all the dogs he's had, and I think it's going to take him a while to recover on this one. I think his kids, though, before he's ready, should conspire with his wife and have a dog ready for him.
I could have sworn
do like the puppy deal where the parents buy the puppy for the kid, but it's for him.
Is that Jim Leland at the bar over there? I swear to God, I thought look at the guy in the black hoodie.
Yeah, I know. It's not him. It's not him.
If he said, I'm John Leland, his older brother, would you be shocked by that? It looks almost identical to Jim Leland.
He looks pretty similar to Jim Leland. I'm Bill Leland.
I could have sworn Herb Street a couple years ago tweeted out that he got another dog and that the old dog met the young dog.
Maybe he did.
So I think
maybe it's like a sensei, like a grasshopper.
So I think there's already a younger dog that's getting groomed to
Ben 2 Electric Boogaloo.
Well, I don't think he named the dog Ben 2 when Ben was still here. But yeah, I think he's already got another dog.
What would be a funny name he could name the dog?
But maybe that dog hasn't been trained to be the emotional support dog, and it's too late to do that. I don't know.
Would he name the dog like Nittany Lion because Ohio State always dog walks Penn State?
Why do you think he named this dog Ben? Do you think he's a Roethlisberger fan?
Franklin. He likes electricity.
This is a hodgepodge of nothingness.
I hate to make today all about who's dying or what's dying.
But you're going to do it anyways.
Elwood Edwards died today at the age of 74. Either you boys know who Elwood Edwards was or why he was famous?
Is he the guy that... Did he invent something?
No, but he has one of the most instantly recognizable catchphrases of the last 30 years.
I can't believe it's not butter.
No, that goes way back more than 30 years. Donnie, would you care to take a stab?
No. You said Elwood, and my mind immediately went to the Blues Brothers.
I know.
Pork, the other white meat.
No. Elwood Edwards, 74. You've got mail.
That guy.
Yeah, 74. You search him on Twitter, he does not look like the guy. He doesn't look like a guy who would have that voice. There's a little, not Mike Tyson syndrome where he's yoked, but he just does not look like a guy that would make
that guy
that
got
sound.
Severely underpaid for that. He had no idea that email and that America Online was going to take off.
How about like the woman who, most underpaid person ever, woman who came up with the Nike logo, $30.
What?
$30. She was a graphic design student. She goes, I made this fleshy-looking check mark, with this fat-looking check mark. I think it was a standard fee of $30.
That's a brutal beat.
That lady got I mean, but that was like the agreement because nobody knew Nike would become Nike.
Years later, they should have made good and given
hit her off like they could have hit her off with like $5 million.
They should have.
But if you're the kind of person like Phil Knight who builds Nike into a whatever, billions and billions of dollars that it's worth, are you really trying to be altruistic?
Probably not. Next.
This is a hodgepodge of nothingness.
Pony, you're feeling a little bit under the weather, so one of our guys that is on the line right now, he actually shot me a message. He said, I have a remedy I think Pony should go with. Our pal Tony in Greensburg.
Hey, what's up, fellas?
Tone.
Yeah, hey, before I want to give you my remedy here, I think January 26th every year for the Hodgepodge should be in dedication to this great Steeler and be called the Merrill Hodgepodge.
We could do that, and it's just a day. We just rattle off things about Merrill Hodge that day.
January 26th. Why not? Why wouldn't it be March 3rd? Because that was his number, 3-3.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, I like that. I like a Merrill Hodgepodge one time, and we just do Merrill facts.
We just have him on.
We just have Merrill Hodge opinions dominate the Hodgepodge. I like this, Tony.
Tony, what do I need to do to get over this voice thing?
Okay, bud, so my dad did this for years. My aunt did this for years. It's a common thing. It's called a hot toddy. I don't know if you've ever heard of it.
Oh, yeah.
He knows
I think this is what we're going to do here.
He knows about the toddies.
Yep. It is soothing. It's actually called, they call it Southern cough syrup is another name for it.
So what is it, bourbon, hot water, lemon?
Yep. But instead of water, use tea. So you use hot tea, you add some bourbon or whiskey of your choice to it, and you add honey and lemon.
And listen to Tony telling you this. He's got dulcet tones. He sounds very soothing.
I appreciate that, Tone. Thank you.
You sound like you were gargling gravel this morning.
Donnie, one more.
This is a hodgepodge of nothingness.
This is a Merrill Hodge of nothingness.
Paul Skeens and Livy Dunn will be the guest pickers on College Game Day. They're down in Baton Rouge for LSU, Alabama. Prediction. This will be the most airtime the Pirates get on ESPN for the duration of 2024.
I would agree with that.
There will not be another Pirates-related topic or Pirates-related item that makes its way onto any of ESPN shows. They don't do a traditional Sports Center anymore, so them signing some jabroni to a 1 or 2 year deal
is
ain't
not
going to make the cut.
How funny would it be if Skeens picked Bama? He just did the F it Lee Corso thing and put on the elephant hat.
That would be
I will say this.
That would be nuts, but I don't think he can because I think LSU can win that game, and he's not going to go against the home.
The single funniest thing, and honestly one of the funniest things McAfee ever did was at the SEC Championship, he led that big Georgia fight song thing, and then he turned directly to the camera and said, "Give me Alabama."
Oh, McAfee's in big trouble with the Penn State people, by the way.
What did he do?
He went on his show and he said, I heard a rumor that, like, hotels and stuff and staffing are an issue. And even if they're the better seed in the first round of the college football playoff, they'll have to play that game on the road. That was the hot rumor in State College when he was there. So now, like, all these Penn State honks are like, what are you talking about? We're equipped for the biggest games. We put 110,000 here, whether we're playing Notre Dame in the playoff
Here's the
or
problem.
playing Bowling Green.
Well, how many of those people, I guess I don't know what the ticket allotment would be for these first-round games. What is it?
I don't know.
Is it a different allotment where if they played Boise would get a lot more tickets?
But he said this not like he
was being dead serious.
Yeah.
Oh, I can imagine Eric Hagman would be fuming. The Penn Stater Hotel and Conference Center. Why don't you take a trip to Innovation Park?
Yeah. Anyways. All right, I'm going to go rest up. Actually, I'm not. I have to do a podcast tonight with Pat Peterson.
Unbelievably. I mean, can't you can it for 1 week?
No. Too big of a game. Too much happening in the NFL. We do every team every week, so you can't slouch, Mulsey.
I can't wait till you come in tomorrow for Friday's show and you sound like Ernest from Ernest Goes to Camp.
Donnie doesn't even get that reference. He's never seen any of the Ernest movies.
I know of them. I never watched them. They all looked very dull, to put it lightly.
Yeah.
Well, he's
R.I.P.
He's been gone a long. Jim Varney.
Yeah.
He's been gone a long time.
He's a bad guy too. Jim Varney.
Why? I don't know.
No.
No.
Oh.
I didn't hear anything. He was Slinky Dog in Toy Story.
Oh, never mind then.
Yeah, he was a real piece of crap, though.
You're gonna kill me, Mulsey. All right, Donnie's next. Then Thursday Night Football. PM team signing off.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet365 because they get 100
365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. Terms and conditions apply.
Window Nation customers have been singing our praises for years. With fast local service and a 96% customer satisfaction rating, the highest in the industry, it's no wonder. Here are real stories, real results from satisfied Window Nation customers.
I researched window companies for the last year to see what the average prices were and the quality of work. Window Nation nailed both. The professionalism from beginning to end is unbelievable.
Our Window Nation consultant, Daniel Hall, was a 10 out of 10. They truly would not give up until they designed their windows with safe, pure, and efficient material. They're amazing, legit, and affordable.
Window Nation's highly durable, energy-efficient windows are built to last a lifetime. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free with 0 down and no interest or payments for 24 months. Schedule an estimate now. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. That's 866-90-NATION. 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
Cheerleaders is Pittsburgh's premier gentleman's club and sports bar. As soon as you arrive, you can feel the energy of the Cheerleaders experience. Cheerleaders is a 5-star kitchen that stays open late. Cheerleaders has been voted Pittsburgh's #1 gentleman's club 12 of the last 13 years. Cheerleaders now is Taco and Tequila Tuesdays, $2 tacos, $2 Coors Light bottles, $2 tequila drinks till midnight, and 2-for-1 private dances. Come see the most electrifying showdown of the year, Friday, November 15th, Mike Tyson versus Jake Paul, only at Cheerleaders.
Accidents don't happen on a schedule. They don't check to make sure it's between the hours of 9 and 5, and neither does Edgar Snyder & Associates. They're available if you're hurt at 10 p.m., 1 a.m., or on a Sunday. That's right, they're there for you 24/7. So if you've been injured and have legal questions, don't do late-night searching and scrolling looking for answers. Just call Edgar Snyder & Associates at 1-800-94-EDGAR or head to www.edgarsnyder.com to chat online. The consultation is free, and as they always say, there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
You know 84 Lumber for their lumber yards, but did you know they have an in-house kitchen and bath design studio at their Bridgeville and Mars locations? At 84 Lumber's design studio, the goal is to bring your vision to life by crafting a design that integrates your home with your lifestyle. 84 Lumber is passionate about quality materials and outstanding customer service. Whether you're remodeling or starting fresh, trust 84 Lumber for expert guidance every step of the way for your project. Visit the Bridgeville or Mars locations to meet with an expert designer today or visit 84designstudios.com. Visit 84designstudios.com.
Hey, sports fans, if you're not calling John Anthony, you're simply missing out. To prove it, I'm releasing your Thursday night report absolutely free on recorded message line. 1-800-244-5506. Cincinnati at Baltimore tonight is going to be a monster game. I've got the side and total. Cincinnati-Baltimore confirmed analysis plus hoops and college football. That's 5 big plays. John Anthony has you covered. I love to sweep the board. Call now. They're free on recorded message. 1-800-244-5506. Information wins. John Anthony Sports is #1 against the spread. 1-800-244-5506. You want the information? I've got it. Cincinnati, Baltimore, plus college football, hoops, and special prop action. I love to go 5-0 this season free. 1-800-244-5506. That's 1-800-244-5506. Or go to johnanthonysports.com.
Sponsored by JFSR Group.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer? Can we sleep cooler? Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. And now, during our Veterans Day sale, save 40% on the Sleep Number Special Edition Smart Bed, plus free home delivery with any base. Ends Monday. To learn more, go to sleepnumber.com.
You hear that? That's the sound of another year counting down. Another year missing your revenue goal. Another year wondering why your marketing isn't more effective. Another year worried about next year. The clock is ticking, but you still have time. Time to contact the experts at Scale Marketing. Scale Marketing is a full-service marketing agency who is expert in lead generation and revenue growth. How expert? Our clients see an average of 20% growth in the first year alone, with sustained growth from there. It's all part of our process. From your traditional marketing to social media to paid search, we'll take a forensic approach, digging deep to find the root problems in your marketing strategy. Then we'll fix them fast. At Scale Marketing, we can't stop the clock, but we can change your company's future. Find out how you can make your marketing budget work harder and drive more revenue. Contact us at scalemarketing.com. That's scalemarketing.com.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This holiday season, Straight Talk Wireless is letting you say yes a lot more with real unlimited data. Yes to sharing pics of the ugliest holiday sweaters. Yes to checking weather on the go for surprise sledding trips. And with a free phone at sign up, let the yes-tivities begin.
No way!
Yes way. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart or straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 1/5/25 while supplies last at participating stores. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store activation on select single-line plans. Limit of 2 phones per customer. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Company.
This is Zach Gelb with the Odyssey Sports Minute. If the NFL MVP were to be handed out tomorrow, I think it would go to Josh Allen. And clearly Lamar Jackson also has a chance to win his 3rd MVP award and will be in action tonight against Joe Burrow. Burrow right now is 5th in passing yards and 2nd in passing touchdowns in QBR. However, the Bengals are an underwhelming 4-5 team, but with the win tonight, not only could it turn the Bengals season around, but it could also jumpstart an MVP campaign for Joe. I'm Zach Gelb.
Check engine light on? Take the guesswork out of your check engine light with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
On the battlefield, there's a saying America's military men and women live by. Never leave a fallen warrior behind, ever. Off the battlefield, Wounded Warrior Project operates with the same goal. Wounded Warrior Project was created to help our men and women returning home with the scars of war, whether those scars are physical or mental. Wounded Warrior Project. We never leave a fallen warrior behind, ever. Learn more about what we do at woundedwarriorproject.org.
It's football season, and now you can get anything you need for game day delivered with Uber Eats. Well, almost anything. You can't get a running back, but baby back ribs? Yes. Uber Eats, official on-demand food delivery partner of the NFL.
After you use Bounce Dryer Sheets and realize how fresh, soft, less wrinkled, and less staticky your laundry can be, you'll put a sheet on it every time. Like those socks that smell like they've been through a marathon. Put a sheet on it. Or that blanket that's got wrinkles on its wrinkles. Put a sheet on it. Maybe even your chatty coworker who keeps distracting you. Okay, Bounce Dryer Sheets can't do it all. But for fresher, softer, better laundry, put a sheet on it with Bounce.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Still pretty backed up on the outbound side of the Parkway West. You'll be seeing delays from the Birmingham Bridge through the tunnels to Green Tree. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
This traffic report brought to you by NJM Insurance. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance.
A single cloud can weigh 550 tons. A sports car fits inside a hippo's mouth. NJM Insurance puts policyholders first. Seems unbelievable, but it's all true and approved by legal. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Visit njm.com for a quote.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. All right, Joel Nelson for Fan Headlines. Bengals at the Ravens tonight, 8:15 from Baltimore, and it's right here on the Fan at 7:30. That's when Westwood One's coverage of the game will get underway. You can also find that on the free Odyssey app. Penguins are also in action tonight. They will take on the Carolina Hurricanes at 7 o'clock. That game being played in Raleigh. More headlines, 93.7thefan.com. Right now is a Thursday night with Donnie Football. Come on. The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
Back to more of the Fan Evening Show. Make some noise for that.
Yeah, on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
It was a decision that was bantered about for months, what felt like years. The dialogue, the rhetoric, it was overbearing about how we would be going forward. The choices sometimes seemed clear, but the gray area ventured in. In one case, we were told that things were on the goal line, only to find out we had 99 yards ahead of us and not just 1 foot. Of course, I'm talking about the Steelers wide receiver saga. It finally came to an end on Tuesday. A day of decision in this nation. But did the Steelers make the right one? It's Donnie Football with you on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan until 7:30 tonight. We have the Thursday night football matchup, and it's a good one. An AFC North clash between Cincy and Baltimore, kickoff at 8:15, courtesy of the NFL on Westwood One. Joel Nelson is with me behind the glass. He will be with Joe and myself tomorrow from 10 to 2. A little shuffling of the deck had to take place, so Jolie will be with me for the next 2 shows that I'm on this microphone. We will get into that Thursday night matchup a little bit later on and with some more detail since it is within the division shared with the Steelers. The Steelers are 72 hours, under 72 hours away from beginning the second half of their schedule, which is a gauntlet on paper. But they don't play the games on paper. In their final 8 games, they have 6 of those against their own division. Or their final 9 games, they have 6 of those against their own division. They have the Commanders on Sunday, a much more difficult game than it looked preseason. The Chiefs, who have won back-to-back Super Bowls and are the only undefeated team in football. And the Philadelphia Eagles, who are red hot. And with that game being in Philly, it is a place where the Steelers almost never win. The Steelers did finally make a move at wide receiver. They acquired Mike Williams from the New York Jets for a 5th-round pick. And here is what Williams had to say on coming to Pittsburgh.
I mean, Russ, everybody see it. You know, he put the work in, time in, time out, a leader on and off the field. So just very thankful to have a guy like that, you know, quarterback of this team, the leader.
What's your understanding what your role is going to be and how much playing time you might see?
We ain't really talk about that yet. Right now, you know, I had a pretty good day-to-day, quite a bit. So, you know, keep building the rest of the weekend, see where we at on Sunday.
You notice a couple of those shots that he took, subtle shots at Aaron Rodgers, his quarterback in New York this season. He emphasized the word leader a couple of times when talking about Russell Wilson. What's your grade on that move? 412-928-9370. I'm going to open it up to you. I want to know what you out there think of the moves that the Steelers made at the trade deadline. We start with the one at receiver. We will get to the other trade that was made for Preston Smith in a few minutes. I gave the Mike Williams move a B-. I didn't mean it in a harsh way. We knew it wouldn't be a big splash or a huge splash. All of those players were gone or they never really existed on the Steelers' radar. The viable options that were left on Tuesday were Mike Williams, Adam Thielen, and Darius Slayton. And it seemed like Slayton was being held at ransom by the Giants, that they needed something that absolutely blew their doors off to move him. They did not end up doing so. Thielen also stayed in Carolina to help mold their young wide receivers. We saw the report. We read the report. We talked about the report regarding Christian Kirk. He could have been a Steeler if he does not get injured in a game with the Jags a couple of weeks ago. I never really saw guys like DK Metcalf as a real option, although everybody does have a price. Just ask Ted DiBiase. Seattle still being in the running for the NFC West, kind of like the Cooper Kupp thing. Those teams still being in the conversation because that division is wide open. All of those teams are hovering right around 500. That division is there for the taking. I wouldn't step off players in this case unless you were absolutely blown away. I'm not elated by the Williams move. I don't know how much it moves the needle from a national scope looking down at the Steelers from a 10,000-foot view, but I do think it helps out this offense. It seems to be a pretty good consensus that people like where the offense is at overall. I think it's pretty fair to say so. Joel, would you say overall where the Steelers' offense is at right now, something that you are satisfied with?
I would say so. Under Russell Wilson, there could be a little bit of, there's always room for improvement, right? But considering some of the other Steelers offenses we've seen over recent seasons and with, less than ideal quarterback play, seems like things are good right now with Russell Wilson and that there's always little room for improvement.
And they added a player that can potentially have a little bit of a rebirth. Do I think he gets back to his prime self? No. But I also think that's just unrealistic. This is a player that in 2019 had over 1,000 yards. He led the league in yards per reception at 20.4. In 2021, he had his best season. Nearly 1,150 yards on 76 grabs and 9 touchdowns. Do I think he can get back to that? No, but we cannot expect that out of him. 2 seasons ago, he had almost 900 yards and 4 touchdowns in 13 games with the Chargers. So he had a shot to have another 1,000-yard season. Last year, he only played in 3 games. He had about 250 yards. This season with the Jets, he didn't play a ton despite being active for every game. The Jets are a team that are, despite the record, pretty loaded at receiver. They have 2 number 1 guys. They traded for Davante Adams. They already had Garrett Wilson. And they have a few of Aaron Rodgers' buddies on the roster. Now, the Venn diagram there has Davante Adams in the middle because he is a buddy of Aaron Rodgers. They also have Allen Lazard. I'm surprised he didn't try to pry Randall Cobb back for another season or maybe give Jordy Nelson a phone call. Who knows what he was up to. But those seem to be the guys that he was riding with. He could not have cared less about Mike Williams basically from the get-go. And then after that Jets-Bills game, when Rodgers threw a late-game interception, it was pretty clear that the quarterback was done with the wide receiver. So much so that when the Steelers and Jets played, there were Steeler fans yelling down to Williams on that visiting sideline at Acrisure Stadium, telling him to just stay in town. And I don't think that was a bad idea. The Steelers played New York teams back-to-back at home, the Jets and the Giants. I thought in both cases, hey, there's a receiver on that other sideline that should probably be on the Steelers' sideline by the trade deadline. They did get one of them. They got one of them. The Steelers got Mike Williams for a 5th-round pick. Does it look like a slight overpay? Maybe. I think if they try to make this deal 2 weeks ago, they probably get him for a 7th or maybe a conditional pick that becomes a 6th. I don't know. Something of that nature, but I think for a lesser price than what they got him at the deadline. Sometimes the due diligence being done means in the end you have to pay a little bit steeper of a price. Sometimes it works in the other direction. Think about when they acquired Justin Fields. They waited and waited and waited. Nobody really wanted them. They signed Russell Wilson. Kenny Pickett wanted out of town. They make that trade, and then, here we go. We have Justin Fields for a conditional 6th-round pick. But then in this case, I think they could have gotten a receiver for cheaper if they go a little bit earlier in the process. But all in all, a pick in round 5 I don't think is a bad price, especially when the Steelers have another 5th-rounder from the Kevin Dotson trade. The Steelers also love parting with 5th-round draft picks. They have only had a 5th-round pick in 5 of their last 10 draft classes. And they have not had a 5th-round pick in their last 3 drafts. Joel, a little trivia question for you here. The most recent 5th-round pick of the Pittsburgh Steelers, do you know who it is?
Oh, gosh, was it this year?
No, they haven't had a pick. I know you're doing other stuff back there. Trust me, I'm in that position all the time. They haven't had a pick in the 5th round in the last 3 drafts. So it goes back to 2021. That should tell you that clue. And this player is still on the roster, believe it or not.
I know they took a long snapper a handful of years ago. I doubt it's him. But...
No, good guess. That was 2017, and it was around that point. They did not use their last pick on a long snapper. Still one of the dumbest draft picks ever made by this franchise. This guy is still on the roster. He gets in. He plays. Not a ton. Plays sort of a rotation type role. And every single year we get to camp, and he is always a dude that's teetering on that line of will he make the team or will he get cut?
Oh, man. I gotta be better at this.
I believe he also has a pretty big special teams play this year. That doesn't help a ton because they've had a lot of those guys step up.
I'm lost. I don't think I'm going to get it. Offense or defense?
Defense.
I'm not going to get it. I'm not going to get it.
Isaiah Loudermilk.
Nice.
In 2021. And they actually traded up into the 5th round to get Loudermilk in that draft. So it wasn't even like they had that pick initially. They had to move up and get him there. The Steelers also parted with a 7th-round pick to acquire Preston Smith from the Packers. How do you feel about this one? 412-928-9370. This one looked a little questionable from the Packers' end. Because even though Smith is having a down year and is over 30, he's been a pretty good edge rusher for his entire career. So maybe there's a story as to why that happened. Here is Preston Smith yesterday with Steelers media.
I was excited. A few weeks ago, I requested a trade. I didn't feel like I was being useful in the system, and it wasn't catering to my play style. Moving forward, I wasn't surprised when I got the call. It's like, I got what I asked for, and I'm at a great place with some great teammates. And, I'm excited for a new start, and I'm excited for the rest of this journey for this season.
So there it is. There's the answer. In black and white, clear as crystal. I requested a trade a couple of weeks ago. I like this move even more, believe it or not. Now, does it help a direct need? No, because I think about the last thing on their roster that from a surface level the Steelers need, I would say edge rusher, because their best player is an edge rusher, and probably a top 5 player on their roster is also an edge rusher. That is TJ Watt and Alex Highsmith, if you needed that spelled out for you. But this is a sneaky, savvy move for a team that wants to win right now, and they are bringing in players as backup plans in case something happens. So Smith requested a trade from the Packers, and the Packers found a partner, and that partner just so happens to already have TJ Watt, already have Alex Highsmith, and already have Nick Herbig. I gave this trade an A-. What about you? 412-928-9370. I love the price. that they had to pay here, a 7th-round pick, and we can go through some of the names in a little bit on guys drafted in the 7th round for the Steelers. We could go back 20-plus years. It ain't a pretty list. So I'm not overly worried about what the Steelers may have lost out on to get Preston Smith for just the last 9 games and hopefully a playoff run. The salary is also not all that bad when you realize it's $2 million this season, and then next 2 years, yeah, the number looks pretty steep. It's double digits per season, but the Steelers can cut bait and not worry about it. Those numbers are not guaranteed to Smith. So unless they really love what the guy brings to the table, and given who they already have at the position, they'd have to be blown away. I'm not worried about them getting caught up in the financials. He's a really nice backup plan if an injury takes place. TJ Watt has missed games in the last few years. He's normally a guy that misses a couple per year unless the injury is more serious like it was a few years back. Alex Highsmith and Nick Herbig have missed games this season. Think of that Raiders game. It didn't end up mattering. The Steelers won that one well in hand, but they had TJ Watt out there with a lot of no-name players on the other side. Jeremiah Bad Moon Risen was out there on the other side. He had a big blocked punt in that game. But they had randoms that you have probably never heard of play in that game. This opens up a nice little backup plan. And it's a better option than some of the guys that we've had in the past. I've mentioned that game against the Raiders earlier this year, but we have seen seasons in the past when the Steelers have an injury that just completely screws up what they have at the position. And now they bring in a veteran who has had some really solid seasons. This year, not a great one for Smith, but he is seeing the play time really get cut down. That's why he requested a trade. Only 2.5 sacks this season in 9 games. But in the last 3 years for Smith, 9 sacks, 8.5 sacks, 8 sacks. His career high was 2019. He had 12 sacks. So he can be a player, a part-time player, that ends up picking up some important reps. He's a good player against the run, a big body, 6'5", almost 270 pounds. A big body athlete who can set the edge. I think the Steelers got better on Tuesday. And I think this team is in the Super Bowl conversation. If you're within the top 6 to 8 teams in football, I think you're in on that party. I think that conference call includes you. And I think they are right now. 412-928-9370. What do you make of the Steelers' moves at the trade deadline? Mike Williams, they get a receiver, a big-bodied receiver, to play opposite George Pickens, work into an offense that's already humming pretty good. They get a nice backup plan at edge rusher, Preston Smith. What grades do you give the Steelers for the trade deadline? 412-928-9370. Is this team in the Super Bowl conversation? Do you look at them as a contender? Do you look at them and say, you know what, unlike in years past, I actually can see the Steelers hanging around with the big dogs of the AFC? 412-928-9370. Your calls coming up next. I want to hear from Steeler fans out there on their thoughts from the trade deadline. 412-928-9370. You can also hit us up on the fan text line at that same number. That's brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. It's Donnie Football with you on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Sports Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Week 10 of the NFL season gets underway tonight. Bengals are at the Ravens. That game at 8:15 with coverage on the Fan via Westwood One beginning at 7:30. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. People say sports aren't life and death. Well, you haven't met our caller Adrian, who heard the Steelers traded for Mike Williams and did this.
I'm in the hospital, so...
Are you all right, Adrian?
I might be getting put under for a surgery. It was just something bad that I ate. But I really want to tap into